brand a Energizer, and it's a small device that you can use, and you can like put it into tap water and stir it around, and you'll have the most amazing clear silky water. You can put it into a cheap glass of wine and you'll have the best tasting wine. They have bigger systems with this energized natural energized water, and they actually use it for like passing the drinking water for cattle on dairy farms, and they even the milk production that comes out of these farms goes through same device, so that it's revitalizing the structure of the milk as well. So
Is that one that you
it
blow air through?
no, it's like energized water. It's kind of like it's structured. It's structured, but it's naturally structured. They get this water from somewhere like, I don't know, like Switzerland or whatever. There's about 3 different places they gather the water from. So inside that thing that looks like a pen, it's just got this naturally energized water.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know what it is. It's highly potentialized water that, and this you have like the like attracts like thing, or there's resonance between the same object, which in this case is water, and then when there's water nearby it, it's essentially giving some of its energies to the water that's nearby. I do know exactly what that's doing. They don't last forever though. Eventually, the potential in the water will like lose its energy, so to speak. But yeah,
Yeah,
I know what that is.
I'm not sure on the lifespan. I'm not sure the lifespan, but like it definitely does do its thing, and
Not
like
sure for that one either.
they even use it in some swimming pools to, to stop the swimming pool having to, the complex that only have to use so many chemicals in the water. It makes the water last longer.
Yep. Magnets are also used in that case too, in many cases, especially for some of the higher end jacuzzis, and whatnot, because it makes like the bubbles um, have like a
Oh,
higher tensile strength or something like that when you got the right magnets in the right places.
yeah. Like where the the water's being like jetted through, it has to like form a
Yeah.
certain geometry. So like,
Yep.
when they're engineering, like,
It'll cavitate
yeah,
essentially is
right.
what you're trying to do. You want to try to
And then
create a
there
cavitation.
there to some degree there is like a phase conjugation that's going on between the
Yes.
uh, yeah.
Yeah, because it's like two spirals that are going
Yeah.
down and whatnot, and then when the water goes down these spirals, it gains more speed essentially,
Mm, right. So,
and then when it collides at the end, when it gets to the focal point, it's like it's like a laser in a way. Like you've got light, and whatnot that's
right.
coming in on a focal point. It's like the same thing, and
So
that
you got
that
like that.
creates a higher pressure, which creates more bubbles and
Right.
whatnot, and the bubbles clean more.
You get
Yeah,
the choke point of the orifice that is, well, that sounds like a terrible
yeah,
statement, but what it is, it's like forcing the geometry of the water to kind of be a certain way.
yep,
And so you can kind of
yeah.
trick water
Victor
this way. Like you
shower.
can make it like you can make water move in a laminar way, sort of doing techniques like this, or you can make it move in spiral patterns and stuff like that. If it's at a certain angle. So if the like the I don't know, would you say like rifling, whatever? The water's got to like internally be doing like a spiral before it gets to um, the orifice and then after. So you know in the design, you can kind of pitch this at different degrees or whatever. But like if you do it at a phi ratio, then the water takes on a like really high vortex qualities, I guess, where it's like sort of it's pretty laminar and it's also kind of moving in this sort of spiral pattern, and so like if wherever whatever it is that you have at that whatever the situation is at the choke point and at the orifice where all that action is going on, if you then like say because there's higher pressure too, but then we put like a fucking couple magnets on there, well now we can kind of further imprint on those molecules and their associations because they'll be like squeezed through magneto like the physical pressure, the angular pressure, like all these things kind of work together to create better water.
I just posted a video of that explanation from the website of that company that manufactures this thing. It's pretty good explanation. It's pretty easy to understand for anyone if you're interested, because it can basically you can use it to purify water.
And there's other things called like magnetic vortex traps as well, which kind of
that's what I make.
recirculate. Oh, you do? Oh, that's cool. You're into some cool shit. So, and because you're doing like
Yeah,
kind of what I've wanted to do, which is
magnetic. It's actually two electromagnets that come together. But yeah,
because the shit you're doing is what I think I've wanted to do, which is to grow plants with water that's frequency treated and magneto treated.
yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you're doing some cool shit there. How's that
I'm not.
out,
I don't have to use as much fertilizer and whatnot anymore as I used to.
Right. The water's wetter. Like
Yeah, basically,
into
it's
stuff.
like it hydrates. It definitely hydrates more. I mean, I can tell because I drink it. So, I mean, I've had post office guys, whatnot, say stuff about it too, like the mailman, and whatnot. He'll be running around and it's like hot as shit, and whatnot. And I'll offer, just offer water. And I didn't even say anything, like try to do double blind kind of stuff, like they
Is
don't
that the
even
same?
know. They don't even
Is
know
that the
they're
same?
getting it.
Is that the same technology that Autodidactic had a guy on talking about, and having these electrical probes in his garden, and they were able to, not have to put so much, nutrients into the soil, and they could get.
Yeah, because when you set up the dynamic electrostatic field, the energy is helping to break down what's already there quicker, and it helps mainly it helps the bacteria do that, of course, because it's helping the living organisms. That's why you feed the North Pole energy to the soil of the plant, and you give the South Pole subjected water to the leaves, because one of them is like more blue, and then the other one's like more red. Um, and you can see this in a magnetic ferrocell if you look at it. And if you charge the water itself, you can also see the effect that it will cause from sunlight creating a focal point and whatnot. You can slightly see like a little bit bluer hue and a little bit of the redder hue.
Wow, so you must get some pretty tasty tomatoes.
Do you think that does water have a light memory? So, like, if you were to just basically, I mean, I guess like for ultraviolet, you could say it would maybe sterilize it or something, but for other wavelengths, like subjecting the water to light itself, and does it do anything?
Oh, without doubt, I've tried only. I've got a laser system. It's called the nano oxygen enhancing laser. It's like $1,000. And if I keep that light on a source of water, if I measure its like, as example, I can measure its like capacitance before before I do this, process, and then I do the process, for 10, 20 minutes or whatever, and then do a remeasurement afterwards. It has changed the water.
In what potential?
With just light, light energy.
I mean, like what's changed about the water?
Higher capacitance, so it's able to hold on to more energy. It's like it's
Okay.
got more energy.
That makes sense.
It's had energy put into it.
Right, because like in some way geez,
I think
it's
it
hard to say
changes
because
the
like
bond angle of like
yeah,
the hydrogen or something, and it allows it to hold more energy.
it's disorganized masses that occur with that when things settle. So even within a clear glass of water, there's all these kind of bonds that like are not perfect angles, so that they're creating like
Right.
these inclusions within it, and that these inclusions prevent the full like conductivity of the actual molecules because they're like restricted from being contacted. So like a laser pulse could like basically reorganize it so that these disorganized masses within the mass like get stirred up more.
Right. Yeah, it seems there's many
That's
ways
crazy.
to do what we would call structuring the water.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
like you can potentiate a lot of different things with lasers. So like within like an electrolyte solution, if you were to at least with like copper electrolytes, you can use lasers to electroplate with. So like so
Right.
it's enough to potentiate that. It's enough to flash. You could flash graphene with it too. So that's enough to
Yep.
take graphitic oxide and make into or
Yeah, that
Go2.
was actually that was actually one of the main reasons why I got into looking into actually building my own lasers was exactly for that.
Oh, okay. So you're doing what, like a light scribe HP kind of situation first?
I'm trying to create a system of well, both charging water. I was interested in doing stuff like that too,
That's cool.
um
Yeah.
really I'm just more interested in being able to like etch, and like put symbols into metal, and
Yeah.
whatnot for starters, and definitely am also interested in pulsing lasers, specifically attosecond tech, because
Okay.
this starts to get into the stuff like where I
Huh.
think we can create matter, like literally solid matter from just beaming together the right light from the right gases, right? And this gets into kind of like, I don't know if you know who Walter Russell is yet.
No, yeah, a little bit. But
So if you look at his periodic table of the elements, it's absolutely beautiful. It makes a lot more sense to me than the traditional models that we get usually shown. Um, and it shows all the different inert gases, the noble gases, as like these stable points. Um, and his theory is that we can use those noble gases to create like all the other matter, right? And this is something that the scientific model we're normally taught would agree with, right? Like it's going to agree that hydrogen is compounded and then creates helium, right? And then helium is compounded and then creates so on and so forth, right?
yeah.
So we know that that's like what's happening. So why couldn't we make like basically like 3D printers,
Hmm.
except combining lasers of the different
Hmm.
inert gases at certain angle points and following the platonic solids and create matter that we want at will. So that's kind of a end game idea,
It's
of
interesting
course.
idea. Yeah. I'm interested in.
Now, and
I've
I
heard
did
that.
figure out
Okay.
the energy. Like I did the math on how much energy we would need to do this. And I basically came out to like around basically a lightning bolt's worth of energy every like
Right.
5 seconds.
So hey, so yeah, so we could do this really. So we could do this with a Marx generator,
Right, right.
right? Like in series, we could do this with a bunch of salt, like a beer pong setup, and some salt and some hardware store, right? And then you just need like a neon transformer or something to get a high voltage signal, and then it's a no, it's a individual charge, group discharge. So when you finally
Right.
like make the contact points, you're basically getting a lightning bolt. So this
And then
this
you're
is
sending it all down, wave guiding it, and whatnot, wiggling it, so to speak, I think is
well
what they
you
call it.
I mean so you could harness this like just from basically a bunch of solo cups. You could get enough to like do a tack weld. You could do it well certainly more than a tack weld, but you'd have to restrict it right to do that. But if you just use the full force of it, you could turn coffee grounds like into carbon capacitor material, you know, like right.
Right.
And so then
Yeah,
you could
like
like you could just like take
flash graphene shit from
yeah
trash.
yeah Yeah, dude. Yeah, man. Flash graphene from
I know, dude.
absolutely. But you
I
can do it
literally
from a
go
beer
Doc
pong
Brown
setup.
on this shit. I start thinking about
Right.
like the fucking DeLorean, putting the
I'm
stuff,
snacks of the
putting
future. But
fuel
yeah,
on top of the
nice
thing,
to
you
meet you.
know, and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Turning trash into fusion.
The energy game is being able to store the power and
Right.
distribute the power, really, too. It's not just like being able to like Tesla-fy it make a zillion volts or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's all
Well, that's
all
why
that.
he just wanted to hook the damn thing up, hook the whole tower up to the whole planet.
That's what I'm saying. There's like I don't know. Maybe we'll get to
Because you
that because
couldn't
like
figure out a way
either
to store it. So you just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna store it in the whole planet.
I'm just saying like either it's going to be that for the future, just China makes all these little semiconductor components, or B, the people actually get access to the fucking materials to be able to generate themselves. So that is to like to make a Peltier junction unit or you know what I mean, just do stuff like that. To actually beyond
Yeah.
what kind of capacities we have to do today with 3D printing, that essentially the next step is being able to do like on location component design and the micro component design.
Yeah, I mean,
That
back to using graphene as part of the plate in a Peltier will make that stuff way more
You
efficient, right?
you
yes, dog. Yes, dog.
you
Yes.
can already do things like that.
But
We
then,
have in electronic we have something called I don't remember the name. I think it's LQFP. It's a gate array programmable component, and
yes.
you can literally do everything NICE can do. If you want to emulate a microcontroller, you can just with a programmable
Right.
IC.
Yeah.
So what you are
Okay.
saying, what
Yeah.
it's
I
already exist.
I
In
hear you.
fact,
So there's you're saying there's a virtual software environment that you can use for
it's
integrated
it's not
component
virtual.
design
It's
and
not
testing.
virtual.
Yes, I've seen this. Yes, for sure. Yeah. There's and there are some that like basically from the ground up you can design them. But it would just be to fabricate them on site. You know what I mean? That'd be like the next step.
And
Right.
you cannot do it
Yeah,
at
that's
home, but
part.
if you have some 5,000K to spend, you can build it. Like you do the wafer. You just draw the wafer, so the how the silicium will act, and you just ask to a company to imprint it, and you create ASIC. You know ASIC?
Like
ASIC is a custom. It's a custom electronic integrated circuit that you just print on some company. The you only not have access to the how to say to the tools, but you can. It costs not so much to do it.
okay, you're saying rapid like prototyping it.
It's called FGPA.
Uh, okay. All right. I don't know, but good stuff.
It's not like a printing. I just drop a link on the VC check on the
Yeah.
VC text.
Well, I
Uh,
mean, just like like there's different. I mean, even just for that Bedini machine, right? Like there's a just to make the DAFMAN circuit, you need a couple different like transistors or whatever. Like a 4001 this, that, whatever. And I think actually transistors are not super complicated. I mean,
Yeah.
they're so small and precise, but they're not
Yeah, it's more
in
like the
themselves like very high tech.
ICs, like
Yeah.
120, whatever pin integrated circuits, whatnot. Like that's what's
Right.
harder for me to like reverse
Yeah.
engineer and figure out what's going on in there
Yeah.
sometimes, as an example.
I'm not trying to say like not the ability to make like ARM processors.
Like I could build a 555 if I want, whatnot. But why would I? Why would I just buy a 555, right? Like, well, I'm not going to build the capacitor and the resistor and and all that and put it together if I can just go and buy the IC and it's only 40 cents. Like, why am I going to spend the time?
Yeah, I just mean like for the purposes of like, I don't know, like a 3D printer. Like you could design a 3D printer that just prints resistors and like just has like separate ceramic materials that it extrudes like to create different resistance levels and stuff like that, or whatever. I mean, you could
Right.
figure some shit out. But for other things like integrated circuit design, you go with a different kind of manufacturing setup, so it'd just be a different device. And I like thinking about it. It's a fucking bugger. Try to get into these systems like dialed in to where you're like, oh yeah, this works smooth as butter, man.
Yeah, exactly. Like we can contemplate, and brainstorm all day long, but when it comes down to actually engineering some of this stuff, that's where it starts to get pretty complicated.
Like, well, one of the things, like, I think that's good. Well, I learned from Joseph Prusa or Prusa Designs, Prusa 3D printers. Like,
my cousin probably does. I kind of got my cousin as like my 3D printer dude.
I think he's like one of the top 3 right now. I don't know, somehow. And he did it on his own bootstrap. He's a tremendous dude. But he basically in his designs, it's just like you limit it down to a core set of functionality that regardless of what materials you have to build the shit with, that you try and just follow certain rules of not making it overly complex and to stay within like the rotational angles of all the motors. You know what I mean? Like your motor size and your shaft bearing, all these things kind of have relations to each other kinematically. And so, for 3D printer design, like that's so some interesting things to learn there. But the other shit, you can basically retrofit a 3D printer to become what is called like a pick and place machine, which is like so it'll just basically like vacuum pick up like a little chip part and then place it down if it's like LEDs or whatever.
This is like that. The automated soldering machine is done like that.
Well,
like
it doesn't solder. Like it sort of places the elements of the circuit like onto a plate and positions them, and then you put it in like a bath or you put it in a fluxing oven or something like that to bake the pieces onto the circuit board, and then something like that.
Yeah, for me, like the biggest difference that I've seen lately, and the ones that my cousin works with is like, the one that he has now. It's like the print is done inside of a like coming out like a filament, and whatnot. Usually, the ones that we have are done in a basin of resin, right? And there's lasers that combine, right, and create a focal point that heats it, and that's what actually hardens the stuff and creates, the molds and whatnot, instead of it coming out of a filament.
Okay,
so that was kind of where I started getting the idea, and I was like, yeah, man, that's like what I was thinking, except instead of like having the basin and whatnot for like the material, I want to like print from the fucking ether. You know what I mean? And like combine lasers and like morph the ether and literally create matter out of light, and whatnot, and gases, and that's it.
Interesting.
Like fuck the 3D printing, just bypass it and start making matter itself. But yeah, the energy requirements that I calculated are absolutely absurd.
Yeah.
But it's doable if you've got a way to harvest a lightning bolt every 5 seconds.
It's like with 10,000 solar panels, we can make this pair of dice.
No, I will just put more battery to my laser. So
only way I can think of that having Tesla's Wardenclyde and plugging that thing into it.
What would you be generating then? Anyway, like what matter would you be? Or
We would literally be mixing gas. Like you would just take gas, like
okay,
the cheap stuff, like helium, hydrogen,
okay.
argon, neon,
All right, so let's try I
krypton,
like hydrogen. Let's go. So
xenon.
let's start with hydrogen. We got lasers. We're
Right,
gonna
like so same thing as the sun. You know what I mean? The sun creates all these other
okay. So you're saying
elements
that
and
just like
whatnot from
the
reactions.
lasing material, because that's really right. We're talking about like an argon laser, CO2 laser, whatever. We're
Right.
just moving the energy through basically like a tube that is pressurized with this gas in it. What am I missing here? Okay, so
Right. Like
I
you'd
take
be
my
doing this inside of a vacuum.
so basically you're saying that so like if I have a argon laser and a CO2 laser, it's like I have two different elements here. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically. And then you have to do it at certain angles
Okay.
to overcome, because you can't just have it you can't just have one laser. You know what I mean? You got to have like all these lasers combining and coming in, and at a point to overcome like the primary point and
Oh, wow.
whatnot, so to speak.
So in theory, like
This is like totally overcoming the point of
your 3D
convergence
printer laser
here.
design would have like I don't know, like 100 or no, I don't know,
Right.
of
Like
lasers.
instead of one filament, thing, it'd have like, at least 12,
Well,
filament,
actually, if it was just
spitters.
fiber, you could actually do that with just like one print head and a whole bunch of other laser pushers, in a
Right.
box or something. That's actually doable.
Yeah, well that's how ours works in terms of the 3D printer. It's just one head that moves around, and whatnot, and
Oh, I
then
know.
that head is the device that's creating like the focal point with the, I think it's UV lasers that are coming out of it, and that's what creates the heat, which hardens it.
So you're talking about an SLS resin printer. Well, so typically, like the first generation ones they're pretty slow. They basically use like an XY mirror system that's similar to like what a CD player uses. I forget what it's called. To position a laser, and then the ones now basically use like high intensity like screens to put the light energy into the medium, and then pull it off a deposition plate that's on the bottom. So it prints from the bottom up, and then every layer is just like basically pulled up off the previous layer, and then and it's printed up like that. And then what you're talking about with using two lasers, when that's done, it's I've seen it like in mall kiosks and stuff like that. They basically take like a solid block, and then they take uh, two lasers at like 45-degree angles, and then they're kind of tuned to hit the same point. When they hit the same
Right.
point, then there's the appropriate amount of like energy to etch inside of it, because neither point has enough to actually etch the material, but like combined they do. So where the two
Yeah,
lasers meet,
right.
you've got a flash point of heat.
Yep. It's like Ghostbusters, where at the point where they mix creates enough heat, and that's where the hardening happens.
Well,
It
in
seems
that it's
like
kind of
it.
just etching that, but hardening happen. Well, just because it's the photopolymer is there, so that's causing the chemical reaction from the light. So
Right.
yeah, stuff's it's
And then
very
it
noxious.
builds.
That stuff.
Yeah, it is. It's nasty. We've had to, like, you can't leave it there. You got to really clean it up. Like when you're done, and whatnot. You
Yeah.
can't really. I mean, if you're gonna print like the next day, I suppose you can, leave it in there, especially if you cover it,
Mhm.
and all that.
Yeah, I
But
remember.
it's a hazard waiting to happen, and people are
When I
like
was in the
dumping
3D
that
printer
stuff
game.
down their toilets, and throwing it in the trash, and all that resin going
Yeah.
all over the place.
back in the day when I was in the 3D printer game, like I got out just as like people were starting to tinker around with SLS, Open SLS, and the resins and stuff like that really weren't even there weren't really resin producers, chemical producers yet. So, but yeah, stuff's like super toxic, and you really should use some sort of carbon filtration unit in the room wherever it is, because it just like it turns the air quality into like make you die real quick. You know what I mean? You need like respirators to fucking work in that shit in an enclosed environment. But yeah, besides that, amazing tech. I really think it could revolutionize the way that we do dentistry and replacement cosmetic dentistry and stuff like that. If you think about like just if you just had the right resin, you could have like, you know, just dental level shit, you know, just all done from light.
Yep. Why not? Of course, that'll get into definitely the non-toxic materials. I like the idea of like hemp plastic and whatnot, but for teeth, that wouldn't probably be very good since it's tends to decompose quicker than some other stuff.
I had a friend that was she was like a financial mathematics like theorist. She wrote a couple books on stuff. I just kind of corresponded with her a little bit here and there. But wow, it was just tremendously terrible hit. Hold on a second.
I need to go and do mine.
Yeah, it's just basically she has this whole like process flow, just like where you could take anything and say she just has a way of looking at it where it's like the greatest amount of people have to benefit from it for it to be mutually beneficial for all people to make it happen, and then take that and the likeliness of like a certain event that would bring everybody to sharing in the same activity. Well, anyway, you can create these like networks, and she's a financial person, but the interesting part about that was that she told me that I should like make 3D printers with that could print teeth, and I was like, "What are you talking about? Like, I'm trying to make like little plastic doodads and stuff like that, you know." But
Right.
I think there's something to
Yeah,
what
but
she's saying,
she was really thinking there, and that's definitely a great idea.
if you had, I mean, just that technology and be able to like take that all over the world could improve teeth everywhere, or not having teeth, and it's better to look at people with even fake teeth than not having teeth, I think.
Well, being
So it's
able
kind
to chew is better than having only gums, right?
I don't know, yeah. But the dental stuff is as a real worldwide, it's a real issue, yeah. And it's effectively in this sort of, it needs to be a 2.0, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, starting at crucial problems, like getting rid of malaria, that's a big one.
Luckily not where I am.
Starting at the biggest killers, on teeth leads to more dietary problems since you can't really eat, as much stuff as you could have. I mean, how are you supposed to eat like that, all that good raw food and whatnot, like eating raw celery or whatever, if you don't really have the teeth to do it, you're going to have to just like blender everything,
Yeah, blenderize it. I don't know. A smoothie life, man. It's a thing. You could do that. I make like little like take some frozen fruit and put some like collagen powder and some fruit juice, or I don't know. You
Oh
get
yeah, I do
fancy.
that too. I put like whole seeds in there too.
Yeah, you can fuck around
Whole
so much
pumpkin
with it.
seeds, hemp seeds,
It's not
chia
cooking, but it's a little
seeds.
bit like cooking. But it's a
Yep.
little bit like cooking. Fuck around, throw some ice cream in there. You know what I mean? Whatever. It's
Oh yeah,
it's
I
your
do
world.
that too every once
But
in a while, of course.
yeah, it's just like a
Right in
way
the
more
morning
efficient.
too, like
It's super efficient, bro.
morning chocolate ice cream with peanut butter, fit powder and and putting the hemp seed in there and all the other good stuff. Make that
Yeah, you're going crazy.
stuff really protein heavy.
Word. Yeah, and you can't go like to a crazy Starbucks joint and order something like that. So it's cool.
Yeah,
Like,
you
I'm
can't.
all about
Like they
the
don't even
custom
have
stuff
it.
that you can't buy.
Especially with like if you want the lion's mane and the chaga, and all that good, the really good stuff.
You're going to town, bro.
Like walk into a Starbucks. Yeah, you got penis envy, milkshakes and like whatnot. Like what'd you say, motherfucker? Get out of here with that penis.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
That's a type of mushroom for people who don't know.
I was thinking about too. Witsit was Witsit was on here, and he was talking about the university study about the frequency testing of certain materials, and he said like that linen was very high, but also that wool was.
Oh yeah, I actually did that. I repeated it.
No way.
I repeated.
How'd it work
Yeah,
out?
I repeated the clothing test, dude. I did.
Did
And
you?
it came out the same. It came out the same, and I was like, actually, I was
confirm.
surprised though. I was surprised about hemp because I did hemp, and a lot of people weren't. They were doing like mostly just cotton, and then against linen and whatnot, which
Yeah.
I did find the same results. Linen was by far better, but I was surprised that hemp was not like higher than I thought it was higher than cotton, but I thought it'd be like closer to linen.
Huh. Interesting. And so like this, I guess this takes me to the Oregon booth.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And
I've been doing that too. I've been testing different crystals, and whatnot, trying to figure out which ones got like the higher fields.
That bullshit makes more sense to me now because, like, if you were to take wool, like let's say, and then do alternations of that, like there's still even just the static potential. Like, what if you just like had a metal box full of wool?
I got one of those right behind me. Literally, I got a pillow made. It's 9 layers and then 9 layers wool and then wool and then stainless or not stainless wool and
like
regular steel wool, whatnot, alternating.
Right. Oh, steel wool. Yeah, I'm just saying. Like,
yeah,
well,
wool
it's like,
and then steel wool.
We'll just say like if you had like a little cube of wool and then you built like a little steel box around it and then you just kept doing this like Russian nesting doll style,
Yeah,
like,
that's what you do. Yep, Russian doll.
And then, or if you could do it in such a way that you could get inside of it.
Right. Well, that's what I have access to, but not here, not at my house. I have to drive about 20 minutes to get to one of those.
And I guess the other interesting thing is waves and wave sizes, and it makes me think of bass traps. If you know anything about like recording studios, there's some like
right.
You can get feedback from
your
like
baffle. Your baffle.
So the way like a bass trap works is
you've got your tesseract that's connected to the infinite baffle of the universe.
Every half wave, basically half the height of the wave, if you make I guess half of a cube, like a half a cube sliced down diagonally, like a weird triangle sort of wedge, that'll trap a frequency from starting, basically. So it's like, in a way, every square is sort of a frequency trap, like whatever twice the height of the cube would be.
And each square within a square is like a different frequency, and this starts getting into like how the electron, or not the electron, but how atoms are and how they have shells, and all that and whatnot.
Yeah, so you got like a nested resonant cubic Oregon
longitudinal wave accumulator.
What would that do? Could we put seeds in there? Could we like put people in there?
I can tell you what it does because I do it.
Tell us what's going on.
Same thing with the water. As an example, if you put water in there, it potentializes it. It increases the capacitance value from the before and the after. If I put seeds in there, the seeds start out way quicker and whatnot. I mean, I've had the last one I did was just a potato, and I tried like potato, clones and whatnot. Use the same compost, same soil, whatnot. Try to be as experimental as I could. The control was the potato clone that was not subjected, and then the variable was, of course, the one that was subjected. And the one that was subjected to the variable was like it grew 3-4 times faster. It got to like X height and whatnot. It's literally like time goes by faster. You know what I mean? And like there's some faster entropy, going on in this particular amount of space, and then over here, this dinky ass potato, it's like still trying to freaking catch up, and it's like, what? How is
So
this
just like
possible?
it's more organized, more efficient, more optimized, more adapted. Like its energy is more established or something like that. I noticed like a lot of plants will just shoot up like 2 leaves, sort of, and then they'll shoot up another one, kind of making a cross pattern initially. I think a lot of plants do this just like when they sprout out.
Well,
and
they'll
it's almost like
actually
it's forming like it's like an aerial, like an
the ones that I've done that
Go ahead,
some of this
sir.
stuff too, they literally spiral. Like when they grow, they literally grow according to how like the energy is moving from, I think, from the earth, because I don't think the magnetic energy is like straight, right? It's like if we look at a ferrocell and we put the magnet in there, we see 12 lines that come out of, as an example, right? So a lot like that. I've seen that many times. But then after the plant gets a little taller, it kind of straightens out, and whatnot, stops like doing that vortex kind of looking thing.
Have you tried to like grow things with like magnet arrays around them, or a ring of magnets or a group of magnets around soil?
Only really like done really one, not groups. Like I'll put like one strong magnet from like magnetron, whatnot. Take microwave apart and whatnot. You get those 2 big disc, donut magnets in there. And I'll take that and then put it with the north field pointed down towards the soil, slightly buried just a little bit. South field pointed up towards the leaves, and then I'll stick an antenna in it and have that spiraled counterclockwise. So if I'm looking at it from above the plant and I'm looking towards the plant and whatnot, it's counterclockwise to me, or clockwise to the plant. In terms of the way I like spin the actual copper antenna that's running through the middle of the magnet. That's very traditional electroculture, except the vortex that I put into the coil. Most people just put a straight wire going through the middle of the magnet, and then they kind of like then bend it slightly towards the north pole energy. So to do that, you take a compass and whatnot, and then you have it vertical, and then you look at it so you can see where the
Did he say
angle.
counterclockwise to the plant?
Yeah, like if I'm the observer, and I want the energy to go to the plant, then that's away from me. So if I'm looking at it, then
counterclockwise to the plant. Yeah, help me understand that, please.
yeah, clockwise to the plant, but counterclockwise to me, because I'm the observer, and in this case, I want the energy to go away from the observer because I want it to go into the plant. So that's counterclockwise. Now, if I want the energy to go to me instead, then I'm going to do it clockwise.
Okay, so I was just thinking that the plant has other sides to it and stuff like that. So I can figure like, how do you know what side?
Right, but this is like only talking vertical, like the plane of the vertical plane going from below our feet and whatnot, from the soil of the plant going straight up to the sky. Look at it only that way. in terms of the clockwise and
Okay,
counterclockwise.
so straight up from the plant is clockwise.
If you're above the plant, you want it to be counterclockwise. So if you are
Why?
looking instead from below the plant, like if you're literally like you put your head, like literally under the plant, and then you're looking from the soil going up, then you're literally like you are the plant. So then
Right.
it would look
Okay.
it would look clockwise.
So if
So it
I'm
depends
above
on
the
which
plant, like say,
what you're
say like we're
looking.
looking down on the plant from like a drone perspective or whatever, right? Which way is?
Counterclockwise.
What if I'm?
You
What
want
if?
you want it to be
What if the drone's?
counterclockwise perspective of
What
north.
if I'm facing the other way though?
Which way? You mean
Well,
like
I'm looking
to
at
the
if
sky?
I'm 180. Yeah, if I'm 180, like if I go, we're starting point, looking straight down on the plant, and then we turn 180, we're looking the other way. Which way is clockwise, or what? I mean, what do you? I'm not sure. Is there a north, or what are you talking about? Like, what's your? I'm confused. What you're saying?
It's just it's respective of the toroidal flow of the energy that goes from the planet to the
Mhm.
sky.
Okay, so how do I measure that? Like to make sure I'm aligned properly. Make
That's
sure I'm going to
that's a harder
clockwise.
one.
Okay.
It's like gets into like the Coriolis effect, and some other stuff like that, if you know what that is.
Well, I want to be able to make sure I'm going clockwise. Obviously, that's the best.
I can just show you a picture if it's that hard.
You're gonna show me a picture of clockwise? That'd be great. Love that.
Yeah, I'll just show you a picture of an antenna that I made recently.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
sugar
you're gonna
cookie.
show me a picture of not clockwise then?
Can you not be a butt?
Okay.
Actually, I got a better picture. It's a lot easier to explain.
Yeah, that's cool. Give me your best clockwise photo.
It's going to be both clockwise and counterclockwise.
How? The superposition of wiseness? Is
Right.
that it?
Here you
Okay.
go. Here you go. There you go.
Mhm. So how do you know which way is what?
You mean how do we know that energy towards the viewer is clockwise, and how do we know that energy away from the viewer is counterclockwise?
Yeah, so like because the middle part of it goes to the right, or is it because the middle part of it goes to the left?
Oh, you mean as far as that? For that, look at the shadow. Instead of looking at like the copper itself, look at the ether. How the ether is
I
moving.
see it, ether
The
in your
ether
direction and the
on the
energy flow in
coil on
it.
the left, the darkness is going from the middle, right,
Can't.
and then it's
Yeah,
going around to the right hand rule,
there's the
right,
ether.
and then
Hang
the
on, which
one on
one
the
am I looking
right,
at? Which
direction
one?
of energy flow toward the viewer.
Okay, so I'm sorry. What's your moniker so I can see it in my chat? Because there's somebody else that posted something. I think so. The one with the black background and like the twirly things, or did you post?
Yeah. There's
No.
it's two coils of copper.
Okay, okay. So what do you want to do with that?
That's how you make your electroculture antenna
Make my
to
what?
help the plant. To make an antenna to boost the plant growth, as an example.
Okay. How would I do that?
You would spiral the coil that is plugged into the ground
Kind of like a spring
that
almost.
has a height taller than the plant, of course,
Okay.
which will create a conduit of energy between the soil and the sky, creating a better pathway of energy to flow, which creates more magnetism near the plant.
Is that measurable?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm?
Yep. I set up a station and whatnot, and then I
Wait,
do a
what?
field measurement of the air itself, and then I deploy the antenna, and then I do another measurement. That's about the best you can do.
Okay. And then, so what have those readings told you?
That when I put the antenna nearby, the orgone field is higher.
Antenna? I thought the spirals were the antenna.
Yeah, the spiral is the antenna.
That goes
On
around
like
the plant, right?
I guess if you want, most of us don't do that. We usually
Well,
put it on like a pole or like on a stick,
you were just saying that's what
or
makes the
like a
soil
PVC.
good.
Yeah, because you plug it into the soil and it's going
Okay,
vertical.
well then you said most of you don't do that.
We don't wrap it around the plant because then the plant would get like constricted, possibly. So
Yeah,
you have
well,
it near the
that
plant.
would be silly, but you're not talking about the same thing again.
You can't wrap the plant. Yeah, that won't work.
Why would you do that? Yeah, you're just putting this coil thing around the plant so that it does
No,
the stuff.
no, you put it near a plant.
Yeah, near the
And the
plant.
antenna is near. No, the antenna is near the plant.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. So this is different than the antenna.
it's the same thing.
No, it's the same.
This is
It's a
the
coiled
antenna.
antenna. It's like a little
Okay.
spiral. Yeah.
So what's the antenna picking up that helps the plant? Is it strictly a
Energy
receiver?
from the earth and the sky.
So how does it help the plant that it's next to or nearby? I guess.
Here's like one I've got. This is from the ground and then looking up. So that's more like you are the plant, of course.
Hang on.
He's saying it increases the energy density in that area locally because there is that
Right.
greater connection.
Right.
Okay, so which plant is this affecting positively the most? Right? That's kind of what the purpose is, isn't it?
That I don't know yet. I haven't tried doing different like variables of different plants and whatnot. For the most part, I will do the same plants, usually use clones and whatnot, or same batch of seeds from the same mother and whatnot. And then the
So what is
control
that?
will be a plant that doesn't have, the antenna or the potentialized water or, different things like that. And then the
So it looks
variable
like.
will have it.
So hang on a second. That picture that you just posted. What's going on there?
That's the top of the antenna going into the air.
What's at the top of that antenna?
A crystal.
Is it static?
You could call it static, kind of.
Well, is it a slinky that you just threw up in the air and happened to take a picture of it?
No, it's going on a stick, and then the top of the stick doesn't have. You don't really have to have the whole length of the stick and whatnot. You don't. It's a couple of feet at the end, and it's copper wire that's strong enough, so that allows it to kind of move around a little bit, in the wind and whatnot, so to speak. But you don't have to do that. You can have your stick or your PVC pipe or whatever go all the way up to the top.
Okay, so that's cool. So it doesn't have to be precise in the
Yeah.
loops and all the rest of it that have to go
Correct.
along with
The
that.
basic concept is the direction of the coil and that it is higher than the plant, at least the expected height of the plant,
Right.
which
So what kind of
creates
plant?
a
What kind of
bigger
plant is
negative
that?
field for the plant to essentially be protected by, and also helps it grow better.
So what kind of plant is that?
Hemp, and that one.
So you're protecting the hemp.
Yeah, from like harmful, nearby radio and radar and all that kind of crap.
Well,
The
that
same
sounds
thing as
nice.
you grounding, and taking your shoes off.
Well, why wouldn't you
Use
just say like? Why wouldn't you say that to begin with? Though, like it's like, man, okay. So what's the most nearby thing? You just said that a long time ago, right? That's cool. I appreciate you putting that picture out there. Like that like that swirly thing. That's like that's what I meant by static. Like I guess stiff would have been better.
and right there's the bottom of the plant. On the left is the measurement before.
How
On
tall
the
is
right
that
is the
pipe?
measurement after.
How tall is that pipe?
The
Pipe
stick
looking
is
thing.
like, I think the stick is like 3.5 feet, and then the actual whole coil antenna is, I think, just a little bit above that, like 5 feet or so.
Okay, so were you laying down on the ground when you took that picture? Like looking up?
Not really, just kind of
Are
bent
you just
down
like
and
are
kind of
you
kneeled
okay?
down
So
and whatnot.
are you a short person then?
No, I'm like 5'9". I just got down really low and, with practically my
Okay.
head near the soil.
Okay, yeah. So sad. So that's cool. So you give them good vibes to the hemp plants.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is there any minerals involved other than the?
Yeah, I make as example, I make potassium silicate and I give that to them, which is kind of like feeding it glass, pretty much. And that helps to deal with like heat and cold and whatnot, better resistance to stress. And then when we eat the plant that has more silica in it, we also get the silica. So that's one thing I do that I really like to do. As an example, if you do that to tomatoes, the hairs that the tomatoes grow will become like so strong. It's like they're literally like thorns practically, and it will protect them more against like pests, and bugs and whatnot, because
Mhm.
they don't definitely don't like, strong thorns.
Gotcha. So is it kind of like if I
Makes them more resistant.
sorry, go ahead.
And I also like to give it molasses and whatnot, because I get micronutrients and whatnot from that. Stuff like a little bit of iron and a little bit of manganese.
Right. So if I eat grass-fed beef, then I'm actually eating more grass myself. So it's
Right.
even better for me,
Because
right?
they're condensing all the all the minerals and whatnot, and we can't digest the grass, but we can digest. Well, we can, but not as good as a cow can, obviously.
Right. So it's just a
But
way
we
to
can
get
digest.
us.
But we
It's
can
just a
digest
way
the
to.
meat.
It's just a way to eat more grass for people to eat more grass.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, pre-digested grass
Yep.
via take. Clever, clever. Never saw that coming.
Yep. And there's like the nutrient list right there. A bunch of the stuff that's in the molasses.
It's kind of like a pescatarian, but eating meat. It's kind of sneaky.
You have mental problems, Cookie.
Let's see.
Who said that?
I think I got a video in here that shows you what to do, actually. There you go. There, I found a video that'll fit.
I have mental problems. Is that what somebody said? Who's the jackass that just popped in and it didn't?
Yeah,
That
yeah,
doesn't
yeah. That's
Probably
what I
fit
understand
in
said.
your
and left.
conversation.
You want to prove me
Patrick
right?
Flame, and they're just sitting there, sitting in the
Just rush
background,
it.
not like we just want to hurl an
That's
insult
me.
and
That
run
was me.
away.
I thought you knew it was me, but yeah, go ahead and prove me right. Go ahead.
Who is you? Who is you? I don't know. Hang on. Let me take off my glasses.
We might have been talking yesterday. I don't remember. Might have been talking about.
Okay, so you can't say your name. I'm trying to find you on the fucking.
Oh,
thing.
you come on. It's
What do you mean?
not very difficult.
Oh, are you
I mean, how many
Snacks?
people? How many people are in here? Yeah.
Okay. Why
Yeah.
wouldn't you just say that? Fuck, would you just say that? What do you want?
I like to
You,
make
you,
things
you said
difficult
I was
for you.
What did you? What was you? Were you hurling
I
an
don't
insult?
know. I don't remember what I said. I just randomly ad homed
You
you.
don't
That's fine.
remember what you said, Dan?
I just randomly insulted you. Yep.
Huh.
Anyway, yeah. How are you doing?
I still have the fund. I think I'm going to start for you so that you can get a 9-volt battery to replace the one that's chirping in the background.
I don't
Still haven't
know
done that.
what it is that you hear.
Yeah, he was like, "Are you in a trap house or something with Wi-Fi?
I don't know what you're
Is
talking
that where
about.
you are? Like, you can't replace the fucking 9-volt battery in your smoke detector,
I mean,
or what?"
no one else hears this. You don't have mental problems. I would take it back. You're good. He's good, everybody.
Is this you soliciting enough money to buy a 9-volt?
Yep. That's what it is.
Need that 9-volt battery.
Do you hear a beep? I don't hear any beep. Does anybody else hear a beep?
Nope.
Well, it's intermittent, obviously.
Yep. I don't think so.
Yeah, I agree. You don't think so? Let's continue with what we were talking about before you
Oh,
busted
good.
it.
That was good. It was snappy. What were you guys talking about?
I was trying to find this other picture I have with the potatoes. Okay, here it is. Found it. It's like,
Your
what the
word,
fuck?
not mine.
I think I got another one too. Where the heck is it? There
Man,
it is.
do you have 6 toes on the left and 4 on the right? It would be nice if you could have a timestamp on both of them, though. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. I just the timestamps for all 3 photos.
Oh, so that one on the so that 07 past the hour. You have the ring around it at the bottom.
Yep.
So
Just the copper ring,
did
and
you have?
clockwise and clockwise, tensored onto itself, and then terminated into itself, of course. So it's like an infinity, whatever.
Okay, so is that basically screwed into the
Nah, it's just sitting on the top of the soil.
it's like a cock ring
I guess
or a plant ring?
it's
It's
just
like a
a it's
ring.
just a
So the
fucking it's
mental
just a
problems.
ring, yeah, or an antenna. That's what it's doing. It's taking energy in from the environment and then
All right. Well,
spinning it a little bit, right?
that's not what you showed in the picture, though. I was thinking of like a spiral that goes upwards.
Well, yeah, but that's the picture I showed before.
Right.
This is different. This is doing it horizontally.
Okay. Yes. So which way is which way is clockwise?
The ring on the right, if you look at it, it is coiling from right hand rule. So if you look at like the top right and see where it spins, if you zoom in, you should be able to see that.
Right. So if you go on the other side of that, you go to 180 degrees, 180, and you take that same, like basically same picture.
Yeah,
It's
in
gonna,
this case, it's still clockwise, unlike the coil going vertical.
uh,
It's clockwise, and it like either way that you look, because it's only because it's tensored.
So what happens if you flip that cock ring upside down?
It would still be clockwise in this case, but not in the case of the one going vertical. Then it would be uh like if I'm looking at it from above going down, it's
No, I mean, does it make it?
counterclockwise,
No, what I'm
and if I
saying is
flip
like,
it,
mm, I'm
then
past the
it
clockwise.
would be opposite.
I'm talking about what happens if you flip it upside down. Does it not help as good the plant grow?
Does the same, pretty much.
So it doesn't matter.
Nope, not in that one case. The other one it would though. The vertical one, it would make a difference.
Oh, that one looked like a spirally antenna that we were first talking about.
Yeah, with the crystal on
Okay.
top.
Yeah.
You flip that
So
one upside down, then that would be a different story.
will be smaller and then would have you okay.
Because then
What
it
is
would
that?
be
Is that solar?
counterclockwise, and the energy would be like more fighting uh, to take the pathway of like least mean resistance, so to speak, from the
Is
earth
that
to the sky.
a green bean plant or what is that actually?
Potato clones.
Yeah, okay.
So like you just take your potato, whatnot, and let it root, and whatnot. I'm sure you've seen that before. Like old potato, and whatnot, starts growing little roots on it.
Yeah, they stink.
Yep.
Yeah.
Start to like ferment, and they turn into a plant pretty much eventually, and then they eat the potato as food and until there's hardly anything left, and then of course there's just the soil left then at that point. So yeah, I like to use life as my experiments instead of just studying, mostly dead shit like most people do. You know what I mean?
Kinda. Is somebody else trying to talk? Because it almost sounds like there's somebody in the background that
Not in my room, just me here.
okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't cutting anybody off.
Was it like your thin flophouse room walls, or like maybe you hear somebody else's conversation? I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's called being courteous. You fucking person that's negative. Oh yeah, that's cool. Do you have a? Are you like a horticulturalist, or is it you just kind of do like gardening outside or whatever? I'm just curious. Seems kind of fun.
Like I used to do professional indoor growing, and whatnot. And I've always been uh curious, whatnot with plants and whatnot, how to make them better. And it's just for me, it just was a great way to, study my experiments and whatnot, and all the electrophysics stuff that I want to do. Just like anything else, you study a plant, and do the plant experiment before you do a human, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
More
I mean,
ethical, you know what I mean?
I think, but I think you give yourself away. Whenever I hear you say whatnot, I hear you say weed.
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying. Yeah, I don't give a shit. I mean,
Was
because
that a
whatnot is like a
stonerism or something?
Well, cash
whatnot is
crops
a
are cash
code.
crops. What you want
There
to
you
grow
go.
tomatoes instead of marijuana? Which one do you want to grow instead and make bigger?
And whatnot. Yeah, exactly.
I'd rather grow the cash crop, and one that has better materials and people desire it more.
Or whatnot.
And
Stuff like
whatnot.
that, etc., etc., etc.
Well, it's a lot of like, I mean, care and work, and might go into like making the water for and all the bullshit like to just grow tomatoes or something.
And the what have yous.
I got some yellow squash.
Maybe
It's
if you
killer,
had some
man.
super rare fucking tomato that's from like, I don't know, 300 years ago, heirloom thing, and you're trying to keep it around because hardly anybody else has it left still, I guess.
Well, that'd be cool. I don't know. Have you ever tried to like grow food with it too? Like,
Don't they have a seed
Some of
vault
this stuff,
up in
yeah.
Switzerland or something like that, or Norway?
could
A seed vault.
I mean, that is a potato right there, not a weed plant.
do you think like mushrooms work on this principle too, or like you could like
That's a good question. I haven't figured that out yet, but I am doing it. I've had trouble getting Amanita to actually grow, so that's like
yeah.
what I've been
I'm
trying
thinking
to do.
something pretty, just something tame like reishi mushrooms or something. You know what I mean? Just like
Yeah, I haven't done it yet, but I will let you know. I am trying, and I'm also been trying to talk to other people who are already doing it, try to get them to try it out too.
That's cool.
It's obviously
If you have an
better if
email
there's
list, I'll
multiple
sign up
people
on it.
doing this experiment.
I would like to stay up to date with that in
Yeah,
your progress.
haven't done it yet, but I'll let you know. I definitely had the thought to try it with mushrooms. Haven't done it yet.
or
Well,
could you like
how you gonna let me know?
could you treat just the soil block before you inoculate it? Like, could you treat that with some sort of sound?
Yeah, you
Play some
could
fucking Led
also
Zeppelin.
use radiation if you want. I mean, there's whatever you can think of. I mean, we're not really too. I'm not too sure as far as mushrooms. I think that they grow on some kind of weird radiation because it's like they don't want to grow very much at night, right? And they kind of tend to want to grow in the shade. At least a lot of them.
Don't you have
So
lights for that though?
yeah, of
You have
course.
lights, right?
Yeah, like you can create different wavelengths with LEDs and whatnot now. So yeah, that gets
Yeah,
into you know
it's kind of what I'm thinking.
wavelength
It's like it doesn't
specific
matter if they grow.
LEDs.
Do you mean is there a circadian rhythm kind of thing? Is that what you're saying?
Seems like it. It seems like mushrooms are the opposite to a lot of the plant kingdom. They don't really grow more during sun up. It's like they like the shade. At least a lot of them do. You know, Amanita muscaria as an example. When I find those, I don't tend to find them out in the open very often. It's usually like under a canopy, of a sort. That's like the big Mario mushrooms, and they're
Or on a windowsill in a
your
basement?
typical
Well, yeah,
really really red and white polka dots.
yeah. I mean, it's got to be somewhat shady because, like, it's like mushrooms dry out. Yeah, there gotta be somewhere.
Yep. Need higher humidity. So you don't have to do it like in a basement. You can do it outdoors in a tent, and whatnot, so to speak.
Yeah, a
You
lot of
mean like
them
a greenhouse?
do absorb like some of the sunlight, and it nutrifies the fruiting body. Wow, cool stuff. Catch you guys later. Nice talking to you. Limitless energy and peace. Sugar
Peace
cookie.
out.
Take care.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to watch what's its friggin' Antarctica stream. There's mad ads. I keep going to tap the ad, then I skip the. I hit a new video because I'm on my phone. Fuck.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yep.
Nobody needs to say anything back, but I just want to say good morning to everyone, and I hope everybody has a beautiful day. And give it to the creator, you know? But anyway, love you guys. Have a good day.
That's what's up. You too. You too, Stacy.
Thank you,
Wait, who
sweetheart.
was that?
It was
That
me. It
Stacy?
was me.
Oh,
How are you?
good, good. Trying to have a good day.
Yes, that's what it's about, sweetheart. Even when there's a struggle, you try to put a smile on and push that positivity, you know?
I hear you. I've been grinding hard lately. Yo, the trick is, I know you were doing DoorDash. You still doing DoorDash a little bit?
No, my vehicle had failed, so now I don't have a vehicle right now, so I can't do that. But I wish I could, because I would be still doing that for extra income. It's worth it.
Oh yeah, I
I miss
started
it.
doing it again. I just make $20 a day. Takes like an hour, maybe an
Right.
hour and some change. But $20 a day, that's $600 a month. That's like your phone bill, your electric bill, your
Yeah.
insurance. Like it's a whole bunch of bills.
I mean, you could do that with your family. You could literally get in the car with your boyfriend or girlfriend and say, hey, let's just go for an hour, go, do one delivery, even if it's, a 20-minute drive. And they usually give you better tips, by the way. But you go and deliver it off and you're done. I mean, you could do 1 or 2 deliveries in an hour and make some cash. It's absolutely probably the best thing that came for our benefit out of the last few years to help people like ourselves, who don't want to work the 9 to 5 all the time, bring in that extra cash as well and have their own choice of being a boss.
Well, it's just huge now because before you would have had to have gone and gotten a part-time job or something, and now
Yep.
you're locked in for all those hours. With this, it's like you
Right.
could just
Yeah,
just
it's
do it
like that
whenever.
pizza delivery money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like that job, except you make your own hours and
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah, and yeah, you can never get. Well, it's tough to get fired, but
Oh, it really is. I mean, you could even mess up where somebody's food fell onto my floorboard from a quick stop from somebody because you can't help that shit. Someone pulls out in front of you or whatnot, and then boom, slides to the ground. And then you're like, what I got to do? I don't want to deliver half their food because half of it's on my floor. And you feel bad, but you call them and you tell them, and they're quite usually understanding. I mean, people have even stolen my food who've delivered my food. I ordered KFC one time, and I gave me all my sides and took my chicken. I didn't get no chicken. Like, are you kidding me?
oh, that's hilarious.
Just the sides.
Can I just get a couple fries?
We had mashed
Do you
potatoes and
mind?
gravy and all
Just
that, but just
texting
didn't
them.
have no meat.
You got the
Fuckers.
gravy anyway, right? You're not gonna use all
Exactly.
this gravy.
I don't really order that shit no more though, because it's so expensive, and it's of course by design. But damn, how do people have the money for all this? Because people are ordering, Jeremy. They still order like crazy. So people have money.
Yeah, I got $22 the other day to drive some lady's groceries to her house.
Yeah.
Yeah. Starbucks is a straight up gold pit. These white girls got more money than sense.
Jeremy, for fuck's sake. You cracked me up.
These
Yeah, I
crazy
mean,
little rich white girls running around with daddy's money, just wilding. I don't know what they're doing, spending their whole paycheck on that shit because
yeah.
Oh man,
they're bugging.
yeah, I
Well,
see some crazy shit.
one of my nieces just came over and it was 2 days ago and said, hey mom, one of my friends is going to bring over all this food and pay for his food and deliver it and everything. They're going to have DoorDash it. And I'm like, wait a minute, there's 3 kids and your mom, so like 5 people. Who's paying for that shit again? Because that's going to be like $100. And
It's at
their
least
parents,
100.
yeah, their parents would say, here, just go ahead, here's the card, and you just go out and buy people food and do what you want with them. Like, what?
Crazy.
Damn, I didn't get
Yo,
raised like that.
I did the math the other day. I'm like, yo, they got $15 from worth of Starbucks.
Yep.
I got $10 for this. DoorDash probably had to get at least 5. I'm like, either way, you just paid $25-$30 for a breakfast sandwich and a drink.
Yep. Ain't that nuts?
Yo, I'll never get DoorDash.
Yeah.
Huge waste.
It really is.
But
I mean, I'm
whatever,
sorry.
it's awesome.
So is going out to
It's-
eat though.
it's-
It's horrible. I'm sorry. You can go to the damn thing. It's $10 for a meal now, $11 for a meal, and it's shit. Shit food.
It's
No.
that.
Oh, even
That's
if
a
you go there
value
and get
meal.
it, McDonald's is crazy with the value meals.
I just paid $12 for a fucking chicken sandwich value meal yesterday.
Exactly. And it
Oh,
wasn't that
yes.
great. It was just okay, right?
That was pretty good. Ghost pepper.
But sometimes. Oh, the ghost pepper one. Don't
It was
play.
alright.
See, that's wrong. Now,
I paid more for shittier food, but you know that's
Yeah.
not the point. It's just it's too much. It should be like set. Well, actually, it's like $7. No, it was apparently the right price. What am I complaining about anyway? Everything's fine, guys.
yeah, right. Everything's fine. Go back to sleep.
$12 is fine for a meal, but no, but at a restaurant, a sit down restaurant, you know what I mean? You're talking about more than that, and then a tip.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeesh.
Except I was
So-
seeing it's driving me nuts. The new Applebee's commercial. I'm sorry, y'all, but they keep doing the boneless wings. It's like, all you want to eat boneless wings, $12.99. I was like, bitch, I'm about to show up. All I
my
can
God.
eat boneless wings, $12.99. You
cannot-
can't even go to Wendy's for that. Like,
But all
what?
these bullshit like restaurant chains, like they're rib. Like if you go to like a real rib place, like that, they just do ribs. It's a totally different ballgame. Like why even fuck around? You know what I mean?
I agree. A good smokehouse, though. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Some brisket. Yo, now I'm getting hungry and it's early in the morning. I'm thinking about brisket.
But that's like the kind of thing. Like maybe go out and get that. Get some stuff that you're not going to spend 6 hours like slow smoking some brisket or whatever. You know what I mean? Like go buy that stuff for sure. You know.
Yeah, when we go out, we usually go get like Mexican or something where it's like $24 and you get a whole thing of huge thing of fajita meat. You know what I mean? And tacos and rice, and you get everything. You can feed a whole family for $24, like 3 or 4 people.
Like
And
pizzas,
you know,
pizzas. What that like? How much do you pay for like what shit level of pizza? You know what I mean? Even if you get like great pizza, you're still paying like a pretty big markup for some cheese.
right.
You
Oh,
know,
trust me, I just worked at a general
it's hard to
manager
make, but
at a cafe
Yeah.
making pizzas, and you'd be surprised what we pay for our stuff. I know they're saying that it's prices are really high. No, they're actually not. Because I was just working at a place, and I'm telling you, our sausage that we got, you're only paying 5 cents to put that on the entire fucking pizza. So when you do each pizza out, I'm only putting out about $2 for that pizza, and I'm getting $12 back. So they're
Yeah,
making
my
it-
dad used to make pizzas at the bakery, and the markup is huge. Yeah, it's like back in the '90s or something. Yeah, it was like it cost like $2 to make, and we were charging like $8-9 or something. I don't $11.
around
maybe.
here, like not uncommon to see like a $20 pizza. You know,
Oh, yeah.
$14.99 might be a
Yeah.
really good deal. Or,
I heard those 99-cent slices are dope in New York. I don't know. I never had them.
if you can get them, where would you get that 99-cent slice? They're all like $2.49. Like it used to be $1 slice. You know.
It
No,
really
No, they
depends
got
on
them. They
the
still got them. That's how the guy gets mad business. Is people are like, "Yo, 99 cents."
Oh, no
Yep.
way.
They're all over that.
The greatest pizza is the Coney Island pizza. The incredible square footage on that shit is just you could like make a sailboat that. It's incredible slices size. Just
You can rent out parking spaces on it.
$4. Yeah, you're good for like one slice. You know what I mean?
Well, we actually talked about this with my boss. If I put out 10 sandwiches, right, and I only sold 2, it paid for my entire 10. I could have thrown the rest away, and I still made profit. So as long as we sold 2 out of 10, we were golden. So literally, this is why waste, and we never counted waste. Just throw it in the trash. Throw it in the trash. I mean, there's so much waste; it's unreal. But they get money for that. Actually, get money for throwing shit away, guys, and that's why they don't give it out to other people too, because they have a waste budget that they're already given. So it's like these bigger corporations they're saying they have to raise prices. It's absolutely nonsense and lies. No, they don't. They're making tons of fucking money. Their prices have not gone up with these different companies that they're getting food from. No, they're paying cents still on shit. Trust me, I did it every day. I had to order so much fucking product that I knew my income and outcome and a profit was, we were always making profit. You guys, we could sell 1 sandwich out of 5 and we were like banking. So these companies are charging unreal prices, and they're saying they have to for the economy. That's a lie. No, they don't.
Well, and then if you look at like what real like bulk restaurant supply places,
Mhm.
what those charge, like Restaurant Depot or something like that, those prices are drastically lower than anything you pay at a regular retail place.
Oh
you
yeah.
know? And you could have it like as a nonprofit tax ID or whatever, and just not pay taxes on that stuff too. So that's pretty nice.
I had 3 trucks a day. Sorry, 3 trucks a week, and I end up ordering about 4 to 5 grand each time. So that's how much we would just spend, and we made way more than that. I mean, shit. My bonuses for the month were sometimes $1,000 because I was banking on just our times, bink, 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 on those buttons and shit. So yeah, they make a ton, guys. Shit, I was making $19 an hour too to do that. So
Yeah, the whole thing is like really like we just like we've no like public supply line. You know what I mean? It's all like
yeah.
these mega corps. You know what I mean?
Oh,
It's not like
definitely.
just regular, mom and pop type people just trying to like,
You
move some
barely see
flour
those
from here.
anymore. Yeah.
Or you would think like, I don't know, yeast is like really expensive, but you would think that that's maybe something you could just make a bunch of. I don't know.
You remember when you used to that monopoly chains were just absolutely, it wasn't going to be a monopoly. It wasn't allowed. It was illegal. And now you look at everything and it's like, that's already been done to no end. I mean, when you think about Dunkin', I think, well, somebody owns Dunkin'. No, no, no. They own Dunkin'. They own like Jimmy John. Like they own a shitload of companies all in one. It's the same thing with this supermarket. I mean, everything is
Yeah.
corporation now. There really isn't many people out here, mom and pops, like you said. I love to find those places. When you do, they're golden to you. They're hard. And we need to support those people more though. They're not out here hardly. There are places
Yeah.
like in Maine, there's a lot of them still. You know what I mean? Small towns, country like places, you're gonna still find those. City, good luck.
I like I got pizzeria. Like I just go to I don't know, like 20 years. I just like I'll buy slices. I'll buy like oh, they got great bread there. You know what I mean? So their subs are great, and they're not this like squished down Subway wrap bullshit like style stuff. Like it's like a serious grinder of a sandwich. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Like the whole style of it is like, yeah. I mean, just because people can't make great bread everywhere or good pizza, you know what I mean? Most of the country, it's like this is
No,
carb
and that's
heaven out
sad.
here on the East Coast is carb heaven, especially up here in New York, New Jersey area. What do you think, Jeremy? And have you traveled around, had good pizza? I've never had good pizza. I've had one place that I went with Uber Josh in California at some nowhere place, but it was a guy from New York and he made the pizzas there, and that shit was the best pizza I had anywhere east of New Jersey.
Mm.
That's the one place I'm talking about. I've tried.
Pennsylvania had a hole in the wall place that we were traveling through that was the best pizza I've ever had in my life. Don't remember the name of
Wow.
it. It was in Pennsylvania though. I was like, wow, the water there. And Maine too. Second one was Maine. They had amazing pizza there too. But you're getting close to like, the East Coast, New York, all that shit. That's when you start getting better water and better quality pizzas, believe it or not. It's the fucking water for the bread.
David Weiss recommended this pizza place by him, and we went there with a group of people, and we had pizza, and that was probably the worst pizza I've ever had. And I would even rank like Elio's pizza possibly higher. I don't know what it was, like oiled pizza. I don't know, some trendy. I don't know, terrible. It was not good.
Trendy pizza, trendy food.
The coal-fired pizza is probably good anywhere though.
Yes.
I think
The
it's all
oven brick pizzas and stuff, man. I want to go back to those. But not this fucking stupid pizzeria shit anymore. I'm sick of it. It kind of tastes blah too.
But the secret to like making it yourself is being like have like a hot surface above the pizza and a hot surface below the pizza, so like a brick above it and a brick below it,
Correct.
or something like that, or steel or something like that.
The faster you can cook the pizza, actually, the better. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
It's got to be a nice, hot freaking oven. Of course, it's great in our little ovens. We cook frozen pizzas and all that shit. Don't get me wrong. I still have a frozen pizza once in a while. I regret it every time I do. Like, why did I do that? DiGiorno, fuck you. Excuse me.
Like what do they call like a pizza stone? So you like, cook it on top of that and like
Yes.
some kind of steel above it. And that's like a good way to if you're doing your own pizza. I've yet to really like fully go out and make my own whole pizza. So I should try that sometime.
We're getting to a scary place though when it comes to our food. We're already there. I mean, we are there. It's like, what are we eating? And then you're talking about making synthetic meats okay and serving it in our restaurants. Like I
Yeah.
said, we're
Well,
going to get to the point we don't know what the fuck we're eating anymore. I still don't know now.
they've just released.
I feel like that's
Go
the.
ahead.
Hold on, I'm saying. I feel like that's the number one thing you would try to control if you were like trying to run shit. Like you'd be like, "Yo, people need food every day. We got to control the food right away." That'd be like the first thing.
But that controls your health, controls your mind, controls everything. They break that down, they can then control you. I mean, then you also need it to survive. So yeah, you control those food. You control them.
And that's what it was in ancient times too. If you controlled the food, you basically controlled the whole thing.
Hmm. I mean, seriously, if they didn't control the food anymore, a lot of people wouldn't go to work. That's the reason they go to work, to feed their family, to have stability. You know what I mean? Yeah. People would find other ways of doing things then. Especially if we didn't have the money for food and have to worry about the food prices anymore, we'd be pretty happy off. I don't think they could control us as much. But we've already been eating the most crappiest food in the last 10 years. We have no idea what we've done to our systems already. No idea. I know we talk about all the shit that's going on the last 3 years, but shit, we have been, but we should be definitely focusing more on what they've done for the last 15. Like, forget the last 3. Shit, we've been talking about this before the last 3. You know? We were already angry 3 years ago. We were already frustrated with all the shit and saying that we're being poisoned and everything else. Nothing's really changed besides people have been controlled more. Same shit. It's sad. Even though we're not so sad, it's sad out here, y'all.
Yeah, just put some 3D printed salmon on the market now.
Mm-hmm.
Some stem cells, just, straight like God intended, from stem cells to table. Right?
It's like God intended.
Better living through science. I think the texture is going to be terrible with proteins and 3D printing.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, but I've been talking about the meats and the food for years. That's what really got me into all this stuff. I remember back in like 2008, I cut a potato and I was like, what is this? Like, what are our potatoes? What is our corn? What is, I live in Indiana. So it really started a lot here with, because we're, like I said, we're corn, mainly we were, and they took over. So when all that shit happened, it was in our face. The quality of food instantly started changing in 2000 for me. Oh shit, 2005 actually. But 2008, it was already in our face. We knew something was wrong. Our chicken wouldn't cook right. It's even when you cook it well done, it tastes like this weird texture of raw. Like it's not cooking correctly. That's been going on for a long time. So is it, maybe it's a lie. Maybe we've already been eating synthetic food for a long time, and now they're just putting it into our face like they're approving it. But what if you've been eating it the whole time? I don't know, because you know that they usually come out with this shit later when you've already been doing it. I mean, remember Jimmy me questioning years ago because my ex used to work, he's a butcher for years, and I took pictures of his meat department, all the meat that's sitting in his room. And then now that's just one grocery chain. Where's all this meat coming from? I said, no, it's impossible to supply this amount of meat everywhere. Think about just Indiana alone. How many stores and how much meat's in it? Where's all this shit coming from? And some of the stuff that he would be cutting and looking at and telling me to serve, like this stuff is rotten before it even gets to you. It's sick. If you've ever been a butcher in the last 10 years, you'll start understanding what you're eating, and people have been. Where we should be angry the most. Because that affects all of us, guys. That's not about taking something right now, choosing to or not to. That's every day of your life. You're eating this stuff and we don't know what we're eating. I think they got us off focus of the really important things that are happening in the world because we're focusing on what the last 3 years. In reality, we've gotten off of the chemtrails that are killing us every day, the food that's poisoning us every day, the cancer that's killing everyone every day because of sugars. This is where the health is declining that they're using for their advantage. And nobody really wants to focus on those things anymore. But that's where it counts. I gotta head back upstairs. It's like I'll be listening and everything in case you guys talk. But hey, Jeremy, it's really good to catch up with you for a second, sweetie. Hope you're doing well, hon,
you
and
guys
stay in there,
talk.
you and your family, honey. Sincerely, you guys are always in my heart. And I will talk to you guys soon.
Bye, Stacy. Were you talking to me that whole time? I was like vacuuming carpets and stuff.
Yeah.
You're good. I will talk to you soon, though, honey.
Polishing the carpets, Jeremy. Nice.
Yo, I keep telling my boss.
Mm-hmm.
These whole floors, which is a huge part of my job, could easily be kept clean with Roombas. Massive amount of Roombas. Like Walmart's got that robot that never stops, which is always clean.
Actually, real quick before I cut out, actually, Jeremy, since you're here, I've been gone, that in and out here and there. But what's going on in the community lately? Anything that I've been missing sincerely in the last year that's happened or that's going to be happening? You know what I mean? Any progression for us in some way that I'm missing? Anybody feel like we've gotten somewhere with something? That's the question for me.
I mean, as far as like actually doing anything in real life, I got something that could be done on an equinox that's coming up.
Okay.
There's a lot of stuff we've been kicking around the office, but
Hasn't been put into play yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Other than the observational stuff, which is all, that shit will just be the never ending argument.
Do you feel discouraged at all in your heart about it all?
I mean, I don't know. We could do this.
Mm-hmm.
We could pull through with this, maybe.
You're right, though. We always can, and it's just sometimes motivation or kicking our own ass and getting ourselves to do stuff because we have life going on. So I'm not kicking anybody down, no, or saying like that, like, oh, why you guys haven't done nothing, or why haven't I? I'm just talking in general. What can we do to make the next step forward? You know what I mean? Because that is important. I know, Jeremy, for you and all that. We're not just here to talk. A lot of us are debate. We're here to make a difference in life. And we want that. But sometimes we fall short. We're human beings, and I just wonder, as a community, as a whole, I feel like we could be doing a lot more, including myself, by the way. Hands up, the last year got a lot going on, but that doesn't mean that we can't make that step soon, right now, or plan something, guys, because it is important, right? I know it's important to a lot of us. Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff I could do. It just would take, just takes time and money.
And I think that's the issue
I could
right
save
now.
the whole world with enough of both of those.
Yeah. And we've had some losses along the way. We've had a lot this past few years that's gonna hit the community, too. Shit, we've all been hit by stuff. So that kind of makes you stagnant. You kind of stand still for a second, I just don't want anybody to get discouraged because I have those feelings sometimes too, that we feel like we're not making that big leap, right? That we have in ways. Doesn't mean we can't start again. You know, how you kind of get in your own winter's coming too, by the way, guys. We're gonna start getting the depression, right? You're gonna be stuck indoors. It's cold outside. But we did shit in the winter. Don't forget that. People froze their asses off in Germany and other places during the tours, remember? Because it meant something. And it did though. A lot of shit happened. So even if winter's coming, you just need to get out of our heads sometimes and say we can do this. And we're also fighting sometimes the wrong people because the people online don't give two shits. Some of them don't. There's a lot of people out here that need help, though,
Like I
guys.
said,
Go ahead.
time and money, Stacey. That's what it takes.
It really is, isn't it? You know, but we have people, and I'm not saying money wise, we have people like, you know, Alex Music Guru, and there's people all over our community that can help. I think it's more about the outreach and they need a plan. But this is why I think it's important what's happening in England. They're doing meetings, right? Where they're sitting down and they're not just talking and giving meetups for flat earth. They're actually sitting down and saying, what can we do different to progress this forward? And that's important. It's not just about saying hello, shaking hands, and having fun together as, you know, people as a whole that understand one another. We have to figure out what the next step is. So I think those groups are we need to start having those here in America as well. Not just to hang out, but to figure out what we can do. Because we do have help in this community. I've seen it, guys. And donations, right? They're there. We actually have a lot of people that will back us to have a lot of money, by the way.
I mean, we could probably get plumb lines measured for relatively cheap, I'm thinking. I don't know.
It's also knowing the right people,
Tops and
isn't it?
bottoms.
You know?
What's up?
Like it's like knowing the right people. Like for what's Rakia? Rakia is a fucking awesome guy to know too. Like, you know what I mean? If you need certain things, Rakia is able to provide that. There's other people in the community. If you're needing certain things, they might be able to help with that. Maybe not. Money is not needed. It's the right resources.
I don't know, man. I keep trying to get him to skydive with a theodolite, and he's not doing it. So
You did not. That's brilliant.
I need him to skydive and look at the stars at the same time with a theodolite. I mean,
Come on, Rakia. Do it for the fans. Skydive for his face.
the fuck?
Oh, you know what? I might do it. It's fucking great.
No, I don't know. There's a few things we could get done for relatively cheap. Like I don't know. Sending even I could think of something to do. Ranty had a great idea before he left with sending a high altitude balloon up to the moon. You take a picture down here on Earth, then you send the same camera, same settings up there, and then compare them. I don't know what he was going to do after that.
Where
Count
is Rancy?
pixels,
Have
maybe.
you guys heard anything about Rancy? Remember Rancy gave over to Brandon, and then Brandon. I don't even know what's going on since that. Is Rancy still around at all? Rancy should just disappeared at that point.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry, but I've had my own thing with Rancy. That's all. I think we've had too much bullshit, to be honest, and including myself. When you get caught up in the nonsense that happens online and the people start behind the scenes having their own issues with each other and stuff like that. You know, I've had a problem with one of my exes. I'm not talking about ones, you know, like even we didn't agree anymore. But you know what? I still sent money to support his ass when he was on tour, because it doesn't matter about how you feel about each other. I have to remember that too. It's more about the bigger purpose. And if somebody's out there doing something that you know is of value, you should be supporting it. Whether they're your fucking ex, whether you had a problem with them in the past, it's like, we need to all come together. We've separated, like divide and conquer. It's happened in our own communities. And I've even been part of that. You know what I'm saying, Jeremy? We've all kind of divided when we need to come together. Doesn't matter about you don't like that person or not. Just what they're doing matters.
If we all came together and did like one thing,
Yeah.
we need to all come together and just do one thing. Like if everyone pitched in like $1 or $5 or something. I mean, how many of us are there? We can't all pitch in $1. There's got to be like a million truthers out there, no?
Right. I mean,
Like all the truthers pitching one. We're all over the place, scattered. Like somebody's on this thing, other people are on this thing. Like I don't know. You got to you come together, do one thing, and at least do one thing at a time.
well, we need to make a plan. That's actually a good idea, by the way. Make a plan, right? What we want to do. And then go after that and tell the community, this is what we're doing. And then you also have to track it all because don't get me wrong, there's been problems in the past of money, where it's going, right? How it gets distributed. So make sure you focus on that. But come to the community as a whole, like 10 people, 12, I don't care who it is, right? As a little live stream and say, hey guys, explain it. If everybody donated just $1, I know people are hurting right now, where we could actually get and be. And do that a couple of times and we actually might have something. And it's always worth a try. Whether it fails or not, it was the effort. And you learn each time the mistakes, right? How you can make it better. We'll get there. There's so much shit going on, but we'll get there, I think, one day. And I think it's the divide and conquer effect. And it's happened online for all of us too. I mean, shit, Jim Panda didn't help with that.
I mean, it's united we stand, right?
Yeah.
That's like a real thing. So all the truthers have to get united. It can't just be like everyone's doing separate stuff, or we're all divided. Yeah.
Yeah. Because we all talk about we all got to stand up, right, together, and the whole world. Well, then our own community needs to do the same thing. We need to be a role model and show the world that is possible. Because if we can't even put our own differences aside, our own bullshit aside, to do something for the purpose of humanity, then what the hell are we doing telling people they need to? We can't even do it. It's not easy getting along with people. That's why communities usually have a problem, right? You kick somebody out. We have to figure it out though, guys. I just think it's important. I'm actually myself losing I was at least losing that feeling a little bit. And then sometimes it just comes out of nowhere where you're like, okay, it's time again. This is it, That's just mine. Because Jeremy, you know what I've been through. I know what you've been through. I know all the stuff a lot of us have been here for years have put up with, or the differences, right? And I've even had my own problem with it, and back and forth. But I'd sit here right now and go, look, is it worth it? Listen, I'm sorry. You're sorry. We're not bad people, right? We're not. And the whole world's not bad, really. They're fucked up. That's the
There's
problem.
only a few bad ones that are fucking this whole thing up for us.
Yeah.
Like
right.
Honestly, everyone just wants to live their lives, take care of their family, do their thing, have a good time along the way. Like nothing crazy.
Yeah. There are a lot of good people on here, and even the ones that I've even gone against too. Actually, there are quite a few amazing people. It's just the fighting. We got to quit. Listen, there's reasons for it. I watched Nathan Oakley's show lately, and I know the Doja and shit. I know it all. Like, listen, divide and conquer, guys. But to be honest, I think this has been going on for a long time already. We have people in our own community that are not really here for the right reasons, and more that will get revealed along the way. That's just facts. You're not going to have anything good without some bad in it. It's a balance. We got to find that shit though, man. But we also still have to call that bullshit, right? I mean, you can't have somebody come on here that we try to tell others that, you have to have proof, right? Don't just speak about shit you don't. That was one of our big things in the very beginning. If there is no proof, then it is nonsense. So when we start going to these theories or books that we rely on, when we say don't rely on books, some of us have to speak up and say, wait a minute, that's not what we're here for. That's not what we speak about. So there is a little bit of a divide there.
Yeah, I hear
Yeah.
you.
And there
I hear
needs
ya.
to be, but a very healthy one though, right? Somehow.
I don't know. If we don't all get united, we're going to be screwed.
Yes, I agree. Because there is information of value through every single one on here. I get something from you, information that you have. You know, I work with people with addictions very well and stuff that I've been through. All of us together as a whole we're all puzzle pieces. And without Jeremy, we are missing a piece. Without Witsit, we're missing his information a piece. All of us. So we need to find that within each other and forget the bullshit. But we also still have to be based on truth. And some things have to still be called out. And yeah, I miss the days when we all somehow get along together, be on the same page, support one another in a way. Where did that go? I think Jim Panda was sent here by design to fuck up this whole community as well, guys, by the way. A lot of those people were sent to divide.
Boy, he's been here from
Yeah.
almost like seemingly before everything.
Well,
Yeah,
I've talked to
dinosaur.
him on the side
Yeah.
off of fucking video camera, all that shit. And he's even admitted in the very beginning to me, he did it for entertainment. He's a persona. He's actually not who he acts like online. It was meant
No.
to for exactly what it is, guys. Then you gotta start realizing a lot of people are just a persona. It's yeah. So these people are just doing it for fun or money, and it's entertainment for these people. You're here because you give a shit about what we're saying, about what we're doing, and the bigger purpose.
Well, it's just like listening to Gem Panda like whip somebody made me actually jump into battle Gem Panda somehow. So he's good at drawing other people into the conversation somehow, just through the, I don't know, rubbernecking or whatever it is. You know, just like he creates the tragedy. You know what I mean? And people just pay attention somehow. They become, you care about it, and you want to like make sure that that doesn't. Like, I don't know, like a group of people form
Yeah.
around him that like seek to undo what he's doing, and while there's other people that seek to hate the people that's trying to undo what he's doing, go around him. And so those are, you know, by that virtue, like the most toxic of the toxic, I guess, that like that kind of stuff. But anyway, yeah, weird.
I mean, I learned a lot over there because, yeah, you go back and forth, things get brought up. I actually did learn a lot on that server, but you have to go through a lot of abuse, a lot of nonsense that's never should be allowed, right? In reality, nah. But hey,
No pain, no gain.
right? That's life, honey. I must be winning. We are winning. Yeah, pain, pain, pain. The world's in pain. But yeah, we've actually come together too from that, by the way. I've had Elijah, I've had Jeremy, I've had Rakia, I've been so almost all of y'all when we're on those servers. I've even defended people too when he starts going on and I'm like, excuse me, and then we step in and it builds relationships some way too. So I don't think me and Jeremy would be as cool and I understand you in ways if it wasn't for that server too. You know what I mean? So it's if you can handle it. This is why we don't have a lot of women though in the community, because you have to have a serious backbone and handle this shit. Men continue to talk shit a lot of times to women, and God knows what happens in DMs, right? So we gotta protect the women in the community if they come in, because we don't have many guys. And you see what you have to go through, right, Jeremy? And it's not easy for a man, let alone, to be honest, a woman. We're very emotional. Yeah, we need to start protecting one another more.
Yeah, women that come in, we need like some other women here to take them under their wing.
Right. I mean, and also real quickly, in a very respectful manner, because I've had a lot of men, even in our own communities, you know, Jeremy, I'm not gonna talk about no names, nothing, who have actually tried to take you under a wing as a woman and who actually have different reasons that they're doing that for, agendas, right? Be very careful too as a woman if you're on here. Find the right people to protect you. Like Jeremy's a good one, Ricky is a fucking wonderful one. Geo, like, you know, that's why he made this server, guys. It was to create peace in some way. There's some good people. Those are the people I'd say go under their wing. You know what I mean? Very careful who you choose. Isn't that sad? Even in our own communities, you gotta be careful, y'all.
Well, it's like the a well-armed public assures its own whatever something or other. But the more I guess women, well, the longer that they've been in here, I guess you know there's kind of like an eldership, I guess, that develops in any groups, and you know this is no exception. But yeah, there's got to be enough. Like women's got to look out for other women's, but also not. So you got to kind of drop the whole catty bullshit, I guess. You know, if you,
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
gotta stand up and unite.
Right?
Girl power.
That's the reason I don't have a lot of friends that are girls, because we are very catty. They can't be. God, please help us.
Well, I think a
It's
lot
true.
of the women I've like spoken to over, they wouldn't classify themselves as like girls or whatever, or that they would say that they're different or that they don't get along with other women or something like that.
Absolutely. We tend to find that in our women in our communities. I agree. That's what but that does bring me closer to some women. And it's sad because a lot of the women in this community, I'm not even friends with like I should be, because there's been so much bullshit along the way that we also get divided, which is it's nonsense.
Well, it's
yeah.
I don't know if it's a combination of that thing, like where like you don't get along with other, or where the uniting factor is that you don't like other women, so it's like it's tough for you to get together. And that I don't know that women think they say about women that women, you know, are knit groups together, you know, which I do believe anyway, right? It's super true in this format.
Absolutely. I think it's
But
needed though. We need it. We need sentimental, not sentimental. Sorry, I'm sorry. Very people have compassion, emotional people. We need more of that in here, and online, just online. But I mean, the world out here speaking truth. Not every single person you talk to is going to jive with a man or a woman. You need both. You know, depends who you're speaking to. Sometimes a woman can help in that situation more than a man. You know, or vice versa. It's why we all have a role. We're different, but we're very needed. But I'm against the whole feminist movement, so I don't get along with a lot of women because they're feminists. You know, I'm not all about, honestly, this whole girl power. It's more about human power, like within. We're all fucking amazing people. Girl, man, doesn't matter.
there's one thing that's like there's a lady that she'll come on here like sometimes, and I don't remember her name, but she's like a mom and she's like kind of Midwestern or whatever, but she has like a very like upturn. It's like she up accents everything at the end, you know, like all stuff, and just after about 45 minutes of listening to her, like I'm talking like her, and I'm like I sound like a Midwestern housewife all of a sudden, and it's just like it's weird in that way. It's just like certain types of communication seems to be incompatible with this or you know like how Patricia Steer has a kind of way that she speaks, and it's just kind of like very I don't know what to say what that
I
quality
understand
is,
exactly what you're saying, though. I do.
I don't know, but I prefer the more like tomboy speak that seems to be more common in this arena.
Yeah, you
Just
guys are
regular
raw. I'm kidding.
regular talk. Just,
When you grow up with men, though, you're used to dealing with the things that come out. You're like, okay, that's normal. Like, you know, we can handle it better.
I mean, and it's the weird thing too. It's like because if you have an attitude and you're like, "Oh, you're trying to mansplain," we're just trying to explain it at all. We just happen to be, you know, men talking about this idea. You know what I mean? Or these different ideas. So it's just a funny intersection. You know what I mean? In this research, these communities, and especially where it's like, oh, there's those weird. It's like high school 3.0 or something. You know what I mean?
Definitely right. It's still 3.0. I know all about that here. And we're not gonna all like listen, certain personalities jive better together than others. That's fact. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, some people may not like my country the way I am, but I'm not gonna change who I am. I'm Stacey. But it doesn't mean you have to like me. But it doesn't mean we have to fight or not get along. Like we're adults, aren't we? I mean, I forget that sometimes.
I don't know. It's a weird thing. Like they say, and it just like negativity spreads faster on the internet than positivity, right? So,
Oh
it
God,
takes
yeah.
more energy to be positive, to like cram into, to actually like create positive progress in something. So but it's
Right.
also like you have to be like almost like twice as likable in order to like stop the doubly you know what I mean, the double speed of negative shit occurring here. So it's a weird sort of it just changes, it throws shit off, you know what I mean, makes it we have certain challenges here just to, you know, just to be here on the daily, you know, for a lot of us it's just like
You know, a lot of us too that aren't or came
oh,
here, you know,
yeah.
single or whatnot. And I 5 years ago, whatnot from me. I met people through the community. You try to find somebody, especially if you're going to date again, you're over it, right? You're that's at least in the same page as you. So the truth community becomes sometimes a place of, oh wow, somebody's like me, and then you build connections. So a lot of women kind of get stuck in that here too, guys, and DMs and whatnot. And I've dated three truthers in these communities, and I'm gonna tell you right now, every single one of them tried to hide it. Don't want anybody to know about it, and that makes you start feeling like why? Because as a truther, you're all about being in the open, right? Being why would you hide anything?
There's like
So
a
yeah,
limited pool, I guess. So it's it's I guess it's. I
I
hear
mean,
a lot
shit,
of
I
good
dated
relationships
Jedi's. Anybody
occur.
seen Jedi since I left? To be honest, since we broke
Jedi,
up, nah.
I don't know that.
Jeremy, have you seen Jedi since I left?
I know of other Jedi's, but
He's been gone for about what now, 2 years?
the Red Eye Jedi.
Yeah, I ain't
No.
seen Jedi in a minute.
Jedi used to be on the what was it, 24 Flat Earth server. He used to be one of the main people who spoke for it, debated. He was actually quite fabulous, very brilliant, intelligent man. I'll be honest about that. Very intelligent man.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But there's like a brain attraction that almost like jumps hurdles over lots of other things that you might not think of necessarily with a relationship. You know, so sometimes you
Yeah.
can, I don't know, put your mutual interests ahead of like developing a actual
hmm
relationship. So I think that's a danger
I'm
with this.
so grateful that me and Sven, we had our very beginning of Adventure on tour. We dated. We did our show together as a co-host. That was very difficult when you're dating your co-host. Not easy online, y'all. But we have a beautiful relationship because we're friends now. When you have a deeper connection like that, he saved my ass, got me back home from England when I was on the street. So there's these deeper connections that are not about relationships, right?
Oh,
You let that shit
Jedi
go.
from England. Is that Jedi?
Yes,
Oh, I know of
I
him.
went
Yeah,
down there to
I know
England for
him.
six
Well, he
months. I
knows
was
me
with
too.
them.
Holy
Yeah,
shit! Damn. And
I've
he
been around
was
a while, guys.
yeah, he
He's
was nothing
listen. I'm
first
not
Jedi.
saying anything bad about anybody. I'm saying that he's actually a very intelligent man, and I'll leave it there. But it is weird how people just disappear, right? There are
Yeah,
reasons why. I'm gonna say right now, there's reasons
people
why.
disappear. I think you can get overloaded with this. Like, it's because it's so condensed. Like this whole world just exists in
hmm
your phone. Like this whole, do you know what I mean? Like all the drama with you and other people, or in your mind, you're in it's somewhere, but it just only exists in the phone, and it's just it can overload you. You know what I mean? Just you're just like, oh, I'm not fucking turning that app on anymore. I don't know.
This is actually why
I've
I'm
been there.
comfortable dating someone who's on a truther now. Well, he's not awake to the shit that we talk about right now fully, especially about the shape of the earth. Nah. That'll be there hopefully one day. I swear to God, Jim, I never do it though, but I have almost a year now. It's it's still something I'm working on. Yeah.
What's that? What are you working on?
Dating someone for the first time who's not awake with the shape of the earth. I swear to God, I'd never be able to date somebody unless they understood what we were standing on.
Well, I think it
yeah.
becomes easier like the longer you've like kind of been in sort of in the truth jacuzzi, I guess.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you can just be like, you can own it yourself. You don't need anybody else to own it
Mhm.
for you. You know, like I think like that's kind of like we're all kind of co-owning ideas, co-owning like beliefs, like indications of things, or pushing this article, this agenda, this whatever it might be, and it's like yeah, it's just once you can kind of decouple from that, you know what I mean, then you're just walking around, you're just like a truth capsule. You could but
Yeah.
you're a lot of information, your medical information, your or herbal information, there's like spiritual information, you know cosmological. It's like all these truths just walking around, and so
Mhm.
you can be a medicine to anybody, right? Or actually, you're powerful in a way you actually maybe some of the things that might even injure somebody, to fucking fuck them up for a minute and be like, oh, fuck my head up.
I've
So
learned over time things can change. I mean, when I first did, I didn't even believe in a higher power, and now it's like through your own actions, being you, just sometimes that stuff rubs off, right? Seeing your lives, um, being positive through the dark and everything, and then realizing, wow, look at just God providing over and over, that creator. I'm not talking about religion, and then them seeing it, right? And they go, oh shit, well, I really can't deny that. Look what happened to her. Look what happened to her. That starts becoming more valid for them because they haven't lived in that manner. It's all, it's kind of like being a role model, living that life, owning your shit. You don't have to have somebody else tell you you're right or you're wrong. You already know it's in your soul. So why do you have to fight with someone about it? As long as they don't take away or try to stop you from being that person, then it should be fine. They allow you to still, fly and soar and nourish in that. And that's, thank God, what my person does, my man. Like literally, he just told me to go downstairs, have your personal time. I know you need your time alone and do your thing. And when I'm out and about, if I'm stopping to talk to somebody, I'm very social. If he's not, he knows. He's like, well, she's in her thing. She's in her group. Let her do her thing. Doesn't stop me from being me. And that's the key, I think, of it all. For a relationship to work, it doesn't have to mean that you guys are on the same page of every single thing in the world, because at the end of the day, what does it really matter when you find out the truth and stuff, because you still got to live it, right? And that's where a lot of people are at. They go, okay, corruption exists. Okay, what am I going to have to do about it? I still have to work. I got to eat. I still got to live. So that's where most of society is at when you talk to them about it. And I've adapted that. It is true, right? But if we all can break it, we want to stop it. So that's why we're here. We're like, but y'all, there's a chance. So that's what I'm hoping for. That we make differences between each other by just being you guys, just doing what we do.
yeah, I mean that really just does happen anyway, and we can't plan for anything else more complicated than being ourselves.
Absolutely.
And
Compassion goes a
as,
long way too, by the way. Compassion does go a long way out here.
does it? Okay, it might.
For some, I listen. I travel a lot. I stay in a lot of hotels, though, so I deal with a lot of people that are living rough.
I,
So I
I
see it on a daily basis. For years. Yeah.
I'm fascinated by some of the really like explosive globers to some degree, and yeah, I do feel like overall, like once they realize that the person at the other end of the line like might have differing opinions about all this other stuff, but yeah, like a lot of times they're like photography experts, but I can have like a conversation about photography, and then like I don't know, they're not here anymore after that. It's interesting, like because they're just like, oh, I'm not going to be I'm not going to be an asshole to somebody else that like understands what I understand, like even if they disagree about uh, if there's a shape of the earth or the shape of the earth or whatever that might be for any two particular people. It's like if you can talk about fucking cooking recipes or some shit or whatever, it's like you've broken this sort of I guess like this false image you have of the other person, or like what that party's supposed to be like.
be careful with that though. I miss, and I still run into people where I'm like, oh wow, you're on the same page of politics, we're on the same page of this, you don't believe there's a lot of corruption, you don't even believe in the last 3 years, right? All this stuff, right? And next thing comes out of my mouth is I can't wait for Trump to win. Woke. I hear all this crap and I go, okay, I'm shutting down. Shutting down. Because you can't. You start realizing that wow. But then if you shut
People
that out,
are
right? Then they're a good person.
people put their chips behind Trump. You know what I mean? Like they gamble with him being able to do the things that they think he can do. And I don't know.
That
That
was
doesn't change
crazy
anything.
because
But
as soon as I
people,
mentioned I was a flat earther, I was actually completely like they thought I was the best person ever for their son until I said I was a flat earther. And then I said at the table like I was the most hated person on earth and how ridiculous I could be. That was a little uncomfortable for me, I'll be honest, because he's like, you're a flat earther. You're joking, right? That's ridiculous. And then I was like, no. And that kind of hurt me as a human being. You're like, wow, you just changed your entire opinion of me. You thought it was amazing. You loved me. I've been, there for 8 fucking months in your guys' life. And the next thing you hear out of nowhere that I'm a flat earther and you look at me like I'm a totally different human being now over what they think is a belief, right? So why would you hate somebody with belief? And these people are Christians. So I'm like, wow. So yeah, people can actually hate you and change your whole attitude of you though, just by saying those words. And that's a little bit of appalling and baffling to me of people in society. So I do understand as much as we talk about compassion and being there for people, you're gonna run into some that will actually completely dislike you because of what you say over one thing like this.
well, I think that has there's some proportionality to like how much you actually challenge somebody to change what their worldview is. You know what I mean? Too,
Mm-hmm.
or if you're making people accommodate you, you know what I mean? That then
Yeah.
they might start to like conflate these things and just like try to find some unfair way, just like put an end to it or something like that, so I don't have to deal with it anymore.
Oh yeah. I had to literally get away from it because I was staying at their house for a couple weeks, and I was like, I can't be here because Newsmax has been on TV 24/7. I cannot hear this anymore. I'm gonna lose myself. And every morning I would get up and have breakfast or something. And I get asked about flat Earth, and I'd just be like, "You're not actually asking me because you care. You're asking me to make me feel stupid, like I'm dumb. You're trying to prove to me that I am wrong." And every day he tried to fight on to prove me. And it feels like you're debating on Jim Panda's server in life.
Yeah, and meanwhile they can't turn their mind control programming off for like more than 5 minutes without like feeling panic. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what's more ridiculous?
And then you start realizing that you can even prove it to them, like everything they say. I gotta say, okay, well, then I show them something, right? And then as soon as you do that, it just keeps becoming a battle. It is an online debate then, because they'll go and they can't get rid of it. They refuse to let that freaking foundation brainwashing go, and you're the dumb one. So I do understand that does happen in real life. This stuff that we have online is some of the people that you're going to deal with when you walk up to them. Absolutely.
You have people like that basically like living on like Fox News, like with all these like Fox News alerts and the chime and stuff like that, which sounds just about like the Taco Bell food chime.
But then you hear them say, like, they're playing Newsmax and going, we're not Fox people. Those Fox people are dumb. That's not real media. Like, what?
Well, it's like, well, I mean, the quality of the Fox News, the chime is about equivalent to like Taco Bell for consumption purposes,
Right.
So they're eating like Taco Bell brain foods, and you know what I mean. So like that's what you're interfacing with. It's not the person. You have to like scrub all that fucking artificial preservatives off their face. You know what I mean, before you can actually see who that person is. I mean, in a way.
Right, you're covered in nanoparticles, buddy.
Smart dust all over here.
Oh man, it's a difficult battle, y'all. It's not easy. Yeah. But we know that. And that's why we're still here. Because we don't been through the battle. We still battle. Like, you can't take us out. We're the kind of people we go, you can take us out for a second. We'll take ourselves out. You ain't taking us out. We may step aside, but we're coming back. You know, we're those types of people, and that's a soldier in a way, in your heart. You know what I mean? You're fighting.
I think once you just kind of can unplug from the authority structure of information and like what's verified and what you can think and if that's okay with somebody else, what they think, you know what I mean? Like once you can
Yeah.
get the fuck past that, then it's like you're in this new space, you know? And
Yes. And I think
that,
the greatest thing that created that for
yeah.
me was getting away from the TV for 5 years straight. I did not turn on one. I couldn't come near one. Somebody else may have turned on one. I wouldn't even pay attention, walk away. And that kept me out of the matrix. And then now when you try to go back in, it's actually easier for me now. I'm like, y'all can watch that shit. Don't bother me. Because I already see it. It's so in your face and every aspect that you don't even care anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's to where like I think like we even kind of miss for some period of time like these cues to brainwash ourselves. Like we're like, oh, you know, like once you've really kind of thoroughly washed the brain washing out of your, I don't know, whatever you've rinsed and
Mm-hmm.
repeated enough times, and I think you, but you can almost like get the thing like, oh man, you know, like I really want to believe in this. You know what I mean? I want to just totally confuse my shit up with this stuff, and yeah, I think it's interesting. Where it's just like an indicator of like how ingrained these types of programmings are within society, and they're reinforced through like all you know media and entertainment and all that stuff.
Everything.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
I mean, it literally is. They live. I mean, if you look around right now where I'm sitting, I see so many advertisements and billboards and everything. I'm like, it's in your face, 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 face. You don't ever leave this fucking programming. It's everywhere. Unless you can try to free your mind. Once you've done that, you can leave that programming and you see it, see it, see it. It's like a matrix now. You actually see it everywhere. You put on the glasses. You're like, shit. We already realize everything's a theater. We already understand that past is bullshit. So for us, we're on a deeper level here of understanding. Like you just said, everybody else is walking around covered in nanoparticles.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
need
yeah,
to wash them off first.
you start to see things in reality, and you're just like, oh, that's for somebody else, not for me.
Right.
If that's for anybody at all, you know, it probably shouldn't be for
Yeah.
anybody. But
Correct.
yeah.
And that's how much we care about humanity that we actually see it and we go, hey, I want to wait. Come on, come over here. Come with me. Like, we're yanking them, you know, but because we go, no, don't look at that. Don't look at the sign. It's in front of you. It's brainwashing you. It's sad. It actually is because the only way we can, I wish there was something like that They Live thing where we can just hit a frequency and go, ding. Okay, now y'all, listen. You guys awake? Yay, the frequency's shut down. This is what's going on now, y'all. Okay, we can put it back on now, and you guys see it. You know, it's like almost we hit a frequency in our head. It was like bing, and all of a sudden we saw the shit for what it was.
Yeah. Well, I just, yeah, I guess there's that. That's like step one. And then, but I guess what it means is like if everything's a lie, then the real reality is like this unstructured thing that we don't really understand or interface with. And that's like, that makes you feel fearful for like, I guess, calling everything a lie. So I can see why people don't want to do that. But there is also like another reality that exists, I guess, where
Oh yeah.
I don't know. There's like there's levels to this game, as they say.
I guarantee the people in here that talk right now are walking in a reality within a reality. Like every day I wake up and I'm walking around and I almost feel like it's my own little bubble because I know it's a theater and everything around me is bullshit. Even the person next to me who's talking crap. Sometimes I feel like, oh, God just sent that person over here. Is this a matrix? Is it already been done? And I'm just living it. You know, like when you talk about the Bible too, God knows everything before, you know, it's happened. It's already happened. So it's like, well, deja vu, all that shit. You start wondering, am I walking in a program? I know the program. You guys don't. But I realize this is an actual theater and I'm a star player. These people don't even realize they're the star players. Or even are they? So yeah, you start living in a different reality because you see the theater. Yeah. It's a little different after that.
Yeah.
And to be honest, that can actually take
It's
people to a
amazing.
dark place or a good place. Yeah.
It's a little bit like a maze, and you can get lost, and you can get like kind of stuck in places or through loops where you're going back and forth. But you know, I think it's just so many references to mazes. It's amazing. And so it's easy to mislead some people.
But it
You could
is
even
really cool in a way because
yeah,
I'm walking
yeah.
in a reality that you're walking with me. But we're in a reality walking together that's not the reality that we're actually. So we guys are on a different wavelength. So we're here where he's at. Like, hey, buddy, you're in my reality. Jeremy, hello. Can we all just get to that same one? That's important.
Yeah.
Speaking of
Well,
fooling people,
Uh-huh.
morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning.
What do you guys think of Andrew Tate?
Anybody else want to go on that one?
This is the new savior, right? This is the new man. Every man should be like that, right? This is what I've been hearing for I don't know how long. Now, I'll tell you my opinion. I sussed this guy out as full of shit about a year ago, but I kept it to myself. Have you guys heard the latest?
I have not, to be honest. I have not, honey.
Joe Rogan. We all know Joe Rogan. Before I say this, everyone's aware that Tate is now being shown to the young man as this is a man. This is what a man should be, right? This is what you should strive for, right? That's the common notion right now. Am I correct? Tate is the man, right? To emulate.
I have
Yes,
no
no?
idea. I actually don't know, to be honest.
Okay. Well then, if you guys don't know about Tate, then there's no reason for me to go on. Then it's gonna be a moot
I mean,
point.
honest, I've heard about him, but I haven't actually, been paying attention, watching. I've been doing a lot of other shit. So for me, I've heard things, but I haven't been involved in it to really dive into what's going on. But now that you've said something, I'm being honest, because that's the kind of person I am, I'm actually going to look into it because if you're saying it's important, there probably is something to it.
Yeah, well, let me tell you what he did, and you can tell me, okay? This guy, first of all, this guy's touted as being the man. You should be like him. Now, me, I sussed him out as a bullshitter. As soon as nothing to do with the women and the sex things that he did. That's his business. If you make a deal with a woman and she wants to be nude online and you want to make money off that, that's not my issue, right? I don't care about that. The thing is, he's touted as the man to be now. All young men look for him. So me, I sussed him out as a bullshitter when he started always saying me and my limbo. Well, I was with my limbo, my Lamborghini. I sussed him out as a bullshitter from the get-go. But then I found last week what he did was just unbelievable. Like, so I'll give you the rundown. He was supposed to go on the Joe Rogan show. But Joe Rogan, because of the issues that he was having, he told him, look, I don't think it's a good time right now, And what did he do? What did Tate do? The man of men, the man that every young man should emulate? He found his stepdaughter. She was like 18 or 19 years old. He invited her over. He made a sex film of her, giving him fellatio. Excuse me, but I gotta say it.
Oh my
And he
God.
sent it. And he sent it to her father. And he sent her back with a little tag, "Daddy's little girl." That's what the man of men did.
And that's allowed? Sorry.
Rogan was talking about it just last week. My jaw was on the floor. I mean, I knew this guy was a phony piece of shit, but this, wow, man. Yeah, there's your boy that you got to look up. And I heard a lot of people talk good about him in here. I'm not going to mention any names.
Wow, hon. I did not hear that. Well, thank you for that information. See, I was ignorant to that. And now I am not. Oh,
Crazy,
okay.
huh?
It is actually. That's insane and it's sick. Very sick. We have a very sick world, guys.
Who is that, SC?
That's Tate. The man of men, the men of men. Everybody listens to. Be like him, emulate him. Yeah, he's a piece of garbage. Just letting you know. There's a few of them around that tout him. There's this other guy, red-headed guy. I think he's Texan. Big dude. Yeah. You know what he said? He said, these are the millionaires now that men look up for and they give like advice. He said, do you think I'm going to come with you and play basketball? He goes, no, I don't have friends like that. I don't have friends. I'm not going to go waste my time play basketball with you. But if you got a deal for me, then I'll listen. These are the kind of people that are being touted as the future man. Not a guy that's going to stay home, take care of his family, do what he has to do. No. A guy that makes money, thinks women are all hoes, and just jet around and screw women all day long. This is the new man now. It's pathetic, so don't fall for these new age men. All right, I'm done. I said my spiel.
You're good. Sorry, honey. I'm going in the elevator and it's going to be loud, but now I heard everything you said. Thank you.
So when you said women's lib, that caught my attention, and that is a bad thing, right? The way women's lib is now, it's terrible, right? But this replacement, this new man, is even worse. There'll be no families left. So let's wake up. Let's get back to mom and pop reality.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm surprised nobody knows this guy Tate. You guys haven't heard of Tate?
Yeah. Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily like the guy at all, but for whatever reason he seems to be popular, just like Elon Musk.
Yeah, well, Musk is we have him as Iron Man. But these guys, these new wave men, right? They got things and teaching men what to do, like, do this and do that, and all bad advice, man. All terrible, terrible advice for a young man.
I agree. It's it's a lot of truth mixed with lies, in my opinion, because he does offer some good advice at times, but it's also you gotta swallow the meat and spit out the bones with a lot of things he says, because he's just a regular man. He's flawed like any one of us. So for him to give life advice, some advice is good, but when he talks about having like multiple girlfriends and I don't know, he's more of like a player, in my opinion. He's a player.
When you hear a man say, I was with my Lambo one day, just, he's full of shit. Just turn the other way. You know what I'm saying? Now, it might slip once, but I can put you 10 tapes where he starts off, I was with my Lambo. So why don't you fucking marry your Lambo, bro? I mean, you seem to have a good rapport with it. It's a freaking car, dude. That's all it is.
I don't know, Lion. If you had a Lambo, would you be talking about your Lambo?
Hell
Not
yeah.
every freaking day.
Like they're like $275,000, aren't they? Like they're pretty expensive.
Well, I'm not gonna start off, hey, bro. I was with my Lambo today. How are you?
I saw a guy driving a Ferrari Dino. It's like a $250,000 car. It's like to 7-Eleven, and I'm like, that's funny. That's funny as shit.
It's like Rakia saying, well, hey, good morning, guys. Me and my yacht, we're doing fine today. Yeah, I was with my yacht yesterday, and I saw that. No, you don't fucking talk like that. Or me and my Corvette, me and my vet, man. Me and my vet, we met somebody yesterday. What are you anthropomologizing at your vet? Like, But what he did to Rogan, if it's true, holy crap, man! Like seriously, just imagine if that happened to you. You get a video of your daughter, and she's having sex with somebody, and he's bragging to you, "Look, I'm doing this, daddy's little girl." Just imagine.
So Joe Rogan, he did that?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that news at all. It can't be real. I mean, it might be, but I haven't heard
Unless
it.
Rogan is lying. I mean, I heard it from his mouth.
Wow. Never mind.
Which
Yeah.
there is always a possibility Rogan's lying because Rogan is Rogan, right? He's been good, then he's been bad. Like, what the fuck? Can't trust anybody. But at the same time, this is stuff that probably he isn't lying about. I mean,
Yeah,
we're dealing with sick people out here.
Can't trust Joe. You're right.
You can't trust him, but would you say something about your daughter like that? I mean,
Nah,
why?
I believe that. I believe
Yeah.
that. But I'm saying, like,
Right.
clearly Joe is in the same level as Tate.
Yes.
They're both world-renowned men, respected by other men.
Right.
Look, they're idols. Like middle-aged men in America, 40 and up, are idolizing Elon Musk and Tate.
Well, we know Rogan pulled a ranty, right? He sold out. So
Pulled a
We don't
ranty.
have-
That's perfect. He definitely pulled a ranty.
yeah.
Joe cares too much about his reputation and his popularity. Like, he cares too much of what people think of him. So I think that's why he backed off on Flat Earth, because he just didn't want people thinking that he was like completely batshit crazy.
Yeah,
Or
well,
we
he
got
did it for
offered
the
money to do something different,
Yeah.
bought out, whatever, because we see that over and over. Or just told to shut the fuck up, went away. Because that exists too. It does.
I think it was more of just just popularity thing. I don't think anybody threatened him or anything like that.
I don't even know if Joe Rogan's real. I think Joe Rogan was I think these are puppets, right? They allowed them to be out there and to do these certain things for their for their agenda. And then when they go off the agenda, they try to bring them back in because they're a source. They're using these people for what they want, their narrative. But you can't go too far off of it because every single person that's an idol that's in your TV, on that's supposed to be a celebrity in some way, even online celebrities, get put on a pedestal and everything they say is reality. But they're puppets. Those people are controlled too. Every single one of them.
We're all puppets.
Absolutely. You're right on that
if
too.
you look at the bigger picture and you zoom out and you look down, we're all being puppeteered.
Amen to that one. That's the facts right there. I love people that are awake and still can admit that, right? That you're a puppet too. We've all been a puppet. We're all sitting here oiling this, well-running machine and giving it everything it needs. Now, we try not to, but at the same time, we're still living life and we're still part of that theater. We're in a rat cage. We are puppets. That's reality.
The rat race in New York City or in the East Coast is crazy. Traffic in the morning and the traffic in the... But, like, that's not necessarily what I'm saying. Like, what I'm saying is, like, most of us, unless you literally live, like, isolated and you're living off the fat of the land and you're not in the system, like, you're completely off grid. And even then, there's still, in my opinion, there's still spiritual components that lead you to, that are pulling at your heart. There are things that are pulling at you, literally like strings that are pulling at you, your emotions. They're going to try to get you to either kill yourself or do drugs or rape a girl. You know what I mean? Like, there are things that you got to admit that there are spiritual things that are pulling at your heartstrings in your mind to get you to motivate you to do things. Joe Rogan is definitely being manipulated by the system. Who those people are, I don't think is entirely clear. I don't think Joe knows exactly. I don't think he was threatened. I just think that, like Kanye talked about these people, right? The people that make the record deals.
Yeah, because I don't even think they care that because in reality, it doesn't matter. People still do it, whether they know that they are being puppets or not. Honestly, if it came out that Kanye and all these people were puppets, they still would probably idolize them. That's how deep the stuff goes, So, yeah.
Kanye came out with a song recently, and I know he was having like psychosis back in the day because he was like calling himself Jesus and this and that, and his stage setup was insane. But no, like he's literally calling himself God again. He's having that whole grandiose.
I do think you're right when you said some of that. You're not trying to necessarily put it like the rat, and puppeteer that we just said, because I think you're right. It's a spiritual war beyond what's going on every single level. Not everyone will agree, but I feel whether you're isolated by yourself, away from it all, you're still dealing with the struggle within, right? That there's still powers at play, and the biggest enemy is you. So getting rid of the brainwashing, trying to still live that life, and the heartache and the struggle. And that's a battle that everybody faces. And that's a spiritual one everywhere. Like you said, isolation or not, you're still dealing with that.
Yeah, I just posted the thing on Joe Rogan, what I told you about his daughter. So if anybody doesn't believe it, you can hear it from the man himself.
Thank you.
Yep. And by the way, Tate is a cocaine addict. Just putting it out there. Keep your children away from these people.
My dad was an addict like that, and he was definitely someone you should have kept your kids away from. Yeah.
It's sorry to hear that, bro.
I wasn't that bad.
No, but I feel strongly about this because these are the men that people are looking up to right now. It's disgusting, bro. It's disgusting. Like somehow we've been sold that the only thing in life is to make money and buy a limbo. No, man. That's not the only things in life. If you make money and buy a limbo, you're going to be the saddest, loneliest dude around, man, if you don't have family, if you don't have loved ones. Understand that. Life is about love. Life is about family, not about cars and hoes.
Yeah, don't be silly. It's boats and hoes.
Yeah, you can have that when you're young, but then you got to grow up, man. That's it. You can party till you're 18, 20, do whatever the hell you want. Then you got to wake up in life. I'm not telling you not to party.
To be fair, Essie, I just watched that video, and I was able to instantly notice that it was AI. I don't know how you weren't able to, but
AI?
yeah.
So you're thinking that's a fake video?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not even his voice. This is how crazy it is. The AI is getting so convincing that you can replicate his voice and even dub that voiceover over his lips. And
Really? You think somebody made that? You could be
get
right.
a
I
third
don't know.
opinion. Get a third opinion. Snacks, watch that video and tell me that's not AI.
Yeah, please.
No,
I hope you're right, bro.
Do I get paid
I'll
for
gain
this?
some humanity back in me. Yeah.
No, but but your point still stands that Tate is a scumbag. Like I still stand firm on that. But that specific act that you're talking about, I don't think he did that. The fellatio.
I hope you're right, bro.
A lot of people hate Tate too, bro. You gotta understand. There's a lot of people that like him, a lot of people that hate him. They're gonna make videos like this because they hate the guy. But
No, I fell into the trap like everybody else. Oh, this poor guy, he's being wronged for nothing and because he has women. And that part I still believe in. But the guy's a douchebag. Just the way he talks. The guy's a douchebag. You can tell he's full of himself. I mean, I can tell. I don't know about anybody else. Anyways, I thought about that when Stacy was saying like woman's lib and all that stuff. That's very important.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw in with Lion. I'm not gonna comment. But
You too? You think it's a fake? Really?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I gotta rewatch it again. Damn it.
The voice does not match the lips that are being blown out with text overlays, and The voice itself sounds to be generated.
That's scary, man.
Like it's a real thing of him. Like that's actually him. They just changed his lips. What he was saying. Easy peasy.
What the heck? You think so too, Jeremy?
Okay, so that
Oh,
this
I
is
didn't even look at it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
but this
just go
is
with snacks.
it's not even voice synced. So there actually is like a lip match that could be done, but that's not even done to this. So like there could be, even if you can't really know anymore. I mean, but
That's
but
scary,
not-
man. We can't
but
even
it's
trust.
just-
Yeah.
yeah, it's just made to get clicks or whatever.
Did you like run it through a thing, snacks, or
Run it through a snack computer. Run it through the mainframe,
did you run
main
it?
brain.
It's just odd that the subtitles are literally right over his lips, so that you won't be able to notice it. Because if you look at his lips and try to match it up with the voiceover, it doesn't really match, or it's not time
I
correct.
mean, I saw this thing where they took a couple pictures of a guy from different angles and then had him like in the NBA, like he was on the floor. You know what I'm saying? So you could do a lot these days.
Yeah, I've seen Biden, I've seen Trump, I've seen, like, you can get their actual face, and the AI will just fix the lips to the voiceover. It's that
Yo,
crazy.
I wouldn't even need. I could do that with like just animation software real quick. Just cue it up to the sound. You know, and create a jaw. If you're gonna just throw text on it, like I could have made that match and thrown text on it. I would have fooled you. No, but you would have been like, voice, something about his voice, you know what I mean? And he's like talking about the story. Think about the impact of the story too. Like we got to put all this kind of emphasis and stuff like that. And like the AI, while the AIs can stretch out like what somebody's like emphasis, it can make it sound forceful. Like if they have a vocal sample, which basically they only need like 60 words. But yeah, you just got to start listening for these kinds of things. Yup.
Can I ask for a little favor from my little people? Not little people, you ain't little. But if you guys do pray for a higher, like a higher power purpose, I'm not talking religion, like prayer in a very spiritual way. Can you just maybe send one up for me right now? Just, that's all I'm asking, please. Thank you guys. We do.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, and if you want to, you can pray for me too. I'm gonna try and like buy something on eBay a little later. Kind of a mislabel, and I mean, hoping everybody else is sleeping on it. So
I
it's
got
less
you,
important,
sweetheart.
obviously. To prioritize if make time for Stacy's obviously before mine. But if you got that, go ahead.
No, we all need a prayer. You know what? We all do. So thank you, and I got you too, sweetheart.
And I got you back. It doesn't take that long. Boom. Mecca like a high, Mecca high ho. Wish is granted. Long live Jambi.
So it looks unanimous. It's a phony film. It's a phony thing you guys are saying.
I don't know. Is it snacks? Snacks. Is this fake or what? For sure.
I'm 99% sure it's fake.
Damn, that's pretty sure. It sounds like a
say
baller, by the way. There.
I say 98, but you know what I mean. I was rounding up. It was 98 and change. I don't know.
98.9.
I mean, is there a scanner you run it through or some shit? Some Star Trek shit?
Why wouldn't you have the actual video that you're actually pulling the audio from if you're going to actually put Joe Rogan's face on it? You would just have that. And none of it matches. So none of the mouth movie matches the sound parts. And so you might think that you have a lag or something, but that's actually just, it doesn't match up.
It doesn't even sound like Joe's voice, really. Like, if you listen
doesn't.
to it really clearly, especially, I've been listening to Joe for 10 years, man. Plus.
Can you imagine
Well, how hard is it
say
to
that, though?
synthesize someone's? How hard is it, like, to? You have recordings of people saying, thousands and tens of thousands of words. Like, how hard would it be to get an AI to put all the recordings together and then cut it so that you can make them say anything? No. with their own voice.
Yeah.
I hope, bro. Is this?
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
He must have said,
Can there be a worse thing that could happen to a man than that for his daughter?
yeah, that's
Think
brutal.
about it. Besides
That is
getting
brutal.
killed,
I'm
right?
glad it didn't happen.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I'm glad it didn't happen.
Yeah.
But yo,
Like, I don't think I'd be able to contain myself. There'd be nothing that could stop me. Like, there'd be no power on earth. There'd be no way. Like, that I'd have just one objective in my mind. That's it.
Like,
And we all know what that is.
I'm gonna shoot this bitch. You try to perforate him, wouldn't it? You try to ventilate him.
are you trying to air him out? I don't want to get gangster with him, but
Right.
Canadian gangsters, bro. Who would have thought?
Toasters to you English folks.
I can't think of anything worse, man. I mean, that blew my mind when I heard that. I go, come on, man. Seriously?
like, how hard can it be? Joe Rogan must have said every word in the dictionary by now. We got him on tape saying bad words, right? Like, how hard would it have been to actually use his own voice? I could see him having the lips not sync up. That would obviously be an issue, maybe, but
The thing is, the AI is not
you heard
as
the thing they
sophisticated.
say.
AI does
I'm
not
just gonna
replicate
say-
the tempo,
Go on,
the
bro.
correct tempo. Go ahead.
No, just gonna say that what is it? They say if they have a half an hour of you talking, they can replicate anything of you saying after.
No, less than that. 3 minutes.
Less than that.
3 minutes, like for a full like real scan, I think it's like 600 words or something. But you can keep going for further fine tuning. For like if you want to read something with like strong emphasis or like say something really quietly, then you can just put it on a slider, and your shit's not like on like NBA fucking 2K sliders. You know what I mean? You just like change it, like make sound sad or angry, all kinds of shit. It's cool.
Wow.
Very powerful synthesizers that they have.
But
That's
there should
fucking
be
hard
laws
shit,
against
man.
it, man.
Jimmy, dude, if you're still here, remember me speaking about this years ago why I said I didn't want to do live streams, or I feel like they're trying to put us all on live streams to get us in our faces, everything. And now just like back in 2012 when I saw that one video that changed my fucking life of our president saying something he wasn't saying, because they could literally make him say whatever he wanted. They wanted, I mean. And it wasn't even real. So I called my mom. I was like, listen, if they ever say I've said something, you see a video that I that's against everything I've ever said, Mom, I didn't do it. I mean, back that was years ago.
Yeah.
They have it
We're
though.
talking
We
about
all went online, and now they have everything of us. I mean, think about how many live videos people have done with their faces and stuff too. They can make them say anything they want now, and a visual.
you got to run it through the Snacks overlay, image processing. I'm gonna make up a cool thing where it says something crazy, but it's the letters stand for a whole bunch of stuff.
So this video is not Snacks approved. Okay, got it.
But yeah, like
Gotta run it through the Snacks filter.
They actually got me on Alf. I thought Alf was saying something about the thing that just happened. But back in Alf days, though, but it was like, yeah, so I'm kind of... And that's easy because it's Alf. You know, how good is his mouth even really moving?
Right, it's just a puppet. Yeah. Gordon Shumway, R.I.P. Get back to Mel Mac.
But yeah, they can legit take a few pictures from a few different angles of you and put you in the NBA. They can have you playing next to LeBron and shit or something, like you're giving assists to Kobe and shit.
Yeah, just basically like a front and side profile would be mostly necessary, but it's possible to derive shadow information for profile based on just like a front shot. So really you can do it 3D extraction from single point photo. Now, they have the algorithms to do it.
If Judgment Day, how on the it's inevitable scale,
you talking about
1 to 10? Yeah, Terminator style, 1 to 10. What do you think? 10 most likely.
It absolutely could happen. I was worried
But what do
about
you
it in the
think?
beginning. I
What's
used to
your
joke all the time about the Terminators. Like, oh, I hope I don't say this because the Terminators will go back in time and they'll fucking try to take me out before I say it. So, I joke about that, but I do think it's somewhat a remote sci-fi possibility.
you don't think it could actually happen though?
No, I do
Like
think
on a
that
on a
if
scale of 1
robots
to
could,
10, I need your numbers, guys.
if time travel is possible,
No, forget the time travel part. No
oh,
time travel. Just the whole
jeez.
computers, robots taking over thing.
Oh, well, why
Not the
couldn't that
time
happen?
travel part. What's up?
Well, of course that could happen. Sure. We'd have to let it be kind of cozy for a while though before the shit really got crazy. It's not like you're not gonna just
Yeah, it
rise
might
up
take like a couple hundred years or something.
like if 50 years, like to build an infrastructure where it's like, oh yeah, like the automated structure could just like overthrow the regular people. Like, oh yeah, all the fucking parcels are delivered to all the Walmarts now by auto trucks, and you know what I mean. We just got auto fucking, I don't know, all that. And to where most of the workforce was replaced by robots doing your landscaping or your heart surgery or making your donuts or whatever, you know what I mean? Like at that point, yeah, it's the fucking, they take over. They could, it's like taking
I'd
over
have
a
to
cocoon.
imagine they're making donuts right now, bro. You think Dunkin's got a guy? Is that commercial from the '80s, bro? They're not. I don't think they're doing that anymore like that.
Yeah, no, that guy worked himself to death. That guy
Fucking
working
time
graveyard
to make the donuts and shit.
too many times.
You know what time you got to wake up in the morning?
It's like early, man. Like to have for people getting up to do regular shit like at 5, 6. You know what I mean? You're trying to be ready with donuts already. Then, so you got
Yeah,
to get up at like 2. You got to be in the shower by like 2:30 tops.
Isn't it freaked out now? I just realized. Well, I should have realized it a long time ago, but now it's real. You can't trust anything anyone says. Like you can't say I heard him say it live on TV or unless you're right there watching him, right?
Well,
You can't say that
up until
anymore.
recently
If
though,
I
that
said
was
I
good.
heard, yeah. Sorry.
Up until recently, like that was good. If you had a recording of somebody doing something and saying something, like that was it. You know what I'm saying? That was good, some good
Yeah.
proof right there. But nowadays, like that's not really that great.
mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like, did you hear that Trump said I took a poop on my poop and I took some poop and no, he didn't really say that. No, but what was that Ukrainian war, right? Like that there was an AI deep fake of the fact that the one guy had gotten killed or whatever, right?
You see the one with Biden? Now I don't even know if that's true.
No, but
Goes
this
on stage and he says, "Now for the international community, I want to roll out a blah 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 blah." You seen that one? He just slurs out a whole bunch of words. I gotta find that one.
That's really funny. But no, like the AI, basically there was a broadcast like for news basically that said that, like somebody had died. Like the guy that he's already dead now. Now he's dead. Now he's for real dead. But there was a fake death of his before somebody made on AI, which made me think that the second one could have been AI generated too. But what have you? I forget his name, but that's fine. Anyway, yeah, like the ability to fake
Hey,
news
Snacks,
is pretty good.
put this through the Snacks filter. Tell me it's real, bro. Please.
Got something else?
Try not to laugh on this one. It's like 30 seconds, not even.
Oh, okay, I got you. Oh, that was real. Yeah. Yeah, that's real.
My God, the leader of the free world can't say a word, like put a sentence together. It's incredible.
Shriller from the eyes. For sure. Yeah. He never bails on the word. He just kind of keeps going. And he's got that he's old school mentality. Just make it through. Whatever sounds he makes, you know what I mean? His like press secretary, the redheaded chick, I forget her name, but she also had like some weird things that she would like just go ahead and just mumble right through. It was pretty interesting. So funny.
Have you guys heard what happens
This
if you?
guy here.
Good morning.
Sorry, go on. I'll go next.
I was going to say, have you guys heard what happens if you ask Siri who wins the 2024 election?
No.
She says the 2024 election will not take place due to the Wars Attrition Act, or Wars Act of 1973. The Wars Act will be enacted because of the war with China and Russia, and the party currently in power will remain in power.
Interesting. Before we go there, I just want everybody, when you have a chance, check this guy out, Douglas McGregor. I think every American should listen to this man here. I think he's the only one that makes sense. And I think he should be your next president, but there's no chance in hell. This guy was an advisor under the red hair man, military advisor. This dude is freaking amazing, man, but he's never going to go anywhere. It's like a 30-second clip.
I hope that's not true. I was looking forward to this election travesty that was going to be going on.
You need a dude like that, man. You need a dude like that. Enough of this woke bullcrap. America's got to get its stuff together. This is a turning point in American history. You're never going to get another chance at this.
Who? Trump.
Okay, yeah, it sounds pretty cool. Obviously, before I would endorse the idea he should run the country, he would have to give his opinion on a lot more things than just economics. But yeah, he
No,
sounds pretty
absolutely.
reasonable.
I've been hearing him for. I agree with you there, Witsit, but I've been hearing him for months. I just want to introduce you guys to this guy.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that
Very.
I have to treat it all like it's just such a scam and none of it's real and it's all for show. That, like, you know, in a civilized society, we actually should be having conversations about who's in charge, but it's just not the world we live in, you know.
Look, you sent 1 billion more over to Ukraine last month or last week than it would take to build the Maui place up. So that's just one thing right there. So if the priorities are not skewed, I don't know what is. You spent 100 billion on Ukraine so far. That could have solved all the poverty in all the ransacked cities. You see how many tents are pumping up all over town in America? How many homeless are happening? That could have been just taken over and fixed in 1 month. But no, let's send 100 billion over there so young Ukrainian men and women could die. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they would have to want to fix that problem, right? I think that's the problem they want.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
there's
obviously,
plenty
I
of
don't think
homes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You go ahead.
Just the homeless thing, like there's plenty of homes. It's just all they're just falling into shambles. They're like deteriorating. Just no one lives in them and using tent cities and shit. Stupid.
You see the trailer park thing where they go and they buy mobile homes that are abandoned and they tow them on the side of the street and they live in them? Have you seen that? That's in California, I think. That blew my mind, bro.
Yeah, people got RVs living on the street on art with the RV. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like obviously I don't think Alexa like is some type of prophet, but it is pretty funny that she says that. Because in hypothetically, with all these like Trumpers that feel like they got screwed over in the last election and they're like all just waiting for their time of vindication in 2024, if they just pulled the rug out from underneath them and like, oh, we're actually not going to have have an election, we're going to suspend it, and Biden and Kamala are going to stay in, people would get so mad, dude. Like think about the Trumpers. Think about how mad they would get.
Camilla can't form a sentence on her own, not because of a speech impediment. She's just dumb as she's dumber than a box of nails. This woman. How the hell did she make vice president? Like for real?
Yeah, because that's who they pick.
Have you heard her talk? Have you guys heard her talk?
Not really, to be honest. A couple times.
Just listen to her talk, bro. You won't believe it. Like it's beyond belief.
All right, let's take not literal bets, but let's take bets right now. Does the 2024 election happen?
Yeah, it's gonna
Or does it
happen.
get
Oh, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. That'd be boring.
All right. Well, you guys disagree with Alexa, man. How dare you? Now I have to say it's not going to happen, even though I think it is, because it's like way too big of a part of their trick.
There's
They need
only
the
one
election.
scenario where There's only one scenario where I can see that happening, and it's just too scary. So, and that scenario involves Ukraine and World War III. So,
Well,
short of that,
that's
I
what
don't see no election. Yeah,
that's what Alexa's saying. Alexa's saying we'll be at war with Russia and China.
nah, that ain't gonna happen because it's mutually assured destruction. So that ain't gonna happen.
What is it?
There'll be proxies. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, but that's actually assuming the competence of like the leadership of America to be able to fight a war to ensure their destruction.
There's no way that you can convince American mom and dads to put their sons' lives in danger in that war. I don't think that could happen. I don't know if there's any amount
Yo,
of
that was a big.
incubators.
My
Go
bad.
on,
Go ahead,
Jeremy.
Odysee.
No, I'm done.
No,
I
I
was
was
just
gonna
going to
say
say
that
the
was a big
incubator thing.
thing. Yeah, that was a big thing. What Whitsitt said, though, you got to be competent, right? In ancient Rome, if the generals weren't good, like you lost the battle, dude. They had a lot of armies taken out because of just incompetent leadership.
Well, of
Jeremy's
course,
making
yeah.
a joke by just bringing up the Romans out of the blue and no one was talking about it.
I'm just saying, bro. That's
How
a
do you
real
guys think
thing.
the Ukrainians are
It's
faring?
all throughout.
Just not a. Go on, Jeremy. I think you have a lag there.
No, just every civilization like did that. If you have bad leadership, you just lose the battle. You got to have they got to be confident in what they're doing.
Who do you think is losing the battle here?
Bro, well, let me know when we start fighting. We ain't even fighting. Who we fighting?
Everyone knows
Not
Ukraine
you, I'm
is
saying.
losing.
That's right. Yep. Everybody except the people that watch CNN, Fox, CNBC, read any newspaper in the States.
Yep.
That's them, though. We ain't
People
we ain't
think
up in
that
that. We ain't got troops there, right?
wrong.
No, I think we
You
covertly
do have
have some
advisors
troops.
/ on the ground.
Yeah.
We got troops there, or people
Well, I
over
think we're
there.
not supposed to. I think it's like a covert thing.
Yeah. This is called a proxy war, right? You fight against your number one enemy without actually fighting. And now, in other words, this is a cowardice way of battle. You send money and arms to other people to die.
But why is Russia our
This
number
That's
one
what
enemy?
they.
Though?
No, they used to do this a lot. Yeah, they would get some barbarian tribe to help them fight or go fight for them.
Jeremy, you're forcing the Romans into the conversation. It's just ridiculous.
What's up, bro? I'm just saying.
Nothing to do with the Romans. Name one time the Romans lost a battle because they didn't have confidence in their general. Name one time specifically. You can't. You just force them in.
Battle of Cannae.
The Battle of Cannae.
Battle of Cannae.
Okay. Oh yeah, they lost
It was
because they didn't have confidence in the general.
Biggest Roman losses ever. They got swamped. Battle of Cannae.
All right, man. You broke up for obvious reasons. But it is a trip though. If you ask Alexa, what's her name? Alexa. If you ask her who wins the 2024 election, it says that there won't be one.
She actually says that.
Yeah. Let's look it up. If you ask Alexa who wins the 2024 election, she says the 2024 election will not take place because of the war with Russia and China. It will be suspended.
China, that's another, that's another force to be worried about. But it doesn't make sense. You see, I don't think the people in charge will let that happen because that's where their bread and butter is, right? So if it doesn't make sense, if the States and China go to war, it's like the factory killing the boss or something. You know, it's like it doesn't make sense. It's mutual assured destruction. Like the economies are tied.
I mean, even on the battlefield, if you believe in nukes, it's mutually destroy. Mutual destruction like that too. So
The idea is, of course, that
mutually
Russia and China would team up. You know. So.
yeah, but economically,
they
though,
are
no
planning
one's.
something.
Am I breaking up?
No, go on, Jeremy.
Economically, it's mutual destruction too. Because I mean, who's buying all this stuff, dude? It's got to be America's got to be buying the bulk of this crap. I know people in other countries are not this wasteful.
Why are you acting like they care about that? That's what I'm not understanding.
Because if we fall, okay, let's say we fall, we stop buying Saudi oil. Like, I don't know, bro. They can't have us.
Yeah, you got
we can't
nothing.
fall. Like,
You got nothing.
bro, all the
You
goods and
overestimate
services we
your
buy.
worth. You don't
All
got
right.
any goods and services, bro.
We buy
you don't
them
got
from the rest
anything
of the
yet.
world. We
Yeah.
buy them from the rest of the world. You guys need. They all need us.
Do they need us though, dude?
Yes, for
Do
now. They do in a way, but it's getting less and less because they're finding markets everywhere. And ironically, the sanctions that you put on Russia now that helped facilitate the fall of the American dollar. It's all tied up. It's crazy.
So just to clarify, Jeremy, your take is China won't go to war because they may lose a couple dollars. Do you know what war is, dude? In war, you have to make some sacrifices.
Bro.
I think losing some money is just kind of a given.
Bro, no one's going to actual war with us. No one's gonna put tanks on the field and shit against us. What? That's not
Of
happening.
course not. It's 2023. There's never going to be a real war at all. Like Ukraine, Russia is only sort of real. Are you serious? That's not the point. The point is that they say it's real. They just have to say it's real. CNN just has to say it's real. Or they'll cyber attack us or something.
I mean, the war is real. It's just fake pretenses for the whole thing, really. But I mean, people are definitely dying.
Okay, so if people die, it's a war?
Well, yeah, when one army loses 400,000 troops and the other army loses like 30,000 troops, yeah. I mean, they're actually like fighting.
I hear you. Yeah, I mean,
it's not really
I
war.
said it's kind of real.
Shit kicked out of them. Yeah.
I did say it's kind of
The
real.
kill
Yeah.
ratio is like 8-1, apparently. Eight Ukrainians to 1 Russian. That's the kill ratio, if we're to believe any of this.
That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. We're doing good, man. I'm glad we're supporting them. We're really helping out.
Yeah, every dollar is another dead soldier. Yeah, on the Ukrainian side, it's tragic, actually.
It is tragic.
If anybody thinks
should have messed with Russia, man.
exactly, if anybody thinks Ukraine has a chance to win the war against Russia, I mean, where have you been in the past? I don't know, 200 years. Start with Napoleon.
We bring the troops
Napoleon,
in and shit, though. I mean, then what?
Huh?
What happens if we went full force in there?
We
You'd
can't
lose.
go full
You would
force in
lose.
there.
Right now, you would lose. You'd stand no chance.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why. Right now, the Russians have 750,000 troops stationed around Ukraine. They're building an auxiliary force of 1.2 million soldiers, apparently. They have hundreds of tanks on the ground, right? Sorry?
Like, it's not even
like I
on
was
Russia.
saying. So,
It's not even a full war for them yet. They don't even have. Usually when a country goes to a big war, they'll switch to a wartime economy where all their factories are making weapons instead of Hyundai parts. They haven't even really done that yet.
yeah,
And they have more
that's
troops.
right. This is a hunting party. This
Well,
is
I'm
like a
confused.
weekend at Joe's. Yeah.
Why are we pretending like this is what I'm not understanding. Why are we pretending like America would go full force with anything? Dude, our military is being destroyed right now. You guys not aware of that? They were not going full force. There is no full force.
They're trying to go
General McGregor. Check this out, guys. According to Colonel McGregor, the Ukrainians are going through 20,000 shells a day, artillery shells, right? That we're supplying them. Right now, if you guys were to go to war, you have the capability of only producing 5,000 shells a day. This is the state of the American military, if we're to believe Colonel McGregor.
Right.
Yeah,
no, it's true.
Every time one of those anti-aircraft gun goes off, you ever see them? It's like a little robot thingy, and it just like tries to track the plane and shoot it out the sky. That's got to be like 10,000 shells right there. Those spit crazy.
Dude.
You talk about the ones where it's all red, like it looks like a bunch of red tracers.
Yeah.
Imagine
that's
like
a
going
gun,
into
bro.
war.
We're talking about
that's not that's not a 150 millimeter shell. That's a gun that fires ammunition at a plane. That's not artillery.
Yeah.
Hey, real fast, Jeremy, what did you mean by full force, man? If we go in by full force, what does that even mean?
Bro, the troops,
means like the invasion of Iraq.
aircraft carriers, the tanks, the fucking all the shit, the drones, all of it. Like then what?
There's no to put it on a front carrier.
This is an idealized situation, right? If the U.S. military had continued to be built up and we pumped all our money and technological innovation into it, and we pulled out all the big guns and the big crazy weapons we have now in 2023, yeah, Russia would have a bit of a problem, I think, and both people would suffer pretty immense casualties. Now let's talk realistically. Okay,
Russia's got better technology on the field than we have.
No way.
I don't know. We wouldn't know that. We wouldn't know
Yes, they do.
No way.
Dude, all of our stuff is from 2000. Like all our
No,
stuff
Trump
pre 9/11.
supposedly Trump updated everything, right? I mean, see, this is what sucks is we now have to like start talking about fake players in a play, right? So like, Trump updated our military. That's the story, and then Biden came in and started undoing it. So the idea is that Trump advanced, all sectors of our military, including weapons. And I'll say that's true. I mean, 70%. So let's just use. Okay, this is kind of unrelated, but the medical sector, for example, 70% of medical innovation comes from the United States. Like technological innovation, we reign supreme. Americans are far more innovative technologically than any other country.
Yeah. You don't think we've been putting that into the military budget
budget
when our military budget is like $1 trillion a year, dude? We're gonna go out there and squash them, whoever.
No,
I don't know about
this
that.
beat.
No,
you're wrong.
I don't know about that.
Your army's not prepared, bro. Your army has been downgraded. You got to understand that. You don't have the army that you had in 1991. That's gone.
Yeah, it's way better now.
Trump upgraded it, bro.
No, it's not.
If we're playing the whole like it got upgraded, downgraded game, we're talking about what they say the president did. Okay, well, supposedly Trump upgraded our entire military.
Yes, he did, but it's been undone.
But you can't fully undo something like that, dude.
Well, the biggest difference between the United States military and the Russian military is the Russian military has like Wagner PMC, which is a private military company that goes in and does a lot of dirty work. The United States have brigades where people don't know if
You
they're
act
boys
like
or
we
girls.
got that. We have that.
No, we don't.
We also have that. Bro, you don't think we're running Black Ops and shit like that?
Yeah, but that's still all
Yeah,
just
you have
through the
that too.
actual
That's not
government
the
itself.
issue.
It's not a problem.
Guys, let me tell you
Our
the issue,
military's
the real
good.
issue, if you were to have war with Russia, according to McGregor. Let me tell you, and it makes sense, right? Just hear it and you'll understand. The Russians are already there on the ground. Their army is formed, their tanks are there. In order for NATO to amass a large enough force to make a difference, it all depends on the states. You guys have to bring your tanks over, your artillery shells, your soldiers, right? You have a few stationed there, but it's not enough. Now, on your way across the pond, that's where the destruction is going to happen. You won't be able to get enough tanks and men over on the ground to make a difference in time. It's as simple as that.
Dude, it's
Bro,
not why
fly them troops right over, bro.
It's not 60. Why we have to be on the ground? It's not 1694. No one has to be on the ground, dude. You just blow stuff up.
Yes, you do. In order to take over land, there's no other way. You got to put boots on the ground.
Yeah, you can't send an airplane over Ukraine. That's impossible.
Well, okay, that's what they say. That's what they. Okay, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. If the U.S. military was legit, and we actually put all of our innovation into our technology, we could definitely do airstrikes in Ukraine or in Russia. It would be deadly for both sides. You don't got to just run in with troops on the ground. It's 2023. This is all charade, bro. The fact that they're even fighting on the ground, the fact that troops are dying on the ground, shows you this is just like an all orchestrated. It's 2023. Why are we sending troops in on the ground? That's not how it works. It doesn't even make sense. You don't even have to send people into war.
Then you don't know about war, bro. You don't know about war. If you think this could be a game, right? I agree with you. This could be a game. But there's only one way to take over territory. You can do your airstrikes, you can take out the things and then come in. You can have air support. There's got to be boots on the ground. That's never going to change.
Afterwards.
You're never going to take over a country. Yeah.
You would destroy it and then just walk in afterwards, though. You wouldn't do the battle on the ground. I'm just saying, like, it's 2023. I don't know why we have directed energy weapons, man, and so do they. That's why I don't think any of this is going to happen.
The army's out. How are you going to take the armies out? You think you can do that only by air?
Yeah, I think you shoot lasers at them.
You don't understand. You can't get an airplane. You can't get an airplane in that area. It's the most strongest air defense system in the world right now. People are
Well,
confused by it though because
fine.
people in Kiev still have Wi-Fi and stuff. That's because Russia's not attacking civilian sectors. They're not bombing out where people are living. They're just fighting military areas in Donbass. So it gives an illusion
Well, they're
that
just
Russia's
killing
not doing all
soldiers.
that. Yeah, they're just
Yeah.
being really restricted with the civilian population.
Yeah, this is not a full out war. This is what you got to understand. This is not a full
Well,
out war.
it is for Ukraine. For Ukraine, it is a full-out war, and they're trying as hard. I mean, dude, they're
Yeah.
drafting 16-year-old girls now. Like 16-year-old girls are getting pulled out of their homes and forced in the military. It's not good. It's not good for them.
I'm joking. Like I'll be honest.
No,
I hate to be this guy. I was joking. I hate to be this guy, man. But I don't believe all this. Like there are people dying. I agree. Okay, I agree with that. I don't believe even the information coming from Russia. I don't believe. Like, dude, this is just orchestrated, man. I don't believe all of it. It's 2023. Every country understands true weaponry is way too advanced to just go to war now. It's way too advanced. If they're telling you stories about people shooting guns at each other, it's like, okay, it's propaganda. It's 2023. Go read Lockheed Martin, bro. Go read the equipment we have. You don't shoot guns at each other anymore. You send in robots. You don't even have to be there anymore. So that's kind of my take on this. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, maybe them, maybe like a country that's not as advanced, like Ukraine, would be limited to that, but not us. Like you would definitely. That's just my opinion. You would remotely fight the war now, and any real war with the technology we have now would be devastating for everyone.
Well, the thing is, up until February of 2021 or whenever, Ukraine was the strongest NATO force in the world because they've been fighting since 2014 against their own civil war. And that's the whole reason why Russia jumped in the first place, because Ukraine moved up like 200,000 troops right up into the Donbass area. And Russia's like, wait a second, you guys are getting really close. And then they came in. I mean,
Yeah, no, I get the story. Okay, 100%. What American media or what Americans are saying, what the government of America is saying is misleading, and Ukraine is getting dominated by information coming from over there, from both Ukraine and Russia and people on the ground, journalism involved. I agree with all that. I agree the misrepresentation of the whole situation. I don't agree with this being some like super advanced modern 2023 war. It's not, because I've looked through military documents and weapons are insane, bro. You can completely cloak yourself from any type of air defense system. You can cloak yourself. I mean, dude, there's commercially available weaponry now that's just like wild. Why don't they just go start some fires there? Why don't they just go start shooting lasers? Why don't they shoot millimeter wave technology? Why don't they? I will say this: the reason Russia is a threat to us is Russia is like based. They're like, hey, make a lot of babies. We ban GMOs from our country. They're just not. They're not the model country. They don't. They're not going along exact. They're not good guys. They're just not They're just looking out for their people more than cucking to the sustainable development laws. So that's all it is, right? They just want people to ideologically be opposed to Russia because of how they set up their country. In my opinion,
well,
this is
they're
all
also
like
a Christian nation.
That's right.
They become a Christian nation since the
They're
fall of
not a
communism in the
nation.
90s.
they're a what?
Nah, they're not a woke nation. They're not going for this woke crap, right? And they have a lot of resources. This is what they're after. This is the West, what they're after. They're a Christian mom and pop country. Yeah, you heard me right. Christian, Orthodox, and they don't want that.
Yeah.
They want LGBT plus to run wild everywhere around the world. And you know what? The rest of the world is saying, nope, you keep it. Keep your shit. We don't want it.
Yeah. No, I agree
just
that Russia's pretty big, but Russia's also not good guys. So Russia has laws about like praying in public, dude. Russia is not like some hero. Dude, you can't even read the Bible and pray in public. Oh, it's Orthodox. No, it's not. No, I've read the law. The law is that you can't even congregate and read the Bible in public. This isn't like some model country. They've done some things that are good though. Like they banned GMOs. They actually monetarily incentivize Russian families, stuff like that. Stuff that just doesn't comport with what they want us to do. They being like the UN. But I don't revere Russia. I don't revere Putin. He's a graveler. He's in the bed with the gravelers. Like the world is staged. So they're you
Yeah,
know.
I mean, Putin got his vaccine on TV too. So I mean, there is, it's weird when you try to argue for and against when they're really all the same thing, just a different side of the
Say,
card. I mean, that's where it starts getting
right,
real
but don't say
frustrating.
the V
because it's
word,
like,
please.
Yeah, don't say
oh
the
my
V
god.
word.
Okay,
Come
sorry.
on.
But
Don't say the V
but I
word,
mean,
man. Don't say
he
the
still
V
did
word.
that
If
in
you say
public.
vagina, if you say
What
vagina,
vaccine?
We
Jeremy gets
told
You
very
talking about
excited.
vaccines or
you
what?
that.
But he did do that on TV. So I mean, Putin definitely has his issues for sure.
Well, I mean, yeah, dude,
And they
just a
did-
little bit of research, you'll find out that they're like banning Christianity, bro. So, people will be like, Russia's a Christian nation. Oh, are they? Because I've literally read their laws. No, they're not, dude. You can get arrested for like holding a Bible reading congregation in public, for praying in public. So let's not play this game where they're like some type of.
I don't know if that doesn't.
Where have
I
you
don't
seen?
know.
That's the first time I hear this.
Oh, look it up, bro.
Yeah, I
Look it
don't know.
up.
There's a law that you can't pray.
Yeah, there's a that you
What's
can't
it?
hold like you can't like read the Bible as a group in public. You have to be in a house to be in some type of closed private
That's the
setting.
first time I hear this.
Yeah, you can't like as a group of people. Like a group of people can't gather and read and pray. That's right. And this is
That's
from
weird.
I
Okay.
read I read it and I read it in 2019, maybe 18. So I did a video on it on Facebook. I was at this. So like, dude, I'm the
It's
one
the
of the
first
dude.
time I hear this.
I haven't been like pro Russia because of the Ukraine thing, dude. I was pro Russia in 2018, bro. I was talking about look at all the stuff that they do. Like they banned GMOs as a whole for the whole country. They banned them. I'm like, this is why they hate Russia
Yeah.
because they were getting us to try to
They
hate
banned the
Russia
woke
a long time
movement
ago.
as well.
Yeah. So
They
I
banned
was
the
all
woke
aboard.
movement as well.
I was all aboard, bro. But then I found out, wait up. And then you keep on looking into the history. I mean, they're in bed with the gravelers.
That region just has
Of course, they have
better
the
people
most
for what
resources
we
in the
do.
world, bro, obviously. Russia has the most resources, bar none, in the whole world. Everybody, even now that they have sanctions on them, the Europeans, the hypocrites, they're buying oil from other countries that sell to Russia. It's all a scam. Yeah. But people are dying. There is a war going on.
Like this
You
is the
think they'd be
biggest
able to
difference
fake this
between.
in 2023 with all the phones and all that? You think they're able to fake a war right now?
No, I'm
I don't
not
know,
claiming
man.
that. I'm not. People are dying, bro. There's like a real war. Okay, but like, it's. I'm just saying it's for a reason,
I mean,
man.
see, the thing is, the only war that we really know about is what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan, and those aren't like the strongest military in the world went to almost a third world army and destroy them in like a couple of weeks, and we still kind of live off that. And that was, I mean, 2004 was a long time ago. Shit's
I'm glad you brought that up, bro, because Colonel McGregor talks about that. He says, look, the American, don't feel so high and mighty, he goes. We haven't fought a real army in 100 years or so, he goes. Who did we fight? Ragtag armies in Iraq and all these? Because that's not an army. He goes, the Russians, on the other hand, are well-trained, professional army with good equipment. We haven't fought an army like that, he goes.
Yeah,
That's your colonel.
yeah, I feel that, but like, dude, why does Lowe's not have the right nails, man? Sorry, like, yeah, this is the thing, bro. If America loses a war, it's because we're supposed to. Okay, because I've also researched military innovation, and we're at the top of the whole world. Everyone's like, "Oh, China, China, China." China literally just sits back like a succubus and is like, "Oh, is there a new patent? Let me create a knockoff." That's what China does. Like the actual technological innovation from America is way better than Russia. It's way better than any other country. So if we lose a war, it's because they wanted us to lose the war. So, that's I hate war though. Why are we even like, you see how they got us where we're like, yeah, let's take on whoever. Like, no, let's not. I'm not fighting Grappler Wars. This is like a risk board for them. You guys know the game Risk? This is just a risk board, bro.
Yeah, I love that game.
I
Love
would
that
smoke
game.
you, dude. I would dominate you, bro.
I'm doing the opposite.
All
I'm
right.
talking against war, not for the
Nice.
war, against the war.
Yeah, Jeremy, you'd be over there daydreaming about Roman men. Just be taking your countries, bro.
No. We'll play it online. Get the app. You got
By the
is there
way,
an app for that?
No, I'm not playing online. That's fizzy stuff.
Come
the
on.
most
See, you're scared.
technological country, right? The most technological country doesn't necessarily mean it's going to win.
Oh, I know
Take
that. But what
Germany,
I'm
for
saying,
Bro,
example.
I'm with Whitson on this though. I'm with Whitson on this. We'll smoke anyone. We're at the peak. We're the apex predator of civilizations right now. So
we should be. We should be.
Yeah,
like
That's my
no one.
that's true, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Jeremy, that's true if you get attacked, right? There's no country that could attack you and win right now. I'll agree with you on that. But you can't project your power like you used to, like you think you can. Like you think, oh, tomorrow
Bro,
you
we'll
can
hit
go
you with a
and
bumblebee
put an
drone.
army against what?
We'll hit you with a bumblebee drone. We'll hit you with a bumblebee drone, bro. Like Whitson was saying, we ain't even gotta go up in there. We'll take you out. We'll take you out from here.
You guys are watching too many movies, man.
Bumblebee drone. One word. Bumblebee drone, bro.
Just to clarify, I'm not
Did
actually
you
talking
hear
about
any other
watching
part
movies.
that I said you have to bring your armies to a place to fight?
See, that's what I'm saying. We
Right?
don't though.
You have
Like
to
I'm
bring.
cool with America just chilling, dude. Like tell them to come here if they want to smoke. You know what I'm saying? I got an HK-47. You know what I mean? Like if they want to smoke, tell them come here, bro. Other than that, I don't care. I don't care. Like I don't think Ukraine's great. I don't think Russia's great. If they want to fight, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I want to grow fruit here. If you want to come over here and try to mess up my food for us, then we'll you can get the smoke.
Well, that's
That's how we
great,
should look
but
at
your government isn't like that. I'm with you on that one. But your government is the complete opposite. They instigate shit all over the world, and this is one of the things which they instigated.
I agree with that, but that's why I'm like, for whatever they do, we're still going to be sitting here with our straps, right? So we can't do anything about that, bro. Dude, more than half of America feels like they didn't even vote for the current president, bro. You know, it's so far
Yeah,
beyond.
I'm not
They've
blaming
been
you guys.
Well, I'm just saying, like it's all been a scam the whole time, but now it's to the point they're so in your face that they're like, oh, we're just gonna we're just gonna take the election live time in the middle of the night. You're gonna wake up and everything's gonna change, and you're not gonna do anything about it. So we're far beyond being able to correct them.
Yeah, you're probably right. And I'm not going against the Americans. I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there.
What do you want us to do, bro?
Buy a tactical
You
vest.
act like me and Whitson gotta like get up and like I feel like we should be scrambling right now. Like, what do we do?
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, just put the word out there and just get out of Ukraine. Let that be a campaign thing. I don't know. Stop war, end war, like a Vietnam kind of a thing. But back then, Americans were dying, so people cared. Now they figured out, hey, as long as we don't put Americans to die, we can do our thing, be bullies around the world, and the American people will just go about their business because it doesn't affect them. Great strategy, no? Delegate.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. I know it sounds bad, but I mean, I'm a millennial. I'm desensitized to all of it. You know, it's sad that people are dying. I can't do anything about it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just want to eat some mangoes. You know, like, I know that sounds bad, but it's like, it's not bad, though. It's not bad. You know, as soon as you ban public congregation of prayer, you're now my enemy. So I don't care. I hate that people are dying. I think it's disgusting that people ever die. It's just disgusting, but like, it's just over, bro. I mean, what can we do? I'm just trying to figure out what the next step of the stop is. You know what we're not going to be talking about in the case of zombies? Russia and Ukraine. You know, some Russian zombies.
Bro, what's the likeliness? What's the likeliness this zombie thing happens? Like on a scale 1 to 10, what do you think?
You got to fight the
Like you up there at like an 8 or 9?
I got a 7.
7, no doubt.
Man, I hate to say that though.
But then after we kill the armies, they're gonna reanimate, and then we have to kill them again.
See, I don't see. The thing is, I don't think they reanimate like so. I don't know about the like. You know, zombies. They're like they come back from the dead, but not really, right? Some zombie movies they get bit and they slowly turn over, and you can take them out. You know what I'm saying? You can take the zombies out.
Bro.
So
go ahead.
That's what I mean by zombies. I mean like when they walk around, they look like they should be dead.
Yo, there was this thing on YouTube. It popped up. It was from that MMM place, and it was like titled like zombies. I was like, oh, maybe they're like criticizing what's it zombie thing or something. So I go in. They're just playing Call of Duty Zombies. I was like, oh,
yeah. Dude, there's a whole generation of kids or children that are gonna like if the zombies are part of, they're gonna be like excited. They're gonna be like, oh my gosh, we get to play Call of Duty in real life.
Yo, that's not a scenario anyone wants. People think that's cool and shit, but no, believe me, that's not gonna be pretty for anyone.
No, it's absolutely not
any kind of. Yeah, nobody wants that. You got a daughter, you don't want that. Nobody wants that, dude.
No, I don't want that, but that's why I'm buying a tactical vest. Throw a little stainless steel, throw a little metal plate in there. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, honestly, in reality, this is in that scenario, the truthers need to find a way to communicate and like get together. Like if you can well, then you have to think about how are you going to travel. So you're probably going to be where you are. And then this is what has to actually happen. This is crazy to have to talk about this seriously, but well, again, just look up 1p36 gene deletion, Marburg, and optogenetics, and holler at me. So like, really, you need like just like the movies. Ironically, like you need a group of men that are gonna go out and get supplies on occasion. So they have to be strapped up. You're gonna have to go out and like I come to Lowe's. I'm in Lowe's right now. I just come to Lowe's. You know, walk around with the HK. Try and grab some tools.
Bro, you got to have your shit set up beforehand of a community. I've always said, though, a hardware store would be a great place to take over. But anyways, you want to have your shit all set up, bro, with food coming in and water supply and shit and a community of people. You can't, you know what I'm saying? You got to have the infrastructure there before that shit even goes, happens. That's the only reason why doomsday scenarios are even a thing, because we're not all set up individually. You know what I'm saying? If every home was set up for food and water, what else do you need to live? You'll be okay. You got enough socks for now. You figure out the sock thing later.
Yeah, I mean, food and water obviously at the top of the list. But that's why Florida is pretty fire.
Bro, that's why you surround yourself with 300-pound former military power lifters who grow food and are ready for the zombie apocalypse. I'm just saying. Making networks.
I mean, Florida's probably a dope spot to be if you're near a lake or the ocean. The ocean is a great spot to be. Great spot. You got unlimited food right there.
No.
Huh?
Right next to the ocean is not a great spot to be. That shit floods, bro.
Get out of the
It
flood zones.
floods.
Floods.
Well, what about how you
Move
gonna
out of the
fish?
flood zones is what you want to do.
There's tons of like $1 million homes on beaches. What are you talking about?
I don't
They just
think.
be flooding all the time.
Yeah. Yes. 100%.
Those like $1 million.
Yeah.
I don't know how Florida works. You guys are fucking nutcases down there.
Yes,
Why
we
would you
are.
build a
Don't.
home like that? It's just gonna
Nobody
be
should
flooding all
move
the time.
here. Nobody should move here. You're right.
Don't you guys have
Everybody is.
abandoned cities? Don't you have abandoned cities in Detroit, like whole neighborhoods, abandoned homes?
This homeless thing is a farce. There is more homes than people, or some shit. Everyone could have a home if it's only a money
Bro,
thing. That's the only reason why.
I saw a thing where there's hundreds of homes like abandoned, like gangs move into them. Hundreds and hundreds of neighborhoods. I think it was in Detroit.
Yeah, they had to shut part of Detroit down at one point, right? I don't know if they still do, but yeah, it was just like not worth providing services to, so they just like were like, "Yo, this is closed."
Do you have a in those poor neighborhoods? Do you have like a coon problem?
Do we have a killing problem?
Like in Australia, sometimes we have like really bad coon problems in like smaller
I don't
like
think that's the
outback
proper
towns and
terminology.
stuff. Like homeless Aboriginals. Like I think in America the correct term is coon.
No, yeah, no, we
No,
don't
that's
use
definitely not the
No,
correct
that's not
term.
the correct term. Nope.
Definitely not.
That's a racial slur. We don't use that. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would highly advise against that term.
You definitely have a crime problem in those areas,
That's what
though.
we call
Yeah,
the
that's
black
what
people
SC
here
was
anyway.
saying. The gangs come in and take over and stuff.
I want to know who. Do you really think Biden's going to run again? I mean, isn't he too old? Is there a mystery candidate going to step out of the woodwork? I need to know, just because it's going to be so fun.
I say we get like The Rock or somebody up in there, like Arnold Schwarzenegger or something, like somebody.
Is there an
Somebody
election
that's, you know.
coming up? When's the next election?
It's 2024, I think. Maybe.
Yeah, we got the equinox coming up, guys. What can we do on some equinoxes?
Call The Rock up.
Thought you were getting people to measure azimuths.
He's got people's doing that shit, dude. Don't worry about it.
I mean, yeah, that's a good one. I don't know. I got that one guy, and I don't even know how to contact him. He never DM me or anything, I don't think. Yeah, I got to get a cell phone signal booster for my work because this isn't going to work all year. Like, does anyone have a recommendation for like a good cell phone signal booster?
See, what you guys should be worrying about now is not a military threat. It's obvious. No one can attack the states. Forget about it.
Yeah, we ain't
And I'm
worried,
sure
bro.
everybody realized that. Yeah, but hold on, it's not over yet. What do you do when you try to attack a fortress that's impenetrable, right? You can't do it militarily. It's too strong, right? So what they're going to do now is they're going to do it monetarily because they realized your weakness. They realized your dollar is worthless. It's not based on anything. You just print it. So what they're doing now is they're getting together and they're going to make their own currency. And once they do that, your dollar is going to become like monopoly money. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take 10, 15, 20 years maybe. But yeah, it's game over for the dollar. It's inevitable. Unless you change your policies, you stop being bullied around the world.
We cannot fall, dude. We cannot fall economically. I don't think you understand what's at stake. Like, do you know what we provide for the world economically?
Nothing, absolutely nothing. You provide nothing for the world right now. Zero. What do you provide? Name me one product you provide.
It's not even close.
Go on. What do you provide?
We provide the buying of all the products. Yeah. We provide. I don't know what we export. I'm sure we have exports. You're saying we have no. U.S. has no exports.
Basically, nothing now that cannot be replaced by any country.
Okay, and their shit can be replaced. Like, dude, we got mad resources here. We got mad resources. And if we stop buying their shit, what do you think's going to happen to China if we stop buying all that shit because we can't afford it anymore because we're in turmoil, economic turmoil? How do you think they're going to be doing?
I'll tell you. They have like 1.2 billion people in India. They're getting more prosperous, and slowly, you're going to be replaced. It's inevitable, bro. If you continue like this, it doesn't matter who the buyers are, right? They're going to devalue your dollar. Because, see, you don't realize the power the states has when they put sanctions on a country, right? When they put sanctions on a country, it devastates the country. And the only reason you can do that is because of the power of the dollar. If they take that away from you, your sanctions are going to be worthless after. And you bullied so many countries over the past 50 years that everybody hates the states right now. They're all ganging up on you, man. The BRICS, all the big players, China, India, Russia, South Africa. They're getting all the. Oh, and by the way, Saudi Arabia said they want to join. Once that happens, it's over for the dollar. I don't know if I mean, is this like Rome is burning and the people in the center are partying and they're not seeing it? There's a big storm happening around America, man. I'm telling you.
You see what you want to see, Montreal.
No, it's what you don't want to see. That's the problem.
That bad for us.
Maybe what you
it
maybe
already
information
is.
you heard was just a voice synthesizer.
Maybe I'm hearing things. Maybe. Every president I hear in Africa, the only thing I hear coming out of their mouth is Europeans get out. All the Africans are waking up now. Get out. Get out France, get out England, get out Italy, get out Spain. Everybody out. We want you out of here. They're taking over their resources.
Bro.
All the Asian countries
listen to this.
had enough.
Top exports. Listen to this. Top 10 exports of the U.S. Food, beverage, and feeds, 133 billion. Crude oil and other petroleum products is 100 billion. Civilian aircraft and aircraft engines, there's 100 billion. Auto parts, engines, car tires, 86 billion. We export a lot of stuff, dude.
Yeah, but all the manufacturing is in China. You gave it all away, bro. What
No, he's
cars?
talking about
Look at
exporting
Detroit,
from
bro.
here.
Look at Detroit.
It doesn't matter. SE, it doesn't matter though. If we stop buying it, they stop manufacturing it. Then what? We start manufacturing it again. Okay, easy peasy.
Really? Are you willing to pay 4 times the amount for a sock or a car?
Well, we'd have to figure out our whole money. We'd have to maybe rearrange our whole money thing and how that works or whatever. But
Which money? The one that's worthless? That's fiat currency that the other countries backed up, made another money based on gold? Which money is that? Your money's
what is your
worthless.
solution?
You're
SE,
being a
what's your
gloomy
solution?
Gus, man.
SE, what's your
I'll tell
solution?
you my solution. I'll tell you my solution, and it's Colonel McGregor's solution as well. Stop putting your noses in other countries. Get all your troops. You have 400 military bases around the world. Get all your soldiers out of there. Bring them all back home. Mind your own business. You'll have the best country in the world. And you'll gain your respect back. Your dollar will gain value. And yeah, old America, just like in the 40s when you went and you
I'm
saved
getting
World
started
War
on that
II. You
this
saved
morning.
all, yeah.
So how do we do
I'm
that?
getting started on that this morning.
Yeah. Napalm, we're gonna have an emergency meeting. Actually, we
Yep.
need to make sure we pull out of all the military bases around the world. All right,
All right,
SE,
cool. We
SE,
should
do you
have that
mind
done by this
leading the
afternoon.
Perfect.
Hey, you can make fun of me, or you asked me, right? You asked me, I gave
Well,
you
what
an
I'm
answer. I
saying,
know
we
it's not
can't
going to
do
happen.
anything about it, man. We can't do anything about it. It's all orchestrated.
Okay, so why are you getting mad at me for saying the obvious?
No, I'm not. No one's
Because
mad.
anybody
I'm
can
just
say
saying,
the obvious.
yeah, I can start going too. America's gonna collapse because they've, pumped trillions of dollars of money made out of nowhere on purpose so they can cause super inflation with the fractional reserve banking system, which is just a fiat currency Ponzi scheme. And now it's all going to collapse in on itself, where people will be so desperate that they actually need to take whatever solution they give the people. They're going to have everyone distracted with this fake election, but really doesn't really matter because it's all orchestrated that it all collapses. And none of that's a solution now. If the solution entails us being like, oh, we need the people in charge to do something differently, that's not a solution. That's not a realistic solution. So this is kind of like what they want. They want us to speculate about solutions that some person's going to come in and fix, and that's never going to happen. That's never going to happen, right? Like no one's going to come in and fix the day, and that's not how it works. That's all I'm saying. Like, there's
So
nothing I can do.
I should have said nothing about the dollar getting attacked, and I should have just said nothing. The Ukraine, sending your money for nothing while America is in poverty. We should just, since we can't do nothing, let's not talk about it at all.
Well, no, see, that's a strong.
No, there's definitely
the reason. No. What you said was, is this like where the Romans were, where they were just partying right before they fell? It's like, what are we supposed to do,
see
man?
you love the Romans.
Yeah, because SE brought it up. My point is like you're insinuating that we are like blissfully unaware, or that we're choosing not to do anything. That's what's implied, right? When it's like we're partying. What's the solution? The solution would only
not
be
you
prepare
guys,
for the
but yeah, I understand that you guys know. I think it's Jeremy's fault. He's with the Rome stuff. But I'm saying Americans in general. I'm not saying you guys. I know you guys know what's going on. We talked about it, right? But the majority of the people have no clue.
Americans are letting people sexualize their children now, bro. Like, hey, we're talking about the general public. They've got a plot, dude. It's far beyond salvageable. 12% of 12-year-olds are sexually active 10 years ago in America. So half of them, or just under half of them, did anal. 12 years old. This is they say 9. Okay. Sexual abuse. This is a 10-year-old study. It's obviously just shot through the roof. Dude, the sexual abuse, it's just an insane amount that was reported in 10 years ago. And they say that up to 98% of sexual abuse doesn't get reported. So the real number is just staggering. We have children that are having sex before they even hit puberty or right as they hit puberty. Like, and honestly, I lost my virginity when I was 13. America is just drowning in degeneracy, bro. And we're sexualizing our children, and that's the future generation. And they're all desensitized, and none of them get outside. And they all play video games, and they've all numbed their neural receptors. They're all being, if the kid has an ability to concentrate on many things at once, you need to drug it out of them. Like that. Our real problem is that the future generation is going to have no backbone at all, and they're just going to be mind-numb sexual degenerates. So there's a bunch of problems with the modern state of things. We're now far beyond like salvaging America as a whole. It is going to be a split in people that want to try to fix the situation and those who do not. And the only real fix is going to be, an offshoot of people creating like competing supply chains and growing their own food, blah, blah, blah. Like it really does seem to be the only solution. And I'm definitely not going to be like, well, maybe Trump will get back and he'll fix it. No, he won't. Right? Like we're far beyond the hoorah, it's the 60s, let's pull it all together. Nowadays, if you protest, it doesn't even make the news. So I don't know. I mean, I hate to be that guy, but it's like it's far out of our control.
Well, that's some sensibility talk right there. Yeah, it's really bad. That's right. One way is going to be the monetary. The other way, I think, it's like I hate to say it, but it might be too late. It's the woke movement. You're saying if you lost your virginity at 13 years old, man, that's wow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you're saying kids now younger than that? That's bad, bro. That's
I was considered like cool for it though, right? Because the girl was like 16 or 17 or whatever. I was considered cool for doing it. And that's the real problem, is that's the culture that our children are growing up in a way worse culture than when I was 13. I'm 31. So like that's sad to say, and dude, I went to a private school and blah blah blah. Like it doesn't matter. Like it's just the cultural norm, and everyone's consuming media. And what can you do, man? I mean, dude, you want to know how bad it's getting? Okay, have you guys heard of Indeed, the company that helps you get jobs? Indeed.
Yeah, I was 13. I heard of them. I was 13 too, though. By the way.
Nice. So they just announced that.
It's still cool.
You're still proud of it.
Yeah, 13. Add 10 to that. Yeah.
You should honestly, you should have sex with your wife. That's when you should lose your virginity in reality. And honestly, people should be getting married much younger than they do. And people shouldn't be kicking their children out at 18. You're supposed to hand over generational wealth. You're not supposed to kick them out. All the most elite, they live with their parents for a long time until they're married, and they're given houses on their own land. And we're just like, oh, you're 18? Go get an apartment and take out a loan. It's so stupid. And then I'll make sure you're in $100,000 debt to go to a school that indoctrinates you. But like anyway, Indeed just announced that they are offering to pay up to $10,000 for anyone that needs to move out of a state because gender reassignment surgery isn't legal in their state. If they need to move and get a new job in a new place, they'll pay up to $10,000 to help you move so you can have your reassignment surgery. What the? We now have corporations paying people to do it.
WTF. Yeah, this is how they're going to do it, man. Monetarily and sexually, it seems woke. What the hell, man? I never thought I'd live to see the day.
Yeah, I mean, we have no moral backbone. And the truth is, because America went away from the creator. They turned their back on the creator. So
the control of society, meaning how the United States would be taken over, right? It wasn't going to be through force to begin with anyways. I mean, Yuri Bezmenov laid all of it out for us, and it's all unfolding. It's very simple, right? The psychology completely demoralize people, get people doing exactly what we're doing right now, right? You have no sense of culture. You have no sense of even who you are. People can't even determine an absolute truth for anything. Yeah, when you have people thinking that way, you can easily control them. Just listen to what Yuri
Yep.
Bezmenov said in the 80s.
Exactly. It's like it's a very patient, meticulous, well orchestrated demoralization campaign. And here we are. Here we are, bro. So I mean, it's kind of to the point now where I'm like, okay, well, the subtropical climate of Florida will let me grow fruits year round. Like I'm just saying, it's you know, I hate to be that guy, but it is kind of that time. It's that time, and like I don't know what happens from it. I don't know if that remnant of people will rise from the ashes, if you will, and kind of re-spark a new wave of sustainability and freedom and stuff. And I'd like to believe that they will, but maybe the zombies will be a
They
good
should,
thing.
bro. They should
I
just
think
have
there's going to
fruit
be
trees
a.
everywhere. Go ahead, Essie.
I'm just going to say, I think there's going to be like a. I hate to say this, bro. There's going to be a conflict between normies and freakaloids. That's what I think coming up.
Well, just get your popcorn.
Yep. I think there's going to be a time where the dam is going to break, where parents are going to say, that's it. It's enough. We're taking over our schools. And right now there's about 22 states that passed the laws. I think once that reaches critical mass, I think there's going to be problems right there. And rightly so. Well, I mean, not right. I'm not saying violence, but you're going to have to take back your education system by force. I think they will fight for it. They will, like, against your will, teach your children stuff. Yeah.
Well, you need to pull out of it. Like that. The school system was the trick in the first place. The fact that you should hand your kids over, that's just a trick. You shouldn't hand your kids over at all. So, and if you do hand your kids over, it should be like a local network of like-minded people, a curriculum that you all agree on, where you guys trust the people that are watching over the children. And that's kind of how it was back in the day. In fact, back in the day, children learned their life skills by working with their parents. And they went to school on Sundays. So that's why it's called Sunday school. They only went to school once a week for a few hours. And it was in a church.
Yep. Apprenticeship. You learn from a professional from young. Exactly that, bro. You learn farming. You learn house maintenance. You learn how to grow up. You learn from your father, the way he grew you up. You learn parenthood. Yeah, all that.
Yeah, man. So, like, that's why the homeschool curriculum that we're trying to work on, it's like prioritizes like dietary knowledge, gardening. This is the stuff that we just don't like. We as adults are just trying to figure it out. So, I mean, that's the real thing. The thing is that honestly, our generation is pretty lost. Imagine the next one, right? That's all I'm saying. Like it's much deeper than anything. Like what's on the TV and all these, geopolitical scripts and stuff. Like it's just a distraction away from the fact that we're like tossing our children up to Moloch. And people are like surprised
Exactly that. Yeah. Imagine a child with two woke parents, what that child is going to be like in 15 years. Just imagine.
It's criminal.
Yep.
And you can't really even blame the creator. Like what the creator gave us free will. So you turn your back on him. What's he supposed to do? Like keep blessing you? No, of course not. Like when your kid keeps on stealing stuff, what do? Like give them a cookie?
Yo, in Florida, when you're growing these trees all year round, these fruit trees, is it like just randomly you can just go just constantly pick oranges and shit off trees? Like there's just mangoes are just always there ready to go? Is it
Depends
like
on
a harvest?
how far south you are.
Star fruit you can, but mango's a certain time of year.
Yeah, it's just that there is food that grows year round. That's all I'm saying. Like there are certain foods you can grow year round.
Sweet
That
potatoes.
should be like everyone's. That's how we take back the. That's how we take the shit back, bro. Is with the food. If we all turned our lawns, the United States collectively spends $50 billion a year on lawn care. If we just took a tiny piece of that and grew these trees and these plants and shit, we could take it back.
Yeah, you
What
can
if
take back your
everybody
own
pulled their
slavery.
children out of? What if everybody pulled their children out of school? I know that's not realistic, but how about the majority, the ones that could? What do you think the state would do?
Privatize the school system and make more.
Save a ton of money. It would save a ton of money.
Yeah, but they can't indoctrinate you after. That's against their thing. That's not allowed. You're under the Prussian education system. Salute the flag
Yeah.
every morning. Rah, rah, rah. Yeah.
Well, that's another way you take. That's the next step, maybe. That's definitely in there. Don't let them indoctrinate the children. I know. That's huge.
Why do you
but,
think you get so?
You got to start.
Why do you think we get so offended when we see our flag burned? It's just a piece of rag, no?
Bro, I'll smoke
Why do
the
you think
leaf
that
off
is?
the Canadian flag.
Because we've been indoctrinated. That's why. The Prussian education system. Google it. It's freaking scary. Or YouTube it. There's good videos on it. Prussian education system.
You got to start with the food, bro. If you control the food, you control everything. We all need food. I spend $1,000 a month. I spend $1,000. We can. I spend $1,000 a month on groceries. We can take the
There's
food
9
back,
million
bro.
of you just in New York City, bro. 9 million mouths to feed, right? Where are you gonna grow that food? I mean, you can theoretically, but think about it.
Bro, you take every rooftop in New York, right? Somebody's got an echo. You take every rooftop in New York, you start growing some fruit trees, whatever the fuck, some crops on there. There's tons of farmland all around New York. There's ways people can grow a plant in their house, in their kitchen window. They can grow a plant all year round.
Theoretically, yeah, but if you didn't have Florida and the southern states during the winter, the north would die, bro. You wouldn't have populations up there.
We got lights. There's lights and stuff. People are growing weed all year round in the north. I'm sure we could do like tomato plants or.
I mean, it's very difficult to actually grow fruiting plants indoors. They need a lot of light, dude. And if you use supplemental light, you still gotta input the energy rate for that light, and it's inefficient. It is inefficient to grow fruits indoors or vegetables. You'd have to harvest enough to last you the winter, like the ancient times.
But you could do that. You could jar it. You can make enough. Okay, I have pasta once a week. I'm gonna make sure I grow enough tomatoes to make 52 jars of pasta this year, or 65 or whatever. So you got some backups and shit, whatever.
But there's people that grow like.
I'm just saying, dude. There's tons of land. Yeah, you could do that in your kitchen window all year. There's microgreens. They got this microgreen thing going. Like, dude. Even if you wanted to go have crops and shit outside on your front lawn, like we have so many front lawns, my neighborhood could feed my whole area. We have tons of lawn.
Yeah, microgreens is an exception. Microgreens take very little light, and they're very nutritious apparently, and they could sustain a family of 4 easily.
I'm just saying, there's plenty of land for the cattle and pigs and shit.
9 million people. You think you can do that in New York?
With microgreens, it's possible.
If you drive north for the greens and shit, yeah, you could grow crops on rooftops, inside apartments and houses and shit, yeah. But as far as like the beef and the pork and chicken and shit, there's tons of land. If you go 3 hours north, for who's got the echo? From the city to 3 hours north, there's tons of farmland, tons of land. It's wide open, bro. So much land.
Have you seen those big apartment buildings with the
Yes.
roofs that are like?
I don't
You
like
can do
that.
something like that. Yeah.
But I don't think that's a good way to do it. You could grow
How else
you
you gonna
could.
do it?
I just told you there's so much. If you drive 3 hours north of New York City, there is so much land in between there, just wide open land. It's wide open,
Yeah, but in the winter,
bro. We're not idiots. We grow crops, and then we store them for winter, bro. We know what we're doing. We still have communication with
and your
Florida.
cattle. How about meat?
Yeah,
Are you
but
gonna
why
have
do you need?
meat?
Why do you need plants anyways?
That's what I was wondering. I eat cow, bro.
You guys
I
don't
mean,
like shredded lettuce on your cheeseburger? You guys don't like shredded lettuce on your cheeseburger?
No.
It's delicious.
That's not a
necessary
thing
You
for
know,
survival.
I'm being extra lettuce.
Check this out. So I haven't had lettuce in years, literally, like I'd say 5 or 6 years. I had to fly back to the U.S. recently, and I got a burger from a place in the Atlanta airport, and they put a piece of lettuce on it, and I never noticed that lettuce actually stinks.
Yeah, but was it fresh, crispy, shredded iceberg lettuce though, or was it one of those
Yes.
yucky like leafy things, like
Yeah, it was
mad
the-
green, soggy, leafy?
No, it was the fresh because it was from the Bobby Flay burgers, I think is what it was, something like that. I think it was Bobby Flay, yeah. So the lettuce was fresh, but it had like a smelly, earthy smell to it. And because I'm in South Africa, there's a place here called Pick and Pay. When you go in there by the vegetable area, it smells like rotting cabbage all the time. So these things don't really smell very good. So I don't even know why you would eat them anyways.
That's
I
hilarious.
don't know. The lettuce here doesn't really smell bad.
No, but typically, like, listen, I understand, man. I'm a meat eater, but in the survival scenario, microgreens are very efficient. Very efficient. I don't think there's anything as efficient. And you know, people talk about algae too, or like that you could survive, like the Israelites in the desert survived off algae, maybe. But in a survival scenario, you're not harvesting cattle. I mean, you're not raising cattle. You know, you're trying to. If you're a nomad and you're moving north, you're trying to go away from the city. Go ahead.
As far as like, you could do chickens all over New York City. You have chickens everywhere, and then you grow the vegetables to feed the meat that you're gonna eat.
Rabbits
I don't freaking know, dude.
good. You get 2 rabbits before you know it, you'll have one. Yeah.
I want to get actually a good survival item to have would be a live catch trap for like long-term shit. That way you could, you catch a few rabbits, you're good.
Yeah, growing vegetables and canning is a very easy solution to being able to survive over the winter should you not have food chain supplies, right? Because it doesn't take the amount of, like, if you're trying to store all that meat, you're either going to have to dry cure it, right? You're going to have to cure the meats. It's a totally different process, a lot of salt involved, or canning vegetables, with mason jars and stuff like that is a very simple way to ensure that you have sustenance over the winter. Should you have
that's the best way. Yeah.
Actually, the best way is curing the meat.
Yeah.
Because if you cure the meat, it fills you up and it lasts longer, especially fatty meat. So I mean, if you just buy a cow, right? If you just buy a cow, that'll last you easily a whole year.
So here's the thing: your cow gets diseased, right? You still have crops that you can harvest. Your harvest goes bad, you still have a cow that might not be diseased. There's many different things, and you leverage and you hedge your bets on a bunch of different stuff. There's the reason why people were able to live, without all the modern conveniences that we currently have. And if you look back at the ways that they survived, it's not like they just ate meat. They had gardening as well. Like, there's many different varieties of things that you do to survive. There's not just like one.
I mean, really,
You're of
Really,
the
they
opinion
didn't.
that
Because
vegetables
it,
don't need to eat them, so therefore all you need is meat. Well, yeah, once you
yeah,
start
so
eating meat and everybody tries to survive on that, I don't know how much you've been around the farm industry, but a lot of those meats can do a lot of damage to the land to where they don't allow the land to be sustainable unless you have enough of it to be able to cycle those animals.
yeah, so I mean, in Exodus, you know, when they were roaming around in the desert or whatever, I mean, they had cattle and they were only basically living off of meat. I mean, I think they had a little bit of grains, but I think it was stored
That's
up
not
probably from
true,
what
bro.
they stole when they left. But they certainly weren't walking around gardening.
Hold on,
No, but
bro.
you can walk around and pick berries and fruits, man. It's
They
not,
they had
Yeah,
no
but
meat for those 40 years in the desert. They had no meat, dude. What are you talking
they
about?
didn't.
No, they didn't.
They
Most of their
so
cattle
they
died
wait. They
off.
didn't sacrifice. They didn't
No,
do
they didn't.
sacrifices.
No,
Really.
no, they didn't.
So
Yeah,
then what was he?
Dude,
So
he built.
So what was he doing? What
Hold
was
on, real
God
quick.
doing? Instructing them for future sacrifices.
We're not
I'm
going to derail the
confused.
No,
combo
he
here,
was
but
training them. He was having a. Hold on. Moses built an army over those 40 years. That's what he was doing. Now I don't know what if he was gardening or had meat. He had to have something.
no, listen. They survived off manna from heaven for 40 years. They had
The
no meat.
whole time.
Most of the meat
For 40 years.
Where
Come
does it
on,
say
dude.
that? Where does it say that? Show me
It
the Bible
says
where
it
it
in the
says
scriptures,
that.
bro. Clearly, you haven't read it, but I'm just trying to tell you because I've read it that they did
I
not.
got my Bible open right now.
They
Tell me
didn't.
where I'm looking.
They had no meat. They were begging for meat. By the 40th year, they were
Really?
begging. They wanted meat.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, we got Exodus 29:10 here. Then you shall bring the bull before the tent of meeting. Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands
I
upon
know.
the head of the bull, and you shall kill the bull before the Lord at
I
the
know.
door of the tent of meeting. But you're saying they're eating manna, right?
Yeah,
Well,
because you
was
got
that like instructions for the future, right? Not don't. I'm just telling you what to do,
No, it's
but you
not.
can't
They
do it
had
now because you
animals
don't have.
at that. No, it was
they
40
did.
years. You're talking about the Exodus, right? Their initial entrance into the desert, bro. Yes, they had cattle when they left during the Exodus. Yes, they had cattle. Move on.
Okay.
Go to the
Yeah.
halfway point.
Yeah. So where were they gardening at? Where does it say that?
Again, they were receiving manna from heaven every single day of the week, dude.
So meat and
The
manna.
manna is debated. Was it algae? Some say it was algae. It was some sort of microgreen. Some say it was a mushroom. All I'm saying is that this manna sustained them for 40 years in the desert.
Didn't it go bad after a day? Sounds kind of like cottage cheese or something.
Yes, it would go bad.
Or some kind of cheese or some kind of
Or
something like that. Because
mushroom.
cheese goes bad real quick.
Bro, there's no way they lived on manna for 40. He built an army off of manna falling from the sky.
Food from heaven, bro.
They had cattle, but the details aren't clear. But the cattle died off. All their animals died off. By the time they got to the promised land, they had no cattle left.
Where does it say that?
Oh my! Imagine trying to sustain all your cattle in the middle of a desert.
You notice how you're not just giving us where it says it in the Bible.
Listen, I'm not trying to have a Bible study because every time we get into the Bible, I get people start barking at me. That's why I'm hesitant to even get into it. But I'm just trying to tell you right off the bat so you can go research it yourself. Listen.
No,
go research it yourself.
Listen. So it's really not wise to say something about something and then not offer where it's at.
Bro,
what did the
it's
cattle
known
eat?
fact that the Israelites begged for meat, and then they ended up getting like some I don't know, birds or something, and it was bitter to them. Like, dude, go read the story, bro.
They got quail.
Dude, they raised an army, bro. They didn't do it off of manna from heavens. The cattle need something to eat. The cattle ate the manna.
Nah, the cattle ended up dying, dude. They were begging for meat by the time they got to the promised land, and Yah ended up giving them quail. But I'm not trying to get into the Bible study, bro. I'm just telling you real quick. I'm giving you a summary, bro. Go research it.
Yeah, so I mean, about sustain, like how we can sustain ourselves.
No, this
Arian,
is the
do you
thing.
only eat meat?
I want you to read for me. Can you please read this Bible chapter?
Arian,
Galatians 6, please.
I
Galatians
only
6.
eat meat. Who is that that's being real loud? Yes, I only eat meat.
Yeah.
Please.
So why
read
is it?
the Bible
Why
verse.
I find it sunshine? Do you not hear people talking, dude? Come on.
Go right ahead.
Yeah. No, I just find it interesting that people that have some religiosity to their eating habits, meaning they're very strict in one way or the other, where they're strict, I only eat plants, I only eat meat, I only eat these things, are so vigilant on like trying to project that diet onto people. So much so that you would even come in and say, the only thing you need to do to survive is meat. You should only
Do you,
have meat in a survival situation, all this kind of stuff. Like
That's all you
that's
need. Just meat.
hold
Just
on,
meat.
ridiculous.
hold on a second. Do you know what a religion is?
I said religiosity to your diet.
Yeah, do you know what that is? Do you know what that is? A religion.
Why are you trying to go back to a semantical argument? Why don't you just address my point?
Well, because you lack comprehension.
Well,
Go
why
on.
are you trying to have a conversation with him? Yeah.
Yeah, if you lack comprehension of the words that you're using, well, I mean, you're making nonsense to yourself. So
Well,
religiosity to
I
my
just use the
diet,
term.
right? So let's say I have a
Religious practice.
religious
A diet can be a
view,
religious practice,
right?
my friend.
Yeah. So
It's
a
not. It's
religion.
not a religious
Listen,
view in
good Lord,
terms
listen.
of God, dude.
A religion is a set of practices based on a set of beliefs.
Don't eat
Now,
pork,
in
eat this,
order
eat
for
the
me
fish on
to,
the Friday, etc., etc.
Sunshine,
okay,
chill
go
out,
ahead,
dude.
Sunshine. You can just talk for me, I guess.
You
I'm
eat
not
the
really.
fish on the Friday in the Catholic religion. You eat, is this sort of, you don't eat cows, you don't eat pork. You Hindu and Jews, they eat differently. They have their own practices, their own traditions.
What happened to finding like a sustainable source of food for low cost? Like, what happened to that combo?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about because
It,
cows are
well,
Hunting,
cheap,
it got
right?
kangaroo and
Grass is
deer,
free.
hunting them, hunting
well, it
kangaroo,
got
hunting deer.
to like all you need is
Yes.
meat. Meat is all you need, and
That's all you
then
need. That's all you need.
well,
And
you
salt.
can
Yes,
put all
literally.
meat and
And salt.
vegetables
So
too.
Meat and salt. Need a lot of salt. Salt and meat.
yeah, so I mean, literally, I've been eating nothing but beef for almost the last 2 years.
So how do you procure your cows? I mean, what do you feed your cows?
Oh, I just go to the butcher. They got lots of it.
So you have no firsthand knowledge on how to actually produce your own meat.
I mean, there's cows everywhere. If I had to go kill one, I would go kill it.
So then you'd
There's
eat
not
for
cows
a few
everywhere.
days. You'd eat for a few days. There's no sustainability. Do you have any idea about animal husbandry?
So an entire cow would last me probably a year.
So you know how often have you cured meat?
I mean, I've done it a couple times.
Okay, so you're comfortable with tomorrow if everything disappeared, you would be able to perfectly
Now,
practice animal husbandry, slaughter the animal properly, cure the meats, and be able to survive solely off of that?
okay. Now your problem is you live in if world.
We were talking about an if situation, right? We were talking about
Yeah,
sustainability, how to survive, the
but we
best
don't
ways to
live in
do
if
that. It's
world.
very easy. It's very easy to procure food through fruits and vegetables. It's very easy to
Actually,
do that.
it's easier
You
to
can
get it
have
through animals. If you go outside, you're more likely to find an animal than you would a vegetable or a fruit.
The
yeah, I take care of
animals
animals,
have done
bro.
all the processing of the grass and all the vegetables for you, right? Then you go and you harvest them.
That's why I said it's a mixture of it, right? You have the
No,
ability to procure your
you'll
meats and
you'll you'll
dude,
always find more
this is
meat
the
than
pointless
vegetables
conversation.
and
This is
fruits,
why I don't
man.
talk diet
Always.
with
The
zealots. I
only
don't talk
place you
diet with
find
zealots.
fruits and vegetables is in man-made areas. You don't
Well, that's
find
a good
wild fruits and vegetables.
that's a good point that Napalm is making. That you're not going to be able to attract the meat unless you first learn how to grow a garden to attract the meat. So really, you got to just grow a garden. That's the answer.
I mean,
Hey,
cows
even
eat
here when we do
grass.
have fruit trees, we have to beat the fucking birds to it, right? We'll put nets on them. The birds get the fruit way before you do.
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
they do. Mockingbirds eat
Yep.
my tomatoes all the
And
time.
people have their sugary diets, eating potatoes. They're fucking getting real fat from all this glucose in their blood.
Yeah, and grass isn't that easy to grow. There's like 3 aisles in the Home Depot that say it's not that easy to grow grass. Especially if you got cows stomping all over it and eating it all day, just stepping on
No,
it,
no,
stepping on it.
cow stomping on it and eating it make it grow better. This is called holistic grazing. If you know how to graze your animals, you have the wicked grass, real tall
Oh
grass
shit!
too.
I got a hawk that just swooped down like 4 feet above my head just now. My
Crow.
tree.
Me and crows, bro. I had a crow sweep someone at fucking 1 o'clock in the morning. Fucking sweep this cunt. I ran out there with a knife.
Yeah, he landed in my tree. He's landed in my tree. He's like a white-tailed hawk. He's probably 15, 20 feet high up in the branch now, waiting for something. See, because I got a garden.
Crows are smart motherfuckers. Look, watch the crows. You call to them
They're
too.
the smartest.
You
They
know,
say
like,
the crow. The American crow is the smartest bird, they say. And then there's some with the letter M.
call to the crows, bro. Call them in. They'll protect your
Guys,
plants.
what is
They'll
going on,
fuck off all the other
Sunshine?
birds.
I don't know,
whatever.
dude. Sunshine's just rambling on.
Yeah.
about-
Sunshine,
See you
can
later.
you hear
Good
when
night.
other people are
Auf
talking?
Wiedersehen.
You ain't gotta leave, just can you hear when other people are talking?
Do widzenia. Do widzenia, dobre kurwa.
No, you
Just
just
cursed you.
Sign.
He
Did you
hexed
just put a
you.
hex on me? Yo,
Did it.
can you hear when other people are talking, Sunshine? Just try to go one at a time, please.
I think he left.
Sounds like you're
Cursed you and
patronizing him,
left.
but that's just his name.
No, dude, it's just so weird to me that when people are talking about like, hey, what are things that I can do to like try to reduce my dependency on the food supply chain, and then there's always people that come in to just completely, oh, growing fruit's ridiculous. Nobody should do that. Blah blah blah. It's like, dude, I've harvested so much stuff out of my garden. You know what I'm saying? Like I've had the ability to eat food that I've produced solely myself very cheaply. Like what?
Same.
Yeah,
Is that a
we
bad
have
thing?
pasta. We have pasta once a week usually. So it's like, why can't we just grow enough tomato plants and herbs to season it and everything, and make our own pasta, 50 jars a year, 52 jars a year, and just can it up, and we're good for the year with pasta. Well, not
You
the
would.
actual pasta, but at least the sauce.
Not to get too far away from the story that was being told earlier, but when the people left the land or were made to leave the land because they didn't trust God, they brought cows with them because they didn't trust God that he would provide. And after a while, those cows went away and they had to trust God. That was the whole point of the story. So God then provided that group of people for 40 years. And that
No way.
That was the,
Moses built an
that?
army off manna for 40 years.
Yeah, do you believe that?
Yeah. After they
Yes.
trusted God, that's the whole point, is to put your trust in God. Not, that's the point of that story anyway. Yeah,
And I used to
whether you
trust
believe-
God so much. Where's my manna? Where's my buckets of manna?
Right.
Well, you
whether
obviously
believe it
don't
or,
trust God.
yeah, whether you believe it or
And I
not,
guess
like
if that's what,
they're just. If you're saying they're just surviving on manna, like how do they do? Like, well,
Well, they
manna is
had
described to be this. Yeah, it's described to be like this magic, like from heaven
from
food.
heaven.
So of course you can
Because they
survive
were
on
in
it.
the
Yeah.
desert where nothing else was provided, and the cows wouldn't even survive. But the cows were taken away anyway after a while because of their non-belief. So they said, "Okay, watch this." Right? It's another miracle story. Whether you believe it or not, that's up to you. But that's what the story's about, as far as I know.
it does say though that they lived. It does say though that they lived off manna for 40 years.
Yeah, it tells you why they had to do that. It's because they weren't trusting in God enough. They were thinking they could just, survive on what they had, which were cows and other stuff, right? That was the whole story. So then God proved to them they needed to trust more.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so
mean, I don't know if you're gonna if you don't want to believe it, that's another thing. But the premise is the premise. Like, so you can't say, well, that doesn't make sense because how could this magical God give me magical food and I survive on it? I mean, you're gonna work on the story, then work on the story. Yeah.
Can't say it doesn't make sense.
Somebody did.
Look,
Yeah,
Rakia, would you
Jeremy's
apply
in-
this story like if we were going to move to the moon, would we apply the same logic?
Right. If you're gonna base it on we can go to the moon, then work on that on that line of reasoning. Yeah.
He's breaking up, but
Shane, the point is you got to be somewhat prepared. I like the point. It's like, don't be a stick in the mud. Be an adventurer. Have some faith. Go do some things. Try some things. But to just think that you could go somewhere and not be prepared, it does not make any sense at all.
They didn't think that they could. They didn't think that. They were being led through this journey and being proven by God that they didn't trust in him enough, because they did try and prepare with cows and all that, but in the desert that doesn't work. That's why he put them. I think that's why he led them through there for 40 years. The time period is basically just to show people what a miracle God can be. He can provide everything you need, basically. I think that's what the story is about. Whether it's true or not,
I respect that point. It's just not practical. I mean, the story is an awesome analogy or whatever, or fable, but it's not like, it just doesn't seem practical. I don't really know
yeah,
the main message.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but it's not meant to be practical. It's meant to teach lifelong lessons. Like I said again, whether the story is true or not, is to teach you to trust in God, not in man.
Yeah, and then Jeremy, my suggestion for you would be to start. Like, I just started growing garden because I'm on the same mind as you, like, right? But why am I paying these guys when I can just get it from the sky? Like, the water will just fall from the sky and do it for me. Am I breaking up? No, but my suggestion. Okay, my suggestion would be to start with a raised bed. So you just build like a big box, like 4x8 or whatever size you want. Because my first go around, I built it on the ground, and the animals came and ate it. And it was kind of frustrating. So I would just start with the raised bed.
I just want to go back to what possibly they could have been eating, whether it was manna. I mean, what the manna was it algae? Was it a mushroom? Or some sort of mycelium? Was it bread?
Wasn't it described as being white?
Yes, so depending on the manuscripts,
like
you have here, so it says here, in the morning, dew lay around the camp, and when the dew had gone up, there was on the face of the wilderness a fine flake-like thing, fine as frost on the ground. And when the people of Israel saw it, they said to one another, "What is it?" For they did not know what it was. And Moshe said to them, "It is the bread that Yah has given you to eat. Gather of it, each one of you, as much as he can eat, and you shall each take an omer." But so this stuff, it seems like to be some sort of mycelium, but I don't know. Yeah, because I've seen the white stuff on if you've ever grown and extended. Sometimes you don't always see it, but you'll see like the mycelium coming forth from the ground itself, and it might cover your bed, but it doesn't. It only happens when you have like a really, really rich soil. You guys know what I'm talking about?
I just recently.
Yeah, you talk about that fur on the ground.
Yeah, but they were in the desert.
I'm not saying that's that, but it's the only thing I can think of logically, unless it's something supernatural.
I mean, it has to be at this point, because you can't explain it because it's in the desert.
Yeah,
so there shouldn't even be dew to begin with.
So, off my grass? Like, what is that?
Now this is another case of a man not understanding God's power. That's the whole point of putting a group of men, a huge group in the desert, and then providing for them as God to prove that you're God. Man, you can't do this by yourself.
Yep.
Lion, do you know if is that nutritious, that white stuff? I mean, I'm not going to go try and eat it, but just off the top of your head.
That's what we're wondering, because whatever this stuff was complete. It sustained them. So it must have had some sort of protein, amino acids in it, similar to meat. And the only thing I can think of is mushrooms, or hemp protein. But
can we testify to miracles in our own life? Like, I know I've felt a situation before where I've been a place where I expected nothing. I was desperate, or it felt like a fucking desert, whether it was a building in the middle of the night or a school after it was closed, something where you'd be like, man, I'm like, you know what I mean? I need a miracle right here to find some food or some money or whatever it is. And boom, it'll be there, I mean, I've seen the miracles from God, you'd be like, there ain't no way. Be like, man, where did this shit come from right here? You know what I mean? He's there. He's there. We're never disconnected from our universe, ever.
An Ancient Aliens episode claimed that they had built some sort of mechanism. I don't know. They had some technology that produced, I think it was algae or something like that. I don't even know, man.
Well, bless y'all on this Sunday.
Looking it up, it says that white stuff is a disease. So it says it's a grass python blight.
No, man, that's not. Hold on, let me look up a good picture, bro. What I'm talking about.
Well,
If you
whatever
had
it
this
is,
in your
there's
garden,
no
you'd love it.
way. There's no way it can be a plant though, because you can't build an army off of plants. I mean, you can't build strength. You can't build people who are willing to fight if they're eating plants. It's just not possible.
Yeah, Moses came out of the desert ready for war, bro. He was no joke after that. Like, I don't know, whatever though. If that manna thing came from the heavens and they had all the nutrients they needed, I mean, I guess. Not the point. The point is, how do we do that now? Like, what's the feasible way? Like, I can't have a cow. You know what I'm saying?
You can definitely have chickens, which
Maybe
I'm going to be getting next. Is chickens.
I was gonna say I maybe could get a few chickens though. Yeah, exactly.
No, but you can always get to know someone who does have a cow or cows.
And then he'll have had a cow because you'll be eating it. You got to get another cow.
You know, cows do mate. They do that quite a bit. So
A good way to do it is the guy that was making those. The guy that was making those Earthship homes. He had an aquaponic system he was putting in his thing where it had this whole this whole cycle, food cycle thing going in it with the fish.
That girl is pretty smart that was on here before. What was her name? Like Russ. She was pretty good with all this. She seems to like be on board with both of you guys. She's a meat eater, like for sure, but has some sustainable way. She seemed pretty informative. Yeah, but like, maybe the key is like learn. You know, maybe we, you know, somebody tricked us into we need to eat it. Maybe we just don't even need to eat. That's the
bro.
No, apparently not. Gandhi didn't do it.
I don't know, dude. You got to eat. If I don't eat, I'm gonna die.
That's the trick. You got to let go of that.
That's the
Have
trick.
faith. That's you got to put your faith in God and let go of that hunger and fast, and then you'll see you don't need to eat.
Bro.
I don't know.
Ain't no way. You only
Maybe.
getting so far on water, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I gotta eat, dude. I be burning mad calories every day. Like, where's this energy gonna come from that I got? I gotta
don't know.
use.
You got a kid, right? You have kids, right? Where do these little maniacs who never eat get their energy? And they're growing bigger while
I
not eating.
know. They be bouncing off the walls. How they bouncing off the walls like that?
Yeah,
The
and they're
kid
not
woke
even
up,
eating.
had a
So
cup of milk.
eat your dinner.
Yeah, the kid woke up, had a cup of milk and a granola bar, and he's bouncing off the walls for the next 5 hours.
And growing bigger at the
He's
same
saying
time.
he's implying that eating slows you down. That might be something to that.
Speaking of growing, isn't it funny how the cells all know what they're supposed to be and the cell next to it knows what it's supposed to be? Isn't that shit crazy?
That's the code. That's the code,
It's almost
bro.
like one piece of DNA actually has the whole code for the whole body. Even if it's like a hair DNA or a piece of fingernail, it's like it knows the whole body still.
What the fuck is a hair DNA?
I mean, I don't know. A hair cell, a DNA for a hair cell.
Yeah, that's got your DNA in it.
Do you think that wherever they take the DNA from, like, You know, if they were to take DNA from different parts of my body, I would assume it would be very, very, very similar, but still have some small differences. You know how they do gene targeting and stuff? They know, like, this is an eyeball cell. You know how they can, like, make extra eyes pop up on things? It's because they know what type of cell it is. They know they're targeting. It's still
all right.
It's still amazing. You talk about, look, it's way more evident in a kid when they double in size so quickly, but they're creating new cells, right? But it's like, are they only creating the type of cell that they are? Are the brain cells only splitting into brain cells? Are the arm cells only splitting into arm cells? Okay, if you want to sell me that story, that's fine. But then how did it start in the beginning when you just had one cell and then two and then four? Right? What type of cells were those? Was it an arm cell? And how did that one of those four cells split into brain, arm, eyeball, all that?
How did the cells know where they were? You're saying?
Not only just where they were, what are they? And yeah, well, I guess where they are, what they're supposed to be, and then what next? What to split into next? That's crazy.
Wait, how did you know to form a hand here and not a foot?
Right. So what I'm saying is, it's got the whole map, even though there's got to be some whole map in each piece, man. But I don't know. Jason's been holding his own, but you know what I'm saying? They've been coming at him a little bit about this stuff, and it really will get you thinking. You know, when they're like, oh, we got these pieces and and then, you know, he was getting hit a little bit with trying to focus on North's point about, can you take the raw ingredients? And he was going back, oh, it's so inefficient. We could just in vitro or all this stuff. It worries me when they don't get the point sometimes.
He was saying he could make a mouse though, from the raw materials.
Yeah, and then at the end of it, at the end of it, then it sounded like he said yes, just very like, and I'm like, what? Like,
I don't think they can make a living thing. I don't think they can make life in the animal matter.
I'm with you, man. Like, I don't, you know, maybe he's saying I don't think they have the catalog either. Even if they could make the baby piece, like some baby piece. But yeah, I'm with you, man. Dude kept challenging me. He said, show it, and I never got shown it. So
yeah, just show me the mouse or the frog or whatever you made from. You know, don't start with no frog parts. Don't take some shit off another frog, but like start with the raw materials and just make a frog or a mouse or whatever. I'd be impressed with all. I mean, any kind of like big creature like that. That's crazy.
I'd be impressed with them making anything, making bacteria, viruses. Don't they say they do? But I'm talking about from raw shit, from just
don't say the V word.
Oh, sorry. Microorganisms.
Don't say no. Don't say no V words ever.
Not even vagine?
Nope. Don't say I'm very vexed. Okay, I don't want to hear no violin. No violin talk. Yeah, go smoke a blunt, bro. Relax, man. You're always all fired up.
I was away from the keyboard last night, man. I was slept a little bit, but did Kosho ever come back?
I don't know.
Were you listening? Were you listening? It was like me, him, and
What time was it? What time East Coast was it?
It's like 9 or 10, I think.
Nah,
maybe a little later, maybe 11. Damn, I'm sorry. I'm like, who was I talking with? I'm sorry, man. It was I was talking to EXO a little bit after that, but we were, you know, it was like it was here, and another one of the boys, I think, like Napalm,
me.
and
Yeah.
yeah, and we were talking about that pattern of the mountain. It seemed like Kosho started to, like agree a little bit at the end, or give us our little radical side of it. But then he like had to peace out. He was like, I made a joke on my. He was getting to agree too much, dude. He couldn't be seen agreeing with us so much, Jeremy. He had to peace out, bro. But I like where you took it, Napalm, kind of toward the end about focus on the self and all that. Just be aware. Let's be aware. Smoke room together.
Places like city and shit like that. But for the rest of the world, I mean, we can pretty much grow all the food we need on the properties we have. Like, I don't know, I have a half an acre. I could probably feed like my whole block or some shit. We all got half acres though. That's the thing. Like everyone's got plenty of land to do their thing. So like,
You got to just teach. What's the saying? You teach a man to fish, or give a man a fish. He eats for a day. Teach him to fish. I got that box I was telling you to build. It's four. It's like 3.5 feet, 4 feet by 7 feet. It's plenty. It's for me and my whole house. It's tons of food. You don't need an acre. You don't need anything like that.
Not the
What are your
bash
number
on the
one?
meat eater. I'll be done. Not the bash on the meat eater, because that's what I eat every day. I don't eat the vegetables, but put 2 cows, a male and a female, in your half acre, and have them graze your grass until they have a calf to sustain your meat eating, and then see how much grass you have
I don't know
left.
if you, I don't think they'll make it.
No, they'll die in 6 months.
Exactly. It takes a huge amount of land to grow cattle.
That's what I'm saying. You could do chickens and maybe, maybe a pig or I don't know. Pigs probably take a lot of land too, but you could definitely do
No,
chickens easy enough.
you could do pig. Pig actually eat all your waste, like all your trash and all that. Chickens, they tear up the land too. I had hundreds of chickens, and they just decimate the land.
Pigs decimate the land too, but you can keep them pinned up into a small area and they'll still fatten up for you. But I would not suggest pork, just my opinion. But yeah, that's the thing about like ruminants and stuff like that. They take a lot of land in order to survive, right? So it's not like I can take my 1/4 acre that I live on and put a cow on it and I'll be fine. Like that cow would go through my grass in no time and have nothing to eat.
Well, you soon realize you needed a male and a female cow, and you need those cows to be able to mate and have a calf and then survive on the offspring, right? He soon realized that. But the whole point of the story that was brought up is to trust in God. Like, you can't grow cattle in the desert or picking up berries to survive. So you had to trust in God. And when they did that, he provided daily for them. That was the point of the story.
Moses came out of that ready for fucking battle, bro. He brought it to that whole area. Right after that, that's what he was doing that whole time. He was building an army, as far as the story goes, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you can.
God's army.
Sorry, I was just going to move it back to
He
like
died.
the sustainability
Moshe
of
died
land.
in the desert. He never got to the land.
Yeah, but his boy Joshua, well, he was there for all the battles. Well, a lot of the beginning battles, and his boy Joshua took over. So
I've heard that there was actually a mistranslation that it's not like "let my people go." It's actually like "let my people grow," and he was a big gardener. So
Hilarious.
Let my
But see,
people
that's the
grow.
thing we're talking about, right? Like, I feel like the creator gave us this place to reside upon, and it has everything that we need, right? There's an abundance around us. We've kind of cleared the land and decimated a lot of different things. And the big thing about that is just by planting some seeds, even in small areas, you can have a world of abundance around you. I'm not saying don't eat any meat or anything like that. Certainly, you can have chickens, rabbits, things like that, things that produce quickly, don't require a lot. I mean, rabbit meat, not bad for you as long as you're ensuring that the rabbits are healthy, they produce quickly, they literally eat your scraps, right? Like your grass clippings. So just taking grass clippings to feed the rabbits is certainly enough, and then little scraps from your garden. There's many different ways that you can do it. If you have a bunch of land, sure, maybe a couple of cows may be possible for you. I'm not saying that you couldn't do that, but for the average person to be
you want to
able
stick to the
to,
small stuff: chickens, rabbits.
yeah,
Yeah,
like literally within 2 years, if every single person in this call 2 years from now, if they start today and they just start planting all throughout their property, within 2 years, you would have almost enough fruits and vegetables wherever you live. I don't care where you live. Well, I guess if you live in an apartment, that's not necessarily going to be the case, but you certainly can't grow cows in your apartment. But I'm just saying, like, the amount of abundance that can be produced just in a little bit of soil is ridiculous. And it keeps giving back to you, right? Like, I've got papaya starts coming in right now that literally one papaya has hundreds of seeds, and each one of those seeds has the potential to produce hundreds of fruits that have hundreds of seeds throughout the year. And it just keeps going over and over again exponentially.
that's dope. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Well, who was talking about? I think it was. I don't know who was talking about. The guy made a living off of like going up to people like, "Hey, let me go grow crops on your land. I'll cut you in on it." And then he just made a killing on that. That's what I'm saying, bro. My front lawn don't do nothing, dude. I'd love to have a whole thing of crops right there. And just I spend a G a month at the grocery store.
Yeah, I'm working on getting my backyard that way, my side yard. Unfortunately, I live in a community that has rules and regulations with the homeowners association, and I have an
You got an
inability to
HOA?
just turn. Yeah, I have an inability to just turn my front yard into a food forest, but I can mix in fruiting plants and stuff, right? Like papaya and mango trees and all that kind of stuff. Pineapples.
That's dope. Yeah, that's awesome. You're never gonna get scurvy.
I got dragon fruit started. I got a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah.
That's what's up. Yeah, there you go. Can you preserve it though, or does it just grow all year round?
There's certain time periods in which it fruits. Like right
Is
now
there a
is
way to
kind of the
store
time
it?
that cactus fruits are coming up.
Is there a way to store it though? For
Possibly. I don't know about dragon fruit or any other cactus fruits. The
you can
storability of
freeze
it.
dry.
But
You can
yeah, it's
freeze
like
dry.
anything. Yeah, you can freeze all of it, right? Like I could take anything and put it in the freezer. Like I can. That's my new goal with my papaya because I didn't grow papaya last year because I had an issue with a couple of my papaya plants in the past where I got some fungus issues, and I wasn't keeping up with eating all the papaya. Like that's the thing; it was producing so much I couldn't keep up with eating it and or giving it away before it was just like starting to get rotten. It was producing so much fruit. So now going forward in the future, I'm going to be like very diligent on picking it all and then ensuring that I can I can freeze it because it produces so much that I can't even keep up with it. It's that crazy.
Yeah, it's awesome. That's what I'm talking about, bro. There's no reason why everyone should have to like, bro. I struggle to get my food bill. Like, what the fuck? Not struggle, but like my food bill is a huge friggin' expense, and we don't even eat like good like that. I'd love to have fresh papaya, fruit bowls every morning and shit. Pineapple and papaya fruit, all that shit. I don't know what a star fruit or dragon fruit is or whatever you said, but
Well, move.
is it good? Is the dragon fruit good? I never even had one. Never even heard of
I mean,
that
it's
shit
good.
before you said it.
Dragon fruit is so good. It's like a mild. It's similar texture to kind of like a kiwi, but it has like a milder taste than a kiwi.
I
Sometimes
love kiwis.
yeah, it's that similar kind of texture, but the taste is a little bit more mild. And for me, it's almost like I get an instant rush of energy from that and papaya. So those are two things that I'm trying to like ensure that I grow. But there's a ton of vitamin C in the dragon fruit.
You never heard of dragon fruit, Joe?
No, I don't think so.
What are they doing to you guys up there?
I don't know, bro. We're fucking us big time.
Have you guys seen the new thing going viral about the watermelon sold at Walmart?
What's going on at Walmart?
So people were buying watermelons from Walmart, and this one guy was like rinsing off his watermelon in the sink, and the skin just came off of it. All the
Yeah,
skin.
I've gotten some bad watermelon from watermelon. That is absolutely disgusting, though.
Not like the skin came off of like it wasn't even real watermelon. And then there's like it's going viral. There are all kinds of people that are videoing their watermelon, and they're like exploding. They're like pushing in, they dent in, and all this weird. It's just like man-made watermelon. It's not even real watermelon. It's going viral right now. You guys haven't seen it?
I have gotten a fucked up watermelon from Walmart before. I told my wife we were getting it, and I was chopping it up. Chopped up a big ass watermelon. It was good. Then we got another one the next week, and it was disgusting. I was like, "Yo, don't get no more fucking watermelon." I love watermelon. It's dope.
Yeah, they're rolling out the man-made vegetables and fruits and meat. The man-made synthetic meat just got approved.
There you go. There's the meat for the homie that said just straight meat. We just make the meat.
I think the optimal diet is fruited.
I would love it if there was just like capsules or something you could eat. Like, eat five of these capsules. It's all the healthiest, nutritious shit your body needs. Then we don't have to go cooking and all this other stuff.
You can't synthetically replicate actual bioavailable nutrients from the earth, man. Chill out.
No, I'm not saying to synthetically do it. I'm saying grow the shit, grow all the stuff, and then just make some capsules and stuff. So I can just like eat a few capsules of food and be good.
Oh man.
Wouldn't that be neat if you could just buy 10 5-gallon buckets of food or some shit and you're good for your life? That'd be awesome.
Do you print off like the United Nations Sustainable Development Laws and like hang them on your wall?
What's up? What'd you say?
Jeremy has like the United Nations laws like on his wall.
I got it tattooed as a tramp stamp.
Yeah, bro. It's on his fridge.
It would be even better, Jeremy, if the robots just made those things for us, wouldn't it?
Yeah, man. Yes. And then we don't even actually have to physically eat them. Like if we could put some type of robot inside of us that would just do the eating for us.
I mean, I love the idea of. I'm not gonna lie. This you guys might think this is fucked up, but medical nanobots. So like, as soon as you get like any kind of cancer cell or anything goes wrong, lets you know and fucking goes and kills the cancer cell and shit. Doesn't that sound dope?
Dude, did you look up optogenetics, dude?
No, I've known about this for a long time. Popular Mechanics used to gas me up when I was a kid.
No, I'm saying I told you to look up optogenetics, bro.
I don't even know what's that even mean.
Oh man, it's using light to control the brain activity of the host. So there's a video from dude, my next stream is gonna be so crazy. There's a video from 10 years ago. So 10 years ago, long before the pandemic, 10 years ago, about how they can use certain methods to they basically found certain plants that have photosynthetic processes that can be utilized to create bioluminescence in the body, or more so intercepts the neural pathways and exchanges. So it bypasses the blood-brain barrier with genetic manipulation. It has to use a virus, and then it is able to turn on and off certain cells in the brain and to intercept neural pathways so that you can control the behavior, you can isolate different brain defects and stuff like that. And then the guy says it's called optogenetics, and they've done it with mice. Like they flipped a switch with the light, and the mouse becomes like a savage, like super killer instantly. And then when you flip it back off, it's just a normal mouse. They can literally control the behavior of the mouse. It's called optogenetics. And the guy says, this is such a huge advancement and possibility for us to be able to isolate brain defects and brain diseases and illnesses and stuff. But unfortunately, it requires gene therapy, and there isn't currently any gene therapy that's FDA approved in America, and there's only one in Europe, so we're being pigeonholed. How convenient we got some emergency authorization for some gene therapy. Isn't that interesting? That supposedly imitates a V word. Oh, and this process has to stimulate the production of certain proteins to be able to integrate into the neural pathways. Does any of this sound familiar? Proteins, gene therapy. Yeah, what a coincidence. So, you need to pump the brakes, buddy. Playing with fire, my guy.
Yeah, but bro, that's different than just having a little medical nano robots going around your body and just, if there's a cancer cell, it just identifies it and takes it out. Easy peasy.
So look, optogenetics is a biological technique to control the activity of neurons or other cell types with light. This is achieved by the expression of light-sensitive ion channels, pumps, or enzymes specifically in the target cell. And guess what color lights it uses? The same color light that just so happened to pop up in all the street lights during the lockdown. Do you guys think it's a coincidence that they said, oh, we can basically control your brain, but the only problem is that it requires gene therapy and it's not currently FDA approved, and it requires the production of proteins? Are they spike proteins? Gene therapy? Where have I heard that before? Dude, they literally make the mice like savage killers, dude. They turn them into killers. Here, I'm gonna drop a video. Am I the only one that's freaked out by that?
Yeah, bro. What do you think they're gonna do it?
Well, all I'm saying
So
is
do
that
you
they
think that
quite literally could have already done it. Yeah.
do you think that they're just getting people used to these purple lights, and that these purple lights are just going to become so much more prevalent that people are going to stop calling in and saying, hey, this street light's messed up, it's purple and it should be white. And eventually they're all just going to be purple.
Yeah, maybe so, or isolated areas are purple. When I was driving last night, I saw that they're all like normal lights, but there's just the occasional purple one there. But then I've seen other places in Florida where the entire freaking highway is purple. So yeah, maybe they keep rolling them out. Maybe they have them in isolated areas for a certain reason. I don't know. Like when we first saw those, we were like, "Oh, this is going to be used with like the quantum dot tattoo with the bioluminescence of like the luciferase enzyme. They're going to be able to track who is or isn't modified." But it may be more sinister than that. I mean, they literally turned the mice into supercars, dude. And then they put lasers connected to the mouse's head, and they were able to control the mouse to make it go kill things with lasers attached to its head. Dude, if you literally just Google optogenetics, like that's the first thing that pops up is like is like
Oh my
my
God.
super killers. Yeah.
It sounds pretty Pavlovian.
It's like legit insane.
I haven't heard this opto stuff, but this is old news. They've used like wires in mice, and there was even one where they actually showed like a video, like what the mice sees. Was it a mouse or a rat? Like actual what they see. It was showing. I don't know how true that was, but they've been doing this for years.
Oh, we're talking about wirelessly and remotely controlling the brain activity and thoughts of the mice with light. I mean, that's like next level, dude. And it requires
Yeah,
gene
light is
therapy and
like
the production of proteins.
yeah, it makes sense. They went from electrical to light, like fiber optics. Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, so basically the idea is, you know how like plants take light and then they make electricity, right? You got photosynthesis. That's what that is. They're making electricity. Like, they're like, oh, it makes energy. Yeah, like electricity. They're using certain plants and then replicating that interaction and then introducing the chemical reaction into people's bodies. It's able to bypass the blood-brain barrier where they can then have direct access to your neural pathways, and your neurons, which means like controlling your brain, like literal physical mind control.
This is like old news, right? Like, and I remember them doing those experiments with the mice and that. How about those apes? Have you guys heard about the experiments they did with apes? Tried to breed apes with humans and try to make like super soldiers, but they never caught. They never were able to do it apparently. Well, now
Don't
they
they
have
do that in
robots. So.
Mexico with donkeys?
Super donkeys.
Yeah, it's
No,
part
but
of
I'm
the
serious.
Mexican.
The ape and human thing. That's a thing. That's something they were looking into to make super soldiers.
And so the Mexicans have a parallel program.
Like, think about how desensitized you are, where like, lasers turn lab mice into brutal killers. Like, literally, we're so desensitized that something that they just now gave everyone has been used to control the brain activity of the host and make them a killer. And we're just like, We just don't care.
What is this? Are they stimulating a part of the brain and causing aggressiveness, or is it something else?
Which you got to see the Kingsman with Samuel Jackson, bro.
Yeah, they're
I
able
haven't
to
seen that.
stimulate certain neurons and then shut other ones off. So if they shut off the part of the brain that kind of keeps you like logical or reserved or anything, but then they stimulate the portion of the brain that causes aggression, and they can make you like a savage killer. So imagine if you combine the 1p36 gene deletion, which means you lose functionality of the prefrontal cortex, you lose the ability to fully hear and see, you have a propensity to bite, and then you combine that with Marburg, where you're like bleeding and eroding, and like you actually transfer this with contact of direct bodily fluids such as saliva in a bite, and then people are just like super erratic and aggressive, and they lose color in their face, and they lose like the life in their eyes, and their face sinks in, and then you combine that with being able to literally control their behavior remotely. Now you have an army of like savage, contagious zombie soldiers. It sounds like something out of a movie. It doesn't sound like it real at all. Like, I have medical journals and experiments for every single portion of that. And it's all exactly what was in the Kool-Aid.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
gotta be kidding me.
What if they figured out, instead of like just flipping a switch, to do it slowly over time?
I think they're gonna flip the switch. Flip the switch is way more effective. I mean, so what if it's like your phone can give off a certain spectrum of light, these street lights, like blah blah blah. So then people would be like, okay, we know we can't drive on this highway because this has all those purple lights. It's gonna be like a war zone. I mean, it sounds crazy, but like, whatever. I mean, they've also shown that you can have nanotech, which Jeremy's a big fan of, that can be remotely activated to open up, and the nanobots open up and release the pathogens that were inside of it. And they've successfully done this. And they used 3 1-minute pulses, electromagnetic pulses of 18 gigahertz. And after the third 1-minute pulse was over, it triggered the pathogen, or triggered the nanobot to open up and release the pathogen. The only problem is that the immune system will immediately start to fight off that pathogen, right? So you would need to weaken the immune system of the host to be able to have like success in infecting the host with the pathogen. Oh, isn't that funny? We just coincidentally have like a sudden rise in AIDS in 2023, to such an extent that they are trying to get emergency authorization for a new AIDS jab. So that you wonder why they want to say like, oh, keep going in and getting your stuff. Well, they want to chip away at the immune system as much as you'll allow them. You know, that they don't actually need you to keep going because they put the nanotech in at the first one. But it's like, well, if you'll keep going, the more the better, because the weaker their immune system. So we ensure efficacy more and more because your immune system can't fight off whatever pathogens are released. That's where you get Marburg. You have an E. coli derivative pathogen that can be put inside of it's actually exactly what was tested in one of the tests, though. Was literally like this same thing that leads to the family viruses for Ebola. It's funny. If this is true, it's like they've done such a good job making it sound so insane that they don't even have to censor this. You can talk about all this completely free. It's no big deal. So there's Ebola, and then Marburg is a version of that family, right? It's the only one that isn't specifically a type of Ebola, but it's similar. And yeah, they tested this actual pathogen out, and nanotech was able to release it in the host body. Why would you even do that? What does that test even accomplish? Well, what's the possible good aspect? We want to test the illness more. You know, like, it's so weird, dude. So anyway, there you go. Now you have Marburg. The United States is prepared. Federal government 2021 unlimited emergency funding for a Marburg outbreak. Automatic approval of countermeasure biological devices, and quarantine camp. Okay, check that one off. Okay, so then, because I remember I told you it's like a trifecta. You got optogenetics, you got Marburg, and you got the 1p36 gene deletion. And this would give you a zombie. exactly what we call a zombie, other than them being dead and coming back to life. But they basically just be like the Walking Dead, right? But they could be like World War Z type of zombies, because you would have this erratic and aggressive behavior that can be stimulated. Like the mouse just goes crazy when they trigger the thing. So anyway, we checked off Marburg. Very possible with the Kool-Aid, because the nanotech is completely classified. There are like all these different companies and names for the Kool-Aid. They all make different flavors of Kool-Aid supposedly. But guess what all the Kool-Aids have in common? They all have the same lipid nanoparticle. And they all get them from the same place in China. So they're all the same. For that part of it, they're all the same. That's the part that, since it was such revolutionary technology, it remained completely classified and patented. So no one even knows what's inside that thing. No one that claims to know that it's legit and everything's okay. It's not revealed. It's classified because it's this new technology. So for intellectual property purposes, they're able to keep it classified. Okay, so and that's supposedly just this innocent carrier agent. It's no big deal. And it's positively ionized. There are no positively ionized lipids in nature. They just threw that word on there, so it sounds more natural instead of just literally saying like little mini computers in your body, right? Okay, so anyway, Marburg, check. Okay, so now we have 1p36 gene deletion, which is a genetic disorder that you're born with. I know some people are like, dang, he's talking about this again. Like, yes. 1p36 gene deletion is a genetic disorder that you're born with. So it's similar to like Down syndrome or something. Like you don't have full functionality of your prefrontal cortex. You lack social awareness, so you can you'll bite people or whatever. And specifically with this, there is a propensity to bite. That seems to be one of the common things that people will do. They'll just bite people, and then they can't really see and hear very well because their neural exchanges, their sensory perception is messed up, right? So you can't, you're kind of dumb and aggressive and erratic, and you have a propensity to bite. 1p36 is something that you're born with. So you can look that up, 1p36 gene deletion. You'll see plenty of papers about it. Well, this company that paid the biggest medical fine in American history recently, was all in the news. All of a sudden, they were the sponsor for the news and for the Super Bowl and everything. Right, so everyone should know what I'm talking about. They didn't want to release their documents for 75 years, which is how you know that it's legit. How do people that drink the Kool-Aid defend that? They drink the Kool-Aid, and then the people that gave them the Kool-Aid said they didn't want to reveal the documents for 75 years. Totally legit. But they had to anyway, so they had to slowly release them over time, is what the judge ruled. So one of them that got released is a document from February 2022. This is the official document from the official company. And it's an adverse event list. And at the very top of the list is 1p36 gene deletion. So when people are like, oh, it's going to mess with genetics, and people are like, no, you're such a crazy conspiracy theorist. Here's my fact check. Haha, you're so stupid. Well, then why is 1p36 gene deletion a genetic disorder that you're born with on the list of adverse events from the Kool-Aid? So take it up with them, That's what they say. Okay, so now we have 1p36 checked off, according to the company itself. So now we have Marburg and 1p36 gene deletion, both very real, scientifically possible situations. And then we have optogenetics, which just requires processes of gene therapy that manufacture proteins that then bypass the blood-brain barrier and can intercept the neural pathways and the exchanges of the neurons using light. So yeah, bioluminescence, artificially integrated bioluminescence triggering certain neural exchanges. So all you need is gene therapy with the production of synthetic or even naturally occurring but synthetically stimulated protein production. Okay, well, we checked those boxes too. So scientifically speaking, it is possible that if people that rushed out Kool-Aid for everyone to drink were sinister and had some malevolent intention, they could quite literally make you a zombie, in the sense that you would have triggered Marburg disease, you would have 1p36 gene deletion, and that you could be controlled remotely with optogenetics. These are all very scientifically possible and real things. So, okay, rant's over. So now, if you did that, you need to find a way to detox, and even the truthers that didn't do that need to find a way to detox all the heavy metals. You want to get all the heavy metals out of you, because if they're going to use any type of frequencies to trigger this stuff, you need to throw a piece of aluminum foil in the microwave, see what happens. You don't want that happening in your body. We got to try to, all of us need to try to detox heavy metals, and the people with the nanoparticles need to try to detox, much less stop going to drink the Kool-Aid over and over. Putting your head in the sand is not going to help you. All right, sorry, I know I've been talking about it a lot lately, but it seems like no one else is talking about it, and it seems like everyone just doesn't really care or something. Seems like a pretty big deal to me.
I just got here. What seems like a pretty big deal?
Making people zombies.
Oh, okay.
See, you think it's automatically not possible. Like,
Well, no, I've seen this
1P316
would be a longer conversation than, just a statement.
1P36 gene deletion is a real thing. It's on that company's own document they were forced to release as one of the adverse events. So according to that company, the Kool-Aid that they gave people can cause what's typically a genetic disorder you have to be born with, called 1P36 gene deletion, where you can't use your prefrontal cortex. You have a propensity to bite other people, and you lack social awareness, and you lose your hearing, and you lose your sight. This is a real disorder. You can look it up. 1P36 gene deletion. People are normally only born with it. That's the story. But all of a sudden, it's an adverse event. It's on the list of adverse events. So I guess you don't have to be born with it, right? So that's a real thing coming from the company themselves saying that. So if you have a propensity to bite other people, you can't fully use your brain, you have good sight or hearing, that's somewhat zombie-esque, but that's just like a genetic disorder. It's like someone, maybe being mentally handicapped a bit. That's not necessarily a zombie, but it checks off some boxes of zombies, like propensity to bite. Okay? So that's a real thing according to the company itself. That's a real possible adverse event.
Yeah, but the first thing that comes to mind is, the old joke, you watch the TV commercial, it's like, do ProPlaque, will fix you, your depression, may cause third leg, watch out for tail growth, you might want to kill yourself, they name all these ridiculous adverse effects for like every medicine.
What medicines say that they can give you a genetic disorder that you're born with?
I don't know. I usually just fast forward through the commercials, but I don't know.
Well, this will be the first time ever that something that can manipulate a genetic code in such a way that it gives you a deletion. It deletes a certain gene that causes you to have these issues, right? Like supposedly that's something you're born without the gene, supposedly. So if something can now be introduced that deletes that gene, I mean that's pretty crazy. So then the other box we didn't check yet is, but we still have immune systems. Our body is like an incredible machine. It fights off anything. So if you're going to check Marburg, say you can remotely activate pathogens because the nanoparticle, this has been proven and done in a lab, they can, from a distance, send out electromagnetic pulse to these nanoparticles inside of a living host like a mouse. And it's just designed a certain way. So it's triggered to certain frequencies and a certain amount of the frequency. So in this case, they did 3 1-minute pulses of 18 gigahertz, and it opened up the nanoparticle and it released what was inside of it. And what they studied was, well, what if we put different pathogens that make you ill, different pathogens inside of the nanoparticles? So we can wait a few weeks and then we decide we want to open it up now. We hit it with the 3 1-minute pulses, the nanoparticle opens, and then a pathogen comes out of it, or however many pathogens are in it. And they were successful. But your immune system would be like, wait a minute, I don't want this pathogen. So none of this would work if you have a healthy immune system, because your body would fight off the pathogen. There's no way to ensure success, right? That the pathogen would be successful in infecting the host. But if you were able to weaken the immune system or shut it off to where it wasn't able to respond and fight this off, well, then you would be able to infect the host with the pathogen, as long as the immune system wouldn't stop you. Well, that's where we get into the fact that we have AIDS everywhere now. Now AIDS is back. And they try to tell you HIV and all this nonsense tracks back to Fauci, but it doesn't matter. autoimmune disease. Right? So, like, if you weaken your immune system, which we now see is in fact a thing, they're trying to come up with an emergency authorization for an AIDS jab right now. They're in the process of receiving emergency authorization. It's 2023. Why do we need emergency authorization for an AIDS jab?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hasn't AIDS been a thing for a long time? Like, why would we all of a sudden need an emergency rushed approval of something for AIDS? Unless there's a lot of AIDS. And I've talked to many doctors who have told me that they've seen their patients now basically have what is called AIDS all of a sudden in the last couple of years. So anyway, now you pull out, you check that box. The immune system can't defend the body against this pathogen that could be released remotely with electromagnetic pulses from the nanoparticle. The pathogens are released, it can infect the host because the immune system can't fight it off. At the same time, you can have a deletion of a gene with the gene therapy. You can have 1p36 gene deletion according to the company that does it themselves. And so then you have a potential for one of the things called Marburg, which is from the Ebola family. It's the only one inside the family that's not Ebola. And so we think about all the characteristics again. I'm kind of repeating myself. I'm going to stop, but like all those characteristics we just talked about, propensity to bite, all this stuff, right? Now you have the weakened immune system. Your immune system can't fight off this pathogen. And imagine if one of the pathogens is something that causes the host to have what's called Marburg or anything akin to that. You start bleeding from all over in your body. You just start bleeding everywhere. Okay, you lose control of your bodily fluid, so you just start vomiting uncontrollably. You like start having diarrhea. You lose complete control of your bodily fluids, and you start bleeding everywhere. And you become very aggressive and erratic. And one of the main ways that this illness spread back in the day, because it requires direct contact with bodily fluids, is they would like attack the nurses that were trying to help them and stuff, and they would get the blood on them. So if they vomit on you or whatever, like if they bleed on you, whatever, if they were to bite you, which goes back to this other thing, right? Propensity to bite, 1p36. If they bite you, well, that's saliva. So, like, it sounds like a movie, but technically speaking, there is a real illness that if someone bit you, they would give you the illness that makes you start slowly changing over the course of days. Anywhere from 1 to 10 days is like a process. You would start to change over and you would start bleeding and you would become aggressive and erratic. Your eyes like lose their color. Your face loses its color. Your face like sinks in. So there, in real life, someone can bite you with a certain type of bacterial infection. This isn't even germ theory related. And that bacterial infection, that E. coli derivative, can infect you. So you know how in the movies the zombie bites someone and they become a zombie. Well, someone can bite you with Marburg and give it to you. Okay, so now if we start checking all these boxes and combining, I mean, for intents and purposes, it's a zombie. So,
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
it's pretty crazy because these are all very real things that just so happened to be in Kool-Aid that everyone drinks. So this is like the only time in history we can say like it's 70% of people have drank this concoction that have all of these things in it that can cause the like. It's not
You
that
think
I know
you
it's going to
think
happen. I'm
you
saying
think
it's scientifically possible.
70%? Yeah. You think it's 70%?
They claim that 72% took the first one. I don't know if that's true. A lot of people did, dude. Even truthers were like, I just want to go to my job, whatever. I'll take the chance. Like, you know, I don't know. I mean, I've met a lot of people that did. Why you think it's lower?
I don't know. I just don't trust any of the numbers they give. They're all made to sway
No,
your,
yeah, I get it.
just your decision. They'll just say, "Hey, 70% of people took it." Oh, I guess well then I'll take it. I guess.
No, I get that. Well, I hope that's the case. I hope that the numbers are inflated. But they reported the numbers for the last rooster, and it was only 17%. So you would think they would say that number was higher using that logic, right? It dropped all the way to 17%.
Well, yeah, but then you can say, "Well, look, it's working so well that these people didn't need to get it." Whatever for whatever. But yeah, no, that's besides the point. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. what can you do about it? And, how
Just
would
be
they?
informed about it.
Yeah. How would they distribute this 18 gigahertz? Like how far of a range does that have?
Well, okay, so the way that you would do that would be with the 5G, and the range is not that long. But that's why they put 5G towers everywhere. That's the whole thing with 5G. Is supposedly it's way faster, which I don't know about your experience. From my experience, is 5G isn't even really faster like that. It's such a joke.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's just
I
that
agree.
it's not as long of a range. It's not as long of a range, so it has to be like there has to be way more of them. But what 5G is it has a huge range of frequencies that it can put out. A
So you'd have
huge
to have
range.
like a small, like a 15-mile or like 15-minute radius, like where everybody lives, like kind of plan
Well,
set up.
they just have those towers everywhere. Like when I was driving the U-Haul to Florida, I saw things that were like disguised as trees that were 5G towers. Literally, dude, they were like supposed to be like look like trees. They were noticeably towers though, because you could see the metal pole, and it was way taller than all the other trees.
Yeah.
It has
Well, I
like a
mean,
net, like a
yeah.
camouflage, leafy-looking net on top of the tower to make it look like a tree.
Yeah, they do have that. The 15-minute cities going up. I think that's what they're called. They call it 15-minute, 15, like smart cities or something. Where they
So you would
propose.
have to. There's a few things, right? Like you would have to be in the proximity of that for. If it's like the test, it would be 3 1-minute durations, like pulses. So about 5 minutes, because you have to take a break in between each one for a sec, and then resend out the pulse. So in theory, you would first of all, how would you even know it was being sent out though, right? Like you wouldn't even know.
No, I'm not saying about knowing it. I'm just, I mean, I know this is all just like a theory, I guess, right? But now you need the mechanism of distribution in your theory.
Well, yeah, 5G would be the distribution method.
Yeah.
Because we know that they can go all the way above 60 gigahertz and then go like at 60, there's a 98% oxygen absorption rate. And meaning that 98% of the oxygen molecules absorb the frequency, and what it does is it spins it the other way. It spins the oxygen molecule the opposite way. And once it spins the wrong way, it can no longer be utilized in the body with hemoglobin to give you the oxygen. It can no longer be converted into usable oxygen or energy. So it spans above that dangerous frequency range. That's the thing about 5G is it has a huge spectrum. That's what's so innovative about it, right? So yeah, in theory, that would be used to activate the nanoparticles.
Yeah, I must be close enough because I have 5G internet on my modem.
Oh yeah, like I'm about to walk into Home Depot right now, and there's 5G on my phone. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are some places that there's not, but and I don't know. In theory, say that they just keep it running. So like, if you ever go to a store, I don't even know, man. I don't even like. All I know is a lot of people come into contact with 5G now, right? And they rolled this out. When did they start building those towers everywhere? Right when they put everyone in their house. So they put everyone in their house. Let's just think about it from a sinister hypothetical way. Okay, let's get everyone locked down. Tell them that the air's going to kill them. They don't know that we already have like the remedy plan, but we're going to lock them down. And so while they're all scared and they're waiting for us to come save them, we're going to start rolling out an infrastructure, and we're going to put 5G towers everywhere, including in schools everywhere. We're also going to start rolling out purple lights, and we're going to put them up everywhere. So we're not even seeing. Like, there were times when this first popped off, if you went to like the New York City street cam, it was dead. Like, no, everyone was in their house. You know what I'm saying? So like, they were just putting up these 5G towers everywhere. So you roll out the surveillance, or potentially even like the distribution method. You roll that network out while everyone's in their house. What a coincidental timing. Their cover story sucks too. It's like, oh, well, since more people are remote now, we need better internet. The internet's not even better, and Wi-Fi is way better than 5G. If you have fiber optic, it's way better than 5G, right? It's not even close. 5G is not even that good. From my experience, 5G sucks.
Yeah, it's not. There's definitely nothing special. There's no difference in my noticeable difference. I'm not a computer, so I guess I can't get down to that level of counting. But in my personal experience, there's definitely no benefit. I turn it off sometimes to get better service. Yeah, like on my phone.
Yeah, 5G is like a so. I
And
don't
like
know.
my
Anyway, I mean,
cameras are like the cameras around the house. They don't like I have to have it on the 2.4 or whatever. And then some of them don't reach because it says it's it won't reach.
yeah. I mean, I just hooked up fiber optic. I mean, fiber optic is I have like technically up to 2,000 megabits upload. Why would I need 5G?
Yeah, I don't know.
5G sucks. You can't go more than 100 feet.
Well, they're going
Yeah,
to sell it
sucks.
as
I
an
keep my
accessory for the auto-driving vehicles that are coming in, right? So they're going to say, yeah, we're switching to all electric. Part of the grid is we have these autopilots. It's reducing crashes. So therefore, we need to build the infrastructure of these 5G towers to ensure that these machines are going to be able to operate efficiently and have less errors. So that's why we have to install the 5G.
Listen, we don't need electric cars. What we need is electric roads. You know, just like why do we even need these cars to move? Just like park them on the road, let the road move.
Okay.
Bro, think about that though. Think about this. Instead of highways, your highways are like the things at the airport that you stand on and they just move. So literally you just walk into all these different like platforms where it's just moving you.
Yeah.
That would be terrible.
That's hilarious.
You still have the
You're
choice to turn
completely.
your car on and drive away, but
Are you going to drive on the escalator?
you can. Yeah, you've seen people do it. They walk on it, like only the nerds stand on the escalator. Yeah, I mean, somebody did
We've came a long way from roads, know.
Jeremy has already become a robot. He doesn't even need to do anything else.
Yeah, exactly.
You have already become a robot, Jeremy.
Jeremy just gets up and bows to his United Nations poster every morning.
Is that what it is? You got 5G. You got 5G, Jeremy. Everywhere you're at.
Does he sound the same for everybody, or is it just me?
No, he's bad. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. I didn't know if everybody else was just letting that roll out and not saying anything.
We're all just used to Jeremy doing that.
Right. And then when he does come in clear, he's trying to get in a spot when he's paused, but then it's like he'll be talking for 30 seconds and then be like, all right, go ahead.
He bounces back though.
He does. He does.
All right, go ahead. All right, go ahead. So defeated in that moment.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of setup you have, Jeremy, or what you deal with, but your connection's horrible. Maybe it's the buildings that you're in most of the time. Don't know. So what's it? What comes first? Economic woes or zombies? Do you think it's economic woes then zombies, or zombies then economic woes?
Well, economic woes after zombies doesn't really mean anything. So, uh, yeah, maybe the economic thing to kind of get people distracted.
And then I mean, I guess it's what's the motive in this? Like, what's the goal?
To let a lot of the mundane cattle kill themselves. So,
What's that, Jeremy?
am I robotic?
A little
It
bit.
was a little. I didn't hear what it was. What's the goal? Like, why do it?
I mean, I feel like that's kind of always been somewhat of their agenda, right? Further control. Wouldn't you think that
But
would
I
be
missed
some? He asked what
depopulation.
the purpose would be. Yeah, I guess it could be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
depop.
Oh, so you're saying, even the possibility that these people whose families have been involved in movements to depop the world, that they might be carrying on what their ancestors had been trying to work towards.
Yeah, yeah. My theory's so out there that it's like they're gonna do what they said they're gonna do.
Right. And actually utilize their family members to be able to do it. Like, they don't even have to go out the family. Like, the people who originally had these ideas, it's just like their kids get to just continue the agenda along.
And look at
Yeah,
this.
but like,
You
I
get
don't
the
feel like
okay. So
depopulation is better control. I mean, but
okay.
It's
So
easier to
survival of the fittest. So you
it's
have the
easier to
smartest
control a few
people.
people. Sorry.
Sorry, I don't know if I might be bad service, but you have the smartest people, right? They didn't drink the Kool-Aid. Okay, so you get the intellectually inept out. They drank the Kool-Aid and then went back for more Kool-Aid. Okay, so they're out of here. Okay, they're you want to depop, you're gonna reset. You got to get the survival of the fittest. So okay, they're out, intellectually inept out. But now you turn on the zombies, you get out the physically inept. So you get the intellectually and physically inept out. If you
talking.
make it through it, they want you there. They're like, yes, but you're allowed to be here. Welcome.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So they're doing so. Yeah, because I would say just like as a human trait, you have to have justification, and believe that you're working towards some sort of betterment, right? So. To motivate a bunch of people to put this into action, they have to have some kind of justification going on that this is a good thing.
Would you say that even falls in line with their idea or concept of the survival of the fittest, only the strongest, either physically, mentally, psychologically survive, and those would be the ones that don't fall for the deception to begin with. So therefore, you're continuing to increase the quality of your stock should you decide to breed your lineages in with those who have survived, right? Kind of a culling of the poor genetics and a reestablishment of a better stock.
Oh, I don't even think they would do that. I think that it would just it would be like culling the herd. So now you don't need as many slaves. You got robots. You still need some humans though. So it's like, well, why would we not just want the best? We would just want the best slaves. I don't think they'll ever intermingle genetically. I think it goes against their religion.
Yeah, but I think there's a decent amount of the population that has been, let's say, maybe diluted, so they can rebreed back a larger percentage of their genetics, right? Maybe. Pretty sure Meghan Markle is not as pure as they would like, but certainly a way to continue the genetics, right?
Oh, well, Kai brought her up. I think that's a psyop. I think it's a psyop.
I think she was like, I hated her in Suits. I mean, I just don't like that bitch.
I don't
Oh,
even
she
know
was cool. She was pretty cool in Suits, dude.
That independent thing. She never had her boys back. Always going against them.
That
She
is
was
true.
also,
She was kind of, yeah, she was kind of like she kind of messed everything up all the time.
yeah.
Suits was good. I hate to admit that I did watch a lot of Suits a few years ago. Well,
it seemed like a cool show. I didn't really like it though, honestly. Like all in all, they just never did any like lawyer stuff, right? It was always just like, oh, blackmail. Like they never did any
well,
cool. I'm
that
thinking,
was the whole idea. That was the whole idea,
yeah,
was that they're showing what being a lawyer really is.
and it's never doing anything with the law. So I
Bro,
thought it was gonna be something
Boston
cool.
Legal.
Like what's the show where the
Boston
guy
Legal
takes
was
the
the
pill?
best lawyer show.
Yeah, what's that where the guy takes the pill? And he has a bunch of them, then he runs out. I thought it was gonna be like that, like something like that.
Oh, Limitless.
Limitless, yeah. Where he's using his brain and like being smart, and it just wasn't. Yeah, I was telling my wife about you and Kai being this little like team. She thinks it's like the cutest thing. So I showed her. I showed her. I said, "Here they are on Modern Day Debate or whatever." It's just like loves it.
Yeah, nice.
And I was trying to tell her your like story of going to the woods or whatever, but I butchered it. I told her one day I'll just have you tell it to her.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, man. The creators were. Jeremy always jumps in, like not even having seen Suits. He's like, "Oh no, there's another show that's better. I promise." Romans.
Best one ever.
Have you
I
guys
saw
seen the Roman lawyer show?
No, but I did see the kid. I saw the kid from Suits, the main character kid, on like an advertisement with the NASA sign behind him. I don't know if he's in like a new show or movie with NASA or something, but
Wow. That's a trip.
yeah. I mean they're pushing. And then there's another like NASA show that just came out, like true stories of something. I see it on the commercial while watching football. So, yeah, they're pushing it. I feel like they're pushing this stuff hard, trying to make it real for people. Yeah, you'll notice that even like Weiss, even like your boy Weiss, right? Like, for years he's saying, "Oh yeah, they get $60 million a day, $60 million a day." Well, just recently he's updated it. NASA gets $80 million a day, $80 million. Like they've definitely gotten a lot more recently.
Like, yo, we ain't making no power moves in space. We got all these problems here on the ground. They need to stop. $8 million a day. You know what you could do with that money?
Yeah, if money actually had the value that they say it has, it'd be you could fix the world in one day. It's ridiculous.
Well, I don't know about one day, but you could definitely make power moves in a year or two.
I mean,
I'm
you could
guessing that would solve homelessness, world hunger, all types of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, how many people can you feed with $80 million, and then how many houses can you buy with $80 million? A lot. a ton, a shit ton.
Yeah, you take $80 million, you go build a whole, you know, you don't just give people food with it. You got to just make the infrastructure so people can grow their own food. You buy the houses, you know, some nice durable houses made out of like, they recently just figured out how to replicate that, the waterproof concrete that Rome invented, ancient Rome.
Yeah, like, do we have 80 million homeless people? Because they could all get, if there's exactly 80 million homeless people, we could buy them all a $1 million home. So in one day.
Not even that. Think of this: $80 million a day, right? That's per day. So let's say it takes $1 million.
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah.
Am I roboting?
No, I just my math was so off. I just wanted to correct it. But yeah, again.
All right, $80 million a day. It takes $1 million to establish a 2-acre sustainable farm for a family. If you could do that, that would be 80 2-acre sustainable farms for a family every single day. 80 sustainable farms every single day that would sustain a family and a community.
Yep. Yeah.
What is
80
that
was the
times 365?
That times 365. You could easily, within that budget, take one state and completely change the way that state operates and how much that state needs to import from other places, blah, 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 right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. Like it's almost like we shouldn't. It's almost like we shouldn't even care that we should just pretend that NASA is super legit, but that they have a moral obligation to take one day's budget and put it towards the people, because there's a government, NASA.gov, and we are the people, and we want the money to go to the people.
I don't know. Most people get like a month. Like you got Gay Pride Month, you got Black History Month. Like, what about the People Month? I take a
Or
month.
we just figure out a way to generate that kind of revenue somehow, some way, shape, or form by pulling away from their system to begin with. So effectively reducing the amount of money that is being stolen from people to give to a company, an organization like NASA. Try to avoid that. Have a whole bunch of people working towards trying to avoid that, so they don't have the budget, and that instead of the money going to them, it's retained within the community, and then you have these possibilities that might open up. I don't know.
What's their annual budget again? I forgot. It's like 52 million or something crazy.
No, it's $80 million a day.
Oh, 80 million a day. That's right. That's crazy. How many billion is that a year?
I don't know off the top of my head.
What's 8 times 3? So 80 million times 300 days. So 8 times 3. Throw some zeros on there. It's like a quadrillion billions.
No way. Not even close. Not even close. It's in the billions for sure.
Made it up.
I was just saying because Israel gets 8 billion a year from us for whatever reason. It's like 7 or 8 billion. I don't know. There's a lot of money going a lot of places. It just seems sus.
Everywhere except to you guys. Yeah, it definitely is sus.
For sure.
Canada, you're next. We'll help you out after we're all good.
We're good here, bro. We don't need anybody. We just need to get rid of our woke prime minister and we'll be just fine.
Justina Castro.
Yeah, that dude. If you want to call him a dude.
You would probably trade with us then. You'd rather have ours than yours.
Well, we're joined at the hip. Like we're joined at the hip. We're our greatest trading partners. That's never going to change that. Unless you guys run out of water and we don't give it to you, then you'll just take it. But besides that, we're good.
Bro, that whole being short on water thing is a fucking hoax, dude. There is so much water. They have a pipeline from the Adirondack Mountains to New York City, I heard. It's just like we have so much water, it's crazy. We're just look at what we did with oil. We made a giant pipeline from Alaska with the oil, right?
Yeah, and then
Like we
Biden
can
shut
bring
it
water
down, no?
anywhere we want.
Didn't
I don't know,
Biden
but
shut
we
it
can
down?
bring water anywhere we want. It's a matter of just piping it out. Look what ancient Rome did with their aqueducts. They brought water from all over to the city where they needed it.
I think Gaddafi did something like that.
But you guys don't have enough water in the West Coast. That's where Canada comes in. It's the only place you're going to get your water.
Only because they're not piping it in. They could. They're just not piping it in.
Yeah, but where are you going to pipe it from, Jeremy?
I don't know. Doesn't it rain 365 days a year in Seattle or some shit? We know how to desalinate water. We can pull water out of the air. Like getting water is not an issue. You just have to have the infrastructure for it. It's only short on water because they want it to be.
Yeah, you're going to have to move it from one place to the other, yeah.
Or you could just pull it right out of thin air. You could desalinate ocean water. There's a lot of ways to get it.
I mean, we've got the biggest ocean in the world, the Pacific. That's like 2/3 of all the oceans combined, isn't it?
Yeah, like we know how to take salt out of water.
California has the money to do it. If California separates from the states, it's going to be the 6th richest country in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'd never let Cali go. Why would we do that?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, they're stupid. They think they're like an imaginary line makes it like a separate place.
We got oceans under the oceans. Don't forget about that.
Look, if you ask nice, we'll help you out. You know?
Yeah.
Bro, we don't need
Canada.
no.
Canadians.
What do you mean yes? No. We don't know. This ain't stand by me, lean on me, none of that. We don't need you guys. We got all the stuff we need. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
blame Canada long ago, bro. So just saying.
Don't
you
worry,
guys are a liability.
we'll help
You're
you
lucky
out.
we even let you live next to us. Bro, you guys are a liability.
Yeah,
all of
let
Canada.
somebody mess with Canada. See what happens. Let somebody mess with Canada.
Yes, they're a straight up liability, bro. You're letting balloons fly in over us willy nilly.
We smile a lot and say "excuse me," but when the time comes, yeah.
That's why the Canadian-U.S. border is the biggest unguarded border in the world, because we're not worried about you guys, bro, with your sticks and whistles, bro.
Yeah, somebody comes to invade Canada, and the invading army starts just creeping through the streets, and the Canadians are like, "Oh, sorry, let me get out of your way. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Pardon."
Yeah. Probably. We do have a sissy rap, but just keep in mind World War II. Who had your back?
Way back, bro. It was way back.
We came out of that with the 3rd largest navy, right?
Yeah, you guys
Canada
were far
did?
back, bro. You guys weren't on the front line. That's the problem, though. You guys
We
were
were.
sitting there with binoculars and radios and shit.
What are you talking about, bro? We were in the front line, and we were supplying you guys big time. Research World War II, bro, in Canada.
Yeah, they make a good sandwich.
Okay, you guys are all full of yourselves. Okay, America, rah, 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 right? You got the army, yeah. But you're not the only ones.
Yeah, you guys brought like Canadian bacon over and stuff. Like, it's about it, bro.
That's how it started. Like, yo, Canada, go grab me a sandwich. We're fighting no war over here.
What's your food staple over there, by the way? Like, we got American pie and shit like that. What do you guys got? French fries or something?
We got poutine, man. We got poutine.
Oh, God. Is that meat fucking dish? That's like... Yeah, that's like from a whole nother country, though.
No, I'm joking. We have the French fries with the cheese curdles and the sauce. That's what we got
You'd
here
be
in
putting
Quebec.
mayo on French fries. You put mayonnaise on French fries, bro.
Hey, that
I thought
mayo
they
shit I got from the States. You guys disgrace mayo. You made me a mayo junkie. You put mayo on everything, bro.
Don't
The
hate the
first
mayo
time,
on the French fries, bro. That's legit.
I hear
Screw
it's
your
good. I don't
ketchup.
want to do it. Yeah, but Canadian bacon isn't that a thing? Not a thing. Isn't
It's
that their thing?
ham.
It's their thing though.
Bro, that's
I
not
don't
a thing.
guys.
That's just a slice of ham. That's all that is.
There's something
Look,
else
when
up
you
there though,
guys,
SE, with that same kind of cut of meat, like real Canadian bacon. It's not called Canadian bacon, but it's like a ham that's cured in something. I can't remember.
yeah, that's real. But you guys got to understand, we eat regular bacon like you guys, right? This Canadian bacon stuff, it's like an American thing. Yeah,
You think you're eating real bacon? That's the problem. Like you haven't tried real bacon until you came over here.
I've had it in both
Yeah, we're
places,
not
bro.
giving
It's
you
the
guys
same.
You think your guys are getting the real bacon? We're not giving you the real bacon.
You're holding back on us?
Yeah, you got the faking bacon, bro.
Never
Shit's like
trust Americans, I'm telling you. They even hold back on the bacon, man.
Well, we love bacon.
just not the Glover bacon. Well, I don't know. Maybe Jeremy does.
Nice Low loves the meat. I mean, what are you gonna do?
But for
Yeah,
real,
but
research the merchant navy, the Canadian during World War II. If it wasn't for us guys, a lot of people would have died in Europe.
you guys brought over a couple boats, bro, and like called in a few fucking enemies and stuff. That's all you guys really did.
No appreciation. What we get? No respect. No respect. Reginald Dangerfield.
Nah, I don't even know what happened, bro. I'm just talking shit. Are you guys even allowed to paintball over there?
To do what?
Like paintballing?
You got to get a license, 3-year course.
Oh, really? Oh, fuck.
He believes it. No, we're whipped. We're definitely whipped, bro. Yeah. All it took here was a shooting which was terrible, a shooting in a university here in Montreal. And from that, they banned everything, long guns, auto, all kinds of stuff, bro. You could get a handgun, but you got to go through training, all kinds of stuff. And we could only have, how much was it? 6, 7 rounds, I think. Where you guys
Rubber.
could have like 16. Like we're spayed and neutered here, to be sure.
You guys can only have 6 paintballs per gun or something?
I think 7 paintballs. I forget how much it was. Like the clips can't have a full clip like 16 rounds like in the States. I think it's 10. It's been a while. I forget how much it is.
Bro, over here we keep extra clips for extra shit.
That's why they
Yeah.
know they can't defeat the States militarily. That's why they're using other means right now.
Yeah, our clips got clips over here, just saying.
Yeah. No, I freaking envy that, man. Like, yeah, I really do.
Clips on clips on clip.
Not just the clips, the kind of guns you guys can own.
Oh, these are cannons.
Bro, our bullets shoot bullets. Roger Rabbit style.
We got cannons that shoot guns that shoot bullets that shoot guns.
Yeah, that's great. But if you get sick, you got to sell your house. See, that's a big problem for the States.
Yeah, but we're the center of innovation when it comes to medical technology, though. You're not going to get that for free. You can't have that for free, and if we stop doing it, everyone's fucked. That's what I'm saying, dude. Heads think we can just collapse, like, bro. We're the spearhead. We're the spearhead here, bro. We go down, it's not gonna be pretty for the rest of you guys. So go ahead, fuck around and find out.
We even got Globers with guns over here like Solaris, so just saying. We got crazy people with guns. That's basically what I'm getting at. What's up, Solaris?
What's up? And you don't know I'm crazy.
Well, that's why I threw the
You
Glover
guessed.
in there. It just qualifies automatically. No, just joking.
I figured because it's a nonsense argument.
We're talking about the strength of Canada versus the strength of the U.S. militarily.
Such a powerful country can't get your phones to work, for crying out loud. Let's start there.
Wait a minute, what? The strength of the strength difference between the U.S. and Canada militarily? That's even a conversation.
No, that's a joke. I mean, come on.
Like that. How can that even be a conversation?
You can't.
Well, we're just shitting all over the place on these guys. It is shit show Sunday, so.
No, it's not. No, that's not a thing.
But they're just bullying their northern neighbor here. That's all they're doing.
Bro, you guys are lucky we even let you stay there. You have the best border security in the world.
I mean, we should really just annex you. I mean, that's what the U.S. should do. It's just annex Canada and make it all one.
What about the southern Americas? What are we doing with that border? If we just took away South and North America and just made it America, like, how do you think China and Russia would feel about that?
Yeah. What if we could just take this whole shit over, and then what?
Who cares what they think about it? I mean, they're having a hard enough time even keeping their own country straight. I mean, China has already had a couple in the last year, just a couple of different times where people have made runs on their banks. You know, I mean, the whole system's crashing over in China. What do we care about what happens with them right now? Same thing's happening
worldwide,
in Russia. I mean, it's people are running on their banks in Russia too.
Yeah, it's worldwide, dude. They're gonna hit that reset, bro. And we're gonna see that Ripley rocket just blast off the moon, bro. It's happening. Been telling you guys this shit for like years now. Only one man's listened, dude. Jeremy.
I got $50 worth of that. Yeah, let's go, bitches.
Only 137,000 people in the world own more than 10,000 XRP, bro. That's the new 1%.
Bro, that's five racks right there. That's a lot to have in crypto for your average person.
You know how many millionaires there are currently existing in the world? A lot, bro.
I think there's more millionaires than there could be Bitcoin, so over 20 million millionaires.
Oh, there's far more millionaires than there is Bitcoin. There's like, I want to say it's like close to 200,000 millionaires in the world. Maybe closer to 150,000. No. I think it's millions of millionaires. Hold on. Let me Google this.
Bro, there's more than 20 million millionaires, I'm pretty sure. Because the thing was, they said there was more Bitcoin, or there was more millionaires than there was Bitcoin. Like, every millionaire couldn't own one Bitcoin if they wanted to. even if they wanted to, like no matter what, it's not possible because there's more millionaires than there will ever be.
I don't know. Google's getting slow right now. Okay, here we go.
As of 2021, 62 million. Oh, wait. How is that read?
56 million millionaires in the world. 56.1 millionaires worldwide at the moment. 88% of which are all self-made. 84% have a college degree. The number of billionaires in 2021 reached an all-time high. There's 2,755 individual billionaires. I'm just saying, bro.
But according to this, what I'm reading here, it says that that 1% of the world, 1.1% of the world is millionaires. So
yeah, it's all getting changed though. This is not financial advice, by the way. I'm not a financial expert, just an enthusiast and a hobbyist who enjoys crypto.
and it's crash and burn.
Are you saying? Are you hawking Jesus coin again, Dyson?
No, there's too many faithless individuals for that in here, dude, and I'm gonna get blamed.
I won't blame you.
What's the Jesus token at right now?
I feel like that's sacrilege or heresy or something.
Yeah, they got Thug Life glasses on Jesus's
Yeah,
picture. In the
so
meme.
put that on that new coin shit, right? Sorry, I'm in that Yo Gotti mood. You guys really inspired me a minute ago. My bad. I thought it was really funny. This whole like last 10 minutes. And then I forgot that my mic worked for the first time ever, so I'm just trying it out. I will not invade too much. I learned
Is that
so much.
kosher? Is that kosher?
So we're done Canada bashing?
You started bashing us, if you recall. I never wanted to bash Canada. I love your highway system. If you're really up there, I love it. Fuck it.
Yeah, we can get on to something else. I mean, that is always the good default, when we get bored, but I think we can go to somewhere else.
We should. Let's lighten the mood.
Can we give them back some of their actors?
Okay, let's pick on Mexico now.
Precisely. I mean, it might as well enjoy the stage, right? So.
Why would we pick on Mexico, bro? They make like great Coca-Cola. They actually do
And
something
amazing
for
corn
the world.
tortillas, right? And
Yeah,
good
I
salsa.
like Mexican.
I want to know how they make that wonderful white cheese because I can't do it at home. I've tried, man.
Oh, they got a secret ingredient.
The fresco.
No, it's bull milk.
Oh, how interesting. I like learning things. That makes sense then.
Bull milk and the cotija cheese.
Banana flavored.
Yeah. Don't tell nobody, but yeah.
Tastes very similar to Parmesan, in my opinion.
I eat it by the whole thing. Is that bad? Like I eat the whole damn disc in one sitting?
You know what the most expensive cheese that you could buy is?
Limburger.
Nope.
I'm kidding. I don't know. What is it?
comes from a
Moon
jackass.
cheese.
I'll let you guess.
Well, I'm not going to use the interweb, so I'm just going to take your word for it.
It's donkey cheese, yeah. Donkey cheese is the most expensive.
It should come with its own sound effect when you open it. To be that expensive. I feel great today. Sorry, I'm going to be a little spitfiery, but all in good fun today. I feel like I have yolks for days. Plus all the interesting characters come into this server on Sunday, so.
We need more spunky women, as far as I'm concerned, and more spunky men.
And this is what I've told everybody and their mother. I know, I agree. We need this mood lightening knowledge or whatever the heck it is with a little bit of humor. Because
Just don't
really
say that
does.
in the UK, SE.
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
Are you really in Canada?
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah.
I don't
That's
buy
like
it.
their word, dude. Yeah, you might get frowned at for saying that.
I'd give anything to move to Florida right now. If I can snap my fingers and be there, I'd do it.
Well, we're going to be building a duplex soon, so maybe just keep it in mind, man. Good price. My family's all out there.
Yeah.
Borders closed. Sorry.
I'm from Florida. I can enter and exit anytime I want.
I was talking to the Canadian.
Ah, I think the
Why is
coolest
that?
Canadian I ever encountered was this Asian, like Chinese Canadian named Bob. No last name, and he was on my trip to Italy and Spain, like, I don't know, a decade or 15, whatever it was, 15 years ago. And he had the biggest, most noticeable watch tan line in direct, clean lines that I've ever seen in my life. And he was very, very, very quiet. But he was the coolest Canadian I think I've ever met in my life.
If you wrote some numbers on that tan line, do you think you would have mistaken it for a watch?
That's a very good question. It was hard to see in the castle dim lights. So, yeah.
Why do you want to go to Florida, SE?
It's very humid.
Oh, that's right. It's probably too cold in Canada for him.
If you don't have eczema-prone skin and you got good hair, it's worth going, I guess.
No, besides the temperature, it's a freaking great place where I'm at. Don't get it wrong. We have free healthcare, daycare for children for like a couple of bucks a day. It's great living here in the summer. It's like you're in paradise. Very low crime. We got a great life up here.
You have
It
really
only
good
sucks
tree species
when
too.
winter.
Interesting.
Sorry?
You have really interesting tree and aviary species. I study that sort of. I have an interest in it, so I think that's pretty cool too.
Oh yeah, the wildlife.
Yeah, that's what they're famous for, trees.
And birds
got
waking you up at 3 a.m.
trees.
Jeremy forgets when he was a teenager, when he had to sneak into Montreal, where the real action was, because they wouldn't let him party where he was at. He forgets that,
They
huh?
want to let us party. No, I love Montreal. Montreal's dope. We had some good times there. Good times.
Yeah.
Oh, what
It's
is this
happening here.
buzzwords? I'll figure it out eventually.
It's just damn cold in the winter. That's all. That's the only bad thing here. You got to suffer for 4 months. You got to suffer. But everything else is at par with any other country, and even better, as a matter of fact. Like, there's no racial hate. There's no, like, crime is very little here. People are, for the most part, friendly. Kind of like Connecticut is similar. I was in Connecticut for a while. It's very similar. Except we don't have the territories where you can't go in. Like, we don't have black neighborhoods where you're afraid to go, or Puerto Rican neighborhoods where you're afraid to go. That doesn't exist here.
Did you have a slice of pizza in Connecticut?
Habits. Oh yeah. They have grinders over there. They call their subs grinders. You guys been to Connecticut?
Yeah, it's a cool place.
No, I know
Grind.
Grinder is the name of Kosho's favorite app. Other than that, I don't know.
Yeah.
See, I'm in Connecticut right now, actually.
Oh yeah. So you ever
I-
have a meatball grinder?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
Even in Massachusetts, they call them grinders.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm from both Massachusetts and Connecticut, but I've been to Montreal too and Toronto.
Yeah, those were great. Those grinders, man. I used to love them.
Shout out to Toronto. What's up, boys?
Yeah. TO. Well, TO is Americanized now, so.
Yeah, Ontario. Back in the day, when I first went through it as a kid and growing up, I probably went to Canada like 5 times in my life, but it was definitely eye-opening because I was under the impression growing up with South Park and growing up, thinking about Canada like just a vast wilderness, and maybe there was a couple population centers, but I didn't really have a good idea of what those population centers looked like. And when I went there, I was surprised to see the amount of architecture, insane, and the underground mall. Like nobody knows about. People don't really know about Canada like that. But they have a crazy underground mall. It's probably one of the biggest malls in the world.
Yeah, bro. In Montreal, if you see the underground city in Montreal, you'll blow your mind.
And it's connected to a subway. The mall has a subway system.
Yep.
Yeah. You can travel underground all through Montreal without even without even entering like the top. You'll
Very
only enter the
impressive.
surface at your destination. Yeah.
I really felt like I was in the future. Like there's subway systems in New York. There's subway systems in DC. I've been in subway systems all over the place. But Montreal's subway system is definitely unique. And it's beautiful. And I loved how they had the stores and everything set up. You go to a subway system in New York, it stinks. You don't want to be there. You want to get out of there as fast as you can. I didn't have the same feeling when I went to Montreal. It was a different vibe.
It's the same in the subways of Paris.
The French-speaking people are kind of rude. They don't wait for pedestrians. Like if you're going across the street, like they have the right of way over there. It's not like in America. I mean,
What
blows my mind about what you said, Lion, earlier was that you felt like you were in the future. You were in the same landmass. You're just across a border, thinking you're in the future. That's dope.
Yeah, the drivers here suck. Good point, bro. Yeah, the Americans are way more politer, way more courteous. The drivers here suck in Montreal. That's
I don't
a
know
fact.
about that.
Yeah.
Go to New York and say that. But,
I have been to New York, bro. I have.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd say that. Because, I mean, like, even where I live, I mean, we have a problem with gangs thinking it's hilarious to drive down the highway and randomly shoot someone in their car.
Oh, that shit doesn't happen here. Yeah, that's a problematic, I would say. Yeah.
You guys got 500 people each year that go missing, never to be found again, on average. Just saying.
Up here, yeah. I thought it would be more than that.
There's like 70,000 people that get reported between adults and children each year, but out of that, I think it's only 500 left unsolved.
Well, we do have the deep underground military bases that extend up into Canada, Smuggler's Notch in I think Alberta, and those lines go all the way down to California, Texas, all across the eastern starboard. Like the dumbs are everywhere.
Yeah, we don't realize how big our countries are combined. Like, it's like so massive. It's unbelievable. and yet we fight for resources. It's crazy. Well, not us, but everybody else.
Another thing I
Hey,
noticed
guys,
about Canada is the Caribbean influence. The amount of Haitians, people from Barbados and Jamaica and
don't forget
Dominican
Trinidad.
Republic and Trinidad. So many Trinidadian and West Indians in Canada.
Yeah, bro.
It's like that's out of their
No.
habitat. Like you're supposed to be in like the Caribbean with palm trees and coconuts. You're up. What are you doing up here in the tundra?
Bro, you're
You know what I'm
forgetting
saying?
a major point of the entire thing is the Caribbean islands, Trinidad especially, Barbados, part of the British Commonwealth, just like Canada. That means you get to go immigration. It's like free trade, buddy. Right? The British Commonwealth is what really did immigration and huge, allowing free trade with the people.
It's just when you're an American, an ignorant American, you're under a false, preconceptions of what Canada is. When you get there, it's like, whoa, like there's a lot more black people than I imagine. There's a lot more Spanish people than I imagine, and yeah, there was a lot of
everybody lives
restaurants,
together.
West
Everybody
Indian
lives together.
restaurants, yeah, and everybody has like this weird vibe where like they brought the Caribbean culture up to Canada, and they got the Caribbean Festival that's huge. Representing all the different islands in the Caribbean and their culture up there. But yeah, Canada's dope. I like Canada.
And this is why they say we're the weak ones, because we just allow everybody to come and hang out. We're like, no, why would you want to take our land from us? We're just innocently hanging out, having fun. You want to bring some food, have a potluck? Sure, let's hang out. Play some hockey, drink some coffee. That's what Canadians are all about. But yeah, you get the Americans living under their false dichotomy of what Canada's all about. I'll never forget my trip to Florida, where I had people in Florida ask me if we have igloos and we transport via dog sleds. And I said to them, no, that's your place called Alaska that you guys own, that people commute and live in igloos, etc.
We got ski doos up here. You should have told them. Yeah, it's a wildly held misconception. Well, back then anyway. I don't know about now, but I think it's Jeremy's fault. He puts these false, things out about Canada.
Bro, you guys are cool. You're just a liability. That's all.
Liability. Listen, when things go down and the Chinese come looking for you, you guys know where you can come to. We won't harass you.
Yeah, and when you run out of water, just knock on our door. We'll help you out.
Another thing, right across Maine, right over the border, you have all the Native American tribes and stuff that are connected. Canadian Native Americans, and they have the powwows, and and right over the border, you can go to Maine and go to a powwow, and that's in Canada. And I don't know exactly. I haven't been to like Nova Scotia or New Brunswick.
We got powwows in America.
Yeah, but it's
we
just
did.
different. It's different. I don't know how to explain it.
We did the Indians dirty, bro. Just like you guys.
By the tribe.
Maybe even worse.
Each tribe has different ways of doing their powwows.
Yeah, they got powwows around where I live in Connecticut, and I've been to them.
I mean, I date an Indian woman.
So, who do you think got more drank more Kool-Aid, Canada or America?
Canada all the way, bro. All the way.
What?
Yeah, Americans might not know the world around them a lot, right? Like geography and all that, politics. But I don't think they're as dumb, like woke-wise, as Canadians.
Yeah, like street smart.
Yeah.
What was the reported numbers for you guys with the Kool-Aid?
Oh, I don't remember.
Well, I mean,
Same like everywhere else, the same bullshit. But they were much stricter here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to get an idea of, like, the amount of zombies that are going to come from the north.
You seem to be fixated on this zombie thing.
He
probably going to
loves
be a
the
lot of
zombies.
them.
Have you ever been paintballing with it?
Yeah.
Yeah, my shit's pretty exhilarating.
Yeah, we're gonna have the triggering of the zombie apocalypse on October 4th. Remember, everybody's cell phones, regardless if you have the ringer turned on or not, is gonna go
That's
off.
right. That's right. Every single device, no matter what manufacturer.
Yep. All gonna go off at the same time.
Yeah, why are they doing that again?
The test emergency response.
Oh, okay.
But
That's
they
right.
wouldn't. I mean, you wouldn't think they'd give you a heads up of when the zombies come, right?
I mean, it's like the thing is though. I mean, why do we have to have this nationwide test on our cell phones and all that? We've all been getting it. I mean, tell me who doesn't get Amber Alerts?
Safety first, man. They got to test out the system because they're looking out for us.
Yeah, they gotta let us know when the sky's going black. Operation Black Sky.
Well, if we got this emergency alert system, like, why didn't that shit work in Maui?
Well, you got to think. Remember the guy even went on TV saying that that alerting. They think that having alerted people would have ended up causing people to run in a direction for safety that was actually towards the fire. It's like, really, you think people are going to run toward fire?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you can clearly see the smoke in the sky. Like,
yeah,
I don't know, dude.
But that was his reason for not activating.
And this thing works so well, why does it give false readings or false text saying that missiles are coming?
So they have
In
like
Hawaii.
an incredible.
Sorry.
They have like an incredible siren system there.
You're cutting out, dude.
That's actually a really good point. Hawaii does have, I think, the country itself, or country. Oh my gosh, sorry. There's my Canadian self showing my true colors. The island itself has an amazing alert system due to the volcano.
Through the volcano? Like they put
Yeah.
a speaker in the volcano?
No, if it goes off, they or they have like inbound weather or whatever that goes off, they'll set off that alarm. From my understanding.
Oh, I gotcha.
Like unsettled weather and any kind of threats, they'll set off that alarm system. Which that's a good point. What's it? Totally forgot about that. Is he still here? Where'd he go?
Yeah, he's here. So what's the whole point of this emergency update thing when it's not even being applied for the proper use case scenario that it's intended to be used for? I don't know. Sounds like there's something more, but that's just my conspiracy brain working.
It's triggering the next zombie apocalypse.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
There's a story regarding Alexander the Great, who apparently imprisoned somehow towards the North Pole. He had imprisoned like a whole population of apparently like cannibalistic humanoids. You ever heard about that story?
Cannibal humanoid. Somebody's got a nasty hot mic. I think that might be you, Killian.
Yeah, because I'm not entirely sure if they were human, but they were human-like, but they were entirely human because they didn't have human, like they resembled, like they were zombies, bro. Like it's like you lose your sense of self. You just become a all you want is brain, bro. You know what I'm saying? What do you call a person like that?
Brains.
But it's just real quick. It says here of when the north gates will be open. It says,
I guess I'm a zombie.
At the end of the world and at the final consummation, when men are eating and drinking and marrying wives and women are given to husbands, when they are planting vineyards and building buildings, and there is neither wicked man nor adversary, on account of the assured tranquility and certain peace, suddenly the gates of the north shall be opened, and the hosts of the nations that are imprisoned there shall go forth. The whole earth shall tremble before them, and men shall flee and take refuge in the mountains and in caves, and in burial places, and in clefts of the earth. And they shall die of hunger, and there will be none to bury them, by reason of the multitude of afflictions which they will make them suffer. They will eat the flesh of men, and drink the blood of animals. They will devour the creeping things of the earth, and hunt for serpents and scorpions and reptiles that shoot out venom, and eat them. This is this horde that comes out of the north. This is how this is the ferocious appetite that they have. They will eat dead dogs and cats, and the abortions of women with the afterbirth. They will give mothers the bodies of their children to cook, and they will eat them before them without shame. And it goes on and on and on and on. But I honestly don't. I don't even know if you want me to continue. But
sounds like Canada needs an actual food staple, bro, before shit hits the fan.
No, but what's crazy, I was having reactions to what you were saying, Lion, is because I was literally talking about that this morning. I literally said the word afterbirth. You don't get up on a Sunday morning and start talking about afterbirth, right? And I said, it came up in conversation. It was something that I said, and I'm like, how are we talking about this a couple hours later? I just listened to a piece from Matt Walsh. He's sitting there talking about how we are currently in a place where if a woman is dedicated working, that her employer will pay for out-of-state abortions if needed because he needs to keep her on the clock. Like, bro, the amount of alignment for the state that this world is in right now, and I use the word world lightly, it's insane. I'm truly blown away. Sorry I'll withdraw my passion at this point. Crazy.
yeah, cannibalism is something that's spoken about a lot in the past.
Oh, we listen to Whitsitt's got his theory about it being activated. All of a sudden, you got these zombie apocalypse inbound.
I'm adding fuel to the fire, trying to get Witsit
Bro.
going on zombies.
Well, if you kill a zombie, is that...
As far as the phone thing, you guys are describing the plot of the Kingsman, Samuel Jackson.
Describing
What
what?
is that? Never heard of the Kingsman.
Oh, the movie.
It's literally the plot to the Kingsman with Samuel Jackson.
Yeah,
to watch that movie.
If y'all haven't seen the movie The Kingsman, I highly recommend it. Great movie. The Samuel L. Jackson. Wow, great movie. But yeah, dude. Great point. So, hey, everybody see that curve lately? In other news.
So is it still murder in the eyes of a Christian if you kill a zombie?
Nah, man.
No,
Zombie's
man.
dead. The zombie already dead. Ain't no soul in a zombie. That's just it. They're walking with no soul.
Unredeemable.
So once somebody turns a zombie, can they ever come back? Or is that just like, it's just a one and done deal, huh?
You're done, dude. Done data. Because the soul's gone, right? You're literally like when I talk about the meat suit, a zombie is just a walking meat suit. There ain't no soul inside of that thing. The soul, you hope, is the captain of the meat suit, but sometimes the ego, the brain, takes over, and then you could still be a living, walking zombie at that point, I guess. But yeah, no, with respect to an actual like classic zombie, they're just a walking meat suit.
Well, it's no different than somebody being in a coma, right? Where they're still alive and living, but there's no connection made as far as a conscious awareness. But that's not to say that you can't reconstitute that conscious awareness connection. So that's why I was wondering if it was like applicable in this case, and if maybe it's just a matter of time to bring that person back, and we just lost that chance by killing them in the fantasy of slaughtering zombies.
I like the coma idea. That's a great observation.
I think that's what they were trying to do in The Walking Dead, right? I don't know if you guys watched that series, but the wife of the main character, the sheriff, and the kid got bit, and they were like trying to keep her in a box basically until they found the cure to bring her back. At least that was like their ambitions.
Yeah, reconstitute the human.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear a lot of typewriter going off, but yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm driving to work. Yesterday, I won't say what role he played, but sold a car to a guy that played a significant role in The Walking Dead yesterday. I was pretty stoked, dude. It was sick.
Which part did he play?
Like I said, like I can't say because it's an important role, but if I said it, I don't know. I just don't want to dox myself because that's where he lives.
Was it the Asian guy?
No.
Daryl?
No, that would be fucking sick, but no. But yeah, no. It was pretty cool. I was tripping out. I was just like, no way. My buddy told me at first, and I didn't believe him, so I asked the guy, and yeah, it's pretty cool.
Hey, does anyone have a video that gives a rundown on this zombie thing that he keeps talking about?
I don't know. I don't think there's like one video in particular. I think it's like a collage of information that he's put together.
It's a
if I'm not
whole,
mistaken.
it's a whole thing. If you were listening earlier, you would have got the graph. You went through it all earlier.
Yeah, I'm
The
trying to
whole
just find a stream clip of it. But
He said he's coming out with a video. He's his show or whatever. His upcoming show.
He'll put it all together for you.
I think the documents are in the Telegram that he's going off of from like the WHO and the CDC and stuff on the 1P36 and Marburg.
I mean, you don't think that's a truth or trap? Like, we can't call ourselves flat earthers, but we're going to talk about the zombie apocalypse coming to fruition.
yeah, it
I don't
definitely
know.
sounds stupid, but I still want to hear about it.
Well, it's been around for a long time too. I mean, the first case of Marburg's I think was like back in like the 60s or something.
Well, the idea of zombies has been around for a long time. Like, it originates out in like Africa.
Don't you think there's like a rabies? What do y'all think about rabies and the zombie stuff?
I think you mentioned that. I think there's like a part of that, right? Or like with the propensity to bite things.
Hold on, real quick, Tig. Real quick, Tig. If you were trying to talk, try it now. Try to talk, Tig.
Hey, there we go.
There we go. All right, we're all set. Go ahead, guys.
Sorry, thanks.
You're good. You're welcome.
Are you doing dabs in that picture, Tig?
You mean welding?
Oh, okay.
No, I wasn't smoking marijuana in that picture. No, that's welding, TIG welding, tungsten inert gas.
Got it.
Hey, you know the Facebook group? You don't know shit about welding?
I might have seen something. Somebody might have sent me something.
It's kind of funny, that's all. It's really funny.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You guys carry on. I was just trying to get in for a while. I wasn't able to even type in the chat or anything.
Yeah, you want to know what's real fucked up? Is that fentanyl, which is making everybody look like a fucking zombie. Down in fucking, you know, it preserves organs. So, like, you know that the overdoses of all the fentanyl people, all their organs are being used. Isn't that crazy?
What?
Isn't that convenient?
That's insane if true.
There's your
Wonder how
zombie
many-
fucking apocalypse right now. That's your.
Wonder
you know
how
what
many
I
of the
mean?
1%ers are getting those organs.
Dude, the worst part is it's all like suburban kids that are like healthy lifestyle otherwise. You know what I mean? Like, you know.
Well, those would be the healthy.
They're like
That's
eating
right.
all
That's what I
organic,
mean.
grass fed.
Right?
They're eating all organic,
Right.
grass fed, grass
You're
fed.
raised
One mic, guys. Come on, dude. What are you doing?
Yeah, the
Jeremy?
worst part. The worst part is that these bastards are like, dude, I should just have, like, because they look at everybody like cattle. Like, they'd almost do it to their own. Like, you know what I mean? Because they're like, well, that's going to be the best organs. Is my own DNA.
They can't actually bring in a zombie apocalypse because then that's overtly, obviously not good for people.
Well, no, the thing is,
what they need to do is keep it just on the edge.
The thing is, just
do all the stuff that you would do, but legalize it or do it behind closed doors or make it so that it's totally fine, but make most of the people not even aware of it.
Yeah, I was going to say, just don't call it a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, I'll call it a normal Tuesday.
Call it an epidemic, you know? Well, we got a fentanyl crisis.
Right.
He's being naughty again.
Oh, declare war on it and then make Congress and get people to pay for it.
Right. That's why, if you think about it, NASA is the greatest troll on Earth because it doesn't harm anybody, really. You know what I mean? They get millions of dollars. It's like, I'm sitting here like, I'm convinced it's just like a Robert Anton Wilson clique that run NASA that are just fleecing the government for millions of dollars.
We're not taking their money. They're giving it to us. They signed bills.
There
they
you go.
voted to
Yeah,
give us
dude.
money.
They asked for it. But like, as soon as they got into like the CGI department, like a bunch of psychedelic computer guys were like, dude, this is the greatest hustle on Earth. That's why you can't fault like how hard they try to hold on to it because they're like, yo, asshole. You know, we're a bunch of psychonauts and we're fleecing the government. Don't fuck it up. Like, if you can't beat them, join them, kind of a thing, you know?
Or if you can't, not
wow.
So you think this whole zombie apocalypse is a possibility, guys, or do you think it's like just a far-fetched fantasy?
No. I would. They are going to do everything they can to stop that from. They don't want it. They can't actually have actual 1984. It's too draconian. People will recognize that it's miserable for a bunch of people. That's recognizable. The point of doing it in literature is to over accentuate how so that it, it's you got to keep people in the middle, right? You don't want to tell. You want to tell them you don't want it to get so bad that it is this, because. Right, people don't want that. Everyone wants a happy medium. Just take some of our money.
Do they though?
Right?
It seems like people are bored. Like they want this. It seems like a lot of people.
Yeah,
well, a lot of people on TV
want the action.
Some
bro.
people, maybe, but it's just.
Well, we've been prepped for it, bro. Think about it. For the last since like the 90s, or actually since the mid 80s, we've been prepped for this shit. Like our entire generation's been nothing but fucking G.I. Joe and fucking zombie apocalypse shit. Like it's just been like, I don't know, brainwashed into it.
But if it actually comes to blows, then the whole jig is up and you have to do whatever or start over. The whole point is to prolong. Always keep it on the edge of, but never actually doing it. Right? Like, because if you actually start doing it, then I think if there ever actually is some sort of apocalyptic event or wherever and all these things, it's going to be because of legit reasons of people overthrowing something and it tumbled into something. They're not going to facilitate it per se, or they're going to do what they did on their little resurrection stunt by like purposely doing it like it's another false flag where they control a version of it and then tell people that this is what it was. But I don't think that they're going to actually. They don't want all out. They want people right on the edge. They want people thinking it could happen, but never actually happening, because that's how you profit the most long term, right? That's the whole point. The whole point is the long con. The prolonged long con, like they've already got it going, and they got to keep it going. The keeping it going is more important than taking it all apart. I think if it was on like some sort of scale that big with everybody involved, the whole thing would come undone and they'd have to start over.
Well, that's the whole point. That's the whole point, dude. Like you have to have a reset every now and then. Otherwise technology increases, and with that, control decreases.
You want a clean reset or a bloody reset?
Well, it's not up to us. It's not up to us what we want. Like
Well, I'm
we're
saying
just we're
if
playing out
they're
the
the
part.
ones, I don't think that they're the ones that are gonna want it to be dirty, per se. They want it as clean as possible, or as
I
easy
think
for them as possible.
yeah, efficiency is overall.
Exactly. It's so that they minimize uh their overhead, for lack of their presence in it. They've planted all the seeds and then walked away, and then said, "Oh, I wasn't here. Look at this, just happened on its own," even though they planted the seeds years ago and whatever. And the whole thing is the long game. That's their whole deal. But in 1984, it says it right there. Those who control the past control the future. Whoever controls the present controls the past. They're keeping us right in the middle of. They told us where the dinosaurs came from, and they told us where space is headed.
Well,
And
who do
we're
you
right
think is
trapped in the middle.
who do you think's controlled the past prior to our present? Do you have an idea?
I mean, that's the question, right? That's
Well,
the
that would be the that would be who we're talking about, right? It's the ones who've had
well. I
that
don't know whoever.
control
Well, it depends.
from
Depends on
the
the history
beginning.
you're talking about. Because I don't know how we can
Well, I mean, there's
justify
only one history,
or
bro. What do you mean?
well, no, there's a history that we learned in school, which we now know is shoddy at best, versus what actually is. But we don't. I don't know what actually is because that's what we're trying to find out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, who's manipulating the past? Like, who's controlling? You know.
Oh, the history. I mean, anyone. Well, the history. Whoever. Well,
That's what I'm talking
yeah,
about.
that's
Who is
the
that?
number one question. I mean, there's a lot of different people in different
Well,
facets.
do you think it's a lot of?
That itself, I think, is compartmentalized.
Do you think it's a lot of different people? I mean, definitely compartmentalization, but do you think it's a lot of different people, or do you think it's one people spread out many different places?
I always lately think about the word Freemason. I don't want to say, oh, it's all about the Freemasons. My whole thing is a lot of Freemasons.
Well, we
There's
can't say it's
Freemasons in every
Freemason.
town. There's also
I'm
old
not saying they
buildings.
don't play a part.
No, I know,
but
but
they haven't been around
yeah.
forever.
But
that's what I'm saying. Like, there's prior
no,
to them,
I know, but that's
there
my
was
point.
another group.
Well, yeah, I mean, but again, how can we verify any of these? They're all parchment. There's pieces of parchment, right?
What do you mean by parchment? Like, I know what parchment paper is, but
Well,
what
the
do you mean? What's
history
that
that
term?
we're talking about is actually someone who wrote something on parchment. None of us lived through it. We're basing it off of the history we were taught based on
Right.
people writing something down on some sort of manuscript.
Well, all it takes is like one contradiction within another story, you know,
Well,
to create a red
they
flag.
say that they don't even know 500 years worth of Roman history is unknown even by. I learned that in college in history class. They know that there's gaps and holes in the whole story. And if we know that
Right.
the whole history that we were taught in school goes back to the fucking Big Bang and the creation of the round Earth, which we know is not what happened. So other than that history, we're trying to talk about something that's completely different from the very foundations of what we think we know about history. Because it's not that. So it literally could be anything else.
What was the last part?
If it's not the story that we were taught in school about the Big Bang and the 4 billion years ago around Earth, it's anyone's guess, and there's no way to really prove it right now. That's the problem, and that's the question. But we're talking about history, because the entire idea of history, westward expansion, cowboys and Indians, I don't know.
Yeah, but along the logic
that's part of the
that
history.
right. Along the logic of whoever controls the past. So So whoever it is now, is who it always was. Then would be the
Yeah,
answer.
it's whoever controls the present controls the past. So whoever's
Right.
in
So
power has the ability to memory hole whatever they want, make political decrees, do whatever they want, burn whatever books, whatever. Like whoever's in control of the present can then just say, "Oh, we found this new manuscript that dates back, and there's a whole new history. Oh, wow, look at this." All the historians agree.
yeah.
They're the
So
ones
then
we're
it's
all
whoever.
shot.
So then it's whoever's in control now. I mean, you're saying who,
Exactly.
but like whatever.
Well, yeah, whatever system is in place of the present narrative, because this whole thing is the theater, right? The world is but a stage, and we're all merely players, right? That's the people all talk about the TV. That's the stage, and people are playing out narratives on the stage. This is whoever's in control of that can control what the History Channel brings us.
Well, as Pete Shea would say, it's all about the theme of the stage. Whatever that means, I don't know what that means, but
Well, since we're talking about Pete just a little bit, what is this dodo that he's always? I don't want to ask him because I'll just go on for it. What's the dodo?
I've often wondered that myself. Definitely, it's a lot more than one thing.
It's a bird that they say existed that Pete says it never existed, and then you have the Mercator map or something he's always on about, and if you tilt it sideways, all the land masses look like this dodo bird, and then Aristarchus is in it somehow too. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I've heard him explain it a bunch of times. I don't
Okay.
quite get it.
So here's what I've taken from it. Here's what I've taken from it recently. I've been thinking hard. And so maybe it was intelligent. We'll see. Tell me if this resonates. So the dodo thing, remember how they say the dodo went extinct, right? And if the dodo is representation of all the continents put together, right? Oh, it looks like this bird. It looks like the dodo thing. Well, then that means the old world went extinct, doesn't it?
That's why they call it the old world, and that's why they
Right.
call themselves the New World Order.
Right.
Because
And
I mean,
so
how do
if
we know
that's,
that the
like I said,
dodo
if that's the
existed?
case,
Exactly.
hold on, sorry, just for the audience, and then I'll be done. If that's the case, all the continents put together to make that little dodo bird, well, the dodo bird went extinct. The old world's gone. So I don't know if that's right, but to me, it just keeps coming back to that. Like, I think that's what is kind of being said with the dodo bird itself went extinct. It's like a tongue-in-cheek thing. Like, we fucking made the old world go extinct. The dodo's gone. We got this new world order. It's a phoenix. Anyway, go ahead.
I'm pretty sure that most are all the world's conflicts. And the wars throughout the world are because of them trying to wipe out the old world and any remnants of it that doesn't fit their story. You see now, like, where Al Qaeda was in some bunker, they bombed it out, and it happened to be some ancient whatever temple that, whoops, bombed now. Like that, like imagine if Al Qaeda, took up refuge in the pyramids, or I don't know, what is it in Turkey? The thing that's, oh God, what is it called? That's 12,000 years that throws the entire history off of what we thought we knew in Turkey.
Göbekli Tepe.
Göbekli Tepe, exactly. If they just try to hang out there, and then the new terrorists we got to drone them out, and then whoops, they got this whoops. I mean, you go to France, you go to all these, you look at bombing in Dresden in World War II, an entire city that is of old world architecture, completely bombed out for no strategic reason. You've got entire places in Japan. I mean, all these places all over Europe, all over the place. All of this stuff bombed out of existence. All the art is stolen or taken, and they literally make movies about this stuff. And if it's to hide the old world, to get rid of it, anything that doesn't, they literally call themselves the New World Order. That director of the CIA calls themselves the New World Order.
I could not
to get
agree
rid
with
of the old world.
what you're saying. I could not agree more. So that's all I'm going to say. I got to go to work. But yep, this is like my focus of interest now. So hell yeah, dude.
Yep. History, like beyond. Once you realize flat Earth is just the gateway. There's the tip of the iceberg. Wait, if that's wrong, then all of this history. I used to love history. I took history and I love history. And it's like, practically none of that is real. Shit. Okay.
I mean, do you love history though? Let me ask you a question, Fuzzy.
Just
How
very
often do you think of it?
help us out.
Am I roboting?
No, I heard two people. Something about history.
Yeah, just a quick question. How often do you think of the ancient Roman Empire?
All the time. Not necessarily Rome specifically. We live in New England, bro. Right? You know, upstate New York, all the continental, the battlegrounds, and all these different places. I apparently drive by places all the time that were built, or they have stories about these wars and battles and stuff, and it makes you think about history all the time. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But Rome all the time, gladiator games, all this stuff. I don't know that gladiators actually took place in those games. I think that the Colosseum is probably something else entirely. Could have been a power plant of some kind. I don't know. But just because Russell Crowe won an Academy Award doesn't mean that that movie is accurate per se. I don't know. I love the idea. I love the movies. I love history, sword and sandals, all this ancient Troy, all of it. I love it. Westward expansion, cowboys and Indians out west, all of it, right? History. It's hard to. It's all. The best part about it is some of the biggest and best history museums are in the buildings that defy any kind of logical way of being built or why they would be needed for such a thing. The Field Museum in Chicago, the building itself, the Louvre in France, the building itself is more impressive than any artwork in there. And yeah, there's no way that they just built that building for they just making up history, kings and queens.
What's with you guys being so obsessed with Roman myths, bro?
I didn't hear any of what you said other than something about Roman myth.
No, it's Jeremy is obsessed with Rome today.
Yep.
So here's something that goes right along with that, Fuzzy. The World's Fair in 1904 was held in St. Louis, Missouri, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that was constructed for the World's Fair. And one of the buildings that remains, actually two of the buildings that remain, are pretty epic. One of which is the St. Louis Art Museum, and another of which is Washington University's, I think they call it their administrative building. But either way, they try to convince you that all these buildings for the World's Fair were just constructed of paper mache and then taken down. But then you have these buildings that are still standing that are pretty amazing architecture.
Absolutely, 100%. That's why they invented, I think, the World's Fair is to have an excuse to tear it down when they're done. And if you look at it afterwards, the amount of fire departments that were created around the times of when they would want to tear all these buildings down too. They just set fire to a building and then say, it's structurally unsound, take it down. And
ironically, you're making a very similar point that I was making last night and drawing a connection between the possibility of similar things taking place in modern times that may have taken place in the past during times that we may consider resets or our history changes.
Yeah, I think you get earthquakes too. It's the same thing in San Francisco. Talk about the gold rush. I'm pretty sure that was just an entire vacant city of whatever. Whoever got there first gets to claim whoever built these buildings. And then want to take down whatever they don't want because, it's this structural, the earthquakes, man. You want to be safe. Think of the children. Okay, take it down. And they can do whatever they feel like. And people are going to, it's so frustrating. It's such a well-crafted con. It's God, yeah. It's really hard to know what about school that they taught us was actually real. It's most of it is just what they want you to believe in order for this lie to work. But the World's Fair thing, that really, yeah, that's, and then mix that with, they just threw these things up, these huge waterways, these huge statues, these even like movie sets where they're made to do that. Actually, it takes a long time and lots of money, and just it's insane.
And ironically, the world's not there.
Right. But once you realize that all that history about that everyone thinks about as being in the ancient Chinese or ancient Egyptian or ancient Rome and all these different ancient histories, but you don't think that of America because it wasn't discovered until well, blah blah blah. But really, when you look at it, there's all kinds of things here and everywhere all over the world at the same time that throws a wrench into the entire timeline.
Yeah, what are the odds that we have all these different languages and then one math? Oh, wow. In your opinion, Tartaria opens you up to flat Earth, or flat Earth opens you up to Tartaria?
Yes, either way, right? As long it doesn't matter as long as you get there. I went the other way around. I went
That was so enlightening.
to Tartaria, for lack of a better term. But I love how fucking Henry Kissinger on his book, The World Order or whatever, has Tartaria right on the front cover. It's so funny. Henry Kissinger. But that's another thing. That's why I said earlier about the Freemasons. They literally are getting Freemasonry, this old ancient sort of whatever world historical building. It's too expensive to redo it, but we definitely did that.
Yeah, and they tell you right there in the name, like it's
Freemasonry.
Freemasonry. Yeah, for sure. In the world's fair, but there's only one world. But it's telling you right there, the world's not fair. But now we're going to make it fair. It'll be our shot.
You know, one of the most famous symbols for Freemasonry is a square and compass, right? But the second, equally as famous, is a double-headed eagle, or some would say it's a phoenix. But somebody brought up the phoenix earlier.
Really?
Yeah, and I don't understand exactly the significance of the symbology behind the phoenix. And somebody said it earlier.
Flag.
Yeah, in the Tartarian flag. Go ahead.
I didn't know you. I thought you were asking a question. I didn't know it was
do your thing,
rhetorical.
bro.
But if you look at the actual, go look at it in Tartarian flag. It's the exact two-headed eagle, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
that's essentially the symbol for Tartaria.
The Masons talk about the phoenix. It's in their writings, and it's like a literal. It's a heavenly object.
I didn't know that symbol.
It's a
was
heavenly
there,
object that apparently it does come around every so often. It might be on a cyclical cycle. I'm not entirely sure, but there seems to be the phoenix represents something way deeper.
100%. Yeah, that's really fascinating. That I did not know if that's about one of their symbols. Because yeah, you think square and compass and checkerboard floor and all this stuff, but the two-headed, I haven't seen. I have to look into this. This is interesting because that would be even further evidence of them. Like they took their freaking flag too, bro.
Well, didn't Tartaria associate with the owl as well? Which is another
I do believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, and then you're saying, oh, they stole it from them, or what if these are the same people?
Right. Or they just exactly.
Doesn't the phoenix have two tails in reality, or put two heads in the flag?
The double-headed ego, bro. It's or the whatever it is. It's a phoenix. Some say it's everywhere.
It's
Russia,
symbolic of resurrection,
America,
right?
Rome. Yeah, the phoenixes resurrect from the ashes. But what are you resurrecting from the ashes?
A beast in the bottomless pit.
Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, man. I wasn't thinking that, but yeah, you got a valid point.
And it's interesting, it's America's symbol.
Well, what does the word America mean?
I'm sorry, I should say it's the United States symbol.
No, America is the land of the feathered serpent. But if you look at Tartaria, it's a dragon. If you look at the flag I posted. Now there is different flags. You can find flags with the eagle. Somebody said an eagle or something like that. And I can actually find one with an eagle on it, Tartaria. But they also had the double-headed eagles also connected to it. Some will say, well, eagles never existed. I mean, not eagles, dragons never existed. Ooh, this one looks like a griffin.
If you go, there's a lot of Russian, history, or even Romanian history. I know, like with a guy who killed a serpent, and they use it's a lot of these different stories could also be the crushing of the idea of that serpent. If it's like, man, this whole thing throws such a wrench into history. It sort of makes you question literally everything. It's sort of like, what if everything you think is right? What if somehow Hitler is the good guy trying to save everybody from this sort of, I don't know, whatever. Everything about history is so fascinating. At this point, it's even more fascinating than it was before. It's literally crazy.
Could that one world civilization be before the deluge?
It could be, and could be before that, or and there could be two. One was before, and then again, then another one rose up, and then that one was taken out, or who knows? I don't know.
So you could like consider the first one like Atlantis and the second one like Babylon if you're saying it's after the deluge, right?
Or was the first one the Garden of Eden?
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, you think that civilization uniting together and one world coincides with the Garden of Eden? Like,
I don't know. Maybe the Garden of Eden was first, and then that was taken out, and then replaced with some sort of one world thing, and then that was taken out, and then there was a flood, and then something happened after that. I don't know. It's interesting because, I mean, if you think if paradise on earth, like, what if this was actually supposed to be paradise, and there's apple trees growing everywhere, right?
what if it's a counterfeit of paradise?
Well, sure. I mean, could be. They're like, I'm going to say sure, could be for everything. I don't know, because it just boggles the mind. Really, it's fun to think about.
It is cool. I agree.
But it really does make you wonder, or make you think, especially once you start to turn on the TV and you watch anything. When they say stuff with such certainty, it becomes comical at a certain point. It really does, because even just an inkling of this, even from their own side of the story, the most of the story doesn't work out. Yet they say it with such a definitive sort of attitude.
Yeah, they have a whole channel devoted to Hitler. I don't know if he's a good guy.
I used to love it. I used to watch it all day.
It's like Hitler only, all day, every day. Just for you. Right? It's like, all right, but I don't know if he's a
Here's
good guy.
every
But
battle of World War II in order.
Yeah, on tape. We videotaped it because he's such a bad guy. But I don't know. I don't know about that, but I also don't know about imagine I started a business and and it was like the richest business in the world. And like, what does he do? He changes your hair and your eye color. Like, what? That's the best. That's what he does. Yeah, yeah. To change your eye color and your hair color. So that's what it was all about. I don't know. It's like the story they tell is a little silly.
It makes me wonder about like National Geographic and these nature documentaries.
And then he
when
built.
you see
Yeah, he
these
built
two
these.
animals fighting.
Yeah, he built these buildings. They took like massive amounts of their own country's income, just to like light people on fire. Yeah, like what? Yeah, and then here's the proof because of them throwing them in a hole. Okay, so why did he grow the crops and build the buildings, feed them and house them? I don't get it.
I don't know. I don't know if I should talk about the Holocaust if we're like, because I went there and I have a story, but I don't know if YouTube would like it.
Yeah, whatever. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't watch that 24/7 channel like all day every
Oh
day.
yeah,
I'm not like a buff Hitler buff.
yeah. I think that the tour guides at some of these museums in Germany make up certain stories to just make it sound more horrific. Because then thinking back on it, I didn't think about it at the time, but now that I think about it, there's no way some of the stories they told me about my specific questions, about my specific things that I saw, I think they're making shit up.
Go back and ask him, drill him, and be like, like this guy, he's got the biggest business in the world. He took over the entire world with just changing their eyes and their hair, and he's only got 4 employees though. Like this little itty bitty country, somehow, how did the world took over the whole world? Like, got 4 guys working for him. How's he doing it? We all, all the other guys they tried, like thousands of them swarmed in, like jumped on the 4 guys, but they were so strong that they just flicked them off like fleas. All 4 guys did it. They took over the world. Truckers. Something that also was cool. Like I did watch a few, like, because that channel's always on, right? The one that I was watching, like, I don't know who was videotaping, like this bombing on wars, right? But it's like beautifully filmed, right? But like the one thing I noticed is like with all those airplanes, thousands, like it looks like thousands, I don't know, hundreds, I guess, airplanes, like bombers flying over top. What I noticed is like when you look down, because they also have a video like of an airplane recording, the Earth doesn't seem to be moving beneath those airplanes at all.
Well, it's because the speed based on the rotation, you wouldn't notice that. That's perfectly normal.
But they canceling it out with their direct. I didn't look at the comments. I remember I said some lady, like, you go to get your car wash, you got to sit and you got to wait for your car, so you can sit in the little waiting area. They got coffee and stuff. And they're playing it on the TV in there, and it was like the airplane scene. And I said to the lady, "Man, look at that Earth spinning right underneath the plane." She's like, "What?" Like, look how fast it's moving. I guess you could transfer it and say, "Look, the Earth is moving, and the plane is sitting still." Like, no, it's perfect. Hey, look at that. Anyway, it's spinning. I just left her with that. Yeah.
Well, you guys have heard the reason the Germans were obsessed with the whole genetic thing is because they believe a certain group of people track back to like the Sun people from Atlantis.
The Polarian?
Well, like Aryan refers to the race that tracks back to Atlantis, and that there was much more than just 2. According to the cultic belief, there was more than just 2 world orders, if you will. There were like 3 or 4 of them, and yeah, I just didn't know if you guys had ever heard that.
I wonder. Oh, I wonder if Aryan comes from Tartarian. Aryan.
Well, I know they were looking for ancient ruins, not ruins as in ruined buildings, the ruins, the symbols. Hitler had a whole team. They even went as far as the Himalayas. They were convinced they were part of a superior Aryan race.
But yeah, meaning that they got it tracked back to the people from Atlantis. And they were the ones that brought everyone the abilities to use bow and arrow. They're the ones that taught everyone how to domesticate horses. And they knew all this advanced metallurgy. And they were called the Sun People. And they believed that the markers of this was blonde hair, blue eyes, and red hair. And they were trying to track back what they considered their ancestry to these powerful people.
Yep.
I mean,
He had a whole squad
Yeah.
looking all over the world apparently for traces of that. Yep.
Yeah, and then the swastika obviously was all around the world, and the swastika is actually the Big Dipper in the Four Seasons, and so it's because they think it's the Star People.
Yeah, that's an ancient symbol used by a lot of, especially the Indians. Yeah.
Yeah, these people were like obsessed with it. Like whoever his cult followers were obsessed. Like they even have tattoos of like the 88, the Hail Hitler. They have all these symbols and just like obsessed with the guy.
I heard that Hitler had sent men, or Heinrich Himmler had sent men to Tibet, talk to monks to try to discover and document like however they could get power from the divine. They were trying to figure it out. They were asking shamans. They were basically going through the world, asking all the wisest men in the world for like knowledge in the occult, and they were combining all their documents together. They had their own like Vril society. You probably heard about the little like there was a specific group designed for like seances. I forget the specific name, but yeah. So like no, these people though that exist beyond the ice shelf that apparently, if you believe this testimony that is floating around the internet about Admiral Byrd, that he encountered beings that were blonde hair, blue eyes, tall beings, angelic, I would say. This is the same testimony is consistent in scripture with Lamech. I mean, when Noah was born, he resembled like the beings from above, the sons of God, the angels. The angels apparently, their complexion is of blonde hair, blue-eyed beings, pale. Where Adamim, or mankind were not like that until Noah was born. And this sounds like racist doctrine, but it's just it's the reality of things. Madame Blavatsky, Helena Blavatsky, she also writes in her book about the occult idea that before the flood that there were these principalities or rulers, kings that ruled the earth that were blonde hair, blue eyed. But they were
nobody
demigods.
really knows that, bro. Nobody
I
knows
know.
the blonde hair, blue eye thing.
I know, man. And it sounds like racist doctrine, and I assure you I'm not a racist. But I'm just don't hate the
Oh
messenger.
no,
I'm
dude,
just
this is a
delivering the
rabbit
message.
hole, baby. Oh, it's a rabbit hole, bro. Like if you look at like the ancient depictions of Buddha, he has blue eyes. They found these mummies in China that are supposedly like the oldest. They have red hair. Sorry.
Yeah, there's people
Yeah,
all
so
over the world with different skin color and hair. Yeah.
yeah, but this is the point. They didn't tell us that Buddha was light skinned with blue eyes, did they? And they didn't tell us that there were noble classes all over the world that were fair skinned with blue eyes. So the idea is that there's a minority group of people that were always considered nobility, and the reason that they were the noble class was because they had advanced knowledge. This is like the story. And this actually is what the esoteric occultic belief is, right? If we suspend belief or whether or not it's true, because it doesn't matter, their teaching is that they are part of a genetically superior super race that come from the star people, and that the way that they looked is that they would have fair skin, blonde hair, blue eyes, or red hair. And not that you are of the star people just because you have those, but that's markers of them. And they were made noble classes to rule all over the world because they were so advanced in knowledge. So people would worship them in a way, like they believe they came from the star people, and they would teach them all these different secrets.
The star,
They
like
believe
one
that
of the,
they come from. Go ahead.
like, does it give any kind of idea to, like, what does that mean? Star, like one of the 88 constellations they come from, or what does that mean?
They believe beings actually came from the sky and made with man. Yep. And so they think that they track back to this group of people. It's funny, it does parallel with like Enoch and stuff.
Yeah, real quick,
Anyway,
just real quick, please, just to clarify, the Native Americans call them star people, right? The Hebrews call them angels. Not a big deal. The story's consistent. But yeah, go on.
Yeah. And then sometimes they refer to the people of the sun and stuff like that, like the ones in Atlantis. So this would explain, this gives you context as to why they're so obsessed with genetics and why they're incestuous. I covered this the other night, but it's like such a rabbit hole. Because I have a red beard and blonde hair and blue eyes, people think that like I'm saying it because of that. So I normally don't even talk about it. Because the truth is, they would consider me a bastard child. Like I have Cherokee in my blood and stuff, you know. But anyway, so they believe that they're literally a pure blood. They're pure bloods, and they call themselves blue bloods. I think they have a higher copper content in their blood, which is blue in the body. And they avoid physical deformities or mental handicaps from incest by they have a very structured, organized way that they reproduce. Every however many generations, I think it could be 3 or so, they flip you over to the other side of the family tree. And if you fully separate the people as much as possible by coordinating it like this, you avoid physical deformities and mental handicaps. And this way they're able to avoid the dilution of blood. They believe that if you mix with other races, you dilute. Now this would explain why they push the mixing of races so much on us. Now, I'm not saying that I'm against that or anything like that. What I'm saying is they view that as like the stupidest thing that you can do because it dilutes your blood. And they consider that a power source. And so they want to make you weak. I know this is crazy, but you have to put yourself in their mindset to kind of understand it. And so that's why they're all incestuous. And their marriages are not like, oh, I fell in love, let me get married. They're arrangements. Like you're this generation, so you marry this person on this side of the family tree. It's all an arrangement. So I mean, I could go on and on and on, but I fell on this rabbit hole. I'm going to do another stream on it, but it is very interesting. If you start to look at it like that, then their behavior makes a lot of sense. They literally think they're genetically superior, not as in they're not human, or maybe they're the ones that have the hue of the man, or whatever. They think they're literally and physically superior race. Like they're a different race than the human race. So like, if you had cattle and you can kind of maybe have a bit of a bond, but they can't fully understand, and maybe you'll kind of, protect them from some predators, and you'll feed them because they give you stuff, right? But like they can never truly understand. They're beneath you. You have domain over them. That's how they view people that are not of the lineage. So anyway, it's a rabbit hole because it looks like what they did in conclusion is they removed the parts of history that showed that this group of people were the noble classes, and they told everyone that history had been whitewashed, meaning they told everyone that they crammed white people in where they weren't really there. But what they really did, and they did do that somewhat, right, in modern history, but what they really did was remove their family from the history books so no one would put together that this group of people has been in charge the whole time. And now they kind of rule from the shadows. And if you think about it from that perspective, imagine being born into that with like an entire secret doctrine, a secret literature of your family history, where they just read about how they ruled the world throughout all time. And then you'll understand why they're able to make such long-term generational plans of control. Well, because it's just they think they've been doing it forever. So anyway, And I think the Germans and the Nazis were kind of obsessed with this.
It does go back to the original, like, logical of whoever rules now is whoever has always ruled at the beginning of the time.
Yeah, it seems that way. Like, for example, Egypt, right? So there's actually evidence in text that say that Egypt was ruled by fair-skinned, blue-eyed pharaohs, but that at one point they were ambushed by the quote-unquote dark-skinned tribes surrounding them, and they overthrew them. So at once they wanted them to be the pharaohs because they were so advanced. They considered them as like as a lineage of gods, and they knew all this crazy stuff. They knew what metals could be used for, etc. But then they didn't want them there anymore, so they tried to overthrow them. But you've never heard that. No one here's ever heard that Egyptians pharaohs used to be fair skinned. No one's ever heard that Buddha used to have blue eyes. I mean, some people in here may because they're truthers, but you get the point. It's very interesting. I have a whole compilation of images of ancient depictions and statues and stuff of the noble classes being blue eyes. So, whatever. They rewrote the history to remove their family control.
It goes back to Atlantis and the world before the flood and how unified it was and one language. You had these. You did have a divine class of beings like these. Like, it sounds crazy, but when you study the scriptures and you study the history, both Greek, there was this world empire, and it was being ran by demigods who apparently were, a product of, like the Native Americans say, a union between star people and human and females on Earth. And Enoch says the same thing. And their children became demigods because they were part god or part angel. They had abilities that the average person didn't. So like beings like Ares or Hercules, like now maybe it's been embellished over time, and these stories are no longer completely credible. But there's truth to the Greek mythos.
Yeah, but one thing that sticks out to me right away, right? Is some, people, there were giants and they were breeding with these humans, female. I mean, like, how did the peace fit inside the peas?
The giants don't breed with humans. The star people bred with humans, and the giants bred with each other, and then the women actually typically died giving birth to the giants. But this is what's so crazy, right? It's like, this may sound crazy. Let's just pretend it's fiction. It doesn't really matter, because for the point that I'm trying to make, it should still matter to you. It is interesting that the scriptures tell you this very same story. But regardless, the people that are incredibly powerful and successful at running the world for thousands of years believe this story. Okay? So it's like, you may ask yourself, why do they believe it as if to be so true? I mean, they obviously know some things we don't know, right? They must have a better grasp of history than we do. They're able to successfully run the world this long. They believe a story that parallels with Enoch. Of course, their version of the story is that they came down to help mankind, and they're the good ones, and that we were here with like blinders on, and they came to help us. They're actually the victims or whatever, right? They're the victims and the heroes, and they're the good people. Whereas Enoch says, no, they're rebellious and they came and deceived man. But it is really interesting. If you're going to fall down a crazy rabbit hole if you follow this, and you're going to run into what they call RH negative, you're going to look into white people are a huge minority in the world, contrary to popular belief, because there's so many white people in America. White people are a huge minority. They consider the average white person a bastard, or maybe not even connected. But if you look into RH negative, it's a very small portion of the population. If you look in Google, what percent of the world population is AB negative? It's going to blow your mind. The number is so small, it's insane. So, anyway, it's an interesting rabbit hole. And they use the swastika because that's the Big Dipper over the course of the season, because they believe this is the origin of their ancestry, that the people came from the sky. That's why they use that symbol.
But when you talk about alien abductions, the Pleiades, the Nordics, you have like these beings, these entities that appeared to look like blonde hair, blue eyes, like Swedish people, man, but they're from another planet, right? In ufology, well, clearly they're not from another planet. But so who are these entities that seem to look like Swedish people?
Yo, and then what does Enoch say? It says Noah came out like looking like this, and immediately it was suspected that there was adultery with the fallen ones, right? And that goes to show you that that was kind of a rare type. It also goes to show you that there are white people that would have come from maybe Noah, right? Or just would look similar to Noah. And that doesn't necessarily mean that's why they're so obsessed with specific genetic codes and keeping track of their lineage. And then if you try to look up your family, when I try to look up my family, I can't find it, bro. I cannot find my ancestry, dude. And it's not a coincidence. They've removed our ancestry while they keep like very specific tabs on there.
What do you think, Lion, that of the I guess I don't know white breeding ground of Eden and the Southwest Sweden correlation? You know, southwest of Eden is Sweden.
Okay, so when you look at the table of nations, you had Japheth and Shem inherit, you know, basically most of the northern hemisphere, and then Ham inherited the southern hemisphere. Like he inherited Africa, South America, Australia, Indonesia. So Ham inherited that whole area. When you look at the Shemites and Japhethites, they kind of mix together, and that's how you end up with the Iranian people, with the Aryans. And I'm not surprised that Iranian people originally were blue-eyed, blonde-haired, because I mean Noah apparently was also like that. So you had a whole basically patriarchy of people that were blonde hair and blue eyes in their European region, including the Appalachians and stuff.
Iran literally means Aryan.
And Persians, Iran, Syrians. I mean, Abraham's all his wives and all the patriarchs' wives came from that area. Laban and his daughters, Rachel and Leah, were from that area that Abraham was from, Aram.
What do you think about the correlation of the word area linking to all the Aryans and Tartarians?
Yeah, I mean, Tartaria is connected to the lost tribes of Israel and their dispersion into the world, into the Barren Strait. I've talked about it before.
No, I mean, specifically
the thing is hold on real quick. The architecture that was displayed by the Tartarians was incredible. And that architecture, even what we know of now as Roman pillars, like where did Roman pillars come from? Was it originally Rome? No, apparently the original people that first created what we know of as a Roman pillar were the Hebrews in the construction of the temples and stuff. And, you know, Solomon had crazy stone cutters, bro, stone masons. And after, you know, the destruction of the temple, a lot of these people went their own way. The tribes got dispersed. They stopped following Yahweh, started doing their own thing, but they still retained the knowledge of masonry.
Yeah, so they went to a new area, like a new Tartaria or a new
they're part of Russia, bro.
area.
That whole area, that whole Asian continent was dominated by the lost tribes of Israel. They went all over the place, bro. You got either Dan in Denmark, right? The Danish people. The Vikings are connected to that. Man, anyways, I don't want to get into that, but I'm just saying that the architecture clearly displayed in Tartarian architecture, bro. Like that stuff is hard to explain. And people still don't really know exactly how they shape these things. We can't replicate it. Maybe with 3D printing, but
I've suggested that people watch this documentary on how they built the pyramids. 2017, I think it's called. Really, pretty interesting. I think it's like the letter K or something, like K, how they built the pyramids 2017. really interesting. You can find it on Google.
Yeah, they took and tried to emulate and also align the pyramids on the ground to the pyramid up in heaven, the city of God up in heaven. So they aligned them to the luminaries, and as a consequence, aligned to the pyramid above. Yep, that's where they got the idea to do that.
Yeah, that's like towards the end, but this is literally like how they constructed. You know,
No, that's not towards the end. That's the origin of it. That's the beginning.
of the of the documentary.
Oh, the documentary. Do you have a where do you post it? Like in the open text, or
I can look at it. It's pretty easy to find. Let me find it.
because they align them to the luminaries, and before they started building them, they have to kind of like, hey, how are we gonna start? It's not a coincidence.
But yeah, talking about Egypt and how they were displaced. Egypt was displaced multiple times in history by different races of people. Originally, Mitzrayim, I believe that whole area was black people.
Wait, the pyramids mean Egypt?
Yeah, Mitzrayim. So Egypt was originally black, and then they were displaced by people of the north, in the Iranian region. But there were Shemites that came down and actually pushed. They overcame the natural Egyptians, the original Egyptians, and they were pushed further south, and then they were displaced. So when the African or the blacks were displaced by the Shemites, the Shemites basically had power in Egypt for thousands of years. You could see the mummies, and they've tested the mummies from different dynasties. A lot of these mummies are showing up to be white, man, with red hair, contrary to popular belief. And I know there's a lot of black pushback today because of whitewashing that has occurred, but this is not one of those occurrences. Most of the historical Egyptians that we have on record seem to have been lighter skinned, and then they were displaced again by blacker people after. But that was like towards the end of all the Egyptian dynasties where they were displaced. The Shemites were displaced, and the Greeks.
So all colors of people, all types of people were displaced to different parts of the world. There's not like an actual argument that these guys are blacks, these are white, because people are not crayons or colors, right?
Yeah. So it went black, white, black, Egypt.
When we talk about pyramids, there's pyramids all around the world. Like there's not, that doesn't mean that pyramids came from Egypt, right? That there's all around the place, not just Egypt. And then you find all colors, skins. I mean, not all colors, but whatever we see people as different tonalities of the skin, darker or lighter. What does that mean actually? Like that does. I mean, just arguing for was more white people in this area, or more lighter skin on this area, or darker skin on this area. Is that
what it means is that
it sounds shallow, right?
What it means is that that we are an extremely young species, being human, because as you can see, right, it doesn't take long to whatever you want to call it, right? So it's just extremely young because we have Chinese people, Spanish people, European people, black people. So it just goes.
And what is you're saying that the young species? What is the origin of those species? Like you're saying that people evolved from animals into being this new species of.
No, whatever word you want to use, whatever the human race is young. Shown evidence of this is that we have different color skin still, and we're not bred out of that. Yeah.
That's a solid point, man. And I don't mean to sound shallow or superficial here when I talk about races and skin color, because I'm just saying that you can't pretend that all Egypt was black, because it's not that simple, right? They've been displaced. But going back to we should have already seen an amalgamation, Andy. Well, that's not Andy. Who's that talking right now? Is that Andy? But we should have seen an amalgamation of all the races by now, right? Like a uniform complexion throughout the world, regardless of climate differences. We should have seen that already. Because there's dominant genes, recessive genes, and black and brown are dominant genes. I believe Adam and Eve were redskin. I think they were like Native American. Oh, Exo's in the house.
Kind of like a punk though.
He's come to
Exo, what do
shake
you
the
think?
beehive.
Yeah.
So
What do
no,
you
go ahead.
Joe boy? What do you think, Exo? You think that the fact that we have different color skin, white, black, whatever, is evidence of young creation?
There is no such a thing as white or black skin.
Are you really talking to me about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it would say in 2 Peter 3 that for this they willingly are ignorant that by the word of God the heavens were of old. So 6,000 years is old, and it's not even about Earth. There's no such thing as young Earth creation. Anyway, that term is fictitious and obviously helps out some sort of distractive, divisive, fictional evolutionary argument. So that's just, there's nothing to do with reality there. And the reality is that 6,000 years is old. That's the way to start thinking about things correctly.
So you're not on board then?
No, it doesn't matter. Yeah,
Everybody's doing
I'm trying to teach the basics here. I can't get people to understand how to parallel park. I'm not going to worry about the complicated histories of our genetic traits when I can't get people to understand that only one God can be the savior. People can't figure that out. Why would I go to the complicated things?
I don't know.
Well, that was rude.
Very, very rude. I pulled you
Touche.
as an
You're probably right. That probably was a little rude. Welcome to the end of the internet. So here it is. So the truth is going to be very offensive. Sorry, go ahead.
What color skin do you think Adam and Eve were?
I can't. Probably bright gold. Oh boy. You know what I'm saying? It's just different levels, bro. Different levels. Ooh, man, shiny. Wow.
He said
I mean,
bright
that
gold.
woman would have been something.
Right.
Hey, how about 14 foot tall, possibly? Who knows, right? They said they found Noah's grave. They said that Noah's wife's grave. They don't know where his was. This is in Turkey, of course, and they think that it might be over 15 feet long, something insane.
Wow.
Now that's just speculation. So if you want to go to extreme, I'll go there to what the archaeologists have claimed. But past that, I've never exhumed any corpse of any ancient person. So skin color is just a divisive issue. And I mean, to be honest with you, the groups on the street allow anybody as long as you just kind of have a click anyway. You probably know that. So I just don't even talk about skin color. What's the point?
I respect that. There is a scripture that I've read in the Apocalypse of Abraham that talks about the stature of Adam and Eve, and Abraham's looking at them like perplexed, like their stature was impressive. So they must have been tall. It doesn't say how tall they were though. Was most people assume that he was redskin just because of the Hebrew seems to portray him to be Adam means like red or blood, and he was given the name Adam from the dust of the earth, that the clay or the earth, whatever earthly substance that he was made of had like a reddish tint to it. That's more conjecture, but and if you think about it logically, I can see both blacks and whites coming from like a medium tone, like an intensity of, like if you have sliders on Photoshop, you can slide it left or right from a medium tone, but you can't really do the same from like or maybe you could, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, I got to be honest though. As far as genetics, it takes a lot of. I would claim farmers can understand how breeding works, and the terms that even are used in the truth movement are still completely deceptions. So even like these groups, like you name it, any nearby culture of people that has a true advocating for evolutionary terminology, like the word adaptation. And we try to explain this thing, but here's the point, is that people can't even get the basics again. I mean, this cat has had 2 litters, a total of 11 babies, 10 survived. The first litter had 6 babies, and each individual kitten was very different. One was highly intelligent, and we had another male that's semi-intelligent, and then the second litter we had an extremely stupid male and a hyper-intelligent male. So the ones that already come pre-packaged line, does this make sense? The one that's already the most intelligent is going to do better at what he does. The one that's already less intelligent, maybe even stronger, but less intelligent, is only going to go so far. So there's no such, so any sort of selection just removes anyway. So the term natural selection is okay. You can use that against. But the point is, one litter can have 6 different babies of different capabilities. The ones that already have the ability to survive are the ones that are going to survive. The ones that simply do better. One of the females...
Sir, you're breaking up a little. Is that me or him? Can y'all hear?
Nah, he's
Go ahead.
gone.
So I heard silence for like 15 seconds. Did he break out?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
sorry.
He's talking about adaptation, my man. But try to bridge the gap a little bit more? Like, unless you're saying like, I can't tell if you're supporting this theory, saying it's semi-plausible, viable, like, but you're just talking about like randomness in these creatures. I don't hear anything about adaptations, like a piece of an extra thumb, a tooth, or something, to where like that evolution story starts to make sense. Like, I don't buy it personally. Are you saying? Do y'all think he was saying the more intelligent one out of the litter that's an adaptation?
No, that's the point. There's no such thing as adaptation, and people still use the term, and it actually invokes.
Oh, thank you. We agree.
Adaptation
Okay,
is this is something we've been teaching since 2016. It has not caught on yet. Christians, young Earth creationists, are still teaching evolution. When you say things adapt, that's the same thing. It is a synonym for evolution. It's when you look up features of adaptation or evidence of adaptation, look at
yes,
what they're
sir, I
saying.
agree. Yes, sir. Yes, we agree.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
I'm just
and
going to make. It's only a 30-second speech, and I just want to say that when you look up their definitions, it doesn't matter what your claim is. The word already has a definition, just like flat Earth already has a meaning. It's also a deception. So the point is that even the truther groups unknowingly advocate for evolution or evolutionism or the theory of evolution when they simply use the word adaptation. So the truther movement has no idea what's going on anyway. I mean, to be honest with you, the whole thing is a joke.
Well, look, I can agree with what
at least semi agree with what you're saying, but I find it weird to generalize and be like when you say I would think these people are aware that they're referencing evolution when they're saying adaptation. Do they think they're making some sort of distinction? And this is news to me.
No, they don't know better. I hear it all the time from circles all around everywhere that, from highly intellectual people that are very smart, and they tell you they're smart, but they're still using that term adaptation. They still use the term speciation. There's no such thing. Look up the term species and give me a definition for it, and then think of an example in reality, and then get back to me. These are all fictitious terms. There's no such thing.
So like an Arctic
because
fox,
where do you draw?
or like an
Every
Arctic
DNA
wolf?
is
Here we go.
different.
Here we go. Listen, here's an attempt. Listen, guys, watch what he's going to say. Watch
No,
this. Watch
no,
this
no,
attempt.
no.
Oh, he got
They're
scared.
just born, right? And
Ready?
then they find the Arctic. They're like, I'm a white wolf, and like I've got a thick coat.
Oh,
I'm
really?
in the
Where
tropics.
was it born?
I'm just
Where was
here.
it born? Really?
Hello,
Where was it born?
hello,
This is a
hello.
psychotic.
Hi,
Already
hi,
went to
hello,
psychosis.
hi. I was talking.
We don't
Hi.
even know if he's
Hi,
agreeing
what's
or
going on?
disagreeing with you right
Guys, relax, guys. Let's all go one at a time, please. You heard?
That didn't last long.
I know. Someone started talking about
I
an
was
Arctic
trying to,
fox
and
being
then
born
some
in the
guy just
tropics.
started talking while I was
Guys,
talking.
I'm gonna just temp mute.
I can't
I'm gonna
stop.
just temp mute you guys.
Go ahead.
Who, guys?
Wow,
Next
that was
person
scary.
over talking, I'm gonna just temp mute you for a couple seconds. All right, please.
No.
Right. So
Jeremy
what I'm
Snack
saying
was
is that I think I was talking first. Okay, but so the Arctic fox in his model, it just finds its way into the Arctic. It's just born. It's just born because it was always supposed to be an Arctic fox. Like it doesn't matter, right? So that's good, right?
Model. What is this? Are you okay, man? What happened to you? What are you
That's
talking about?
XOs. I'm
Model.
talking about what XO says. Things are just a kind.
Yeah,
they're just
there's
a
nothing
thing.
to do with the
They're
model.
always puppies always
Yeah,
have
that's not me.
puppies,
Yeah,
and
you're
then so Arctic
slandering me.
foxes
Yeah,
always
please
have
don't
Arctic
talk about
foxes.
me. Yeah, don't talk about me. You're
It's your
just slandering
model.
me, man.
It's your model. It's
There's
your
something
model.
with
I'm
you.
trying to help.
You're
You don't have to
insane.
overtalk. No, don't talk right
This
now
is
because I'm just trying to help you.
This is my point. This is my point. See, it's just people just lose their minds.
Yeah, guys, why are we losing control all of a sudden? Why is this happening?
Wow.
I have
Yeah,
a
this
theory.
is wow. Welcome to Flat Earth. Witsit, did you see that? Oh my goodness. Dear Lord. Flat Earth is literally the number one deception right now. Number one.
8 years old.
How so? Can you be more specific? That's a pretty vague term. Flat Earth's a deception. How so?
How is flat Earth a deception? No.
Yeah, can you be more specific? That's pretty vague. In what way exactly is it a deception?
Hello? It gets us back to the Bible.
No, don't get us back to the Bible. How's Flat Earth a deception?
Crickets.
Yeah.
Did he mean the globe Earth was a deception? Is that what he meant?
All right. Yeah. So everything, almost every single thing, and Witsit can speak about this as well if he'd like to challenge this fact, or if anybody else has a Flat Earth channel around here. Every single Flat Earth channel teaches deceptions and continues to propagate the same lies, and in fact still objectifying Earth as an object in space, actually, and still actually growing the egos of intellectualism, and it's just more self-worship. I mean, the whole thing has literally more examples of evil than any group I've ever met, and that's a good thing. It's helped me learn, and it's a wonderful truth to expose the deceptions within the fake truth community. So, Baruch Hashem.
That was the one point I resonated with Jeremy. He said it, I think, the other day. I heard him say how it breeds this position of intellectual superiority type, and that's kind of like a deception to think that you're smarter than the other people. And, individuals maybe not, but a group. Like, I know it's a general statement, but, like, I could support what he's saying. Like, we got to be
Hey,
careful
well, maybe
not to
there's
get
some.
corrupted. We got to stay humble.
This is the part where Don never lets me respond. Right? Is this that part, Don? Is that what we want?
I love you too, man.
I'm gonna drink some water. I'll be right
Oh,
back.
I don't know who said.
Go ahead.
I don't know who said. I don't know who said Earth's an object and who's deceiving people by saying we're in space or some shit. I don't know who says that, but nobody's. I don't think is anyone here saying that.
Yeah,
No, that's
It
what
was
I
a bit
thought.
loose and
No
messy.
one
That's
here
why
is
I meant.
saying
many
that.
thousands
That's
of
why I was
years. You
No one
summarizing.
here
said
is saying
thousands of
that.
problems.
Guys,
Yep.
Jesus
You're
Christ, guys.
challenging a straw
One
man.
sec,
You're
everybody,
challenging a
everybody.
straw man.
All right, whoa.
I'm 10
Excel.
muting people. Everyone talking's getting
All
10
right,
muted real
Jeremy.
quick. EXO, did you hear what I
Someone's got a
said?
damn
Thousands.
construction site behind.
Yes, flat earthers
Christ.
are teaching thousands of lies. All I have to do is look at one flat earth channel. They're teaching everything they say is a lie almost. 95% is what they're saying is a lie. That's what flat earthers do. You look at what the flat earth channels are teaching.
You're
Will you go
very
into
vague. We
details
talk
on one
about
of them?
flat Earth all day here. We talk about flat Earth all day here. You're being very vague. We're not doing that here. Maybe other channels, but as far as flat Earth here, there's no deception happening. So I wish you would
Yeah,
shut the
saying
fuck up with
Earth is
that bullshit
70%.
stereotype fallacy.
You're
No one
scared.
said Earth
You're scared
70.
to death.
No one
Yep.
said Earth
You're
is
scared to
70%
death. Won't
water.
let me talk. Yep.
Nobody here said
Yes,
Earth
millions of times they
70%
say it.
water.
Yep. We hear it
Nobody
all
here
the
said
time on
that.
flat
One at
earth
a time.
channels all the time. Yep. Now you're already hiding from me.
One at a time.
Hey, fellas, let's keep it
You've already
civil
said
now.
it 1,000 times.
Let's keep it
Jeremy
civil.
has said it
No,
1,000
the
times, bro.
conversation. No, EXO.
This
The
is
conversation's
pathetic.
about the EXO. EXO. He said this channel. Respond to what he's saying there. He granted you maybe other. He's saying, but this channel. Okay, could you respond to that? He said they don't do it here, buddy.
When let's say when a flat earther says 70% of the earth is water, didn't we learn that from the globe? So we're repeating and parroting what the globers say. So isn't that like kind of like repeating the lie?
Hey, can I add something to that? You know what sucks is that if you just put if in front of what you just said, it makes a total logical argument.
All right. Yep, I agree with that.
You know what I mean? And like the problem, it's like even like I heard the gentleman talking earlier, and I wanted to pipe up about it just because, like when we talk about alternative history or we talk about these kinds of things, like and like let's say like if you believe your own version of alternative history, right? That's one thing. But to state it as fact is to fall back into the globerism thing. And so, like, if you just pose these ideas, like, these are ideas. If you put an if in front of it, like, hey, if the earth is 70% water, do you know what I mean? Then you can carry on and make a sound argument. But you're so right, man.
It still has no foundation, right? It's still like repeating a lie. We still adding the if, but I'm repeating what the other guy said while talking
Well,
about
no,
a lie.
you're appealing to the other guy, is what you're doing. You're appealing to them because ultimately, like, if you're in the debate, the goal is to change the person's opinion about the subject. But if you come off, it's like if you talk to a religious, diehard NASA, atheist, Big Bang worshiper, fucking,
They said it as fact.
that's right. And if you come back at like, and to try to open them up from that, let's say, you know what I mean, to try to like kind of resolve the issue and find like agreement with them. You know what I mean? That's where you could use like that's why the if comes into play when you're going to enter their world of perception and the way they see it. Like if the earth is 70% water, then you could make your argument for water being like
Bro, but who's saying that though? Who here is saying the Earth is 70% water? He's saying flat Earth
No,
is a
people do
deception.
that. That's
We
all he's
talk about
talking
flat
about.
Earth
I've
here
heard
all day.
I've heard people do that. Yeah.
I've heard them.
Who
I mean,
said that?
I've heard it in the past
It's
as
just
well.
semantics,
Because
but
I learned it
it's
from the
worth
globe.
noting. It's just semantics, but it's worth noting. That's all.
Well, maybe XO's scared to respond to Jeremy.
No, it's because every
I
time he
doubt it.
tries to
I doubt
respond, you
it.
guys freak the fuck out and won't let him respond, and everyone overtalks. Maybe that's what's going on, Don.
Not everyone. I wasn't speaking when you guys were talking.
All I
He
chimed in.
knows
I
he's
was going
got
to
plenty of room
say,
to get in.
excuse me, I was going to say that XO's mic was causing feedback when it was open. Did you hear that weird feedback? That was coming from XO's mic. That's the only thing I was going to chime in with. But I thought Snacks made a little good comment there where if we did take an Arctic fox and move it into some warmer climate, would its coat change? That is an interesting question. But anyway, I just watched this video from Static in the Attic. It's only a quick video. It's only like 5 minutes long, and I thought it'd be fun if we watched it because he's basically this. He's addressing flat Earth, and he poses like 2 or 3 questions where he's like, "This just doesn't work." So I thought we could like perhaps watch it together and try and figure it out. If you want, it might be fun. Unless you've got a topic. I don't know. I've all just jumped in, so let the room decide.
I'm just saying to come in here and say that flat Earth is a deception when we're sitting here talking about flat Earth all day makes it look like we're deceiving people, and that's fucked up. Don't come in here and just talk shit about us and shit that's not even true. No one's deceiving anyone here. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Jeremy, are you talking about flat Earth?
Plus, Issa told us flat Earth is the hell to die on anyway. So what the fuck?
Well, yeah, Jeremy, you have a good point, Jeremy. That at a certain point, somebody has to kind of put down their foot and stop giving EXO leeway because he only goes to a certain point and stops. So it's almost like trolling and childish, and he shouldn't be entertained as a serious person at a certain point. I'm not saying that point has been reached, but at a certain point, he shouldn't be taken seriously anymore.
Every time he comes in here, he shakes it up and then leaves.
Yeah, and it ain't because he tries to be like, oh, Messi, I can't talk, but that's just because he wants to talk. And then as soon as we shut up, right, he talks. But this time, he's not talking. So you try to give him the benefit of the doubt and be all diplomatic, Jeremy. But
You gave him an out. You guys gave him an out. He went to respond to me. Everyone freaked out. I don't know.
Throwing me under the bus.
He strategically took the opportunity during a bad reception to pretend he was being interrupted and people were stepping on each other. That's what I mean. At a certain point, stop giving him the benefit of the doubt. See the dishonesty in his approach, and just if he has something to say beyond that certain point of baby steps, then go ahead, man. But
right,
you have.
Let's see his pain. Let's see his pain though, and filter any truth out of it that we can. Like I said, Jeremy, when I did come in the middle when he opened, is his strongest point that resonates with me, and I think we could give him this is like the intellectual positioning, like clicking up, thinking we might, if we get that way and think, oh yeah, these people don't know, we know better than these people. That part right there of not being a humble person, of
he specifically
the
called
ego
out
or whatever. Creating of the ego might be the deception. That's one point I want to grant him, Jeremy.
Yeah,
And we could be clear.
Yeah, he specifically called out Whitsitt on that point. I don't know if that's where he was trying to to underhandedly land and say, "Hey, Whitsitt, you could speak to this. Hey, Whitsitt, you could speak to this." So flat Earth is a deception because you think people think they know it all. So I don't know. I don't know if he's really trying to be productive at a certain point.
Yeah, it might call it a Whitsitt because Whitsitt has so much experience. He's been around a lot of places. But.
Yeah, I've got a bit of an issue with anybody that thinks they've got. And this, look, I'm just some dude on the internet. What the fuck do I know? But if this idea that everything's a lie but the Bible, that's a bit doesn't sit well with me at all. Especially the channels that it came through, and I'm talking about the Catholic Church, basically. So the Holy Roman Empire.
In the Bible, would you say about the Roman Empire?
I'm just saying that's the channel it came through, isn't it? That's why we've got the Bible. So I'd just be like a bit. There's definitely truth in there. There absolutely is. So I don't want it to sound like I'm just knocking it because I'm. This is why I always argue
It'll
with
tell you
Loggy.
God can speak to your.
Yeah, exactly. Well put. Well put.
Did Jeremy want to train us on the Roman Empire?
Andy brought it up, man. I don't know. I didn't say nothing about it.
Well, it is kind of interesting that different, Caesars, if you will, different people in control of that situation. They went back and forth. So you'd get one person who'd be like, "I like the pagan ideas," and so they'd start tearing all the, the bits down from Christianity or whatever, and then they'd go back, "Oh no," and the next one would be like, "I thought they had it. They had better ideas." So yeah, that's kind of interesting. But yeah, you look around at people and they needed a framework. They needed something to build upon. And yeah, it's pretty good. If you look at it from that respect, how it's tied in with the law and all that stuff, you can't separate one from the other. So, but anyway, I think we should watch this video if everyone's up for it. It's only 5 minutes long.
We'll end up
Jeremy?
killing chat.
What do you think,
play
Jeremy?
it if people want to watch it? Go ahead. But
well, no, I'm
you
asking
could
if
play it, and if people want to watch it, they can go ahead.
Does everybody want to watch it?
I don't want to shut down the whole VC.
Well, no, that's why I'm asking. You know.
I think the answer is no.
Oh, okay.
Is the video on the Roman Empire?
Yeah, I don't want to shut down the whole.
The video is static in the attic. It's his latest one, and he's obviously getting a lot of flat earthers in his comment section. And so he's basically saying a lot of the stuff what I would say, which is I don't know what the Earth is. Basically, I think there's a lot of theatre around, NASA, etc., etc. But here's a couple of things that just don't work on a flat Earth, and I think a lot of it's involving the sun, sunsets in particular, and something else.
Yeah, yo, go put a comment for all of us saying "Welcome to Flat Earth, bro." It's like, yeah, it's all good.
He said, I'd love to invite him to the server, but every time I try and invite someone to the server, my message disappears within 2 seconds or 5 minutes or whatever, because you can't do that on YouTube. So I don't even know how to get around that. I've tried spacing the letters.
No. You can't unless you're a mod.
Oh.
You can't put a link.
No, I don't.
You just say it. You say, "Hey, come hang out at this place," and like you put it in an organic sentence.
Yeah, I've tried to do it, but I didn't know how to put Earth Awakenings Discord server without actually saying Earth Awakenings Discord server. If you've got any ideas,
What you type in is you say the first word is Earth, and then the second word is Awakenings. You put those two words together because I can't put a link. Like you have to describe it out.
Yeah, that's a pretty good idea.
I don't get it. So they're removing your comment for saying to somebody, "Hey, come to a Discord server,"
Yes.
and you're just putting the name of the Discord server.
Yeah, first I put a link, and then that got removed, and then I was like, okay, and then I just tried several ways to like separating the words apart, putting them a space in between each letter, and then they just got removed every time, dude. So
well, yeah, we're using
there's manual mods. You're not going to get.
Yeah, I was wondering if you wouldn't get flagged for doing weird shit like that. Like if you made it, like the gentleman just said, if you made it more generic. I don't know, as generic as possible. I don't know. That's crazy. I didn't know they were.
Can you put the?
I'm not
is it YouTube?
You can't trick a human. I mean, you're just not going to trick a human if they're active on doing it. Like you'll get past the computer temporarily.
Can you put the YouTube link in the comments?
The oh
Put the
right,
link in the
the video.
comments.
You mean? Yeah, I can post the video in the comments. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, bro.
I thought it'd be fun for us all to watch it together, but you know, since we're not talking about anything.
Well,
I
we
hear your
were.
point. You're saying he's talking about the problems of flat Earth with the sun. Has he never heard of Bunk Caker?
Yo, what we really need is a Discord server called Dick Earth Awakenings. That's what we fucking need. Snacks, get on it, dude. Like Dick Earth Awakenings. You guys know about Dick Earth?
It's a big Earth.
Right, hard to swallow the truth. The fucking, yeah, like it's interesting. Snacks actually came up with it because, like, everyone talks about like you could see the globe drop off in the distance, right? You know what I mean? But you don't see it from left to right. So Snack was postulating that.
That I think the first question he poses is
so
quite
funny.
an interesting one, Issa, because if you look in the chat, you can see he's even the video is called "Answer These Questions," but you can see the flat Earth map or a representation anyway. And so he says, like, if the sun's going around, the American summertime, let's just say, or my summertime.
I don't give a shit.
Well, I'm just
So
saying, if it's a
lame.
small
I fucking
circle,
hate these stupid arguments.
if it's a small circle, it's going around in 12 hours, and then it's going around to one of the other tropics, and then it's making another circle. Well, the sun's got to be moving faster, or there must be some other explanation, because it's obviously got a lot further to go, but it's still doing it in the same amount of time. So that's a pretty good question.
Yeah, I like the idea of like, I've often thought of it like imagine like an upside down wine glass. Just like, I'll flirt with just ideas, right? So like you have an upside down wine glass and you have like imagine like a carving of a spiral that like is so tight and it goes all the way out. And then in the center of underneath that, like the wine glass could be the source of the light, that because it's an invisible light, you can't actually perceive it because it consumes all light until it hits a certain part of that line in the spiral of the glass, and it reflects and it creates what you think is the sun. And like the idea is that that thing moves accordingly to where like there's a, I don't know, a slow progression of speed and otherwise throughout the year, imperceivable maybe to us because we're trying to track something that's a fucking reflection and then trying to put it in real fucking space and time.
Yeah,
So of course there's anomalies to that, and I just
Or
think outside. I just think for to try to look at the sun as though it's this ball of fucking gas exploding, still is like this idea that like I just think it's a limited understanding of what we perceive to be the sun.
Or it's like a Pac-Man sun, or otherwise known
No, I
as
don't buy that
beyond
bullshit.
our
I don't buy that Batman shit. Is like
beyond
complete little bullshit. to me.
our beyond our physics, and we don't know how to get it.
Yeah, no, that shit's gay. I fucking think of it like to me, I fucking hate that like that stupid shit.
Well, maybe
The
that
only other thing I could think
your
of,
human brain can't understand it.
well, actually, I mean, like the only way I could perceive that, and something like the ancients used to talk about, which I find really kind of fascinating, is imagine if the sun dies every day. So imagine it's a new sun every day. You don't know, but like my point being that like I just
you
think
don't
like
think it is?
what?
I mean, like the melting, like you don't think that all the material has like been turned in the sun in 24 hours?
Well, no, that's why I'm saying I don't agree with that concept. I'm just saying, like, if the idea, I think that this, like I explained kind of with my wine glass theory, I think that is more
Yeah,
suitable.
you mentioned the sun, like you can't imagine a ball of gas just floating, right? So this is how backwards they have us, right? Is that I
Right,
can't
bro.
imagine a ball. I can't imagine a ball of gas not falling. So the issue is not that it's floating. That's what gas is supposed to do. It's supposed to go up. Why isn't it falling? right? And then they'll say, well, you know, the like water, right? It should be flying off, right? Well, what's keeping it down? It's supposed to go down. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. They got you upside down right now. Yeah. The gas is supposed to float. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing also, I don't even entertain that idea that it's an actual ball. Like, I don't know. I think of it more as reflective than anything. I think we're perceiving something that's it's an illusion in that regard. I don't know. Like I said with the
Yeah, I
wine
mean, it was
glass.
like a red herring I brought up, but it was just because it was a comment that you
Yeah,
brought. It
no, it's a good.
really
Yeah,
wasn't to
no,
the point.
it's a good wordplay because yeah, if they're talking about gases, you know, like where's the debris, you know? But like yeah,
Yeah, where's the proof that the sun moves at all when we get above atmosphere, like high altitude, like a weather balloon? I've never seen the sun move at high altitude. I see it move a little bit, I perceive to move, but not when you get back down to the ground, it's swirling around pretty fast. You go up high, you don't see it moving, right? And then you got the North Star makes this tiny little circle, right? So if it's put onto like an opaque surface that we're seeing it, you know, as a reflect. I mean, a reflection is, I guess, a word for it, but I don't even know if I would call it that. But we're seeing it through this opaque atmosphere in a position relative to us, um, according to whatever the atmosphere is. Yeah.
I kind of like in that like wine glass idea to like the initial concept of a dome.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah, I mean, gas moves, you know, in all directions. So yeah, like atmosphere moves up and then in all directions, right?
I think, and also
Like
too,
that.
you're looking at like it's kind of like looking at a laser, or I don't know. I like to flirt with those ideas, but yeah, we can go in, you know,
I
go
just
on
take
from
what
many
we pretend to
directions.
know. Like we pretend to know that gas moves in all directions. All directions equal potential. You know, from a point is a sphere, is a circle. So we have an atmosphere. Sure. Yeah, I don't have any evidence. Like so somebody had posted. I think it was B-ball or something. He said, well, how come you can't see the sun forever? How come it sets at all? Right. Well, because we have an atmosphere. Right. Well, like, do you have any evidence, B-ball, of the sun setting at a certain altitude, like at 120,000 feet? Does it set? He'll just say, yeah, I guess. Never seen it, but you believe that it does. How do you know it? How do you know it sets when you're above the atmosphere? You've never seen it. Yeah, so like that question of like, well, it would have to speed up and slow down. Why would it have to move at all? I don't know.
Yeah, it is interesting when you see these videos of these planes that are following the sun, and that question of does it set when you're at altitude? That's kind of a good question. But I don't think the plane could follow it for 24 hours, could it? I don't think they can fuel them for that long.
No, they've tried, yeah, and it didn't really set. I mean, and that was in an airplane at like 40,000 feet or whatever it was. Yeah. I mean, eventually, but it definitely didn't set the way it should. Like, I mean, not like should, but like the way it sets on the ground. It's all the whole time. But they
Yeah,
obviously
but can't they just get another plane to follow it once the first plane loses sight of it? Can't they like pick up like China and then pick it up at India, then pick it up in Egypt, and pick it up in I don't know, like Italy?
Yeah,
With
I mean, how
mid-air
crazy are we
refueling,
getting?
they could do anything. They can go unlimited.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. So how could they lose it?
They could have a
Yeah,
camera 24 hours, unlimited, following, pointing out the window. Yes, they can definitely do that. Very easy.
yeah, it's amazing. I said it last weekend, I feel like, right? But it's amazing that we think we know so much and we have so much data and we actually have so little. Like, like something basic like that. Something as basic as that.
However, they would have to maintain about 1,000 miles an hour, right?
No, you just need line of sight. You don't actually have to follow it. You're just going to cut it off,
Just follow the compass north. That's what I would do. That would be my first mission. Follow the compass north, unlimited refueling. You got planes
The
that
magic,
could do 8,000 miles easily,
the
10,000.
magic wish, or
So you just do 3 refuelings, and there you go.
Yeah, it should, I mean, it's not even a lot to ask. You don't have to say, hey, this is to prove a shape or not a shape or whatever. I mean, it should be just an endeavor that you think science would want to do. Like, hey, we want to check this off. It'll be great. First
The
ever.
Air Force, bro, the Air Force can do that right now. Right now, at this moment, they can do it.
Yeah,
easily.
I was doing like the math like a couple weeks ago for that hypersonic sled track, right? And I'm like, man, I can go to the beach, and I think it was like I don't know, it's like 2 minutes and 30 seconds if I could get on that thing, Mach 8. And
Just
so
think of the solar drones they have. They could easily do that with some of those things stay up for a month, 2 months. And we're talking powered now, propeller. But they could easily put a camera there and do that easily. Today's technology without even breaking a sweat. I'm sure they've done
Yeah,
it.
they could, but I don't care what they could do. Like they have to become we at some point, with some stuff. Like these people aren't all in on it. They're just as lost as us, right? So yeah, we could do it. We could request that it be done.
Well, no, they have limitations on you can't go that high. Where are you going to get the technology? Where are you going to get the Hercules airplane for refueling? Where are you going to get all that stuff?
Our friendly Air Force favors.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, it has to, like I said earlier, like we have to, we don't have to attack NASA and be like, you're fake, you're phony. We just have to say, hey, listen, you're part of the same group. You claim to be part of this group called the USA. Let's get this thing together. Let's do something. Yeah, there's no reason that they should be separate. They or should be they, and we should be us. So how are we like the United? You're not, but how are we like the United States? But you are they, and we are we, and we're not united. It has to be looked at a different way at some point.
Well, that's why I've sometimes said that these people are traitors, the Masons, or whatever fellowship they belong to. They clearly, because this idea of USA, well, we know what it is. It's a bloody corporation, USA Inc. So, yeah, I mean, what are they loyal to? It's pretty obvious, isn't it?
Loyal to that ink.
The ink, to the black ink, not the red.
The green ink that goes in the money.
Oh, that yeah. I'm same difference. Black is you're making money, red is you're losing money. But yeah, some of these things, you just hear, like not to be like too political, but you hear like political things like, oh, they should do this. Our government, my town should do this. My city should do this. My governor should do this. Like they're almost like they're against each other, right? So like, when does that? How long is that facade of you're on my team, but we're against? Like, how does that work? How's that contradiction even work? Like with people that you're for me. We're on the same team, but let me fight you. It should be just a regular. I should be able to just ask and receive, and you ask and receive as well. Because you ask for my tax money, you receive. Okay, I'm going to ask and receive. No big deal.
Does that work like in a relationship?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like I rub your back, Biden. Get the wheels out and shit. Give me a little massage.
Yeah.
Give me an airplane to chase the sun. Fair trade.
It's good. Decreases stress. You know what I mean? Promotes team. Team. Promotes team. And I don't know. Like even though politics is kind of mired in bureaucracy, like at least you're able to kind of put your hands to work and work the knots out of somebody's shoulders. So kind of real hands-on approach.
Real hands-on. Yeah, but when you identify somebody right away as like, well, you guys, right? You're galvanizing them as opposition. Yeah, right away. Like, you guys should do this. You guys have the capability to do this, this, and that. If the whole world should just address them as, hey, we have the ability. What do you mean? They'd be like, what do you mean we? We, you and me, man. We have the ability. Just change the tone. It changes the narrative pretty quickly.
You're like, who the fuck is we? I only see one motherfucker. You
Yeah.
might say something like that colloquially. So.
And nobody practices this stuff, here, like on the Discord, right? Because it's like, I don't know, because it's the fucking internet, right? But in life, I practice it with people in my actual life. I realize that the battle is in my response to somebody's initial. I can control the entire conversation with my response, and then just asking them a question about, well, what would you do on this, or what would you do on that? Just different topics, like, well, what do you want to eat? Instead of stating what I want to eat, it controls the conversation in a better way, and allows the conversation in a better way.
Listening to us, it's kind of like listening to the chickens making plans while the farmers are doing a barbecue and having lamb or something.
Yeah. Well, listen, then let that be known. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, if that response comes about, let it be known that you have now identified me, the person, as your enemy, and let that stick out in people's minds. That this is how they're responding. Yeah.
SC, as you were saying that, I was holding a point I wanted to say, and then it's like, bro, I was gonna come up with, well, how efficient? You talk about the lamb and the whatever you said. But how efficient is like the dinner for schmucks model? You know what I'm saying? At like, can that produce, what I'm saying, growth or something? Because it seems like people desire this so much. They ask you what you want to eat, and then you tell them, and then they tell you you're stupid or you're an idiot for what. You know what I mean? Or like, you know what I'm saying? That's the about. Oh no, you're a
Yeah, bro.
crazy
The
person. You
odds.
want too much. They would never do it for you.
Yeah, bro. The odds are stacked up so much against us, right? The common folk, that it's just incredible. They have everything. They have the taxes. They have the foot on our neck. It's like, and what they really have is the industry, right? They have the lobbyists.
Yeah.
So it's futile for us. There's no way to do this like nicely. Shall I put it? You know what I'm
You
saying?
gotta
There's
put on
just
your
no way.
Right?
Yeah.
put on your
They can
balls.
invite you to the party to laugh at.
Yeah, it's all about how you react in these situations. Your reaction is key. But you do have power. You have buying power, right? You do have that. Only you, as one person, maybe doesn't make that big of a difference. But every single flat earther, around the world, were to suddenly just say, you know what, everybody today go out and buy Red Bull, right? It's going to spike, and Monster's going to tank in one day. You have that ability, right? You just have to come together and agree to take that action.
Well, yeah, they know that, and they also know that no one's gonna do that. So they're like, they're like playing 5D chess, and we're like still playing 3D, right? Because they have the think tanks. Imagine they have like rooms where there's like 100 people there, 100 there, and all they do is they dress up every day and go to work thinking how they're gonna trick you, fool you. How if they lay this scenario out, how you're gonna react this way, and then how they're gonna counter react, and how do you stand the chance against that?
Hey, but we have our own think tank. Everybody's going to think about one thing starting right now. Let's go. Put our heads together.
Rebel.
Safe weapons and exoskeletons.
I mean, bring it to, bring it to the table, Godric. Say, listen, the Second Amendment, I I don't see why I don't have a DEW handgun. That's my right to own one and bring it to the front.
The Second Amendment isn't to protect our guns; it's to protect us from the government taking our guns.
No,
Yeah.
it's not.
Well, if we're all gonna think about one thing, we should all think about the number 1 and then check the random number generators to see if we had an effect on it.
We are getting that cheap. Are we that cheap? Or are we that cheap, or are we that broke that we literally have to like think about it instead of spending the money?
But yeah, that's what I was saying earlier today. Though the way to do this is to, start growing our own food, take control of the food thing, and then you can let your dollars talk after that. Now you don't have to buy their bullshit, fucked up pesticide food. You know what I'm saying? And we could all do that easily.
You would have more time, but I think I wanted to respond to you also, Hank. You said well, because we're poor, but it's just that we're relatively poor because we've traded off our time to the investors who've invested in the machines. Right? They own the machines, and price. It's more than property. I mean, it's still like land. There's still real estate is an asset, but also the tech and the actual physical infrastructure of the machines and factories and stuff like this that we are so if you're not in on that ownership, you're so much relatively poor. So even if we did what Jeremy is talking about, right, you're still going to be relatively poor because you're setting your ass back in the infrastructure lacking those items. Like you don't own those
We're not lacking nothing.
You traded your
We're
time.
not
Granddaddy
lacking nothing. We build up.
You don't have a
Go ahead,
factory.
Don. I'll wait till you're done. Go ahead, Don.
Go
I
ahead.
thought you were done.
Go ahead. Tell me how you have a factory as soon as you go to the farm. Tell me how you have robots, Jeremy.
But you know what the Jewish people did? The Jewish people put their mind together, and they
I can't with you guys.
The Jewish people put all their money together and controlled the bank. They made the first bank.
You guys there?
Yeah, I was just enjoying that silence. I was
Yeah.
going to say, poor and content is rich and rich enough. I always like that.
Yeah, it's not about. I mean, listen, it's really not about money. Is just like a value system, right? Like I want money, sure, whatever, right? But it's just like how much do I value your opinion? I'll pay for. I'll pay and invest in whatever you're, whatever you got going on if I see that it's valuable. So, but like Witsit brings up that Bear Tardia or something like that website, right? David Weiss is starting on his app a marketplace for trading, so it is coming to fruition, and then people will copy from there, right? So it is coming to fruition. What SC is saying we don't have, which is unity within our buying power, which is what they will listen to. They'll listen to where the money goes.
You won't ever have relative buying power with the infrastructure that they hold already.
Of course you will.
He's saying like we can go on strike, for example, right? That's what he's saying.
No. I'm saying you invest in a product. You purchase a product until it takes over. Yeah, you put your money into buying power. Yeah, it means that you're spending a certain amount of money creating such a great product or efficient product or whatever that it now dictates the market has to adjust for you, whether you get a discount now, whatever. Yeah.
But I mean, if we all
Look
went
at
to
what
buy
they did to
milk, would they run out of milk?
What's that?
If we all went to buy milk,
what
would they run out of milk?
No, we don't want them to run out of milk. We want them to have too much milk that they're wasting their money. We don't want them to run out of milk. That's wrong. It's backwards.
Think about what they do, man. You get your buying power, okay? You're Coca-Cola, and you dominate, and you get 25% of the money that exists, and
You got
the
it
rest.
back. Buying power is in the purchaser. Let me just be clear on that. Buying power is only in the purchaser.
Yeah, the purchaser holds amount of cash or assets that is in demand, right? And when the more of that portion of stuff you have, the more power you
No,
have. It's about the
no,
portion, not the number.
that's not buying power at all.
You're absolutely. What are you talking about, dude? I'll give you a chance to talk, but the portion
That's just
of
not
the
what it is.
resources, if everybody has an even amount of stuff, there's even buying power. If somebody has more of those resources that are being traded around, they have more power.
Yeah, no, we
Now,
don't.
if
We
you're
live in a,
talking about,
we live in a capitalist system where there's how many times can you tax a dollar, right? Like how many times can you tax it? Like $1 bill,
over and over again,
right? So there's
over and
no
over
pie.
again.
Yeah, there's no pie. It's infinite. It can be taxed forever. Yeah, so it's not about who has more of something. That's not what buying power is at all. It's what evens out. It doesn't matter how much you have. It doesn't matter how much of you, whatever fuel you have. If all of my investors, and I'm half the world or whatever, decide to not buy fuel, because you were too expensive or whatever, you now have to either make a different kind of fuel or adjust your price to meet the power that we have because we have the influence.
Yeah, you have the money that I'm talking about, and if you didn't have any, it wouldn't be. Dude, we're totally agree. You start off by saying you build up your little group, so you're trying to
Yep.
build up more of their assets, which is exactly what I'm
Oh,
saying. The more
yeah. I
assets
mean,
you
you're
have,
gonna have.
the more.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
anyway, look, and I'm trying to tell you, man, that
Yeah.
you have to build competing infrastructure. You got to look at the big picture of the infrastructure, and I'm saying there's another element to the game that needs to be recognized. As soon as you win that move that you're talking about, like let's for instance, you're Coca-Cola, and you boom, you bubble up, and you for however you want to fucking look at it, so we don't have to argue. You get
Well,
these
he's not
amount of assets.
Coca-Cola. It'd be the worst example you could say. The
Whoever
product.
you're, man, dude, listen, don't matter. You're a big ass company, and now
No, I'm
you have a
not.
lot of assets. You're whoever you are to have the amount of shit you have, buddy. I'm trying to paint a picture here for you. The thing is they're gonna come along and create more fucking fiat money and have you cut in half all
They
the
can make as
relative
much.
because now
They can create as much money as they want. They will have no consumers, so therefore they'll have no power. Yeah.
you're so wrong,
Doesn't
dude.
matter how much
What
money.
do you,
Yeah. Yeah, you
you're
keep on
so
going back to
wrong. You
all
don't say they have no consumers. What are you talking about? They are going to
nobody
consume
buys
from you.
Coca-Cola.
Listen,
Doesn't
they're going
matter how much
listen. You have
Coca-Cola
your
they have.
asset. What's going to happen is people who didn't do anything, who weren't part of your little community, who didn't provide anything for you, are going to come around and buy and take your shit and phantom
What are you
out
talking
everybody
about?
else. Listen,
Listen,
man,
just look
you
it up.
can't
All I can
be
tell you is
part
look it
of
up.
a system at all.
You have the
If
wrong.
you're talking about
Okay,
mixing in
okay,
with these
guys,
motherfuckers,
Don, you're gonna have
you're
to
never going to
let
win.
him speak. Don, you're gonna have to let him speak eventually.
You just have the wrong basics. You really do. It's not a big deal. Look it up. Just look it up. Like how to gain buying power. It's not going to tell you to go own Coca-Cola and own Amazon. Amazon controls like that was Amazon, right? That was their strategy was to create buying power through consumers on their platform. Now they gain buying power to whoever they're now buying products from, whether it be Q-tips, toilet paper, or whatever. They now have to give Amazon the cheapest price imaginable because Amazon has the customers. But it's not the same kind of structure. Amazon and Coca-Cola. But Amazon took the approach of how to gather the buying power through a platform, much like that Beartarian and so forth. It's not about owning all the
Dude, the
Coca-Cola.
point is, you think about buying power. Stop saying it. You thinking about buying power and their game, that's the problem, I'm telling you. Whatever you think it is and the right move, and it is. The fact that they could come
Yeah.
in this commerce, in this economy, with phantom fucking money and make you dance for it is the fucking problem. Until you isolate yourself from people who do that, you're always going to have abusive situations where your value relative to the people around you will be cut. Okay?
There's some truth in there, a little
Unfairly.
bit. Yeah. Unfair, right. So
Like,
yeah, so just
so
like Jeremy's initial, grow your own garden. There's no reason to give them any options on how much they should charge us for groceries. We can just take away that to the point where they can no longer afford to make they're going to have to change their strategy. They're going to have to
right,
reach
but
out to you
instead
and
of your
ask you now
garden, look at it like
what can I do?
we're supposed to put stuff on the table, and the stuff I'm putting on the table is, the cities in over in Japan or wherever, where it's a whole company and they fucking build millions of products and the people live and work right there. They don't even leave like a 10 miles fucking area. It's it's a work city or whatever, and they got factories and this. That's how your ass need to be thinking. Not about going to the fucking woods and this and that. That's
No,
what I'm
thank you.
trying to say. You need the whole fucking infrastructure. You know what I'm saying?
No,
The
thank
whole
you.
you won't be
You have
happy. Your
the
standard
you have
okay. But then
you
to
have
answer your question, you'll be relatively poor than always. You'll look
you
at the
have
people around you and you'll be poor.
you have the infrastructure in the capitalist United States already there for you to take advantage of. That you're thinking the United States is a communist country is what I'm saying. You have the ideas all wrong. Just look up how to gain buying power.
Who
It's not
owns
about
that
a company.
infrastructure?
It's not a. It's within the documentation and then within capitalist
Yeah,
ideology,
it
which
ain't
is
the
only
people, dude.
which with
Who owns
capitalist
all that
idea.
shit?
That's what I'm saying. You keep going back to communist thinking, like who owns all that, right? So we're in a capitalist society, where you have buying power, and you don't understand it yet. That's okay, but you do have that ability to dictate through, through the natural progression of something. This is the idea. The idea is this, right? There's subsidies that fuck this all up, but then the government steps in with social programs, etc. But the idea is that a product will do well or fail on its own, right? And therefore determine its worth. The way it fails or rises on its own is through the
Shit.
people's buying power of investing in that product, seeing it as a good product, right? But then when a company steps in, like the government or a government steps in with subsidies, saying, "Well, it doesn't matter that this product failed; we're going to keep on bolstering it." Yeah, now that's not capitalist.
There we
So,
go. There we go. Absolutely.
right, yeah, right. So they're yeah, so
Absolutely. Yes.
right. I get it, but they're going right. So capitalism is just an ideology. So is socialism just an ideology? So you have to make laws that support either one, or don't create laws that go against either one to support that. And they're ever changing. They're getting added in all the time according to whatever you think is best. Whether you or not you, or but you, me, whoever, it gets swayed one way or another. So we're in a tug of war between these two things. And then socialists will say, look, Coca-Cola is the enemy because they have all the money, but they only have the money in a capitalist society if they're doing well and providing a product that people want, right? And then
Right. I
but
didn't
then if
mean that,
somebody
Michael.
steps in and gives them a subsidy, then it's like, oh, now they're socialist, right? So go ahead.
But that's why we need a fair blockchain community economy system. You know what I mean? You can't let people in there, you know, just like you're saying, subsidizing or however the fuck you want to say it. You know what I mean? It's like you need to understand, like, dude, this is how much. You know what I'm saying? People is trading their man hours for different shit. You know what I'm saying? And you need to get in on like the fair game, but people can't just come in and just abuse it. Be like, I created
Yeah,
free
yeah.
man hours. Look at this.
But yeah, but like I said, like that the idea of how many times you tax, that's a capitalist idea. That makes $1 $1 million. There is no pie. It's a great idea, and we just need to harness it. It's like the United States capitalism is a great idea. It's an amazing idea, unbelievable. Like how can you make $1 turn into $1 million through capitalism, right? But and then everybody eats. Like everybody gets $1. Yeah.
I know what about though? Like, is it capitalistic like the auto bailouts and like when corporations needed bailouts from
That's socialist.
that's socialist. So
Yeah,
we live
I
in
mean that's
a
obvious, right?
socialist
When a
capitalist.
Socialist as fuck.
Well, I mean, it's pretty
Super
basic,
social.
right? Like what's a social program, right? Like, so when the government takes all their money and then puts it towards something that didn't earn it through capitalist gains, it's obviously, yeah. So they're just fucking
But
with us, throwing
people
it back and
can
forth.
want to be socialist if they,
There's
you
only
know, like
social. There's
shooting
only two.
people.
There's no middle ground. There's either socialism or capitalism, and everything else is just the two getting mixed up, and then people blaming the other side. Well, if you didn't give
Right.
capitalism a chance by coming in and saying, "Well, here, let me just forcefully make it do better," then you just went against it. The capitalist idea of letting it fail based on its own merits. Or
But like, doesn't that mean that like if we've got like, what is that like that you got your peanut butter and my jelly. No, you got your jelly and my peanut butter. But like, for capitalism and socialism, like, is there anything that's ever pure? Like, even the most communist bullshit you ever want to think about, is that even pure communism, or are they
I'll
like?
give you an example.
Go ahead.
I'll give you an example where both work, right? Sort of. like Canada. We got a bit of socialism and we got a bit of capitalism, right? So socialism part first, the medical system, the daycare centers, all for the benefit of the citizens. Albeit not the best, but trust me, you can get healthcare here. If you need a hip replacement or heart surgery, something that would set you back $500,000, $1 million in the States, you get it for free here. So that's the socialism part. Then you have the capitalist part where you can open a business just like in the States and do your thing. Earn money, pay your taxes, and hire employees.
But
So
like,
there's an example of a little bit of both.
but when I lived in Prince Edward Island, they did all the recycling there. So like all that end of it, there wouldn't be a private company that would do recycling on the island. It would just be all like basically state run factory. You know what I mean? All the machinery and all that stuff. Been around there probably for 80 years or longer. You know, it's just
yeah, or you can contract. Yeah, there's garbage companies that the government can contract to. There's various ways.
right. If
But
you're
yeah,
friends with the, but I mean, doesn't it like? I'm just saying, like, doesn't it like necessarily mean that there's some kind of bureaucratic nepotism going on? If that's say like, okay, well, you know, our plan was to we could do bottle recycling. We're the government, but oh, my friend Jimmy, he's a really good bottle maker, and he's got a bottle make. He's got these great things, and he's going to change the way we do bottles here, guys. And you know, it would be really nice if he could do that because then he'd be making money. His kids would be making money generationally. They'd have all that stuff going on. So it's dicey, you know, to try to distribute power and let all that work without corruption, nepotism, all that shit.
think
like
of all those
socialism
billions.
socialism and programs like that look really great on the surface immediately as well. Yeah. Again,
I was just gonna say, think of all the billions that you guys spend on military, right? More than all the militaries combined, I think, in the whole world. It's crazy.
That's what it costs.
yeah, a socialist. It's like a socialist Well, not always, right? Like Lockheed Martin sells their technology, etc. Right? But like the point is like Don was getting riled up because like socialism is finite, right? Like there's no hope in it. It's not sustainable whatsoever, and he sees it. Like everybody sees it. They see it right away. They say, "Well, there's a pie. I'm going to have to work forever, and give my tax money to them." And they're just spending it on socialist programs, and they're not actually producing anything, right? So obviously, I'm going to have to work forever because they're taxing me to death. Government takes my money, puts it towards a socialist program, and a socialist program doesn't produce anything. So obviously, I'm going to have to work forever, and it's over, and there's no hope. It's a very defeating ideology, but it has immediate benefits. Yeah.
Right. I don't know. I don't think
The
there's
thing
any.
is not to destroy the system. The thing is to take the system away from the interest groups, and that's going to be like a tough job, man. It's going to be very hard because they have all the money. They pay the politicians, and the politicians vote their way. So, yeah, that's why you guys have the worst food in the world, right? We're
Yeah,
even
but how
better
are they?
than
They're
you.
not.
Europe
How
is
are
the
they getting
best.
the money?
Yeah.
Europe's the best. Yeah. I want to give options. We got Whole Foods.
No, you guys' foods is full of chemicals, man. There's nothing that you eat that's good in the States.
I
Very
agree.
little. Yeah.
Somehow we're
That was
still.
my initial. That was my initial reason for the garden. Not really about the money, but then I did think, like, why am I even giving these guys money? This garden was so easy. I did nothing. Like I built this box, put up a sprinkler to go off twice a day on its own, put the seeds in the ground, and walked away. Did nothing. But the reason was because of the chemicals.
Yeah, it's terrible. Monsanto's what they've done. I mean, you can't even own a tomato anymore. They've bought the tomato. It's ridiculous. The tomato's copyrighted. Everybody knows that, right?
It's funny. Yep. bananas.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just to put forth the the reason for why I brought that stuff up was just to put forth that we have the system in place. Like SC just said, the system is in place. But we the people, whatever, right? Do determine. We scream at Congress and we demand, like, give us, and we say to them, do this for us, do that for us. That's against our own interest when we ask them to do anything for us because they're not producing anything. They have no production, right? So to scream at them to do anything is counter productive. They don't have any production line, right? So they're just going to continue to, and they're doing great, right? Because we are producing, the people are producing. We have the buying power. We have the we have all the power, and we're giving it to them freely, and they're doing it, and the cycle continues because then there's socialist minded people who are screaming to the daddy government to save them, right? And then the government says, okay, no problem, 50 cents more a week on your taxes, and we'll save you. Thank you, we say. It's ridiculous. But the reason for the me bringing it up was just to reiterate to people, we have the system in place, and we do have the power. We've always had it. Yeah.
The system we have is amazing. I was in a hospital yesterday visiting somebody. Now, granted, the waiting times here are horrible, right? Like you can wait 10 hours, 12 hours to get in. But once you get in, it's basically like a hotel. You get 3 squares, the works. You have a button if you want to call a nurse. You have your private bathroom. I mean, maybe you hear stories about how the medical care system is here, but it's not as bad as they say it is. So
Yeah.
I was just watching the situation. It's like a fine oiled machine. There's like hundreds of people there. It's like a hospital is like a block long, multiple stories, and like this ward, that ward, and everybody's running around like it's like amazing. What we've done as a society is amazing. We definitely don't want to destroy that. And the States could be like that too. You don't have to sell your house if you need an operation,
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame.
There's a lot of people that don't pay for crazy medical expenses, and then there's some people that just like get strapped with that shit. It's really crazy. It's unfair. It's unpredictable. But yeah, like our veterans have really pretty. I don't know, very. I guess pretty good health coverage. But.
Yeah, what was that company that recently like just jammed up just as an example, I want to give it with it wasn't, maybe it was like a year or two ago. What was it called, like Dog something like that, where they went and they fucked with the stock market. Yeah, that's a great example right there of manipulating. You can manipulate the stock market with just a group of people. You can crash the whole thing. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, we could easily fuck these guys up and take this shit back with just like they did with whatever those, I forget what those stocks were, the 2 stocks, the movie
GameStop
theater one and GameStop one, AMC.
You can change this, but you're going to need every night protest in front of the Congress and the House every night.
But it doesn't
24 hours.
You don't
but
need
and I mean thousands of people.
But gather like-minded people. This is why the censorship online was so significant and such a outrage. They're literally dictating the stock market by not allowing us to communicate with each other with our buying power, which controls the stock market. I mean, that's why it's so outrageous censorship, because that's they're gaining control over products being recommended back and forth. But yeah, no, you don't need to protest anything. You have, in America, you have the power from your home, from your computer, from your iPhone. As long as you have influence with other like-minded people, you don't need to protest. They'll be coming to you they'll just like they go to Elon Musk, right? They'll be coming to you, saying, "Please, Mr. Jeremy, tell your people to buy our product." And really, all Jeremy needs to work on is his evil laugh, and we're good to go.
I mean, we could take this shit over if everyone chipped in $10. We could take over. We all buy one stock that they have a lot of puts on, just like they did with GameStop. They got a lot of people got hit hard in that, and they found out there was a lot of corruption going on. There was more puts options than there were even stocks to have put options on.
Yeah, one more thing I just want to say, because I got to roll out. One more, because it was you who inspired me to start earlier, Jeremy, and it reminded me of those GoFundMe pages, right, where like a professional athlete or stuff, they'll gather $1 million in a day just from one person giving $1. So to think that it's impossible, because somebody said 80 million will never have that. I think it was back with the NASA stuff. We could have it easily. Just got to put that GoFundMe, tell them what you're doing. People give 50 cents, and you'll have $1 million. I mean, I understand that people have done it; it doesn't work. But if you have like-minded people with a goal in mind, it can work. I guess.
You guys have 12 aircraft carrier battle groups. 12. Do you know what that is? It's like insane, bro. Just the expense of just one of those is like astronomical.
We need twice as
You can
many.
probably save the homelessness with just if you remove one of those and keep that money each year.
Yeah, I've been listening for a little while. You guys mind if I tap in real quick?
Of course, bro.
This might be an unusual conversation, maybe, because I'm probably not the typical guy that is listening. But don't take me the wrong way. I'll be up front. I'll tell you, right up front. I don't particularly have a lot of faith in the flat Earth model, but I would be open to having a respectful conversation about it if anybody's interested.
It appears you came to the right place.
Well, to be honest, what I was more curious about, because I'm fairly confident in my own observations, I'm pretty confident that things are as they seem as far as the spherical model goes. But what I'm more curious about actually is how, more like the mechanics behind how one ends up being kind of like going down this rabbit hole, like how one, like what is the attraction of the, what I want to say, what is the attraction of the flat earth community, let's say, but actually I think it's more accurate to say what is the attraction of the conspiracy community, because from my experience, and this isn't like something I do, honestly, I swear, trust me, I understand, like, you guys are going to suspect me of being
Trust me, I'm never suspicious of people who say trust me. So go ahead.
well, I mean, I can imagine that you guys got to get a lot of guys trolling and whatnot, but that's
We
not
do.
what
A little bit.
Yeah, well, that's not what I'm trying to do.
The thing is, I don't think it's an attraction. It's just like reality. Like, dude, people are conspiring. You know, with the Bilderberg Group, Bohemian Grove, there's people, groups conspiring to control us and gain money and power and shit. Like, that's not far fetched that people would do that, right?
Yeah, I understand the logic there. Yeah, I mean, if you have power over, yeah, I mean, power breeds power, and yeah, I gotcha. As far as that goes,
Think about your house, right? You want to control everything in your house: the color on the walls, how loud it is, who comes and goes, everything in your house, the temperature. These elite people think of the world, the earth, as their house, and they're trying to control everything, including us.
A little bit, Jeremy, but I think that they're also trying to be like I don't know. It's almost like somebody else can just take over your home if they're like, oh yeah, you know what? I got like way more power. Like I can I bought your home actually, and I got guns now, and now I run your house, and I tell you what to set the thermostat to, and you're like, no, no. But yes, like in societies, you have to kind of hedge the bet because if you spend too much time like just paying attention to your own shit in your own house, then your neighbor buys your shit out from under you, or another country like develops some kind of crazy shit, or gets some edge in power that you don't want.
All right, so you know what? Let me. I'm going to give you guys that. That's actually a very good point. I mean, listen, there's no doubt about it. There is I understand. Okay, look, that you're making the motivation argument. There is motivation behind doing these things or having people believe certain things, which that makes sense to me. I mean, that's logical.
I mean, then if you, oh, go ahead.
No, sorry.
Well, then if you look at the moon landings, 9/11, shit like that, the chemicals they're putting in the food. I mean, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on here.
Yeah, can I ask you a question, Tig, if you don't mind?
Yes, sir.
How do you feel about Building 7 that just seemed to fall with a couple of office fires on a couple of floors? Do you think that's suspicious at all?
I mean, I can't answer to the specifics of, you're talking about like Building 7 is specific. I don't know.
Do you believe the official narrative is the question?
What is that?
Well, that it just basically fell to a couple of office fires on a couple of floors and pancaked down on itself into its own footprint.
I mean, I don't know about Building 7. I really don't know too much about it. I know that it was a popular, like back in the day, like it was. I do remember, just because I spent a lot of time on the internet, I do remember seeing a lot of, as a passerby, seeing a lot of like articles about Building 7 as like a center point of like, the whole conspiracy movement. But like, I don't really know much about that. I do, maybe have like a little bit of a unique take on all this. It's just only since you brought up the World Trade Center. I did witness the actual attack myself. I grew up in New York, and I was in high school at the time, and I actually saw it from my high school. And I can confidently tell you that 2 planes, at least the second one, flew into the World Trade Center for sure. And I can also, if you notice my avatar there, somebody made a comment earlier that they thought I was doing a wax dab, but actually I'm a welder, and I have a lot of experience with melting metal. That's basically my job. So, that it makes sense to me. The whole, the physics of it, and it's more. Let's put it this way: it's more plausible to me than any of the conspiracy theories I've heard of.
What temperature do you need to, since you're a welder, what temperature do you need to work your magic?
Well, it depends on the material, but if you're talking about steel, it's usually somewhere around 2,000 degrees or so, or like somewhere under that, or, it depends on a lot of conditions. And I understand what you're getting at. Like, okay, like, yes, obviously, look, if I take a 5-gallon container of gasoline, I pour it out on the floor, and I set it alight, and I put a thermometer 5 feet above it, you're not going to get 2,000 degrees. I understand that. But there are scales to these things, much in the same, like, this kind of relates to the whole flat earth thing also. Because a lot of the issue I think that some people take with, like, because, it's one, okay. All right. See, we're forming a relationship here between these conspiracies, right? So it's one thing to, okay, let's say we want to say there's incentive, like we were talking about earlier. There's motivation from the government to be.
No, we were talking about physics. We can do that, right?
Right.
But
yeah, that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. Hold on. Let me just
Yeah.
finish this one thought. Sorry, I'm sorry. Well, that's actually exactly what I'm saying here. Like, you can argue against, like, governmental type things, but I think we can all agree that unless we just unless, all right, you could say we're living in a simulation or whatever, but there's still some kind of laws going on here. So physics we can't argue with, right? So when it comes to like, fuck, I just lost
Yeah,
my
put
train of
motives
thought.
aside. Let's go with the metal, right? Wasn't the forge one of the greatest inventions mankind has ever
Right.
done when they
So
figured
when
out they
you,
have to put fire with air and force it, right?
yeah, so when you have, that's what I was getting at. That's true. Exactly. Thank you for, I lost my train of thought there. But right. So obviously if you just have a puddle of burning gas there, like it's not going to get very hot. But if you have a puddle of burning gas, you know, in a situation like that where it's basically like the building itself is almost serving it like a carburetor, where it's like finally atomizing all this fuel. You have wind blowing through the building. There's an extreme amount of wind just from the heat generated alone. It's basically a forge, just like you brought up. Exactly. It's like a bellows. You have forced oxygen on the situation. And the other thing is, you're talking about melting the temperature of melting steel, but you don't need to melt it. It's you just need to compromise. The threshold of the weight bearing capability on something, on an engineering, on a structure of that level of, it doesn't take a whole lot for, you throw off the, you weaken the steel enough, and it's
Yeah, I understand that, but do
Wait,
you?
one sec, Essie, one sec. You weaken the steel at the near the top of the building, and no, that's not how it works. Don't be silly.
Well, when you say near the top of the building,
One
there's
sec.
there's
You need
many.
to weaken the bottom. That's how it works.
Right,
You
but there's
shape
still,
charges, so it literally hops to the side, doesn't it? That's how
Well, you're
that
both
building
kind of
came down.
off here. It's not even that. No, for what happened there, you have to set timely charges just
Yeah.
about on every floor to make it fall in on itself. You
Yeah.
see, the forge thing isn't enough. I can give you that, right? There's winds, it's high up. I'll give you that as a present, right? That still doesn't explain the uniformity of how the building fell in on itself. That's called implosion, like
well, if the
demolition.
top, okay,
Yeah.
so if you're going to give me as a gift, as you say, the top, let's say the top falls, right? The top falls in on itself, right? Because of the forge underneath it. Well, what do you think is more likely to happen? Each floor to successfully cave in on itself from the immense. Do you understand how much
No, I'll tell you
force
what
that
I
is?
expect. I'll tell you what I know is
It's not
should
going to
happen,
tip
right?
over. It's just.
Yes, that's exactly what's going to happen.
It's
It's
not
going
going
to
to tip
tip
over.
over ununiformly. It's not going to fall in on itself. Correct.
No, not at
Yeah,
that
do you know
scale.
what they have to
It's not a
do and
silo.
control
You're not
them?
looking at a grain silo falling over. It's a different scale of things.
Yeah, we know, but do you know what they have to do in controlled demolition to get these buildings to fall in on their own footprint?
Yes.
Do you know what that takes?
Right.
Okay, and you think that could have been achieved just by this?
Yes. in to say it concisely, yes.
Well, you just failed the shit test, then, Tig. I'm afraid. Whoops.
Well, you know what? All right, let's try this, because, like I said, I wasn't trying to like narrowly attack any one conspiracy or anything like that, because what I'm noticing from listening, and also what I've seen before from similar communities, is a tendency towards conspiracy theories in general. So, like, I'm trying to understand what drives that more, because I think
We're trying
there's.
to tell you, but you're not listening. You didn't hear
Well,
anything. Okay,
no,
how
we're
about
talking about
building
specific
7?
examples right now. I want to
I'll
talk
give you a
about.
specific one. I'll give you one right now.
No, I
This,
don't
if
want
you don't get
specific.
this, like, I don't know, bro.
I'm trying to avoid specific examples. I want to understand the overlying psychology that drives people towards that line of thought.
Oh, okay. So you're assuming then that everybody has our best interest in heart. Is that what you're saying?
No,
The government
I
has
said that earlier. No. We already addressed the motivation thing. I understand that there's
What else
motivation.
is there?
I understand there's motivation out there from, like, not everyone has your best interest in mind. I understand that. I totally understand that. I'm just trying to say, like, for example, Okay, can we specify the motivation? Like on okay, you know what? I'm contradicting myself because I just said that I didn't want to get into specifics, but like let's address the flat Earth thing. Just because like I think the flat Earth thing is like a really like.
Well, you've already been shown you don't understand physics and you're a liar. So why should we listen to anything else you've got to say?
Well, I don't know about a liar, but definitely not getting the physics
Well,
part.
he did say he
I
saw the
wouldn't say a
planes with his
liar,
own
but
eyes. I don't believe him.
That seemed. I mean, you're gonna have to back that up. Why do you think I'm a liar?
Because it goes against the laws of physics.
What does?
Me throwing a tin can through fucking a paving slab. How's that?
All right, so you know what? Let's not harp on the 9/11 thing because that's actually
because
pretty
it exposes you. Yes, I understand.
What exposes me is what? What do you mean?
I've already just told you. You're a liar. I don't want to listen to anything else you've got to say.
Well, what? I mean, I'm not even. I'm all right. I mean, I'm open to whatever I'm not even necessarily.
Okay, you don't have to. Okay, Andy, look. I mean, let's not do this, bro. He just came in now. He does. You know, let's not do that. You don't. I know you're triggered, right, Andy? But you don't have to be in on the convo. I'll talk with him.
That's
for a
fine.
bit.
I mean, what's all right? So I don't know. What do you think my motivation is? Like, why do you think I'm lying? I'm not even. I haven't even made any statements. I just don't believe that. You know, in my opinion, I you know, it seems feasible. I mean, it seems.
Oh, it seems like Andy got upset.
Yeah,
Andy left.
Oh well. I was trying to be nice.
I don't know. I think like lying, calling you a liar was a bit excessive myself.
It seemed unprovoked.
Yeah.
I was just going to answer one thing you were asking before, like about psychology and all that. I mean, I could just speak for myself. I'm interested in knowing what the truth is. I know it may sound a bit cliche, but a lot of what's driven me and my interest in a lot of different components when it comes to the Earth and what's going on with the controlling factions and how that plays into the multiple areas of life, like the microcosm of our bodies and the food we're eating and to that component and the chemicals and the genetic modifications of food, all the way to the macrocosm of the Earth and the entire system that we live within and the narratives that we're given when it comes to that. So and everything in between. You guys are talking about 9/11, moon landing, a lot of these things. Yeah, what really did happen at those events? What are they all about? So, I mean, to me, it comes down to truth. And I want to know what the truth is, ultimately. Seeking the truth, wanting to know what it is. Now, some of these things are difficult to get to the absolute bottom of, like what exactly happened at 9/11. So yeah, some of these things are difficult to.
Well, for example, you know what? Like, that's a good point. Let me just. I'm sorry to cut you off there. Just because what you said there just ties into it perfectly. Like, for example, he got upset. Like he kind of wanted to go into like the physics, which I was kind of trying to avoid because that is obviously a very complex topic to be sitting here talking about on Discord. Like, we're not going to without a computer in front of us with a element analysis going on and simulation showing all the forces involved and like it's pretty ridiculous to sit here and just make assumptions and all kinds of whatever. But one thing like that I said that he didn't address at all is that I literally witnessed the plane flying into the tower. Like, did that not happen or and does that not have an effect when that happened? Like, is it more implausible that could have brought the tower down than, you know what I mean?
Well, okay. If going back into 9/11, there's a lot of things. Well, let me ask you this: what did you see specifically? You saw an object fly into a building. Is that what you saw? What did you see?
A 767.
How close were you to it?
About 20 miles, maybe. Actually, not a little less than 20 miles. But it was. All right. Listen. To be perfectly honest, I didn't actually see the fucking plane fly into the building. But I saw the immediate aftermath from my high school fucking, like from my fucking bleachers. You can see the fucking, dude, like, have you, all
right, but no, that's cool. I'm just again, though, just getting into what the truth of it is, like I mentioned before. So I'm just saying what you saw, Well, before I was talking about getting the truth of a lot of these things overall, but
I saw it immediately afterwards.
All right, hold on. I'm just trying to lightly link that of the truth to because originally you were saying you saw a plane fly into a building, and then now you're saying, well, you didn't really see a plane fly into a building. You saw maybe an explosion and the buildings come down, right?
Well, actually, I didn't even see the buildings come down. I saw it on TV, but by that point, I was already inside. I went home from high school and I was watching it on TV at that point. But I saw, before that, I was on the high school bleachers watching the fucking giant fucking smoke cloud from the towers, and afterwards for days, giant smoke cloud, of course. But I understand that's not really, that doesn't say anything, of course. But
yeah, no, I hear you. All right, so originally you said you saw a plane fly into a building, and then now you're saying you didn't see any of it. I mean, that's fine, but I'm just saying, I guess.
Well, I mean, I kind of figured this would go this way. That's why I kind of said, like, let's not harp on just the 9/11 thing itself. I think there's more. I think that there's more going on here that needs to be thought about. Like, I think that most of the community is drawn towards conspiracies in general, not just one specific. Because you have to admit, I mean, answer this question honestly now to yourself. You don't even tell me. Don't even verbalize this. Like, you have to admit, everyone on here. I've only been listening for like maybe 2 hours now. I can pretty confidently say that everyone on here believes in more than one conspiracy, and most seem to believe in quite a few more than one. There's a tendency towards that sort of line of thought. It's not specifically that any one person is just all passionate about 9/11, like they've lost somebody and they really believe that the government ruined their life or something like that. They're gravitating towards these conspiracies for some other reason. So,
Let me ask you: do you believe in any conspiracy theories yourself? Do you hold?
If you present me with one that seems feasible, I will totally be on board.
Well,
Okay, I'll do it right now.
Essie,
I'll do it right now.
please. Okay. Well, I wanted to. I was really waiting patiently to
Well,
get
the
it
reason
on.
I brought
Okay,
flat
go ahead. I
Earth,
can wait.
flat Earth up. The reason I brought flat Earth up is because it's like it's just so. I don't listen. I've been trying to be respectful, and I don't mean this at all, like in a bad way. But like, flat Earth is one of those ones where you can really. It's just so. It's almost. It just blows my mind that like people like you can. There's so much evidence to prove that the Earth is round.
Please. Tig, may I ask you a few questions? And this comes from an honest place.
And you know what? I swear to God, I'll sit here for hours with you guys and go back and forth. The only thing that I ask is that you don't, like, if we got to take it slow. It's got to be point by point, and we have to address each point. And because what happens whenever I tend to get, like, into an argument with anybody of this mindset, and I know it sounds like I get into it, all the time, but I've done it like 2 or 3 times. From my experience, I tend to get bombarded. First of all, the group gangs up on me, right? Because obviously I'm walking into the lion's den here. I know everybody's, kind of on the same page. I get it. But
my dude.
But like I'm not just that, but like we have to address things factually, point by point, because you can't just cite a bunch of like stuff. You can't tell me this video or this, like.
No, Tig, this is honestly, dude, this is just some honest questions that I'm going to ask you, right? Just to open up your mind. This is all it is. It's not a witch hunt, and it's not a like gotcha or anything like that.
All right.
The idea of how buildings would come down, and again, this is just specifically with relation to 9/11, and again, I'm presenting why we ask questions.
Yep.
Because if you're familiar with how buildings come down in controlled demolition, this is what the patterns that were seen when these buildings came down. So then you look to the idea, and what was presented throughout things that came up was the stairwells were conveniently closed weeks before these planes hit the buildings. So that's another question that comes up. It's like, okay, well, the stairwells are always the main structural support columns of any high skyscraper. They'll have the main center support column, and they'll have the stairwells as the wing support, so to speak. So it's interesting right? I'm not making an accusation.
Well, that's not how that building worked.
Okay, please, if you have something to consider for that in the art of conversation, please go ahead if you like to.
The main structural support of that building was on the outside. It had it kind of had like an exoskeleton, basically. That's what those vertical, uh, you know, reinforced concrete pillar-looking things. That's why the thing looks like it's got vertical pinstripes. That was actually most of the support was on the outside. There was other stuff going on also, obviously, on the inside, but that was actually the main structural element.
Okay, but so let's go back to the idea of a stairwell. Do you believe that the stairwell is interconnected between all floors throughout the building?
As a person that has traversed from the bottom of a stairwell to the top of a building, I would say that's probably the case. Yes, sir.
Right, and you don't have to call me sir.
I'm just fucking around. I'm sorry.
That's all good. So just from a standpoint of if the stairwells were in fact closed, as that's the rumor, and in terms of demolition, if they were to in fact attack those main interconnected floor spaces, which is the stairwell in fact, then it would lend the idea to, if you take away those main structural supports, which is the interconnected floors being the stairwell, that you take out those supports, it would effectively allow the building to pancake as long as you controlled the momentum in which the building came down.
And you don't think a 767 could do that?
Well, and that's, I really appreciate that question that you just asked.
550 miles an hour.
You literally just pulled my next observation, because this is where I was going to go in my lily pad to ask you. Like, have you ever? The question being, actually, before I go there, is what is an airplane constructed out of?
Aluminum, mostly.
Great. Thank you for being intellectually honest with one answer strictly. I love that. So, pop cans that we drink soda pop out of, what are those made out of?
Pressurized gas and liquid and aluminum.
You gave me a more in-depth answer when it came to the aluminum can than you did to the plane, but I appreciate that. At the end of the day, it has a medium inside, it's pressurized, but the exoskeleton is in fact aluminum. So my idea is,
well, there's more to it than just the aluminum, though. There's a lot of mass going on. The engines themselves are not aluminum. There's a tremendous amount of fuel, even liquid has quite a bit of kinetic energy also. It can knock things pretty hard.
I'm not even jumping to the part of introducing the other supporting items that are within the plane. I'm just gonna paint an observation to the side, just to, again, ask a question. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm simply trying to just start asking questions. I'm gonna take that pop can, I'm gonna empty it out so it has no medium inside of it, and then I'm gonna take that tin can and throw it against a brick wall. My question is, what do you think's gonna survive?
I think you're discounting the scale of things.
I'm just,
if you took a full-size soda can and you accurately scaled your brick wall in tiny little pillars the shape of the concrete that makes up the structure of the World Trade Center, your soda can would probably do a substantial amount of damage.
So with relation to, again, the plane and where it hit the building, you're saying that that building itself, the way that it received so-called plane, that in fact reflected...
I'm saying that plane fucked that shit up. It hurt the building. That building was like, I did not want this plane in my shit right now. This is like the worst fucking thing that's ever happened to me. And you know what? I'm out. This is it.
All right. Thanks for the conversation about my tin can hitting the brick wall. Appreciate that.
I just personified the World Trade Center. That's a first right there. All right, let's move on, maybe. Did I lose him?
Nah, you didn't lose him. I'll say this, bro, and I'll tell you why Andy got frustrated.
I think
Okay,
I lost him.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think I lost him though.
No, I'm right here, dude. I respectfully, I thank you for
Okay,
your
sorry.
time. I thank you for your time, and that was literally, I didn't want to hog the conversation. I just wanted to ask the question about the 9/11 observation, and to just illustrate that based on those kind of two things, this is how we start to kind of formulate and ask questions as to how things happen and so on and so forth. Because there's things that we see, and then we start to ask questions off those bases. There's, again, like the structural supports and so on and so forth, and you think about, at least for me anyways, the tin can hitting a brick wall and how that worked, physics and things like that. We're just asking.
You know what, and we can definitely argue about the specifics, and that's, you know, that's kind of why I said that in the beginning. Like, you know, you know what, I'll even, let's say I give that one to you, right? I'll give you 9/11, right? Let's say 9/11. I totally believe you. It was a government. It was an intentional act. You know, like, you know. Listen, you know, things. You know, even in high school, we were taught that there was some question as to whether or not what was the ship that got supposedly torpedoed by a German submarine that played Lusitania. Like, you know, there was a lot of speculation as to whether or not it was, you know, torpedoed by a submarine in order to start a conflict, or whether or not it was actually just a boiler explosion. You know, that all that stuff. You know, there's room for speculation and stuff right there, right? Okay, fine. Let's say I give you 9/11. What I'm, you know, when I originally came in here, that's why I was trying to kind of avoid specific examples. I was trying to figure out what is the overarching theme here. Like, what drives people to sort of gravitate towards all of these conspiracy theories? Because, like I said, it's rare that you find somebody that is just really passionate about one of them. It tends to be kind of like their MO. They tend to be attracted to this sort of line of thought. Is that, I mean, would you guys disagree with that? I mean, you know, be honest, you know, just be really genuine here. Like,
when you phrase it like that, you make it sound like it's some kind of sideshow, or like a sideshow or a freak show that you go to see.
I don't think I could have phrased it more delicately, to be honest.
Well, no, but what I'm saying to you is that how you phrase the open-ended question in the observation that you put forward is it kind of insinuates it, right? All I'm doing, and I can only speak for myself with relation to this, is, again, asking questions just to begin the person.
But you guys aren't asking questions. You're making.
Hold on a second. Don't jump. Right? You jump a lot, and this is where the dogpiling, I think you were mentioning before. Because again, we've engaged in conversation. I've let you go whenever.
You're right. No, you're right.
Right. So, and I think that could be where the dogpiling comes from. So, just from a standpoint of where we are, and just in the confines of the conversation, is we're looking at things that occur and then asking questions. Some may make accusations, but at the same breath, taking an opportunity to observe versus believe what we're being told is literally the exercise. You can think about exercising the mind, sharpening the tongue, so that you can observe things from a higher state, so to speak, figuratively, of course, but from a standpoint of what we're being told. It's the space in which the questions are asked that I think we can actually begin to formulate other viewpoints, perspectives. I'll withdraw now. I'm being extremely long-winded. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. Appreciate it. I'm just trying to, like, do you recognize that there are trends amongst, like, there's like a like-mindedness about all this? Like, there's like more, there's a draw to a certain, like, you know, I don't know, like
Your hive mentality, perhaps. Like, it's, oh, hey, they think different, and there's the attraction of other people thinking differently too that comes forward. If that's what you're referring to.
yeah, you're touching on the, I think you're touching on what I'm getting at there. Yeah, there's like a There's an attraction to being like the guy in the know, you know, that
Okay. So here's really what the deal is. And when you make the accusation of the flat Earth quote movement, because this is ultimately like Earth Awakenings, and it is what it is. We don't have to say it's a flat Earth channel, but we all know that how we engage with things. Now, you were saying earlier, nobody on this call. And I can say to you, nobody on this call, no matter where they are, even in our friends in Australia, Trouble About, and what's my other friend name down there? I've forgotten, I apologize. Anyways, our friends in Australia, everybody observes level locally. So it's like, well, hey, if we're all commonly observing level, and I'm just using this as an example,
What is
then
level?
why is it that they're claiming it's a ball? Like, how does that work?
What
Right?
is level?
So
I've never heard that before. I'm sorry. What is level?
just like plumb. Do you know what plumb is?
I mean, like as far as building goes, like I've used plumb level before. Yeah, I know it. If you're trying to make something straight up and down, you can use the Earth's gravity to align it.
Exactly. So like, and at the end of the day, like literally on its face, if you're in the northern hemisphere and you believe it's a globe, you literally have to accept that people are in Australia on a perspective quote frame basis that they claim are literally upside down to you right now. And that's what's crazy, because if everybody's observing level, which is perpendicular to plumb, it becomes a problem, because then you have to prove, how do you have this axial common attraction point that seems to show up on a subterranean level and all these other crazy fantastical claims?
There's other places between here and there, exactly. So obviously you can observe a difference in angle before Australia. So I mean, you know.
But that's the crazy part, to literally counteract or to knee jerk with a reply to that is, everybody, no matter your location, has a kitchen. I mean, I say that respectfully, of course, providing the universe is providing as such. But wherever you're at, you're literally observing level. You could be in China, you could be in Japan, you could be in Europe, you could be in Canada, you could be in South America. You're observing level. So if you're on the terrain itself, like you're on the ground, right? Boots hit the ground, and all those boots are putting their hands up and they're like, I observe level, chief. Okay, cool. So then we have to go deeper underneath that like terranean claim, get deeper into the earth and figure out where this curve starts to show up. And that's the freaky part. So getting back to like the long point that I'm making is, when you collect under that idea of a truth that you're all seeing with your own eyes, right? Everybody, what's cool about this movement is everybody starts to gather under that umbrella of a common question being asked. I mean, different ways, of course, because everybody has a different perspective. But it all of a sudden becomes a truth that you collect under. And you literally start asking questions and formulating different ideas, because you're constantly spitballing with a bunch of people who are intellectually honest enough to admit that what they see is actually totally different to what they're telling us. And that's all it is, dude. It's so simple. Sorry.
So you're kind of touching on my point, though. Like that is my point. That I think it's a lot of people coming together, looking for something that isn't there, but also rejoicing in some kind of like common satisfaction from this shared belief. But I don't think there's anything actually behind it. I think when you actually break it down, it all falls apart. And that's what I'm here to do, basically. I mean, I'll do it respectfully, and I'm willing to talk about things as much detail as I can, but I don't think.
Can you explain how you broke it down? You said you when you actually break it down. So what was your process that you went through when you broke down this argument to make sure that you're on a spinning ball?
Just be gentle. Be gentle to your perspective.
Well, I mean, how do you? All right.
First, Max had something to add before you answer that. Sorry, go ahead, Max.
Sorry.
No shit. I had nothing important to say. I just said be
Oh, okay.
gentle with new perspective when you prove the globe to him.
Yeah, be gentle with me. Please.
Well, I mean, like, all right. I was trying to avoid getting into too much specifics, but like, if we're going to get into the science thing, all right, we gotta break it down really honestly. Like, all right, first of all, just the first thing, just off the top of my head, like, surely you guys use GPS, right?
Yep.
Okay. How do you think that works?
There's lots of research been done recently by a couple of people in our group here about GPS actually proving that we're not on a spinning ball and that there needs to be an absolute reference frame for GPS to even work. When you get down to the nitty gritty of it, the first observation or first order corrections, second order corrections, third order corrections. There's like a whole system to it. I mean, this is like, you have to understand, if the science community or the science mainstream, as well as all the universities and a whole area of Earth that we know of, is backing this idea that we're on a spinning ball, there's a lot of complexity to it not being that, right? They would have to make sure that people that are trying to check and double check some of these things aren't going to come up with like an easy, oh my God, it's not a spinning ball. So you have to really go deep into the details of how these things are done. And there's this guy named Dayton Miller. Are you familiar with the Michelson-Morley experiment, by the way?
Well, hang on a second. We're trailing off into the woods here. I'm just asking if you guys understand how GPS works.
Well, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, because there's a whole thing that we've gone into recently. I'll post a video you can watch about how GPS actually is.
Yeah, but do you understand how it works?
Well, no, I'm telling you.
Does anyone in here understand how GPS works?
I might assume that GPS works with satellites the way that we're told.
Yeah, I've used land nav.
That doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, I know you've used it. Do you understand how it works, though?
Has anybody here used land navigation systems? Yeah, for the Department of Defense, we can ask them. I mean, what are you talking about? Yeah, all systems depend on a map.
Department of Defense.
This is like saying, this is like asking me, do you know how maps work? It's the same question. Yes, maps work. Yep.
Do you know how maps work?
Yes, you can point at a map. That's the point. Exactly. The map works, and we're asking you to explain something. Yeah, what does this have to do with what your religious belief is because you saw something on TV? Maps have nothing to do with your belief.
Huh?
Yeah, we need a claim. Is there a claim?
I'm just suggesting that there are satellites rotating the spherical Earth that can triangulate your position, and it's awesome. It really helps out. It's like one of the coolest things ever to happen, and it's super useful. And you guys,
and super accurate.
You see that on TV.
Super accurate. Hold on, Axel. Just let's not run this guy off with please. Just don't run him off.
No, I'm not leaving. I'm gonna have to take a piss soon, but I'm not leaving.
Well, just we've looked into the GPS thing recently in detail, and it actually seems to show that there needs to be an absolute position for one of the markers that they're using for GPS, and they're making corrections afterwards to include the idea that we're on a spinning ball, and it actually proves that we're not spinning, bro. So GPS is not in your favor any longer in this argument, but you have to really get into the details. There's so much detail and complexity to this debate that you haven't even touched the surface yet.
I think you know what? I will.
That they know better than people that
really
think that
simple, actually.
I'll hear you out if you can convince me that you kind of understand how GPS works. If I have a better understanding of how it works than you, then I'm gonna you're gonna have to forgive me for taking what you're saying with a grain of salt.
Explain your understanding of it, because you just said that satellites rotate the ball. What can you explain it again more clearly? How you understand it?
Yes, there's a series of satellites that are in orbit around the Earth, and everything is linked up and timed with computers so that when your device, when you're walking through your little hike, picks up the signal from each of those, it can time it and figure out the distance between each of those. And if you can figure out the distance between at least 3 of them, you can easily triangulate your position on the globe. This is not magic. It's
No, we're not saying it's magic. We're saying it actually works, but it doesn't work the way you think.
No, it does work the way I
might
think.
work. It might make sense
It
to say where do you
absolutely
get
works the way I think.
so where do you get your information from would be a sensible question. Flat earthers don't know how to do this either. Both sides are wrong. Where do
You
you get
can
your information
duplicate this
from?
on your own. You don't have to take
Oh,
my
here we
word
go.
for it.
Okay, when have you done that? Oh, when did you do that? That was easy. Have a nice day.
Have you ever? Do you have any experience? He left. He left. All right.
Oh, no.
What a way to make. You know what? No, there's nothing more credible than shouting and leaving.
He just wanted to
Oh,
make a
he
comment
said
about all flat earthers, I guess, and make flat earthers like in the same boat with you. And it's not about being a flat earther or not a flat earther. We're just trying to figure out what's going on. It's not about labeling yourself.
We'll reset. I got to pee anyway. I'll be right back.
All right.
This is good. This is good. I want you guys to think about this because I think we can have some valuable conversation.
No fucking. We're all waiting for the map, buddy. Don't you worry about that. You can skip to the end.
Yo,
Let me just drain the main
you want
vein.
to
I'll be
hear
right
Matt?
back.
Let's talk about the map until he comes back.
He wants it
Urinating.
too.
Yo,
You can
do
tell
you
he
want to
wants
see the
it.
map that I confirmed with my own observation? Check this out. Boom. So 7 a.m. September 1st, I caught the sun in the eastern sky. I caught the moon in the western sky. And then I got the Vibes of Cosmos moon map showing the tropics and the equator, which would be the paths that the sun and the moon both take. So it's like, yo, I'm standing right there in North America, that's the spot on the map if you see it. And then I got the two celestial bodies shown in the western and eastern sky. Celestial body proving a map. Let's go. And the silence just means Killian and his stupid moon map. Damn it.
Dude, I'm all into your moon map stuff. You've done great work on that. It's awesome. It's a very
Thanks, man. I
interesting.
appreciate the shout out.
Absolutely.
When
That's
it became
fucking
really real was like when I actually when I went outside that day and I took the picture and I was like, wait a second. And then I went back to the map from the Vibes of Cosmos and I was like, holy crap. And then zoomed it in, rotated it, and I'm like, oh shit, it works. Holy crap.
Cool.
So
I'm taking a
to be
closer
able
look
to
at that.
have a map and back it up with the celestial body observation locations, I think that's pretty dope.
I doubt this guy's ready for moon map stuff, though. We're not gonna hit him with the moon map for sure.
Oh no,
Don't bring
no.
this stuff
Iris,
back.
I heard Iris say something about us waiting for a map. So I'm like, yo, that's my cue to go.
Let's talk about the moon map, man, because you know he's gonna be like, okay, this is crazy. I'm out of here. That's like fifth level flat Earth type conversation.
Yeah, bro. The floor plan is in the sky? What do you mean, dog?
What? Okay, wait a minute. You guys are crazy.
Yeah, bro. It's a definite, like, creep out the back door very, very slowly,
Right?
make sure nobody
Right?
hears it.
Someone that still thinks we're on a spinning ball would see that way. But it's amazing. I actually found something I was going to send you on that. I found the other day. I thought to send it to you. I'll have to look for it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Something I hadn't seen about that. Some other channel that was talking about it.
And what's I threw it in the chatting about it briefly last night, but what's crazy is that if you take the principle of this being an electromagnetic system, and then you look at how an MRI machine works, which an MRI machine works on, it's a magnetic resistance imaging machine, so it creates an image based on the different densities that you have in your body, the bones, the organs, the bloods, all that stuff. And it's like when you take the two images and you look at them and compare them side by side, like an MRI from a body versus like the moon itself, it kind of looks the same. It just has obviously different colors depending on like whatever's happening in the sky for whatever gas perhaps is being excited that's causing the coloration. But it's like you strip everything down to the base principles of 7 noble gases. You've got electricity, and it's like, and you've got a dome that gets created off that basis. And it's almost like you're given a puzzle, right? You've got these things, and then this is what you have to do with it. So you have the gases, you have the electricity, and you have to be able to form some kind of a retention barrier, introduce an air pocket, and then bring in land. And you only have these things to do it with, which is why I love again, stripping it down to its bare basics, the bare bones, and saying, okay, play with that. You don't have to appeal to any authority, any understanding, nothing. It's just like, okay, this starts to happen when you kind of get it. Now, I don't know. I may be just blinded by the light. I have no idea. But I'm definitely at a place where I'm comfortable with seeing it because it all fits the Genesis story, the creation story.
Right. Interesting.
I'm just filling airtime right now until our man Tig gets back from the camp. Yo, Tig, you back? I don't want to put any pressure on you, buddy. But yeah, anyways. So yeah, with relation to the system it is, definitely agree that it's closed, it's basic. Yeah, dude. It's pretty simplistic. It's pretty awesome.
Is he back? What's our friend's name again?
Tig.
Hey, what's up? Sorry, my cat has needs also.
You got
No worries.
a cat? He's a cat dog. He's a cat daddy.
The best one.
Hey, can we go back to like the basics here real quick with you, if you don't mind, on the whole topic? I know you're kind of new to it. So.
Sure.
Okay, so like let's just say you were born in this.
Oh, he's not happy, man. He doesn't believe in this shit at all. You hear him? Listen to this. Listen.
Hold on, somebody's echoing. I don't know if it's you got your. Okay, cool. Can you hear me now, bro?
Yeah, I was just joking. Sorry.
No worries. Yeah. So basically, like, say you're just born on this Earth and you were never told anything about like the spherical planet idea, right? You're never told you're on a spinning ball, right?
I would still come to the assumption that I was on a spinning ball.
Okay, now let's just say how you would do that without looking at the sky, right? Because your interpretation of the sky and what you know about what they're saying the sky is.
Well, luckily I live next to the ocean and I've seen the ocean too, and you can see it. It's totally a ball.
Wait, so you're saying you can see curvature from the
I absolutely can, yes.
How do you know
It could be
that?
a visual effect. I see what you're getting at, but it's most likely not. It's just when you tie everything together and factor in the way everything else works, it just makes the most sense.
Well, yeah, but see now you're giving your kind of your practiced idea of what it
observed,
right? And you started this whole conversation with saying you saw a 767 fly into the building.
That was the only lie I've made since I've.
Well, you started with that, and then you admitted you didn't see the plane, right? Honestly,
It was for effect, man. I don't even know if it was actually a 767. It was for effect.
Now you're saying you saw curvature from the ocean, right? And then you start with your interpretations.
Well, that. Come on. I think you've seen that. Even. Come on.
I haven't seen curvature from the ocean ever. What are you talking about?
Have you ever been to the ocean?
You're talking about boats disappearing bottom up. Is that what you're talking about?
Have you ever been to a body of water where you couldn't see the horizon?
I've been to a body of water.
Not the horizon, where you couldn't see land, like where you only see water in every direction.
Do you have your YouTube page up or something? We're getting an echo every time you unmute.
No, it's my shit audio setup. I'll fix that. Hang on a second.
Please do.
Let me grab my headset.
Have you even drank water before? Do you even know about it?
Do you know that there's water in the ocean and it keeps going and then you can't see any further, and so that must be curvature.
Oh, I thought you were making a joke about my alcoholism.
Oh, is that what's going on? Okay. Well, I hope you're going to remember this conversation because it might be significant to the rest of your life.
Well, it's all right. I was gonna let's hang on a second. Hang on a second. Let me fix the headset issue and then we'll get back into this. All right. Is it any better?
Yeah, it's better. So, have you ever taken a drawing class, by the way?
I took part in high school.
Well, you did like the perspective drawing, right? Where you had like the
vanishing point, vanishing point, all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So that's how perspective works, right?
Uh-huh.
And and your angle of view is important, right? Like because you're closer to the ground, you're going to see more obscurity towards the bottom of the your perspective rather than the top, right?
Right.
Because
The side
your
effect,
angle.
yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So things obscure as you look out.
Perspective, yes.
Yeah. Right. So that's what's going on. It seems to be with a lot of other lighting effects and stuff caused by atmosphere and such, but that seems to be pretty much what we think is going on with anything that you observe over the ocean or on the Earth in general. And a lot of that seems to be interpreted as curvature when we don't think that's really the case any longer. And you can see way too far to begin with. You can also zoom in on some of these boats that seem to have disappeared bottom up, but then you can zoom right back in and see them again. Now there is a point where they go too far to see it all, right? But if you want to talk about bottom up obscurity, is that what you're stuck on to begin with? You think bottom up is only possible with curvature?
I'm not sure what that means, bottom up.
Okay, well you're new to the conversation in general, but this whole argument usually entails talking about boats disappearing over the curvature of the water, and they claim that the only reason that they would disappear bottom up instead of uniformly is because of the curvature of the Earth. That's usually the argument on your side.
Gotcha. I mean, that would make sense for the most part. I mean, there's a lot of other factors at play. There's refraction. There's also, light actually bends around matter. Like if you have a...
Oh.
No?
That's an idea. Yeah, that's an idea.
It's not an idea. No. I saw it this morning. I swear to God, I was standing in the shop, and the sun comes in the window, and if you hold your finger against the shadow, like the edge of the sun ray, like against the window frame shadow, you can clearly you can easily see it. It's pretty amazing to watch, actually. Like if you have like an overhang on your house or something like that, you should try it out.
But we're not arguing that light doesn't refract. That's an obvious thing. Okay.
Well, it bends also. It doesn't just refract. It's affected by gravity.
Well, you can interpret it that way if you want.
It's not an interpretation. It's demonstrable.
Oh, really? Okay. You can demonstrate gravity bending light.
Absolutely, yes. You can also. You can go outside right now and do it. If it's sunny out with no cloud, if it's not like just like diffused, you can definitely.
You know what? Look, we can't get stuck on that point because then it's going to be people.
We don't have to. We can keep moving.
And then you're going to try to prove that gravity's bending light, and you're not going to be able to do it. So let's not get stuck on that, okay?
I'm pretty sure I'll be able to do it. I just tried, but you wanted to move on.
So go ahead.
Others have tried and failed.
I didn't fail though. You can go check it out. You go outside.
You could be the one guy.
You can't isolate gravity to prove anything. We know that.
I can link you to some very compelling articles, and you can demonstrate them yourself.
Oh, really? Okay, go ahead. Which ones did you demonstrate? How would you even just tell us how you would go about it instead of trying to do it right away?
I just told you. Just walk outside underneath an awning. Seriously, do this right now. You're on your phone, right? Is it sunny out?
No, it's not.
Is anybody anywhere where it's sunny out?
Regardless, just say it. Don't worry about trying to get somebody involved. Just say what you're going to try to use.
If you walk out underneath an awning right now, like walk so that your head or some part of your body is very close to the shadow of the awning, and move it back and forth, and see how distorted it gets. And then try to explain that to me, because I can provide an explanation. If you give me like 5 minutes, I'll sit here and obviously I don't have it off the fucking top of my head. I can't explain it in detail, but if I kind of vaguely understand how it works, and if you give me 5 minutes, I can link you with enough shit.
That's not going to help your point though, because just seeing that light distorts things or having some kind of effect of light distorting things, we're not claiming that light doesn't distort things. It's not even an argument that's necessary to go into. You're not going to see something that's behind your awning look like it's on the other side of your awning because the light is making that image pop out from behind a solid matter that you're trying to.
You're actually completely wrong, and that's. Do you know how the James Webb telescope works? Do you know how the James Webb telescope? Do you know what galactic? Do you know what lensing is?
The awning to James Webb telescope.
Yeah, I know about. I know
we're using the
gravitational
same principle here.
Listen, we're all familiar with these concepts. We've looked at these concepts.
I don't think you are.
Yes, that it can the sun's gravity supposedly makes stars appear in different spots in the sky than they actually are.
I'm talking about when you can use the perimeter of a planet or some large massive object.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
To
the mass of the sun is supposedly
basically
refracting
serve as a
the sun's
lens to
stars.
be able to see something a lot further than you would
Gravitational
otherwise.
lensing. You're familiar with all these concepts, but you're kind of starting at 101, and we're in like the advanced portion, and we're trying to catch up a little bit. So don't take that as patronization more so than just where you're assuming that we're not familiar with the most basic of arguments. And we've been at this like at least 7-10 years, arguing all.
If you think the Earth is flat,
Yeah.
you're clearly not
Yeah,
familiar with
fuck
the
your
most basic
lensing.
of arguments.
What?
Fuck your dumbass lensing.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Wait a minute. What you said? What if we think the Earth is flat? What?
I agree with that guy.
He said basically you
see
can't
how
know anything
the weeds
because you
are
already
unavoidable.
he's just declaring
Listen.
that since you already think the Earth's flat.
Hey man,
you
listen.
can't really know anything.
The guy in the backward shorts.
Yeah, it's about the lensing.
You can't rage quit and then come back in here like that. It just you've lost all fucking man
Okay.
card.
All right, see yourself out,
Get out of here.
Master. Okay.
No, he's not the one that raged.
Guys, I'm sorry that you guys have some sort of fear of people over the internet, and that's why you're stuck in a fantasy hiding from.
That worked out pretty well, huh? Okay.
Yeah. Anyway,
we'll just continue on.
So, brother, I was trying to get you to the point where you're saying that you're a person that's never heard of the spherical ball model. You're born on this Earth. Everyone here experiences the Earth at stationary and level. Most of the ballers that are honest enough in this conversation at this point can admit that we all experience the Earth as stationary and level. You wouldn't rightly assume that you're spinning without the feeling of the spinning, unless you knew all the math that makes you believe that you could be spinning without feeling it, right?
No, I observed the spinning.
You observe the sky spinning, bro.
So what do you think? The stars in the sky are some kind of like projection from the government?
We don't know. You're going straw man with it. I'm just saying that's what we all.
Fair. All right, fair. That was a little strong, man. But I mean, what do you think is more likely? Like,
well, I'm saying that if you were never told all the whole heliocentric model explanations for things that you don't actually experience and why you wouldn't experience them, you wouldn't assume that you wouldn't experience them. You would assume, well, if I'm spinning, I would totally experience that spinning. But then they came in with the explanation of, oh, it's just because of acceleration. You can't feel acceleration in it. It's so wait, there is acceleration, but it's so it's such a large. It's pretty much
scale of things. Yeah,
you don't have to worry about it because it's such a long distance and it's such a slow, relatively slow acceleration and all these things. If you didn't have any of that, you wouldn't jump to the conclusion that you're on a spinning ball.
You know what? I honestly think I want to argue that I would eventually. All right, you know what? Maybe me not on my own would not come to that conclusion. But if there were like, but if there were 10 smart guys in my town that were all thinking about it, I'm pretty sure we would actually come to the conclusion that we're on a spinning ball.
Starting without the smart guys, okay? You have no smart guys. Right now, you're just experiencing the Earth the way it presents itself. You would just assume that it is the way it seems, right? Now you're told it's not the way it seems. It's the opposite of that. And the reason that you can't sense the spin and the reason that you don't see the curvature is because it's too big or because it's too, spread out or, it's negligible for whatever reason you're convinced.
But it's not even too big or spread out. You can actually see it.
You can what? See what?
You can actually see it. Some of it might be an effect, but I'm pretty sure some of it is actually what you're seeing. I'm pretty sure.
What are you saying you can see? What you see what?
When we're talking about like sea level, like when you're out there and you can actually see the curvature of the Earth on the water.
Wait, you're saying you can see the curvature standing at the ocean shore?
Yes.
Well, that's a new one because we don't have anyone saying that on your side.
This guy might be breaking through.
He's at Lake Pontchartrain, I guess.
It's like I said, most of it is probably a visual effect, but I think some of it is probably. I mean, if you think about like let's say the human on a clear day, the human can see 20 miles in a 20-mile radius. You figure a 40-mile radius, right? You do the math on that. There's at least there's going to be at least a couple inches of curvature there. So
what? We
Yeah,
don't see any.
you know what? Maybe that is
Straight line,
unusual.
right.
That's a good
The
point.
horizon, we have a horizon line, dude. We have a horizon line. It looks like it's level straight across, right? That's what you see when you go to the ocean. Now there is a visual effect. Our eyes are giving you a visual effect. There is a bit of like seeming like there's some type of curvature oftentimes when you look at the ocean. I agree with that, honestly. But that's a visual effect. You have like a whole list of things to look into that could explain that visual effect without the spinning ball.
So do you think that all right.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, sorry.
Like before, I was saying go general and new perspective. I think you're going too general. I think you're gonna need to just rip this flat Earth thing right out of his head.
Will you do it for me, Snack, please?
No, I can't. I don't have the heart. This guy doesn't care.
He's got a lot of assumptions still. He's being honest to a certain degree, I think.
I want to understand the motivation behind it.
He didn't actually see the curvature, and he didn't actually see the 767. We're getting somewhere.
He didn't actually see the 767 hit the World Trade Center, and he's probably not actually seeing the curvature. And
yeah, that's kind of the case right now.
Is it at all possible that me personally, I get a vibe from you like you're like us? Okay, that's what my vibe. All right, like you might hate that you're like us, or you might hate that you think that these things sound retarded that we're saying. But once you realize that the paradigm itself has been engineered in such a way as to make you feel that you're a lot smarter than you are, while simultaneously believing in the opposite storyline, once you get that under your belt, man, I think you'll find that you've got more in common with our way of thinking. And then you may actually in the future have different questions about reality, because like once you've kind of broken the code on one thing, well, it's tempting to do it on another thing. And in that case, I think maybe I've just answered your beginning question you were asking the Stoic about, I guess, our community and the fact that like basically we can say anything to each other regarding our questions. We'll get good answers, bad answers. Sometimes people hate what we're saying. But anyway, we have at least a soundboard to kind of like get these ideas like out of our head sometimes, and just get some consensus, or maybe somebody tells you that you need to research better. But in any case, I think we work it out like that. I'll stop talking now. Here you go.
Hey, hey, bro, what's your name again? I forget what we call you. I can't see your name right now.
Me?
Yeah.
Tig.
Jake? Jake, do you consider Jay? I'm sorry, Jay?
Tig. T-I-G.
T-I-G. Okay. Tig.
Notorious T-I-G.
Notorious T-I-G.
No, that was cringeworthy. Don't ever refer to that.
Tig, honest question. This is the only question I want to ask you. Do you consider yourself a truly curious person?
You said curious or serious?
Curious. Are you curious?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that defines me, probably.
Are you curious to the point where you want to know the truth, even if you'd rather not know necessarily that the truth is the
yeah, that's part of why I'm here.
If we're not on a spinning ball, you want to know, right?
That would be awesome. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Okay, well then welcome to the show. Because
but it's not the case.
Most of us don't want to know. We all admittedly mostly don't want to know it.
No, I want to know. That would be awesome, but it's not the case. It's just not the way it is.
You're already assuming that, though, right? So
no, it's not an assumption. It's.
Why would you consider yourself? Why would you be here if you already knew, right? Why would you even come here if you already knew that it's impossible for what we're saying?
He has empathy and he wants to correct you and help you live a better life.
Well, not just,
really good.
This just seemed like the best usage of my time.
Well, why would it be best usage of your time if you're so confident that we're wrong?
Like he said, I just want to help.
So you just want to help because you already know? Or maybe are you open to the idea that you might not know? Otherwise,
I'm open to any... The first thing I said when I got here is I'm totally open to any arguments, but they have to be like, we have to approach this as like, you can't just like get lost in the woods and like hit me with a bunch of like talking points. You gotta like
from the beginning, you realize that to experience a stationary level Earth, the smart guys in your town might tell you that you're on a spinning ball, but without them, you might assume that it's stationary level just the way you experience.
Well, what if I could duplicate it? Like, what if I could? What if I could prove it myself? Because one man actually can duplicate this, and this experiment has been repeated.
So if you can demonstrate a miniature Earth, yeah, that'd be a lot of us have
Well,
asked for that.
you can actually. Have you never heard of?
How would you do that?
What was it? What was it? Arithmetes? What's the Greek dude
That's
that?
not what I was talking. Arithmetic.
You know, what I'm talking about.
Aristophanes.
I'm sure you've heard the argument before. Yeah, you guys are pros. You guys are pros. Yep.
Think about
There's
Aristophanes.
a possibility that this conversation has gone past the argument of Aristophanes, and then if that was convincing enough, don't you think we all wouldn't be here? Like, why would we be here? You're obviously talking to people that are above average intelligence. I hope you realize that. So if that's the case, then why would we be talking about this for 10 years? Why would we be talking about this for 10 years if all we needed was sticks in the ground to prove that we're on a spinning ball?
Say again.
If sticks in the ground proved a spinning ball and that's all we needed, why would we be still talking about this for 10 years?
Because people.
Because we're slow. But didn't you say that you could recreate a ball, but then you pointed to Eratosthenes? I mean, you know that's kind of bait and switch, right?
No, I said you could recreate that experiment
with a stick in the ground, right? That's all you need. Is that good enough for you?
We could try.
Hey, wait.
Well, I mean, do you think all
the ground with the shadows? Let me just ask you: is sticks in the ground with the shadows enough to prove to you that you're on a spinning ball? Is that all you need? Is that good enough for you?
No, it's not good enough for me. But there's a lot of other things that suggest that it's probably
not
the
proof
case.
of anything, then, right? If it's not proof of something, then it couldn't be good enough, right? So
Well, I'm not basing it off of that one piece of evidence. I mean, there's a lot going on.
What else? What other evidence?
When I wake up in the morning, I know where the sun is at. I see where the moon is at. It makes sense.
It makes sense that there's a sun and moon moving across the sky, right? That's what you observe. Now, your interpretation.
Have you ever
is that
seen
you're
the International Space Station?
So there we can go with that too. That's a whole other argument.
It's not an argument. It's something I'm into. I watch it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you've got like a lot of like these. It's like a game of Pac-Man, and there's like a lot of pellets, and you're just like you've got like a little bit of pellet, but it keeps.
They're called facts.
It's just not. It's not enough that any one of them is actually doing anything, and nothing's scaring the ghosts away.
But
and
eventually, I'm hoping. Yeah, I understand that. Trust me, I totally understand that. And I'm hoping that eventually we'll get to the point where enough of these will be irrefutable to the point where it'll be like where it's just very obvious that you guys are totally unwilling or you're just incapable.
No, I get you. So like if your end goal is to basically hit the power pellet and make the ghost go to ghost jail in this Pac-Man game, like you could go ahead and get to it, but it's just like if you're gonna just like just hit like a dot and we got to connect like a million dots, like that's not anything more convincing than what we've already heard over these like this past decade talking about the subject. But could you imagine it took us that long to just get to here right now where we're talking to you? I think that's amazing. And
I think this guy might be better off just continuing to believe in the ball Earth. Maybe you should just continue to believe in it.
You guys legitimately believe that the Earth is flat?
No. You've got it wrong. This isn't about a new belief. This is about giving. Listen. This is my only point I need to make, and someone else can even take over. This is not a new belief. It's the loss of a belief. Because, like I said, if you were born on this earth and your smart guys aren't telling you on a spinning ball when you have no experience of that, you would assume that your experience is what your actual reality is. It's your base axioms, right? You feel like you're stationary. It looks like it's level. That's your base axioms. That is not a belief. The belief comes when you think that your reality is the opposite of that, right? That's when the belief comes in, because then you have to go in with like, oh, well, it's because it's the curvature is so big, and it looks like it's flat, but it's not really flat. And that's where the belief comes in. That's where your faith comes in. This is not a new belief about the Earth being flat. We're not making a claim about the whole thing, right? We're just saying that your base axioms are stationary level Earth. That's how you experience the Earth. That's where you go back to once you give up the ball Earth belief, because it doesn't check out, bro. And we can tell you 100 ways that it doesn't check out. But you have to have patience for that, and you have to give up.
It's what I think sucks is that like a little bit is like you can tell this guy's an intelligent cat, and it's like, but all the intelligence in the world, it doesn't help when you're I guess the paradigm that you're looking through, the lens that
Big
you're
word.
actually,
Big word.
no matter what it is, really, whatever somebody's got some kind of system. Oh, I didn't understand that system. They got a different system. Oh, I understood that system. That I just sailed right through that. Like, there's different things in life, like how we process things. Like, it's like when you say these, if you were to just be like, oh yeah, the Earth's flat and there's no Earth sphere and there's not a bunch of spheres and an infinite homogeneous scattering of these. If you start doing that, you're going to feel like you don't even know what being smart is anymore. I think when you start like laying these things down and just be like, you know what, I don't know. I can't actually verify this, like just like the plane or just like this or whatever. Like, you're going to start to realize like you think you've got the goods, but you actually, it's a little bit, when you try to go grab it, it's like it slips through your hands. And I think that's what a lot of us have kind of gone through over the years. And even as such, like when I've been like, oh shit, are they going to fuck us up and prove that the Earth's nothing? No, it's just time after time again, this never occurs. And it's like, I'm just as waiting, like, even though I was kind of goading you a little bit, but like, go ahead and drop like whatever, go as crazy as you can, staying within facts and you know what I mean?
Yeah, when it comes down to it, you have to prove you're on a spinning ball without making any assumptions.
I can do that. I can do that.
Without interpretations that you know about that say that this is the spinning ball that's doing that. Without any of those interpretations or assumptions, prove to yourself that you're on a spinning ball. How do you go about that?
Do you are you familiar? Are you familiar with land navigation or celestial? Hang on a second. I can crack this beat.
Somebody said that.
Are you familiar with celestial navigation?
Yes, we are familiar with celestial navigation. You're going to realize that every single topic that you think that we must not have thought of, we've had hours and hours of conversation about.
Have you ever used it?
Real quick, like we've.
Have you ever used it?
Go ahead. I'm just saying, like, if you can agree that we've already, like, if we, maybe he's got some area that we haven't, like, drilled to death, but, like, maybe just float on that shit, just, like, bring up some different topics. Maybe we'll just we'll pick one or something like that.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go here soon, actually, but what's your name again? How do I send you a DM? Because I could just send you videos and you'll have to catch up before we actually talk about some of these things that you're assuming we haven't looked into. And you'll see that people in here have looked into these things, like, intricately, bro. And if there was a good reason to think that we're on a spinning ball still, we would have already been there. Sorry. That's just the truth of it.
You know what? I want to believe you. I don't have a total sense of confidence in your research, though. I don't think it's 100%.
Why would you just got here. Why would you have a sense of confidence?
Well, because I think forgive me for. Sorry.
Okay. I just want to say, like real quick, but just like what would have happened, like let's say 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 8 years ago, somebody would have had some information and would have started to create this cascade effect where all the flat earthers would have been like, hey, you know what? This isn't this. And you know what I mean? Like these things have happened, like some types of just like bad facts get purged, like bad arguments get purged. Like this is like a process of deducing truth from falsehoods, you know what I mean, and trying to reduce assumptions that have been made by authorities that we have no control over or
yeah, but I mean, it took many of us years and years to time and to consider these things deeply over long periods of time. Everyone has their own journey and their own process, so it can't be expected that he would necessarily have that same amount of time of looking into all these things, so it would make sense.
I guess I'm just saying, like, it would have collapsed in on itself at an earlier time if it was something with no staying power at all. But I think because we're not asking questions, we think we ask a lot of questions. We're very curious people.
Yeah, he came in with kind of like that, a little bit like what we heard from Paradolia, where he thinks that like conspiracy thinking is like a tendency for people to get into this idea that conspiracies are cool and they just want to like join the bandwagon.
No, it's not cool. It's like there's other draws to it. I think cool is oversimplifying it, but there's definitely something to it. I think that's a very legitimate observation.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like you could look at it as if like this is just a mindset.
You don't think that you don't see any commonality? Sorry.
Let me just say, there's commonalities, yeah, of course. But the thing is that you could look at it as, okay, this is just like people have like a tendency to want to think that, you know, they're being lied to, and they all kind of like, you know, support each other, and they jump on the bandwagon and they start thinking this paranoid thinking. But then, you know, you admitted that the government lied about the Lithuania or Lusitania.
Lusitania, yeah.
Right. Right. So there's some of these things that you already know that we're not being told the truth about. You know, and you went there like soon after you were trying to claim you actually saw 767, and then you said, I didn't actually see it. So
Yeah,
you're trying to convince.
can we move past that, please? That was just.
But you're kind of projecting because you're trying to convince yourself that the truth is what they're telling us. But then you backpedaled on that right away by realizing it's not really what they told.
Do you realize though that
I don't want to move past it exactly? I don't want to like make you a jerk for it, but like you know, we defended you against Andy.
I was being hyperbolic by.
I'm saying
that's
like
why I
Andy's,
said
like,
767 in the first place. I don't even know what kind of plane it was exactly that hit it. I was just being. It's part. It's a comedic.
Let me just, because I got to go soon. But I'm just saying that if either we're all in like a type of thinking, and this is about believing in a conspiracy rather than trying to figure out the truth. Or it's the opposite of that, and we're actually trying to figure out the truth, and there isn't the evidence that you think is there for the spinning ball. And reality, it might actually be like it seems instead of the opposite. You have to have that as an option first. You can't just say that's impossible and then come in for a conversation for people that have been talking about this for 10 years in detail. All the things that you brought up, we've gone over in detail. And then you're still sitting on your high horse as if we must be wrong and we just haven't looked into it. We must have a conspiracy mindset. I mean, you have to get past that or we're not going to have a productive conversation.
Yeah, but can we? All right, you know what? I think it would do you better to dispel my notion that you do have that conspiracy mindset, or that, you know what, better yet, the group has that conspiracy mindset. Because, like I said, you can't deny that it's probably not one of you guys only believes passionately in one conspiracy. It is.
Well, let me ask you this, Tigman.
My last point is this is not about belief. Stop saying we believe things. This is about not believing something that you can't prove. That's all. Go ahead, you go.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Do you recognize that there is something like intrinsically attractive about being the guy that knows everything everybody else doesn't?
I'm not coming through.
Dysel, you're next. Okay.
Okay. So, Tig, has the government ever lied to you?
Most certainly, I imagine.
Okay. And do you think they've done it more than once?
I think so. Yeah.
So how many times does it take for somebody to lie to you before you're not necessarily willing to accept what they're telling you wholeheartedly?
Do you think there was a reason for those lies?
Well, that's debatable. I don't think so. I don't know if you've ever heard of some of the things that have been done to the public by our government upon the people, but
well, either way, what are you
it's
getting
not
at?
necessarily an advantageous thing for anyone.
All right. So yes, I do believe the government has lied to me.
All right. Well, with that being said, it's like at what point does critical fortitude take place in discerning whether or not the
what does that mean? What does that mean? Critical fortitude.
So essentially applying critical thought, critical analysis upon something versus just taking the information at will. That's the difference between indoctrination and education.
Too many buzzwords. What are you trying to say?
No, I'm trying to tell you that you're accepting the information without critical discernment, and you're trying
more
to
buzzwords. Stop it. Just tell me what you're trying to say.
Let me interject.
Are you guys
let me interject
first?
Right quick, Dysel, right quick. Earlier, Tig, when I was walking you through these observations about the stairwell being closed and these things that pop up, right?
Oh, we're back to 9/11. Oh my God! Can we?
No,
guys. Hold on.
Figure out what's going on.
No.
All right, Tig, if you could please not. Hold on. The way we do things here, we don't interrupt each other. We let each person speak their full
Sorry.
thought. Yeah, that's fine. I mean,
technically, he did interrupt us.
Maybe. I don't know. All right, there may have been a couple interruptions. I don't know. I felt like Dysel got interrupted. I don't know where we're at, but let's just go.
We're fine. All right, let's reset, guys. Let's reset. Everybody's good.
All right, cheers.
All I'm saying was
cheers.
Use this as an opportunity for the same thinking, Dysel. I'm so sorry I interrupted.
man. Finish it up if you had more to add to that. That's fine.
No, I'm good,
I
dude.
mean,
Please go ahead, dude. I'm sorry.
yeah, I feel like I got out what I had to say, but it wasn't necessarily being received and modulated. It was just chalked up as buzzwords or something. So I don't know what I can say without being
Right.
considered a
I didn't
buzzword.
mean anything by that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying
I'm
he's
sorry.
not trying to load up buzzwords. It's sort of just like his manner of speech, I suppose.
And earlier,
Just-
when we were walking through that observation, that is what Dysel was referring to, right? Is that these things pop up and we take the time to ask the questions. That's entirely what it is, and just improving your mental engagement on how things come about. So to take away the buzzwords and just look at it for what he's trying to illustrate is the idea of being to observe things for how they are, how they sit, how we see them versus any other appeals to authorities or anybody telling us a story.
All right, listen. If I give each of you $50, will you just tell me the Earth is flat? I mean, the Earth is a globe, please. $50, man.
For sure.
$50.
I'll take it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I will.
I mean, shit.
I'll do that.
PayPal me.
I'll tell you sweet little lies all day if you're gonna pay me. No
I'll
problem.
tell you. Yeah, even other things. Yeah.
Wow, so you all sell your souls for money that quickly, huh? Wow.
I'll make up shit about Dyslow too.
You're like Joe Rogan. You guys are like Joe Rogan when he was like, "I'll lie to my mother. I'll lie to my mother if you tell me." You know, he wanted it. It was in that video clip where they were going to tell him about aliens or whatever, and Joe Rogan's like, "I'll lie to my mother if you tell me," or whatever. Oh man,
Intellectually dishonest,
The times
and
are
that's the whole thing.
I think
Where we see this curve.
disingenuous is Joe's favorite catchphrase. Catchword. Buzzword.
I would ask
Buzzword.
him. I would ask him if he can tell the future, and if he can tell the future, can you tell what the future is going to bring? Is there going to be a pandemic tomorrow?
All I want now is a frosted fucking donut. That thing looks delicious.
Yeah, because like, if he can tell the future, that means he can tell definitively that the past, everything in the past is correct, and you have to understand the past to know where you are now.
It's him telling the truth, actually. If he's willing to lie to his mother, he's definitely willing to lie to you. So he's basically telling the truth.
I don't think anyone really got what I just said. It's like, you don't know what the future holds, and if you don't know what the future holds, how can you believe anything that happened in the past is correct?
Well, the future doesn't actually exist. The only thing that exists is the now, and the past is just recollection of memory, which is pure fantasy.
It's like a
Pure
giant
fantasy.
puzzle. It's like a giant puzzle. You don't have to be intelligent. It's not about intelligence.
Yeah, the past doesn't exist, and neither does the future. It's only the present. So.
I think we should all think about that for 20 seconds of silence.
For $50.
Yeah, PayPal or what? Like,
Are you familiar with?
I said silence.
Does tyranny work if the people don't believe you? If you are the tyrant?
Yeah, once you're brought to your knees, it doesn't matter what you believe in, whether or not you're like revolting or not. Like you've got no say in nothing. You're on your knees.
Isn't it interesting that the earth was flat at one point, and then when people started to leave the tyrannical government, they were like, oh no, it's a globe now, but there's only this much land on it.
When the carter's off to the correction camps, you're gonna wish you took like $50. I'll tell you that.
Andy.
Did we figure it? I just went for a drive. Did
we talked
you
all
figure
types of
out
shit
what I
about
figured
you.
out in 2 seconds with this liar? Maybe.
He's just recanted his testimony.
All right. I
He
saw the
slipped.
two planes with my own eyes.
He meant that figuratively or like metaphorically or whatever.
I seen them. I did with my own two peepers.
Yeah. It's a really it's a bumper cars sort of event, for me to recall, just because like it's broken up between news clips and he was somewhere like local geographically to it. I was able to drive a minute and be able to see like the trade centers smoking, smoldering or whatever.
Sorry, I was taking a pee. What'd you say?
No, what? No, I just it's hard to like remember exactly, if you try to piece it together because it's jumbled. It's a jumbly kind of day to remember, I think. And then there's like the repeated like just glazing over of like video clips after video clips forever, about concerning it. You like might even imagine you have memories that you don't actually have. You know what I'm saying? Anyway.
That's quite the profound thought. This next actually, because you do things. I do anyway. That people just believe what they want to believe. And controllers of this place certainly think that anyway.
Well, I mean, well, yeah, I guess like the id. If you play to the id, like people will a lot of times go with that. They're like, oh yeah, I was going there anyway, so that's a cool thing for me to believe. So you could make them believe in that easily if you'd like lead them on their more base natures or base apprehensions or something like that. Yeah.
I liked your comment on Ayn Rand the other day. Have you studied Ayn Rand then, or have you looked into that philosophy?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is that like? I do all my own shit philosophy. I forget what it's called. Rugged individualism or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So she was like always on like public assistance though.
Really?
Yeah, allegedly, yeah. So she's
Ayn
kind of
Rand?
sort of a hypocrite, but she sort of like didn't want to represent that because she thought it was like kind of a bad look. So she went 180 degrees with it and was just like
You want to fill
started.
us in, or are you just gonna have like some private conversation about some
Ayn
argument
Rand.
and shit?
Ayn Rand.
It was objectivism. Objectivism.
Okay. Is it? I don't know. But she basically became like sort of a celebutante of sorts, spouting off this sort of narrative about like I guess self-dependence, and all the time she's kind of building a network of people in this sort of a strange sex orgy cult, sort of encapsulating such people as Alan Greenspan. And
Is this the chick on the plane that you're talking about? That
Ayn
said the
Rand?
motherfucker's not real?
Ayn Rand from who wrote The Fountainhead, and
I don't know, bro.
some other bullshit. She's
I don't
like
know, must be a
basically
Bloby thing.
you know her that it's like most of like the economics of like our time has kind of been based on in some way the echoes of this, at least.
Yeah, I thought of it as like the the Marxist situation, the sort of socialist / communism. It needed like an opposition, just like everything else needs an opposition. So she'll push forward. That's the way I looked at it, anyway. I could be wrong, of course, but it made sense to me.
I don't know. She's just kind of like an iconoclast, I guess, for her time anyway.
And this is a religion, you say?
Ayn Rand. This.
What's funny is as well though it's all from the same people. That's why I think of it in those terms, right? She came from the same folks that call themselves, the Jays. The Trotsky and what's his name, Karl Marx. They were
The
from the same
Jays?
tribe. Yeah, the Jedi.
Blue Jays. Oh, different one. Okay. The same. You went that way. Anyway,
Never
it's
heard
just
that
weird.
expression before.
She's sort of just like is the bridge between a lot of different people. Even
What does that
you know,
mean, the Jays?
It's like those guys that wear the little frisbees on their heads. They got the
Not
little,
sure what you
little
mean.
hat. They
they're
like
not
wear like little hats.
doilies.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean, man.
A coaster.
Is it a coaster or is it a coffee filter?
Like if
I
you had a
don't know.
spherical table, you'd have like a coaster shape like that to put your spherical mug on. You know what I mean? Or if it was like shaped like a head.
You know,
there's guys that just walk around doing that.
Like
Yeah,
sometimes they have
like-
larger hats too. I've noticed, like sometimes comically large almost, and you're like, "What are you doing?"
Cut their wieners and stuff. I don't know.
That is wow. That's wild.
Yeah, with a fork.
I've never seen that.
Knife, like yellow people do buns. Yeah. So just right on that topic. Yeah, what do you guys?
Oh, you talking about Jews?
Whoa, buddy. Whoa. Don't get all anti-Semitic.
Where did that come
here,
from? That is like so off-putting. What?
Well, that's what you guys were talking about. No?
I don't know what you're talking about. Bloody hell. I'll tell you something though. That is you know what's
New
fun
people.
about that word
Am I
is
right, Rand? Indians and new people always. Okay.
if you just put a bit of stank on it, then it does sound like a racial slur. Like Jew. Sorry.
Yeah, what's that even mean? I don't even know. It's like saying the they. I don't know.
Oy vey, what?
You remember that story Jeremy told where they'd put a line around New York or something? They put like a string around New York for the Sabbath or whatever it was, so they could
Fucking
keep working.
cheating ass motherfuckers.
That's hilarious.
Cheating.
Oh, the wire over the sidewalk?
The longest line in the world is in New York City. It's a line, like a fishing line or wire or some shit. Because there's this rule where you can't do work outside of your house on the Sabbath or some shit. And what they do to circumvent that is they put a wire around Manhattan or something. And they just say, okay, inside this wire is my house, so I can do all the work I want up in here. And that's how they get around being able to work outside their house.
Don't you got to play like limbo or jump rope with it or something?
Wait a second. Is it Monday? I thought I was in the flat Earth thing. Monday is the anti-Semitic class. Where am I at right now? What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I was listening to I've probably told this before. I was listening to a flat Earth debate with Brenda, and she got totally cornered or whatever that is, and she just went, "You probably hate Jews as well," out of nowhere. It was like the best non sequitur. You know, these people are so predictable. It's hilarious.
It's pretty good.
Indeed.
You gotta love Brenda for shit like that, though, you know.
Brenda's a legend.
All right, so do we want to get back into physics? Anybody? Earth being a ball with stuff spinning around it.
I'd like to figure out your motivation, you know, because when I left, we were talking about, you were like, I was calling you a liar, and you said, "What's my motivation for lying?" Remember? Have you figured that out yet, Tig?
I'm willing to re-engage in this conversation. However, you will have to give me some confidence that you will not run off in the same manner that you did last time.
What? I'm asking you. You said to me, "What's my motivation for lying?" So I wondered if you'd figured that out yet.
Well, when I first came in here, I didn't want to get into too much detail about any one specific thing. I think we got dragged off into the 9/11 thing and whatnot, but I think there is an overarching, my whole theme so far has been there is an overarching, forgive me, I'm very dehydrated and
you're lying 3 teeth. God.
Guys, let's
Can we
try
get the,
not to
can
get.
we get the band hammer out, please?
Jeremy, just please mute next time, Jeremy.
I mean, I do burp like that, but I mean, not on the mic, please, guys.
Oh, is that because like a million people's like headsets are in, like their earbuds or whatever? Yeah.
All right, come on. We can recover from this. Let's go. Let's start. Can you try to take this seriously a little bit, please?
We're gonna take it seriously.
All right. So anyway, I was just trying to say that I think that there's something driving, like a more. There's something. It's not just one specific conspiracy theory. I think there's something driving some sort of a track. Oh, fucking hell. Hang on a second.
It's going pretty good, but we got a backup here. We got Paradolia's brother, Apollonia. It's awesome. Like a Prince fan myself.
No, he's going to come up with his own conspiracy theory that it's a big psyop and everybody's just been mind fucked, and it's like we're made to believe something that's not true.
Yeah, give me 2 minutes. I'm sorry. Hang on a second. Sorry. You guys carry the conversation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll do what we can. So, die slow. No, wait. Yeah. No.
How about those Dodgers?
Yeah, baseball. Right? That's right. Baseball.
How about Kim Jong-un just turned up in Russia yesterday?
Word.
Ginger, Marianne, or Miss Howe?
You go first.
Or was it Miss Thurston? Can't remember.
No, it's Mrs.
Thurston
Howe.
Howe.
Lovey.
Okay.
Lovey.
Tig, I
I don't know, I'd
found
probably take
one
the
sec,
money.
one sec. Tig, I found the best server. I found your server, dude. Called, let me check. It's called Debate Flat Earth and More. And the guy that runs it is called Gem Panda. You need to go over there. They're your homies over there, dude.
Who's that?
That would be so
nice olive
bad.
branch. That was real sweet. Yeah.
That's your folks, your people.
That's better. Better than what I did.
Who's my people?
The snake pit.
Don't take the bait.
I only seek the truth.
Oh, he's going to be intellectually honest. Somebody should engage on questioning.
I offer
let's
you
let Andy
nothing
do
more
this.
or nothing less.
I think Andy's got the right read on this one.
All right, look, there's probably 15% trolling going on here. Not gonna lie, I am entertaining myself to a certain degree, but at the same time, I am trying to honestly see what the hell's going on with you guys.
I don't think there's more than 35% actual. Like maybe the rest of it is just like a combination of trolling and like you're not even sure what you're doing here. But yeah, like I think it'd be fun to get into some of these things. But I mean, generally, like what you're saying, there's a connected like branching of different subjects or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you can't deny that
Why don't
people
you,
that are
like, rattle
into
off-
conspiracy theories tend to be into multiple conspiracy theories.
Why don't you rattle off a couple of these broad subject categories that you might think? That,
Well, let's take anybody here. Look, I can choose any. I'm looking at a screen right now of all these little tiles here with all the avatars. I can pick anybody at random, and I fucking guarantee.
Ooh, do me.
All right, we'll do you. How many conspiracy theories do you believe in?
Well, what is a conspiracy first off? Let's define that.
All right, come on now. You know what I mean.
Well, no, I mean, like, really, though. Like, where did the word originate from? Like, what's the etymology here?
Okay, so did the government do 9/11, or did is the narrative of the the whole Al Qaeda thing? Is that how it went down?
I can't necessarily pinpoint who did it, but I can tell you the narrative is not adding up. Highly subjective.
All right, so you think that's a conspiracy? All right, that's all I need to know. All right, so that's conspiracy number one. All right, so now, do you have another conspiracy?
Something that the mainstream's portraying that I believe didn't necessarily happen the way it did. Is that what you're saying?
It's a very simple question. Do you have any other conspiracies?
Yeah, there's multiple.
All right, who else? Anybody else?
Wait.
Yeah, do me.
You know, but he's not doing anything. He's just asking you something.
No, ask me, Tig. How many do I believe in?
Oh, here you go.
How many do you believe in?
0.
0?
Which is everything. He believes in the truth, which is the ultimate lie.
So I'm assuming that you're going to say that these are not conspiracy theories, right?
No, they definitely are. I don't believe
That was awesome, Snags. He believes in the
give me
truth.
1 minute. Hang on a second. Sorry, give me 1 minute. Sorry.
What I find funny is that they say that the word
You guys are like Mick West
conspiracy
Eskimo
theory
brothers over here.
was created by the CIA, which is false.
Oh, okay. Where'd it come from?
It existed long before that, at least 100 years.
Like.
All right, sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just think I think a person with a certain amount of awareness would be able to recognize what they're doing. You know, like when you look around you and that you see a bunch of like-minded guys, like all like clamoring towards this same kind of ideology, like you should be able to like have some sort of awareness about that. And I think there's a lack of that in that community.
Well, what's an ideology? Isn't that like a belief set or something?
You know, maybe ideology was the wrong word, but like tendency, let's say. Like I think that everybody in this community seems to be striving towards like this idea that like everybody else is being lied to, but they see through the fucking smoke, or you know, there's like some kind of, you know, there's something to it. You know, it's more than it's not so much actually what the conspiracy is. There's something actually.
But that's their identity.
See, this is why.
Yeah,
this is why
no,
I
that's my
advocate for
argument.
banning
Yeah,
these
I
people.
agree with you completely. That is their identity. Yeah.
Nice gaslighting. Thank you for that. This is why I advocate for banning these people. You're lucky it's not our server. Excuse you?
Because you are an idiot.
Well, you think a building just fell down because a couple of floors were on fire? Are you joking?
Yeah, it's their identities. It's
and I'm the idiot, you say, sir?
Identity.
Yeah, right.
No name. No
You know what? Let's
Hey,
So are we gonna
no calling names.
psychoanalyze?
hold on. Let's
Are we gonna psychoanalyze? Are we gonna
let's tone it down.
psychoanalyze? Are we
We don't
gonna
need to get personal.
psychoanalyze the fucking retards who come in here every day and just hate on us all day and try to make up garbage about us and say, "Oh, I'm just here for entertainment." Let's psychoanalyze that fucking garbage mentality.
Wait, who is?
So I know the truth. I know the truth, and I'm part of the popular team, and we're so popular, and we know so much more than these retards that we need to come into their
Well,
server.
you do have a PhD according to your screen name.
Them in front of themselves to try to make them feel bad, constantly try to fucking harass them, troll them, mute all this kind of garbage. And yeah, we're the ones who are fucked up, right? Not you guys, the fucking retards who come in here and harass us, who fucking ride
I
on.
take a lot of offense to that word, sir.
If the shoe fits.
I got retarded kids, and I don't appreciate that.
Yeah, it's kind of a trip word. Either way.
Well, it doesn't just mean like slowing
terrible.
down. Like you could retard
I think we all know what it
EMR.
means. I think we know what we're talking about. Noah's in fuego, though.
Dude, if you knew how fucking retarded my kids were, you would feel bad about what you just said.
Yeah, that's a nice troll attempt.
Yeah, okay, it's being funny now. As long as you keep being funny, you know, you're welcome. You can stay.
So why don't you give us some evidence of times that you think the government lied to us? Like you said, like you've got more than one. So what do you think they've lied about?
I'm here to tell you guys that the Earth is not what you think. I'm telling you, the fucking thing is round. I've seen it. I can back it up with all kinds of shit. And I don't think that any of you guys are prepared to dispute any of what I have to bring.
I mean,
Back
you
it
do
up.
realize, like the priest of your belief system, i.e., Neil deGrasse Tyson, he said that
No,
you
that
can't-
guy's horrible,
You can't see
man.
the
That guy is
curvature.
fucking. Oh god.
You can't see the curvature unless you're like hundreds of thousands of like miles above the surface.
Wait, are you gonna back up what you just said? Yeah, I mean, that's like if I went into a fucking gym and I was like, "Yeah, I can bench 7 plates."
Let's get it on, buddy. Let's do it.
Bench occurred, and then no benching occurred. No backing up of the fucking thing you said occurred. You just came in here and claimed that you could do these things and then left. It's kind of lame.
You know what? Let me ask you a question. What is the more ridiculous claim? That the Earth is flat or that the Earth is round? What do you think?
Non sequitur.
Oh, come on.
You came here saying that you could back up your claims, but the first thing you did was
I'm getting somewhere with this.
But the first thing you did was not back it up, but non sequitur.
What do you think is more likely?
See, this is non sequitur. He made claims. He came in here all bravios, claiming he could back up his stuff, but he can't actually back it up. He can only pose questions to us.
He was pretty much like I don't want to have to rip your flat Earth away from you, but I'm gonna have to do it. And then this is what he's delivering. So
Yeah, now he's not
too much.
away. Yeah, he came in trying to psychoanalyze us, some garbage non sequitur shit no one cares about.
You don't know what non sequitur means.
And then he made a big deal about how he could back his fucking how he could back himself intellectually, and when called to task to do what he said he could do, he came with a non sequitur question. So
Stop saying non sequitur.
I feel like my time is being wasted, and all of your guys' time is being wasted. I feel really bad for this server.
Bad for your parent. Anyway,
you're making
Unless
Noah
someone else
sad.
is trying to discuss with them, I've just kind of been talking around.
I'm just saying you're making Noah sad, and that does not make me happy. I mean, no, I'm just joking. No, but
it's all in fun, guys.
Right on. But I don't. Yeah, I think you should chill on your abilities to like make the case for the ball, globe guy, Tig. Just until maybe like I don't know, you can hang out, here for a couple of weeks probably until you get the hang of some of these arguments, I suppose. But stuff gets discussed all week long.
Well, listen, if science comes into conflict with your arguments, as you say, then perhaps the better approach would be to address why that's the case rather than, try to tell people that they shouldn't bring that shit around here.
No, well, we definitely shouldn't bring that shit around here. Which is that because even though while you were trying to like make the case to New Perspective that he didn't understand how satellites work, I would imagine that probably you're unfamiliar with any of the ins and outs of the things that we know about how these.
No, dude, I'm pretty sure I understand how all that shit works a lot better than you actually. I'm nearly certain.
Absolutely sure. I'm absolutely sure that you cannot be so expert in this motherfucking field that you know all the ins and outs that we've had to face with people that are in this industry, first of all, and then for our people to do research that actually refutes.
Your research involves in watching.
I'll let you cut me
YouTube
off.
videos.
I'll let you cut me off. How about that? Sure.
My apologies.
Go ahead. If you need to do it. No, you need to, right? That's your weakness. Go ahead. Complete your weak thought. Go ahead.
I think that your research revolves around a lot of like-minded individuals.
You're saying you have a bias. The information you're willing to accept is a biased information, is what he's telling you.
And from a lot of the
on the
same
other side
sources.
to be unbiased? Is that what it is? I have to be for your side to be unbiased? See, that doesn't really make sense, does it?
You shouldn't look at it like one side or another.
all that it fucking is
It's just
independent
what is
people
what is.
looking into.
It's the universe. It's things are what they are.
You're not even bothering
Yeah,
to lift a
what
finger
isn't
to
what
look
is
into
what
these
is
things.
okay, I'm gonna tell you what isn't real quick. What
Here you
isn't
go.
a fucking there isn't a fucking ball of fucking dirt and water in the void of a vacuum that we live on the side of.
Yeah, you're right.
If you have
There's a lot
any
of them.
if you have any intellectual not fucking attacking the character, not attacking the argument, not attacking some movement you think you know in your mind.
I feel
If
like
you
you're
have
attacking my character.
anything intellectual to support a ball of rock and water in a void of a vacuum and us being on the side of it, please present it. If not, it's just hot air coming out of your lips, wasting our time. Thank you.
Basically, Tig, he's telling you that you've like willingly accepted a subjective belief system rather than like objective, factual based information. And we're just saying that you're heavily indoctrinated, trying to come in here and call the kettle black. That's all.
And we're familiar with your narrative of all these different levels of mastery in terms of communication and space travel and all this stuff. You know, we've definitely met with all these different types of counterpoints.
I smoked meth.
Right.
Okay. Well, I hope you fix that. That's why I asked you like what that avatar is about. It looks like you're like dabbing it up, but okay. Maybe you're just spinning the pipe. That's fine. But you got any verifiable, repeatable, testable based evidence or experiment to support your belief system? Or is it just something that you heard and you just want to regurgitate to us and we're not willing to believe it, so you're mad?
Sorry, say again? I'm back.
Yeah, what information do you have to support your belief system?
As far as the round Earth?
Yeah, your belief. Yeah.
Well, it just makes sense. I mean, like, all right, like, let's say we had to make a chart, right? Pros and cons, or, right, not pros and
How
cons.
does it make sense? No, not pros and cons, but how does it just make sense? You didn't say pros and cons.
So let's say we had a whiteboard, and on my side, we're putting down the arguments for.
Just tell me how it makes sense to you. You're on a ball. Like you see it. You look out your door. You see like, oh, I'm on a ball. Yeah, everything's good here, right? Like, tell me the things that are actually what facts are lining
Well,
up
like
for
as
you.
that ball turns, like all the things that are predictably there seem to be there, and not just that, but like
how do you know the
forces.
ball's turning instead of the sky though, or the celestial bodies? Like, how'd you come to realize that it was you and not the thing above?
Well, there's actually a lot of ways. You can detect the G forces. You can detect
G forces,
the relationship between objects in space. You can. It's not really like it's not really even up for argument whether or not the Earth is spinning. It's very like that's like one of the most fundamental.
Wow.
Okay, wait, hold up. Stop
it's
right
so
there.
fun.
Stop
Yeah.
there. Stop right there. Stop right. Hold up. No, it is up for argument. That is the actual context.
Do you realize that the very fact that we're speaking right now is completely dependent on the understanding of a spherical globe?
Shut your fucking mouth for a second.
Wow.
That
Hey. There's no need for that.
That is the actual argument that is being discussed here. So for you to say it's not an argument would be begging the question, a fallacy. If you have anything to support your movement of the ground, go ahead. Or anything to support how that the ground is round and you're on a sphere and there's a vacuum outside. You still have not actually supported anything of your claims. You've just danced around, called what we said ridiculous. Please support.
Yeah, you're using beliefs to support your beliefs, which is just a belief in itself. So, do you have any facts that you can verify or replicate or reproduce or anything tangible?
I mean, probably nothing that you guys are willing to accept. But if you guys,
we'll go through it. We'll go through it and see what it is, and we'll tell you where you've fallen short. So go ahead.
Do you believe in the moon?
Well, that's the thing is we're not basing ourselves upon beliefs. That's not what we do here. That's like
Okay. Do you
that's what we
recognize the
don't do.
moon as an actual thing?
I've never been there, but there's definitely something
Have you ever
there when
seen
I
the
look
moon?
up. Yeah, I mean, if you would have let me finish, you wouldn't have saved your breath. But I think I made my point.
Have you ever seen the moon?
Yeah, I just said that. I just said there's
What do
definitely
you think that
something
is?
noticeable when I look up.
What do you think it is?
Well, that's the whole thing. Is I make claims about something I can't verify. I could speculate. I could give you my
So,
speculative
let's cut to the
thoughts
chase
on
over
it.
here. What in your mind? What is the moon?
I think the moon is a object, whether it be what they tell us or not, or something different. At this point, with all the contradictions that the mainstream's provided, like,
Holy shit! Just
I'm
give me an
willing to
answer,
put it
man.
into question. I don't know. I already told you. I don't know what
What
it
is
is.
the moon? What is the moon?
I don't know what it is. It looks like a secondary light source.
Do you think it's
Like,
fake? Do you think it's a government conspiracy?
I think the moon's fake. I don't think it has anything to do with the government.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that it's another object out there?
Sure.
Okay, now how does that work? How does that object, assuming there's another object out there, it has a movement about it, right? And now we could, it's been a long time since we've been watching the moon, right? We could probably predict its movement, right?
There's predictability, celestial predictability. Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
agree.
now,
Astronomy is, all that
right.
stuff. So.
So now, if I was to tell you that we can predict that movement extremely accurately, and it really seems to be the case that it's been revolving around us for a real long time, very predictably. Like you can't talk. There's nothing you can say to disprove that. That's what it's been doing.
Yeah, it's a post-diction, dude. It's not prediction. It's a post-diction, right?
What?
A post-diction.
The fuck does that mean?
It means that. What do you think it means? Jesus Christ! It's something we've always observed. There's something. What's that thing called? The Saurus cycle or something like that?
It's a repeating cycle. Yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
anyway,
I mean,
it's the moon is revolving around the Earth. Yes. No. Hello.
Prediction isn't explanation. I mean, just so we get that clear. So, what's the point if you have a predictive model of what the moon's doing? Like, what is that telling us about the moon?
The point is that we can observe an object revolving around us. No.
Okay.
If you can
Okay.
just